You said fake, but this one's real. Fooled ya. This one's real. Fooled ya.
Do we want like all Hispanic people to like go back?
Sorry. Oops. Fooled ya. Lying. I'm lying. Who's that beautiful Rico guy sitting there then? Who's that? Who's that Rico guy?
If you look at the Sahara, they have an average IQ of 65 to 70. So if we integrate these countries into
what's up, Jay Alexander? How's it going?
Say Europe,
just watching the Crucible at home.
or any other place, right? With predominantly white people, it will lower.
Yeah, I'm just at home tonight.
And what will happen is we will no longer be a first world country. We will slip into second world.
Wait, can I say something?
Okay.
Can I say something?
Well, I've been like observing this stuff for a while, and I've been like fucking
You deserve a night off after all the work.
what do you call it? Fucking strolling or fucking.
Yeah, I was watching Tommy's stream earlier, and We Speak Truth, and it looks kind of boring out there tonight. And plus, Antifa hasn't really figured out where their lines are, you know, since they got pushed out of their spot. So yeah, I'm just chilling tonight.
I've been scrolling through like Twitter a lot,
Refueling.
right? Or X, you know, and I think I might be seeing a lot of what people are seeing when it comes to violence. And yes, there are a lot of these videos that I'm seeing, and it's not because I'm following anybody.
Yeah, seems like no one knows where to go, and yeah, it's getting weird out there.
We'll
31.
say,
Tommy Boy Freedom 31 Decision 2.
Violence, it's most.
Do you know where Matt went? So let's go find Matt. I need to.
Matt. Let's go find Matt. What's everybody else up to tonight?
Like off in a few years, so I don't know what you're doing. Like, Patch, your IQ's already gone. You don't gotta worry about IQ. Like, you wanted Civil War. No, you wanted Civil War. You're like,
No, hey, I know it's a little chaotic. We are.
Max.
We still having a conversation.
well, it's
They
like,
have talked to plasma, right?
I didn't hear a word.
It's Max. Miracle Max.
This is coming from a woman that has talked to plasma.
No, this is coming from a woman with education.
No, look, hey, really should go to the doctor and get checked for parasites. We are all here. We are all here. Hold on. We are all here united, right here, together on this fucking live in pursuit of truth.
I mean, we're definitely
So
not
let's
united,
talk.
though.
But I understand, but we're here. We're together right now in pursuit of truth. So let's talk about it.
All right.
We can put all the things. We can put all the things.
That's it. Straight up, you're a piece of shit. You're a bitch made man. Like,
Who, me?
that's how it is.
Whoa.
Hello,
She doesn't like you, man.
Whoa. Well, shit. I guess I should try to be better.
No, not you, Catch. Like, Catch, you're like.
Oh, damn, Cassie, you're a terrible bitch made ass dude or what?
Well, hey, hang on. I think she was directing that at you and is now obfuscating.
Alright. Like,
That's what I think.
You're miserable.
Agreed. Damn, man, I didn't even know you was fucking the worst scum on the earth.
Bro, looks weird, built weird, face weird, like.
You talk weird.
Looks weird, but well, don't body shame the poor
Pulp Fiction.
fella.
Anyone ever told you look like Lance from Pulp Fiction?
Alright, gluten free.
No, I think that's the first But oh, Lance, I recognize who you're talking about now. No, they told me I look like Asmongold and Shaggy and Kurt Cobain and Snoop Dogg and other shit like that. Dab time. Yeah, dab, 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 dab. Dab, 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 dab. How about everybody else? Is everybody else having a good, relaxing night? I'm just watching the Crucible.
I realize now, after you showed your face, I actually realize what the problem is. Your issue is that many of your family have been collected by ICE, haven't they?
Rico,
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Rico.
Isn't that what's really going on? You're upset that many of your family members have been collected by ICE?
Lance from Pulp Fiction. Oh, that dude, yeah. I love Lance. He's a good character. Maybe that would be a good Halloween costume for me. Just get a fucking a bowl of cereal and a cigarette. And a fucking what is that thing called? A shower.
Rico, are you fucking Andrew Wilson?
Just some dude on the internet, brother.
Oh, dude, stop it, bro. Stop it, bro. Are you Andrew Wilson, Rico?
Oh my god, he's freaking out.
That's Andrew Wilson. I got choke on, man. Bro,
First I was like, what are you fixing to eat? And I said, he's freaking out. I was like, yep,
Rico, your voice sounds a lot like Andrew Wilson.
Yeah, I'm making some, I just had some chips and avocado, I had some beef jerky, some other stuff, and I'm making some pot pies for dinner. Look, time for some dabs in the meantime.
Ridiculously handsome. He sounds like a very handsome man. He sounds like a very good looking gentleman.
I might make this my fucking.
I've listened to too much of you, bro.
I might have to make this my my bio, one of my pictures or something.
Stop it, bro. For real? Yeah, he is, dude. No. No fucking way, bro.
No fucking way, man.
Look, I will bet a galaxy right now. No fucking way, bro.
This is what I get for having the sexiest voice on TikTok. This is what I get.
Oh my fucking god, dude. I will get the galaxy. Bro. Oh, what? Yo. Okay, alright, no. Alright, look, that's cool. We got Incognito Rico. We got Incognito Rico on the line right now. Alright, so
Well, you also have like, I just want to let you know you have like 10,000 people watching you too. So just letting you know.
Bro.
So I hope you enjoy that.
I'm not sure.
They're all really cool though. They think your show is awesome and stuff.
I know a lot of people are out there just looking for drama though. And people were going after Tommy earlier, but but his stream wasn't working. Like I saw him stream, like people were around him, but his audio wasn't working.
No, okay. It had to be another way. No. One of the guys, when I seen Tommy was behind the guy running ahead, JP. He's laughing. Yeah, it wasn't him. Here, let's walk over to Tommy and make sure he's okay and see.
She's walking over to Tommy right now.
So Rebel is over here that sorry guys. Let's see. I don't have anything in my bag. My zipper busted. I got empty bills. I just didn't want to walk up on you and make it look weird. I don't know what's going on.
What we got going on?
Oh, right here. Because,
Well, Tommy's talking to the cops right now.
We don't have to.
He ain't trying to catch a case. Yeah, I didn't see what happened, but his audio wasn't working. Crazy. I kept checking in on Tommy, but yeah, it's always wild. It's always something wild going on.
So the problem is, they're like, well, like on both sides, like you probably sounded one of the, like, you can't.
Geez, that's a lie. Show me the indigenous tribe that's a matriarchy.
Exactly. Yep.
Okay, let's look up the tribe and let's see if it's an actual matriarchy. Go ahead.
He's got to get a fucking can of bear spray and hold it with him. That could take the whole mob out. Yeah, with you being less yeah. Tommy's really blowing up though. Like he had like 60,000 people in his stream, and now he has like 11,000 followers on X. So I need to step my game up like he's doing.
Are you sure?
I've never been. No.
Do you believe in egalitarian? Hang on. Do you believe in egalitarianism?
What's egalitarianism?
Equality between men and women.
Yeah, he makes me bad news.
Well, I've always
Yeah.
been on a good paper.
See, I actually try and, when I go out there, I try and stay low key. I try and not let them know which side I'm on, because I feel like I could blend in with both sides if I wanted to. But Tommy, he's just like fully like attracting, you know, getting everybody mad and really speaking his mind. And I don't do that so much. I don't really speak my mind like that.
Yeah, that sounds nice.
I just try and keep the peace. Yeah.
Can you tell me? Can you tell me? You know, just out of my own curiosity, what do you think feminism is?
Well, yeah, I'm watching the Speak the Truth channel, and they're covering the Tommy event.
How do you know you're not a feminist if you don't know what it is?
I don't act the same way as most females. I'm not like fuck all men.
I just want to let you know.
Yeah, I realize how dangerous they can be. I just, that's why I prefer to, you know, not be as boisterous as Tommy or whatever. I don't need weirdos following me around town. Because I actually live in downtown. I'm not sure where in Portland Tommy lives, but I stay downtown with most of the creepy ass people.
Myself, I'm not out to bed anymore.
All right. If you're an open book, what's your body count?
5?
Okay, so if we multiply that by 3 to get 15, is that more accurate?
No, I don't. I haven't. So I had my first baby when I was 16 because I was with the 6 years. Out of 16. No, why is that shameful? Like,
Maybe you couldn't keep your legs shut. Maybe your daddy didn't teach
I
you.
wasn't abused.
As he's going to start getting targeted, I had my experience here in Portland back in 2020 when I was stabbed by one of the anti-fam members. And so they're known to target, they'll dox you, they'll dox your entire family, they'll use intimidation tactics, try to get you to not come out anymore. And so he's got a long fight ahead of him, but I'm pretty confident that he's going to have this.
No, they still haven't updated it. It sucks. Yeah, we watch you.
Legal defense, because we need it. So, Tommy?
Yeah, they want to intimidate anybody who goes out there. So yeah, I need to maybe get a vest like this guy, because he said he got stabbed in 2020.
Kind of wish that existed in 2020.
Definitely. I've seen a lot of the wrong side get arrested, and the book going at them why a bunch of these leftist rioters and the Antifa crowd got all their charges dropped. And so there has been a miscarriage of justice here with the prosecution, and hopefully we'll see some things change.
Yeah, it's funny too, because I was getting accused of lying that we're literally trying to spread peace and we're trying to do these things while we're out here, not looking for fights, just doing our thing, right? Even the post I made yesterday, I said I'm gonna go parlay with these people, which I did. It worked as best as it could.
It was working for a little bit, but
Skate time, skate time.
Well, I mean, the flag got lit on fire, but after that, not a single case report got pulled last night. I'm super proud to say that. Nobody got punched in the face. Nobody went to.
Why would I hug black people? Just for fun? You like the new update? What was the update specifically? Let me ask actually. You mean the new game in general, or the like? I don't know about the update, but yeah, I like the game so far. I'm still figuring it out though, because like for some reason my dude pushes Goofy. It was 90s themed update for Speed. Oh really? Wow. Oh yeah, I saw that they had a 90s music soundtrack. Hey Shaggy, hope you're doing good. Keep the Skeletor costume on. Yes, we're praying for you. Appreciate you, Antonio.
Oh, because you had a camera.
yeah.
So you're Nazi for holding
But
the
they didn't
camera.
call me Nazi earlier.
Oh yeah. What's up, brother?
Oh, it's good to see you guys.
Hey, yeah, what's up, man?
What's up, man? That's only when I had
What else would you hear back then out of sheer curiosity? Because I'm really curious how much this has evolved.
Let's see. You'll hear them saying, chanting the Who Street, our streets.
Nazi KKK, Donald Trump, USA.
I also think it's kind of weird that, like,
Cops and clan go hand in hand.
what?
It's annoying. It's annoying all my character to be regular and push regular. I'm not sure how to change it because it's different in this game. But yeah, I'm still trying to do missions and unlock the rest of the map. I haven't played it too much yet, but I'm getting into it.
You know what I found that was really amazing? So this whole time I've been saying, I don't think the National Guard needs to come because Portland police can handle it if Portland police are allowed to handle it. And what kind of got proved tonight, I mean, minus the terrorist megaphone crap going on, but what kind of got proved, yeah, it's fine. I'll take a megaphone over anything else, right? But they successfully shut the block down and the people have just been dancing. I personally think Portland police can handle it. So the question is, will they? Because if they can't, then we'd agree the National Guard needs to come in. But it's almost like when you expose everything that's happening here,
Someone just kind of
maybe they do, unless they pull their head out of the butt.
Really?
There's a Portland PD or a police department.
That's what happened. Yeah, everyone was wondering. I was watching his stream at one point, but I went to the store, and then when I came back, his stream was muted, so I wasn't sure what happened. Hey, I love your vibe. Keep with the stream. Yeah, I got a Discord at me.
View on them as a bureau than actually trying to create law and order.
I'm gonna go talk to Tommy, see if I need to find him a legal rep real quick. So
I hope not.
hopefully my gimbal got a little bit of a charge, so we'll flip the camera around so we're not recording the PD. So, is it okay if I go talk to Tommy? Because I got money for legal rep if he needs it for defense.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, man. So they let me talk to Tommy. I've been streaming for how long now? An hour and a half.
He's talking to
I talked
Tommy.
to the officer over there. He said it was okay to talk to Tommy real quick. Tommy, do you need legal defense?
I absolutely do.
Are you? You did.
Now his stream's fucking cutting out.
We're gonna let him finish this phone call and then we're gonna go from there. But we do have that money, so if we need it, we'll bring it up. So I don't want to sit over here while they're doing their investigation, but if I gotta get Tommy some, I'm gonna have to jump off and get. Okay.
I'll call you.
I just need to get some information from him because I'm funding legal rep for him. Legal rep if he needs it. So he said he does. Yeah. All right, guys. I'm gonna clear out because we're gonna get. I'm gonna end the stream. We're gonna take care of Tommy. So I'll see you guys here in a little bit. I'll come back as soon as I can.
Now he's ending his stream and Tommy's whatever. Craziness out there.
What's going on here?
I was listening to the Speak the Truth stream. I didn't realize how many followers he had. Subject fell in river. I guess Tommy's stream was not a... Damn. Wait, who fell in the river? What? BC preacher done. Someone fell in the river? What? That's crazy. It was crazy out there tonight, bro. I'm glad I didn't go out there. Antifa pieces of shit.
Oh, I am blaming the app. It's the app's fault. It seems to be having some troubles here. I don't know why. Everything was working 5 seconds ago. Mr. E got a fix. I don't think Mr. E can fix it. Not mobilely. Just give it a second. Let me see what I can do with it. Gotten pretty good about getting around all these technical issues. Andrew, I build audio plugins if you want a private custom voice changer. What I need is for you guys to hear my normal voice and for them to hear a different voice. That's the real trick. That's what we're going to have to do. Quit cussing. Shut the fuck up, dude. Go watch some other live. So annoying. I mean, talk how I want you, kid. Just shut up, dude. Just shut the fuck up. No interest in any of that. No interest at all. Go to your sewing circle buddies and tell them I'm a fake Christian. That's what you guys usually are good at doing.
We're glad too. Everybody was calm. Till some dude pushed his luck and got arrested and robbed up since. If you upgrade your phone and go live at ICE, so you could probably make a $200 per night at least. Maybe.
Whatever.
But I'm still not monetized because I haven't updated it yet. Otherwise I would say yeah. But it's not that interesting being out there, you know what I mean? Yeah, I still can't get super chats. They're looking for someone in the river, not telling me he's safe, but equipment screwed up. What? How did he fall in the river? That's crazy. Did they push him in the river or chase him into the river or something? That's fucking insane. Broken, bro. I already fucking did this. Yeah. Confirmed.
Yeah.
Tommy did. She said someone did. She said they are looking for someone in the river. Not Tommy, but his safe was equipment is screwed. Damn. That's crazy. Tommy was attacked. Attacker escaped. Oh, the attacker escaped into the river. What? Dude, I gotta play back Tommy's stream and see what the fuck happened. That's crazy.
Assuming I can get it to switch screens here.
There you go. Thank you for telling this. Thank you for telling us, Mr. Maker. That's crazy.
We're gonna try.
I'll have to check out Tommy's stream. Some guy that earlier was real drunk, so maybe him. Everybody was saying he was too drunk to be there. Yeah, there's one guy who's the one guy Tommy was talking about. Like, there's some dude there, the black dude. He's there like every night, and he's always there drinking. Cops are on Tommy's side. Yeah, I gotta check this out. Hey, dude, check this out. That's me. I was in Pulp Fiction. You guys remember me? That was me.
fact that we've gotten it stable enough for us to do shows at all has been nothing short of miraculous. Bucket, thanks for the entertainment. Cheers, Rico. Yeah, I thought Rico was an appropriate name following the Starship Troopers theme. Let me read the dono chats out here, guys. Where did I leave off?
This phone's annoying.
$100 from Arctic Airborne. Holy crap, you're actually going to read your donos? I always read the donos.
I do have...
Jeez, $5 from Noah says, always encouraged by your work. Keep strong, stay encouraged. Thanks. $20 from Arctic Airborne. That dude's excitement's how I get when I hear you say Arctic Airborne with your voice. Appreciate it. $5 from Anonymous. It shows you're making a positive impact, especially with Gen Z. We're trying, man. We're trying.
Damn, dude. People are so crazy out
We
there.
deal with what we got. Crucible has always been a behind enemy lines organization. That's where we do best. What's that? I did close it from the task manager. Control-Alt deleted multiple times and closed it from the task manager. It didn't do any fucking good at all. Sometimes the app just gets corrupted or all sorts of shit happens with it. RVC voice changer can make you sound like Biden, Trump, Parker, Dean. Anyone with an RVC model can run on just CPU. The question is, can we get it to run like that for the TikTokers, but you guys can hear my normal voice?
Alright, I found Tommy's stream from an hour ago. So let me see if I can find the part where he gets attacked. See, at this part, I just scrolled and the audio is already not working, so I scrolled past it.
Davis Court, or Honey Badger Mom, or any number of other people that have been attacked out here by these violent fucking people. For you guys to send to me, just to, you know what? Never mind, because I... Logging the Pornhub, dude. Is it 19? I don't know. I've never been on Pornhub, buddy. Right. It's actually... Okay, no, but you're asking for somebody's OnlyFans. So oh, no, I wasn't. I wasn't.
They stole his... Holy shit. They broke his new phone and tried to blame Tommy. Deafin Black Real has footage craft services, or is it higher? Text blocks. Oh, sorry. Who would you say Black Real has the footage? Like, who are you talking about? Craft services? Who has the footage?
Shit. Okay. This is how they flip shit around. This is how they flip shit around. Why are you asking a teenager? First of all, I don't go on OnlyFans. That's degeneracy.
I gotta go back. I gotta see what's happened before this part.
Capybara, 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 capybara.
She's Black Rebel.
Hey, Capybara, can I get an interview? Can you tell me why you're here? Can you tell me why you're a capybara tonight? Let's go, you guys. I know I need to get some fart spray for when they walk by me. I could just spray it into their little... I need to get some fart spray. Maybe I'll put that on my Amazon wish list next.
No one's live got it from home. No one's live got it from home.
Promise something this morning that sounded a little bit like your last. Tardio's a patriot. Tardio's a patriot. Who was pointing your camera at that young woman saying over and over, "Hey, you minor, you're an adult, you're an adult, you're an adult." She's 19. 19. You fucking pedophile. 19 is an adult. 19 is an adult. So fucking cringy, dude. 19 is over the of age. Yeah, what is the number on the button?
He's like, that's so cringy. Did you just say 19? So Black Rebel's the guy with the cowboy hat that got stabbed in 2020, right? Going back to live. I'll be back. Okay, for sure.
If she's not an adult, then why can we vote when we turn 18? Do you know? When you click on the thing on there, we're logging the Pornhub, dude.
I gotta see what this says.
I don't know. I've never been on Pornhub, buddy. It's actually... Okay, no, but you're asking for somebody's OnlyFans.
pretty
Oh
sure.
no, I wasn't. I
Why
wasn't.
are you asking a teenager for their OnlyFans, dude?
Okay,
Why are you asking a teenager for their
So
OnlyFans?
seems like this is right before he gets attacked. They
Shit
said.
around. Why are you asking a teenager? First of all, I don't go on OnlyFans. That's degeneracy. But my chat wanted to know what OnlyFans was, what her OnlyFans was, because they wanted to go blow it up for her. They wanted to make her famous. The dude with the microphone is absolutely projecting. They all project. They make shit up, and they act like
10 minutes before it happened.
they act like it's factual. They literally make up the most burning, like they burn the American flag. But we would.
Alright, I'm gonna fast forward a little bit here. See who attacks him.
This dude's funny as fuck. I know. Put one on my Amazon wish list for you guys to send to me. Just to, you know what? Never mind, because I don't want to be lighting fires out on the street and be like these people. Yeah, we do need the National Guard for sure. I've been attacked multiple times.
He was just standing by himself, kind of
These
down
people
the
act like
sidewalk.
it's always like this, like, oh, they're always just doing dance parties and, you know. But if you try to walk on the sidewalk over there, they'll swarm you and attack you, right? If you do anything to disagree with, they'll swarm you, push you into a ditch, and attack you. Like, I just asked Nick Sorter, you know, or Katie Davis Court, or Honey Badger Mom, or any number of other people that have been attacked out here by these violent fucking people. Just because they're dancing in a circle right now trying to gaslight America, don't mean this is what happens every night. What happens every night is them drinking alcohol, smoking dope, and getting crazy. What's up, bro? Yeah, this is just them trying to pretend like they're something they're not. Just like
Yeah,
they
he got
pretend like
attacked
they're
again.
anti-fascists.
What's up, Tyler? Yeah, I'm trying to find the part where he gets attacked. Wait, what? What just happened? It's black. It's a black screen. Is this where he got attacked? Because it just went black, like all of a sudden. That must be it. That must be where he got attacked, because like it's all fucked up. Let me back up real quick. He was just standing there, and then it went black.
Something they're not. Just like they pretend like they're anti-fascists.
So he's just standing here, and then the audio goes out, and then it goes black. Froze up while it was happening. That's it. Screen broken. All right, let me watch. See what happens. Can't really tell what's happening. This is probably going to be a good thing, because there were so many people watching his stream, you know what I mean? And you know, all Antifa had to do was not be violent, and it would have gone in their favor. But now they're gonna send in the fucking, oh, there they go. There's a bunch of them. Wonder which one attacked him. They said the dude that attacked him ran away and then like jumped in the river or some shit. I think this is where I had joined his stream again, and I was like, what the fuck? And everyone was typing, no audio, no audio. Don't think they found him. That's crazy. Then wonder why these people are attacking, still following Tommy. Like, if they aren't the ones who attacked him, why are they surrounding him? Or are they the ones who attacked him? I gotta see the footage from someone else. Yeah, tons of followers coming down tomorrow. He's gone, escaped. to the river. Big drip off over there, you know it. I can't believe he actually jumped in the river. That's insane. Actually, this is before it happened. Yeah, he went over to the sidewalk and he was just standing there commenting for a second, and then it went black for a second. So I guess I'm pretty much caught up now.
$10%? No, don't give me 10% of it. A few bucks.
Manosphere influencer.
If you guys are so inclined. Remember, all other bills and everything else comes first. If you have disposable income, which you would have spent on other nonsense anyway, and you want to send a few bucks this way, that's great. Never do anything above that. You don't need to. Gifting a membership is like fostering a starving child. That's true. Good point. Are we having a debate on whatever as well? We're having a series of debates on whatever in November. Whole series. I am going back into the lion's den to destroy every single feminist alive if I can. Jason Eager for 5 gifted memberships. Very kind of you.
In report form.
Very kind indeed.
One of the ladies there filming that knows him has a lot of footage of that.
Well, I got both. Thank you for the 10. I appreciate it.
All right. Who's Tommy?
Boys and girls, I gotta get.
His name's Tommy on. I don't think that's his real name, but he goes by Tommy Boy for Freedom on X and YouTube, and he's just a guy from Portland who's been out here protesting against Antifa, and he's been like attacked a couple times by these weirdos and shit. I wish his audio was working. I gotta check. I had to step away, crazy dude in front of my house. I think scoping it out. She was saying she could de-escalate Tommy after the attacked, I think, right before it. Yeet. Alright, let me find this. I want to try and find that live footage from the other guy. But I guess he's streaming on X. Fuck. Black Rebel.
I thought I was, I'm sorry you guys, I'm pumped. That fool tried to steal my phone.
Oh, now
he broke my whole gimbal. He broke my whole fucking tripod that I just got today. Came up out of nowhere when I was standing in the walkway, attacked me, grabbed my shit. Is it still muted?
Okay, he finally figured out how to unmute it.
Hey, look, dude. What do you want, man? Yeah. Bro, I've been being good, bro. I've been being good. I'm not on mute no more, you guys? Okay, so look, I was standing there.
Okay, he's finally recounting it.
From here, we're going to be done with this. I walked over there to do it, but they told me to go away. Okay. Can you guys come stay with them, keep them away? And like, we don't plan the victim yet until we get a statement. Yes, sir. Broke my phone, $1,200 phone. Okay. So,
$1,200 phone.
I know, I'm recording everything. So what exactly happened, bro? Okay, I was standing at the back of the walkway. I wasn't around anybody. I was standing there talking to my chat about what's going on, and all of a sudden, dude came from running behind me, and he hit me in the arm. He grabbed my brand new fucking tripod, ripped the phone out of my hand, tried to steal my phone until I pushed him in the bush to stop him from stealing my phone. I grabbed my phone, and he pushes me. I almost fall. All my shit's broken. My helmet's gone. They stole my shit, broke my $1,200 phone, and then you guys seen the rest. He took off running.
Yeah, I wasn't here for it. Just so try to grab your phone from behind.
He jumped on me and grabbed my phone. Yeah, he assaulted me. Yes, definitely. He hit my arm. He grabbed my phone. I don't know. He had a black clad mask. They chased him to here. They chased him into the bush, so he's here somewhere.
Did you say he's going to grab your phone?
He did grab my phone. He grabbed it out of my hand, and I grabbed it back from him.
And what did he say anything?
No, he didn't say nothing. He was just laughing.
Any weapons?
No, no weapons.
I'm glad they have the whole police taking statements from him fucking live on YouTube, because Portland police is trying to pretend like they're gonna do their job. Yeah, I'm watching his YouTube right now.
I want to press charges fully. He broke my phone. I know. I'm not trying to give you guys a hard time, bro.
What's your phone number again? Just let me do your first charge, man.
I just don't want.
You want to get your thing? I can do something very quick.
Oh, did he mute it again? Oh, fuck. Why is this like this? He muted his live again.
iPod that he stole it. He tried to steal my home. So what? You know, I'm trying to let my voice be heard, you know? And so what?
He hit you. I saw it.
Yeah, he jumped on me, hit me with my own fucking.
What was that in his hand?
It was the thing.
Oh,
it was my tripod that he stole. He tried to steal my whole phone, and I pushed him in the bush so I could get it back. Absolutely, he jumped on my back to get it out of my hand. He came up from behind me. He hit my arm, and he jumped onto my back. He knocked off my bush, and he fell. You know.
Take some photos of it, okay?
Yeah, he had fuckers. Yeah. You guys are cowards, dude. You guys are only tough in a group. Sorry, you guys.
So you don't want anything else in?
I don't. I'm going home in like half an hour, and they just.
So again, so it sounded like what this guy did is he grabbed your phone.
Jumped on me and grabbed my phone. Yeah.
What do you mean he jumped on you?
Jumped on my back. He had to come from the back and bumped me forward and then grab my. Because my phone was in front of me on the tripod.
Did he jump on you or did he like reach over your shoulder?
I was
He like
watching
reached over my
Black
shoulder
Roll
and hit me in the
Chase
back to get to me. He didn't like jump on me. You know what I mean?
Contact with you.
Yeah, he definitely made contact.
Yeah, I'm on Black Rebel's X page right now. I'm trying to figure out which one of the lives to watch, because he has a couple of different lives posted, and they're not loading really.
Yeah, 100%. Grabbed my phone, completely broke it. He broke the screen, but mostly it's just the tripod. It was brand new. He just broke it all the way off of there.
Where's the tripod going? Did you take it?
He took it with him. Well, I still had a little piece of my hand when I got my phone back, but he took the rest of it with him.
Can you see this screen? Give me some light. Oh, never mind. How much that phone cost you?
$1,200.
How much do you think it's going
It's
to
an
cost?
iPhone 15 Pro Max.
This ended at 128.
How much was the tripod?
Speak the truth
Somebody
has
said to me, I don't know, $40.
No, I think it was one. How much?
$40 probably. I
That's what
don't
it
know.
looked like?
It was a black. It was like it extended and had 3 prongs at the bottom. It looked like just a regular tripod.
Tommy's still talking to the cops.
So you said he threw you down?
Well,
He threw me down, but when he
I rewinded it because I rewinded it, so I'm not sure what he's doing now. He might have left.
grabbed my stuff and jumped into me, I bumped him into the bush so I could make sure he didn't run off with my stuff, you know? And I grabbed my stuff from him and told him, what the fuck? And I started yelling for you guys, and that's when he took off running. I'm not trying to fight.
So did he grab the tripod during that thing, or did it fall on the ground somewhere?
No, he grabbed it and completely broke it. It didn't fall on the ground. It was broken in pieces.
I will. On Speak the Truth's page. Okay.
When did he hit you though? Like you said, he hit you.
He made contact with me. He didn't like hit me.
This is when he rammed into you.
Yeah, he rammed into me basically to grab my stuff.
And you said your phone got broken.
Yeah.
Okay.
It had a little crack already across right here, but that's all brand new. But you can't even see that one, you know? No, I'm not gonna not press charges. I didn't touch any of these people tonight. You guys know I've been out here being as good as I possibly could, getting my voice heard. This is crazy.
Crazy. They always got to come from behind. Always got to come from behind. 1 hour and 28 minutes. Alright, I'm scrolling to 1 hour and 27 minutes.
Right. Mm-hmm. But what everybody's been seeing on TV hasn't been this.
This all stops. Please come over.
Yes. Yeah. And one thing that I have noticed.
They're fucking pieces of shit. They tried to break my phone the first night that I went out there with Nick Shirley. Tried to break my phone and fight me. Somebody got to talk to him to see if they needed to get him a lawyer, and he's like, yeah, that was Speak the Truth. 128.40 is when it starts. Okay, I'm almost there.
As long as the as long as the federal agents don't come out here.
They got all these idiots out here dancing, but that's just a distraction from what, you know, the masked retards.
It doesn't feed them. They have no stamina. They only do it whenever they have an audience. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, and they cover their face, and they wear. I asked one of them. Yeah, he's the reason I'm here about burning the flags. You know, yeah.
Yeah, they're fucking crazy.
But you know what? They give him. Yeah, but you gotta understand. His name is Richard. Well, oh, it's like a car there. Park. So, what? Here, let's get out of the street because we will get arrested for being in the street. Did they rip?
So this is like right when it happens.
We just drive down here and do a U-turn, and all these people here. What's that? Wow, it's crazy.
She didn't catch it on camera, but she caught them running away. Okay, so there it goes. There's the guy. So I guess the Black Rebel is chasing is the guy who assaulted him.
Wow.
So you got a good picture on his bill.
It's crazy.
Here he comes. He's a white guy. You can tell he's a white guy. He's about 6 foot tall. Doesn't look like he has his mask on right here. That's so funny that the dude, someone said he jumped in the river, and I hope he did fucking jump in the river and got fucking shit all over him. Got goose shit all over him. Then the other Antifa try and block Tommy from chasing him. Hey, ask Nick Shirley if he is related to Danny Shirley of the band called Confederate Railroad. They're a country band, and that's been around for years, and they're from Tennessee. Well, I think. Well, I don't know Nick Shirley personally, but I mean, I met him. I don't know him. So you'd have to get in his comments sometime and ask him. He ends up in the blackberry bushes. Damn. Yeah, fuck that dude. Fuck whoever assaulted Tommy. And they're really trying, yeah, I see them trying to block him from chasing him. Fuck that. If they try to block me.
What the world?
Well, that's what I'm saying, man.
I'm not really sure what happened. Do you know what? Hey, wait, stay with me. Here. Here, stay with me. What's
Everyone's
happening?
lying now.
I think someone grabbed something from someone.
Fucking thieves.
I don't know. I just don't want to.
It's like the Black Koi, Kevin may have a better angle, but I don't know how to find it. So. Well, he's on X, so let me check his. I'm going to his X page right now.
Jonathan,
He's on X at Black Rebel, but his streams aren't quite loading. Like, I'm trying to click on his stream, but it's not loading. I might have to try my phone. Fucking insane, man. Somebody was asking me a few days ago, I'll find his channel. Yes, I've been blocking him from chasing the guy. Yeah, it's insane. What's going on out here? Can't get a night of peace out here. Alright, I found his ass. Says he's from Oklahoma.
Hey, we are back live again. Don't know what happened to the stream. I may have reached 2 hours. I don't know how long I've been down here, so I may have hit 2 hours or something. For time limit. I don't know.
Damn it, how do I fast forward this video?
100%. And we want our borders shut down. And we want all the illegal criminals that are here sent back home. Come back legally. Deport yourselves now so you can come back legally. And now everything will be great.
I found the live, but I don't know how to fast forward it.
Don't know what happened to the stream, but we are back.
Alright, let me check the one after this one. This one's an 8-minute video.
That's crazy. Remember when we asked you why you touched children at the convention?
So this is after.
That's crazy, dude. You admitted to being a pedophile on your own stream. I'm not going with that crowd. They're all agitated right now. Cops are still looking for the guy down there on the riverbank that we chased earlier on the live stream.
Alright, so you'd have to watch this stream, but it's just.
We are back live again. Don't know what happened to the stream.
So this one, you go to Black Rebels page, and then find the stream that's 20 minutes long. But I can't figure out how to fast forward it to the good part, so I might have to watch the whole thing or something. It's only 20 minutes.
Shut down, and we want all the illegal criminals that are here sent back home. Come back legally. Deport yourselves now so you can come back legally, and now everything will be great. That's all we want. We love you. We are back, y'all. I absolutely don't know what happened to the stream, but we are back. I love immigrants. They come to this country.
13:26. Okay. For some reason, it's not letting me fast forward. Like, I don't get it. Hold the screen. Oh, really? Okay. Well, you're teaching me some pro shit right there. Appreciate you. 13:26. Okay. So at 13.
If you ain't comfortable, stay Fight! Hey! What the fuck, bro? What the fuck?
So yeah, it looks like he just came up from behind really quick and broke his shit and ran off.
It's a lot different tone from 2020 when they were chanting ACAB. Seriously. Well, I think it's because they know that they'll get her in prison.
I rewound a little too much. 13, 20, 1312.
If you ain't up for stay for Fight! Hey! What the fuck, bro? What the fuck? Here he is! Here he is!
Wow. What a piece of shit. Wow. Pieces of shit really blocked the way. That's the worst part. You can zoom in now. Watch the rest. Oh, really? It gets better? Oh, hold up. Let me go back a few seconds. This is insane. What? This is crazy.
Fight!
Man, the people who blocked the way are such pieces of fucking shit. Really gonna let a fucking dude get away who assaulted someone or might have stolen some shit? Like, that's the worst kind of evil. Like, the people who protect the fucking piece of shit bad guy.
Fight! Hey! What the fuck, bro? What the fuck? Here he is! Here he is!
If you... That piece of shit right there. She's a real piece of shit. This is a real piece of shit. That's a dumb bitch right there. You fucking went in the river? What the fuck?
Here he is!
Got a flashlight on his dumbass? Where's he at? For sure.
Hey, just come out!
Oh, there he is, hiding
You're
in the
trapped!
bushes.
You're trapped!
What a piece
You're
of
trapped!
shit. What a piece of shit. This is Black Rebel on X.
He's down here!
Check, get him.
No, he's trapped on the bank of the river.
Should have beat
Gotta
it.
have to swim across or come back up.
Can't believe he went in the river. That's crazy. Should have went down after him. What the fuck?
I think I have him locked in right now.
Really tried to hide in the bushes. So that's how you know that guy. That's how you know that guy has assaulted people before, because he went straight for the bushes. Like, you know what I mean? You know that dude has assaulted someone or like committed some crimes before. He really went to go hide out in the bushes and shit. What a piece of shit.
He's down here! He's down here in the Bry.
The Bry.
He's down here. Yeah, he ran down here. He's right
down here
on
in
the bottom hiding.
the Bry.
He's hiding right down there on the left.
The Bry.
I chased him all the way here. He went to the left and slipped and fell, but it's all blackberries down there.
Damn. Flatten the dude.
I wasn't gonna chase him at first, but I was like, I got my cardio good. Make it easy on yourself. Just come out. I'm gonna step away. Let Portland police
Make it easy on
do what they
yourself.
need.
Portland PD aren't gonna do shit.
We're gonna step back and let Portland police. I chased him over here, Tommy boy. I got you.
Man, come
I
on.
got you.
Block-
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
they blocked-
I was just
they
chasing
blocked-
him. My shit. I just got it, bro. We'll get it replaced. I was in the back talking to my chat. Dude, doing nothing to nobody. I chased his ass down. He fell down in the ravine. Doing nothing
Blocked
to nobody. He
Tom
stole his
too.
shit, threw it, and I chased his ass down. Got a 30-pound vest on. I
Black
caught up.
Rebel stabbed.
Snatched my shit.
Yeah, I heard that. That's crazy. back in 2020, I was here in Portland, but you know, it's craziness. Just trying not to get stabbed. Took Tommy report, did not arrest him.
Hey, running all the way here. Yeah. He broke it, bro. He broke it. I just got that motherfucker. Yep, because you guys are cowards unless you're in a group, right? You guys are cowards unless you're in groups, right? Fucking bunch of pussies, bro. What are you? You sold yourself out to a white man. What are you? How does it feel? What are you? More native than you are. No, I'm actually native, though. Yes, I am. I'm actually native. I actually got native in me. You're fucking retarded, bro. You're absolutely fucking retarded. My fucking helmet is gone. Are these people with you? Are these with you? No, bro. You guys gonna stop walking up on them, okay? You're gonna stop walking up on them, okay? You're gonna stop walking up on them. They threatened my life. They told me to get the fuck out of Portland. They were gonna kill me. I'm not going over. You're not touching me.
Fucking crazy, man. Insane.
To deal with this kind of riot.
But not surprised, we knew Portland was a shithole, you know. It's been this way since I've been here. It's actually kind of crazy how long I've been here. I got here in the summer of 2018, so 2018, 2019, 2020, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 8 years in this shithole. You may have streets are crazy now. Yeah, I mean, next time I go out, I gotta be prepared. Because, like, they want to ambush you from behind and shit. When you see the guy block rebel. What? Yeah, I gotta get some bear spray. I think that's my best bet. When you see the guy block rebel, watch the next 10 second time move that seems like. Yeah, I just watched it.
Assembly, but they have refused. They've been given a standout order.
Wild.
And the dumb questions from CNN weren't just about Antifa. Listen to this.
Is it the case that, as Pritzker frames it, you are profiling brown people? That this immigration crackdown is designed to go after people of color?
It's such a, oh, what a dumb question. The illegal aliens who are here are taking jobs away from blacks.
Many bears? Yeah, I think so. There's a lot of bears in Portland, actually.
They're taking jobs away from whites. They're taking jobs away from Latinos. They're taking their health benefits away. They're taking their school slots away. And of course, in many cases, they're committing heinous crimes. We cannot have a system of law in this country that privileges illegal aliens over American citizens. And that's what they're doing. You know it, and I know it.
Okay, you think after that, the CNN anchor would move on. But no, somehow he thinks that emphatic answer wasn't really clear enough. He wants further clarification, and boy, did he get it.
So that's not exactly a no, Stephen. Can you just unequivocally say that the immigration policy...
I said it's a dumb question. Okay.
Well, I appreciate
no,
that, but
and it's a dumb question.
So no, this policy is not designed
I said it was a dumb question and meant no.
Well, I just want to be clear and precise. I appreciate you trying to qualify my questions, but nevertheless, I think it's a fair one that a lot of...
Sounds like Sky News. It's, yep, Sky News. Lefties losing it.
Kosher Gator, Kosher CNN doing the bidding of Antifa there, and it's surprising that they would do that because leftist agitators attacked CNN's own offices during the 2020 riots.
The lefties are always losing it.
Violence we are seeing from the left.
we can only surmise they're
Open
true
Washington
believers.
County.
Their own buildings were being
Yeah.
attacked, and even then, they are so true to the cause in the face of very clear and precise, to use the anchor's own words, response and commentary by Stephen Miller. He's like, I just want to be precise. Are you going after black and brown people?
Black and browns. How dare you call them brown? They're people.
Oh, I tinkle real quick.
I got everything, buddy. Don't worry about it. I'm not going to say the M
You
word
too, Karen.
at all. Johnny T-Bone, 199. SJ's face looks like melting ice cream.
Honest question.
What flavor would that
Have
be?
you read
Oh,
Mein Kampf?
baked beans.
No.
Baked beans, Target, steak, ice cream.
But check this out. If I haven't read a book, I'd do a little something like this. Give me an extended summary of Mein Kampf.
Mein Kampf, My Struggle, is Adolf Hitler's autobiographical and political manifesto, serving as the foundational text for Nazi ideology. Structure and content. It was published in 2 volumes. Volume 1, A Reckoning, 1925, is largely autobiographical, recounting Hitler's life, his youth in Austria, his military service in World War I, and his purported conversion to rabid anti-Semitism and anti-communism in Vienna. It sets the stage for his worldview and blames Germany's post-war humiliation on the Weimar Republic, Marxists, and especially the Jewish peril. Volume 2, The National Socialist Movement.
If you have socials, you could send it to me on social media, maybe. Sketchy dudes just scoping out your house, for real. That's creepy. Well, I'd say be prepared for him to come back if he's scoping it out. He'll probably come back at some point.
Next, Deadwood, 307, 199. Thank you. Need some sodium to go with blood pressure meds.
All right. Yeah.
Remember you used to drink that you used to chug the big tomato juice bottles of V8? Oh, you know I need some blood pressure, so you know he can't get it up either. It's on blood pressure
What are the 2
medication.
things he drinks like that? Orange juice and tomato juice. And what are the 2 things that are major mixers for, I don't know, vodka?
Yeah, that's true. He's just drinking the mixers.
Well, no, it's not just the mixers, but it's a little mix and
I know,
match.
but it's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone, right? It's like you might.
Yeah, I've watched a lot of World War II footage and shit.
1999. Yankee game 4 tomorrow? No, it won't be necessary. Ad nauseum gifted 1 Truly Network membership. Happy Halloween, Ed. Zach Hoffman. Oh, the illustrious Zach Hoffman. This guy's been on fire lately on John's show. John chose Alba over Rob because Alba is the daughter John lost since Greta disowned him.
Yeah.
Well, Alba is the daughter that John lost and became his son, and then what?
Is Seattle not going wild too? Like I thought Seattle was going pretty crazy too right now. Don't they have an ice facility out your way too? In Portland, it's a lot of people. They've been protesting the ice facility since like June here, and there's been all types of craziness going on. They say it was hate, but it seems more like honor. Oh no!
And lost his son. He was the same person, lost twice.
Yeah. Sometimes they don't come back the same.
Sometimes dead is better. Dead is better.
Yeah, I'm done super chatting him. He ignores all the good super. Yeah, of course. He's in total control. It's like
I can't read that. I ain't reading that.
Yeah, you're not gonna get him this way if you want to fuck with him. It's just not gonna happen.
LOL Comedy Club in the city. If you've ever been there, it was a total tourist trap. They used to serve tap water in the bottles. They used to charge you $10 for a water. People would go. The comics were awful.
Yeah.
And that was the thing. It's no repeat business over at the John Network. It's all one shot, one kill.
Cash grab, baby. Tom Robinson, I enjoyed the $1.99 plus I sent him this weekend, and I invested more time in your show because of it. But he's now blocked me, so you've got your wish, and I won't send him. That's not a wish. I'm just bringing up a fact. Like, it's not like the old days where he's reading shit ahead of time. Although he did say
There's not too many protests going on here, and the protest seems kind of small, relatively. But like every once in a while, they'll have like a bigger protest. I feel like Seattle. If Seattle doesn't have protests right now, they will eventually. You know what I mean? But yeah, Seattle's a very expensive place. I don't know how anyone can afford that place. Oh shit. Bellevue? Oh, Bellevue's even that's even more expensive. Or I mean not more expensive, but like just as expensive. I went to the rock climbing gym in Bellevue once, and everyone there looked super rich, super well off, and the whole area was really nice. I'm originally from Tacoma, so it's a little bit, there's poorer parts of Tacoma, and then there's like most of it's middle class, and then there's rich parts of Tacoma too. More expensive, tech workers, and doctors.
two people he doesn't pre-read. So I will say that. Apparently John owes Chase a lot of money. They contacted me and said if I give him any more money, they'll be taking my money and blacklisting me. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Supertip.gg.
Did you watch Tommy's live that was almost 4 minutes? Not sure. Yeah, T-Town. I'm not sure if I watched his 4-minute live. Why? What happened in that one?
/TSN. We got a couple new voices in there. We got Marshall, the great Marshall, and we got Miss Lucy Typebox in there. So go enjoy it.
Hey guys, I am going to be going over the Lowell suit on my channel tonight and try to sound as smart as I can while I do it.
Oh, you are so smart. You can do anything if you put your mind to it. I have faith in you.
I don't think she is going to fuck your Zen. I think you'll have a better chance with my Shockback 36K. It has a powerful suction and is pretty quiet.
Yeah, Zen, you're a nice guy, and I am into BDSM. I don't think you can handle being on my St. Andrew's crucifix.
Sounds like there's a lot of butt raping.
Wow. Marty, thank you, Ghost Crusaders. KFT. Yom Hulidet Samiak Li. Insert child's name here. Happy birthday to insert child name here. Yom Hulidet Samiak Li. Insert child's name here. Cunt Nika fuck spear chocolate. Oh, hi, Mom.
This is kind of weird. I want you to get a bag of dicks, heat them up, and chocolate them, you fucking asshole. Fuck you, Mike. Morris, you useless talk piece of shit.
Why do I have to heat them up? Seems like a lot of work just to cook on them. If I heat them up, wouldn't they get softer? You would think that you'd want them.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. He wants you to chalk on them, you fucking asshole.
Chalk on them.
I love slurping soups.
And I love slurping man goo off another win for the toe.
Those Crusaders back.
Oh, Harry Brody, I love the new Rusi Tribe Brock's voice. It break my ping heart like a Indro. I no lie, I so strong for Rusi. Come here, pretty lady. Oh, crazy John Harry Brody.
Hey, Dabbler.
Remember, I can bring all of this to a screeching halt, so be nice.
Oh, that was good.
Yeah.
Ruesi ASEAN des Crown Throne One Gay Mi Yige Jinchi. That brings I have a ASEAN surprise for you. Close your eyes and open your mouth.
Oh, I love
I think I watched
Chinese
that.
food. Did you cook Chinese food for me? Okay, I'll close my eyes and open my hug of them.
Oh my god, you are shrew, groove. Take my heart, shine, rees, Negro. Oh, I like. Break my heart, borrow rigs. Yeah, duty ricious. Clay proves Archie Bunker's thesis. England is a fag country.
Thank you, Jitney Dogfucker. All right. Back to stupidity.
From the foundation and build up.
Message you? Damn.
So here I am.
That's dumb.
You know, I start out the show alone. Keanu comes on. Nasty Neil comes on. Right? And we're having a good old time. I'm doing F, Marry, Kills with, and then Ava. We're doing F, Marry, Kills with Ava, and having a really good, loving time.
Loving.
Yeah.
When fuck, Mary kills. We're just all loving.
Killing people. It was very loving. Guy who has to get killed. But other than that, a lot of love. Having a great time with Keanu, who's adorable. And, you know, yes, do I think she's super hot? Yes. But that doesn't mean that I don't also think she's a nice person. Because
Who asked it? Who said, John, do you think she's super hot? Because if you do, that means she's not a nice person.
What a weirdo. He's into her personality. You guys don't understand.
Yeah.
He's romantic.
That's what he jerks off to, her personality. Got it.
I do. And
I believe you more if you said you're into her tits than her personality.
Right.
And I don't know any of her enemies. Look, no offense to Rob Saul, and no offense to anybody in this Netflix. I don't watch it.
Well, again, look at how delicate he's being with this Rob situation. No offense to Rob Saul.
Anybody else's shows. I don't know who's at war with who.
Yeah. What tits? What personality? That's my point. That's why I brought it up.
I just know who I'm at war with.
It's Cloud number 9, D number 253. So Cloud 9D 253. What the fuck happened?
Okay, but I never provoked any of these wars, nor did I want or ask for any of them.
You,
and if you go through
came
the
back and sued us. What are you talking about, you big dummy?
It's all about love. I love the chronological order of things. I think it's pretty simple to understand that I never started any of this.
Here's the one thing you never want to do, John, and that is challenge us to chronologically order something in this.
Jethro?
Oh.
Can we be selfless? What do you think he's going to bring up?
That it has to be that it's his birthday. So,
Exactly. Exactly. Can we be selfless? Right. Can we be selfless while I be selfish? Is that all right? This is my favorite part.
And we were having a fun birthday weekend show. And by the way, can we be selfless, all of you, for 1 second? It's not every day that somebody turns 60 years old and still looks as stunning as this. So here I am turning 60, and now I got 3 people who are mad at me.
All right, I found you.
Because somehow I hurt their feelings.
He
That's
thinks
my
there's just
fucking-
3 people that mad at him.
3 people mad at him.
I found you both.
That's because he hurt their feelings.
Well, I just hundreds of people are mad at him.
Right, but only 3 he cares about because he's running out of guests.
he always God bless him. He always surprises that can you believe that someone 60 years old cares this fucking much about a birthday?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe like the 90th. When you hit 90, you're like, all right, this is pretty big because not a lot of people do it. Most people hit 60.
Well, when a day's finally about you, it's everything, because now you finally have a little bit of an excuse to be all about yourself.
Yeah, like I said, 3 people are mad at him. Hellraiser said his kid.
Because somehow I hurt their feelings. But it's my fucking birthday.
Yeah.
I mean, does anyone give a fuck? Dude.
No, you're 60. Nobody cares.
Well, can I point out it was also the day after his birthday?
Birthday week. Birthday week, Frog. Where have you been, dude? You're in
all 20-year-old girls get a birthday.
That's right. That's right.
That's lame. Dang X these days.
I'm starving down here! Oh, you never listen! Ah!
Hey, and I'm not saying birthdays are so special anymore.
You are.
But it's my fucking birthday.
Well, there you go. You just fucking contradicted yourself in half a second.
Special birthday. Our
Listen
birthday's
to this.
special.
Wow, that's probably the most amazing thing he's ever said.
That might have to go in the book. I know the book is for stuff that's
I'm putting it in.
incorrect, but I mean, when you get the boss saying what an idiot.
Breaking news: they charged the guy who spit in the ICE officer's face with they charged him with felony assault, and he could face up to 8 years in prison.
Oh, you got something good.
Okay.
There we go. I'll play it again for you.
Hey, and I'm not saying birthdays are so special anymore. But it's my fucking birthday. Maybe take your ego out of the picture.
Maybe take your ego out of the picture. Mine's taking up the whole spot.
And I don't mean that.
My ego took me out for dinner last night. The oysters were all right. Steak were all right.
Amazing.
Directed at any one person. Just anybody who would have a problem of who comes on or who doesn't on my fucking birthday. Take yourself out of it, Clay Dabbler. Remove yourself out of it, Clay Dabbler.
He did.
Yeah.
So now we see all this anger and venom that he's not going after Rob with, even though Rob went on Twitter and was like, I'm done with John, fuck this shit. He goes and attacks Clay Dabbler. That's what bullies do. They go after the people they think they can bully.
Well, I think you said the right thing where you said that Rob has something that he knows about John.
Yeah.
So he's protecting
Yeah.
Rob, and he doesn't give a shit about Clay. Like, he doesn't give a shit about either of them.
Yeah. Yeah, it's different than when he did the only other time I've seen him treat somebody like this and not go after him was Brennan.
Mm-hmm.
And the only difference is he's in love with Brennan. He's in love with Kevin. He wants him to be his daddy more than anything. Rob knows something. That's it.
So, while I'm on the show and I have Keanu on, I start getting texts from Ashley Cummings. And I don't even know what I'm doing wrong until she says, I can't believe you would have my arch enemy on, Kiki.
The file's too big or something?
Ashley, take yourself out of it for a second. This is my goddamn birthday.
What a bitch. What a bitch. Your name should be Ashley the way you're crying over your fucking birthday, bitch. Wow. God damn.
Tony Hawk? It's a,
Yeah. Wow. You know that the filters of him at
It's the new skate game that just came out. It's free if you want to play it. Free to play. On Xbox at least.
baby, you gotta have a filter.
Oh my God, I was just thinking, I was like, Mars, you may have to use this portion with the Baby John video AI thing.
Yeah. But it would have to be like a 10-year-old girl.
Pigtails.
Yeah.
And if I can't have on who I want to have on because you got some fucking fight with somebody who used to be a goddamn co-host, and I'm supposed to know? What do I have, a crystal fucking ball?
Hey, it's my sweet 60 this weekend. Where's my G-Wagon, Daddy? Oh, my sweet 60. That's a brilliant idea, bro.
You think I remember every fucking thing, every feud people fucking have? I don't.
I don't listen to people when they tell me things.
I only know my feuds. And then Ashley texts me, don't ever message me again.
Awesome.
And I said something,
fuck you, cunt.
Like,
I didn't go to the protest tonight, but that guy Tommy got attacked by somebody and they broke his phone, and then the guy ran away, and people say he jumped in the river or some shit and they didn't catch him. My kids used to play Tony Hawk all the time. Yeah, me too. Yeah, I miss Tony Hawk, but skate is the new thing. I mean, they have new Tony Hawk games still, but this one just came out.
I'm calling. Who's alive? Who's alive from your parents? I want their number.
I'm talking to Whitney. What's her number?
You're dead.
You got it. I'm a cotton pig.
I said something, hold on. He said something like, you got it. Which he said something.
You have to think about it, Seth.
Right.
And then
what he really said was, you're a whore. Right. Coos, come receptacle.
Ashley, if you're out there and you'd like to let us know what was discussed, we're more than happy to send you the link.
Don't ever message me again.
Yeah, we're going to have Kiki on with you. I hope that's all right.
It's Mortal Enemy Tuesdays here on TSN.
How were we supposed to know you didn't like Kiki?
Ah, shit.
In the show, I'm not gonna trash Rob, and I'm not gonna trash Rob. And if you go through the chronology weekend show, and by the way, can we be selfless, all of you, for 1 second? It's not every day that somebody turns 60 years old.
Oh yeah? What VR games do you like? I still haven't gotten a VR because I feel like if I got a VR, I'd well, first of all, I feel like by the time I get a VR, they'll come out with like 10 more better ones. So I'm kind of waiting. Plus I feel like I'll get like, I feel like I won't like the motion sickness or whatever from it. But yeah, they do got some pretty cool looking VR games that I've wanted to try eventually.
and still looks as stunning as this. So here I am turning 60, and now I got 3 people who are mad at me because somehow I hurt their feelings. But it's my fucking birthday. I mean, does anyone give a fuck?
No.
Yeah. I've never seen somebody drink unsweetened iced tea like that. Like they just took a shot of rock gut.
Well, there's not just iced tea in there.
I know.
In my honest opinion.
While I'm on the show and I have Keanu on, I start getting texts from Ashley Cummings. And I don't even know.
That's lame, bro.
I don't. I use my underwear to die. Use my underwear to die. Use my underwear to die. Use my underwear. My underwear. My underwear to die. Use my underwear to die. Use my underwear.
Yeah. Who's alive? Who's alive from your parents? I want their number.
I use my underwear to die. Oh, you like that, James? It's a pretty good song.
Ever. I don't. I use my underwear to die. Use my underwear to die. Use my underwear to die. Use my underwear. My underwear. My underwear to die. Use my underwear to die. Use my underwear to die. Use my underwear. My underwear. My underwear. Use my underwear to die.
Yeah, I remember my friend was telling me the Batman one was pretty cool. And I've heard about Population 1. That's like the first-person shooter one, I think. Yeah, they got some pretty cool VR games.
Who boosted Trump are now cooling on him.
You see what your boy's doing? You voted for this. I'm like, I voted for none of this. He's doing the exact opposite of everything I voted for.
I've been here before there was sort of this resurgence of right-wing with young men, and I'll be here after. Popularity, it comes in waves, right? It'll wane. That doesn't change the principles and doesn't change your vision for our country. And that's what I find disturbing about this. If you've been paying attention during this election, well, since the election, I don't know what's going on. I'll just tell you this. I don't understand why people don't understand, like, oh, this isn't what I voted for. What?
No.
I mean, this is exactly what I voted for.
I get it. They have no sponsors.
Yeah. But there's a few things. We talked about it a little bit yesterday, but there's a few things where I'm like, I didn't expect it to go this way.
Yeah.
But the compromise is, I get what I want.
Yeah.
It's very efficient.
Yeah.
Some of the things aren't being done the way I would like them to, but
there's a narrative out there right now where people are saying, you know what, I was all in on Trump. And also, let's just be clear, let's also apply these timelines. Donald Trump, very popular, liberalism, losing ground consistently in social media and in the media sphere, especially with young voters, right? So during this period of time, people going, yeah, MAGA, baby, it's fun, let's troll the libs. And now that he's in office and doing exactly what I voted for, what I actually championed, a lot of these people are going, we need to be adversarial, and no. I don't know what he's doing. This isn't cool with me. I don't understand it. You comment below. Are you surprised, or do you feel like you've been gypped by this administration? Again, none is perfect. It's been probably the most effective administration, maybe less than the first Trump administration, but certainly among the most effective administrations in my lifetime. But that has not stopped some people who claim to be amongst you from turning on them.
The Trump administration, if they're running and they said, we're going to go to Home Depot and we're going to arrest all the people at Home Depot, we're going to go to construction sites and we're going to just like tackle people at construction sites. I don't think anybody would sign up for that.
Now that I look back at it, it's like, damn, like so many people just tie me to it. And now it's just like, like no matter what, they don't even get to know who I am. Because they don't like even want to. Oh, you did this shit with Trump? Ah.
You see what your boy's doing? You voted for this. I'm like, I voted for none of this. He's doing the exact opposite of everything I voted for.
Wrong. I voted for all of it.
It's supposed to be America first. Like, we're focusing on, like, what are we doing to get things back into America, right?
Exactly.
So, like,
increase like the purpose of being an American, to refill like our hearts with blood and like and make us feel something again here and make us be excited about being an American.
They said we're gonna get rid of the criminals and the gang members first, right? And now we're seeing like Home Depots get raided.
No,
like, that's crazy.
And I really, really
Criminals don't go there.
Other people's side, and as I'm getting older, I'm just like seeing like I just don't think I'll ever care enough again.
I want him to shrink spending, reduce the budget. He's increasing it. It's like everything that he said he's going to do, except sending immigrants back. And now he's even flip-flopped on that, which I kind of like.
And I felt like that was what a lot of the energy was for. And then now that we're caught up here and it feels like we are just working for Israel, I think to a lot of people it's, I don't know, you just really start to feel very disillusioned pretty quickly.
Just really quickly too, that note on Israel, I don't think we've ever seen a president be more quote unquote disrespectful to Netanyahu than Donald Trump.
Yes.
Ever. He's insulted him. He's literally insulted him for being petulant, for being kind of bitchy, for being... You may not like that Donald Trump supports Israel in the conflict, to Israel-Hamas. You may not like that, but as far as actually dealing with Netanyahu and saying, hey, we have to get a peace deal done, Barack Obama, Joe Biden were more respectful of the Israeli government than Donald Trump. He's spoken with them just as frankly as he does with Democrats here. So this also, comes on the heels of yesterday. A Rolling Stone article highlighted this. They call it a phenomenon where they titled it, Manosphere influencers who boosted Trump are now cooling on him.
Oh boy.
Okay, all right. Sunday, NBC News wrote, Podman out. Trump's support among influential podcasters is waning.
Bro, did ask.
And yeah, you just saw that. Even a lot of people have. Everyone has a podcast now. That's the issue. Even Darth Vader turned on Trump. I've seen it in his podcast. Call Me Your Father yesterday.
I find President Trump's actions disturbing.
Look, and I will tell you this.
Too many podcasts.
Yeah, there's too many podcasts. I've been here before there was sort of this resurgence of right wing with young men, and I'll be here after. Popularity, it comes in waves, right? It'll wane. That doesn't change the principles and doesn't change your vision for our country. And that's what I find disturbing about this.
Yeah, but look, you should not really be surprised about this. Like these people don't really have much of a spine, and we've kind of seen this coming for a little while.
Come, let's go, Bart, as you are.
I'm gonna the next pitch ball, right past the flag. We're gonna win the game, I guarantee it.
You know what really bothers me too? The Johnny-come-latelys, the comedians now, who are like, oh yeah, Trump. Like, really? Because I remember when I was in a comedy club and you acted like anyone who said, yeah, I don't think same-sex marriage should be a thing, was a fascist. But I tried to explain back then, I don't think you know. You just said that men and women are interchangeable. This is going to be a gender-bending, slippery slope. And fascist, dumb, conservative, dumb Christian. Now all of a sudden they embrace it because the leftists came for them. It's like, well, what did you think was going to happen? All right, let's go to the next one.
All right.
I know you were never that way. That's also why I appreciate you. But so many people now are like, yeah, I'm pro-freedom. Really? Where were you in 2005?
No,
2009? 2014? Huh? Oh, mocking people like us. But now you get it. Now you get it.
Come, let's go, Bart, as you are.
I'm gonna the next pitch ball, right past the flag. We're gonna win the game, I guarantee it.
And I think you guys are grown up enough. I know you well enough, the person watching or listening right now, that you're not going to be led astray by someone who's popular in the moment and agrees with you and then disagrees with you. You're not going to let them veer you off course. And not everyone feels this way, by the way. Osmond Gold, who has not held himself out as any type of conservative bro or anything like that, he posted something pretty damn sensible last night. He wrote, aside from the Epstein stuff, Trump is doing exactly what he said he would do. Maybe there's too many crying Karens on social media, so they're afraid of the optics, but this seems so dishonest. It won't work either. The bridge is burned, and those people will always hate them. Yeah, I think that's pretty well said.
Yeah.
I don't know about Andrew Schultz and Theo Vaughn and these people. I don't know how you can say, I'm surprised that Donald Trump is deporting people. I don't know how you could possibly be surprised by that. Also, Donald Trump is probably the Republican who, in recent memory, the Republican who placed the least emphasis on just downsizing government.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is because every Republican has promised it and never really done it. So his platform was, we're going to trim waste, So we're going to make this huge government at least work for its people, because it's almost impossible to truly downsize government.
Yeah.
And I'm more fiscally conservative than President Trump. That's true. But I knew what I voted for. I didn't think that I was voting for a Rand Paul type candidate.
Yeah. Well, and it's also like when Elon Musk purchased Twitter and made it into X, and then started talking about free speech. We're like, he has no idea. He hasn't been steeped in this. He's brand new to the cause. So many of these people are in the same boat right now. They're brand new to the cause, and they have no idea that when you say, I am for deporting illegals and making sure that we don't have tens of millions of people here illegally, that means it's going to be messy. It means it's going to tug at your heartstrings when you see footage and you see the media spin up narratives. They had no idea that it meant doing hard things. And they're like, whoa, that's actually hard and people don't like that. Yeah, of course, nobody likes to be told that they have to leave the country they're in illegally. Of course. And of course the Democrats want to run a campaign against the Republicans and make it look like something it isn't. Of course. Where have you been this entire time? We're not trying to be mean. We're just trying to do what is right for the American citizens.
Right.
And you guys are running for cover because you have no spines at all. At all.
Also because he's doing the bidding of the Jews, I guess.
Ah.
Do you have a stinger for that now?
Yes, I do.
All right. Well, you know what? This actually, let's actually contrast this during his campaign and today. Again, all references available. Link in the description. Let's hit it then and now. Okay. So these people feel they didn't get what they voted for, assuming they voted. Let's go to Donald Trump. Then on immigration, he wanted. Switch it. Did all of you get food poisoning?
I was looking down.
Yes.
Just avoid the.
I have no buttons.
This is President Trump. Then on immigration, massive deportations.
We will seal the border. We will stop the invasion immediately. We will begin the largest deportation operation in the history of our country because we have no choice.
Okay, so if he didn't do that, I'd be upset because it wouldn't be what I voted for.
Right.
Let's go to Donald Trump now with large-scale deportation.
Come on.
I've been clear from day one. I mean, sanctuary cities especially, a lot of non-criminals being arrested in sanctuary cities. Because when we're out looking for the criminal, because they chose to release them in the community, we got to go to the community and find them. And when we find them, if we find them, many times they're with others. Others that are in the United States illegally, but not a criminal target. Well, they're coming too.
It's like a BOGO.
Led 300 federal officials to that apartment complex. Some even rappelled down from Blackhawks onto the rooftop in order to help secure that perimeter.
Federal agents raided a strip club in the city. The bust happened at Chicas Bonitas Cabaret. ICE agents say they arrested 41.
Oh shit! Sorry, I thought the comments got stuck. But, sorry, I slipping on the comments. What did I miss? The comments weren't scrolling, so I was like, okay, no. Let me check. First person shooter game COD, refresh rates. That's cool, that's cool. Oh. One of these coasters, there's dinosaurs everywhere. COD, I used to play Call of Duty back in the day. Some people connect with PC and yeah, I used to play Call of Duty back in the day, but I don't really like that franchise anymore. I don't like the gameplay as much. I like Battlefield. I played free Warzone. Oh yeah. I've played that a couple of times, but I wasn't very good at it. The Warzone maps are really big, and then every time I tried to play, I just got murked. So I never got into Warzone, but the new Battlefield looks fun. Battlefield 6, I think. And I played the beta, and it was pretty good. So I think when when Battlefield fully comes out, I might get that. Let me see, when does that come out? Coming out soon for October, right? Yeah, I might have to get that. When does Battlefield 6 come out?
To help you.
When does Battlefield 6 come out? Yeah, I played the...
Battlefield V was released on November 20th, 2018 for PlayStation 4, Windows, and Xbox One.
When does the new Battlefield come out? October 10th. Oh, okay.
Is scheduled to release on...
That's pretty damn soon, okay. It says October 10th. That's a lot sooner than I thought.
Citizens, most of the club employees on immigration violations.
Garcia said he doesn't want to go back home to El Salvador. That's what he said. So we're honoring that request for providing him with an alternate place to live. We're a travel booking agency. It's not our job to say to illegal alien terrorists, pick your favorite destination in the world and we'll do a charter jet there.
We're getting back. I say to the arrest people being in the country illegally. We still focus on public safety threats and national security threats, but if we find an illegal alien in the process of that, they're going to be arrested too.
By the way, is there anything more powerless seeming than a handcuffed hand giving the middle finger?
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah, you really told me.
Okay.
Yeah. Put it to the
Your hand's cuffed.
What's up, skinny
You're going to
man?
El Salvador.
So let me just highlight the point that Holman made. He said, listen, if sanctuary cities didn't release these people back out of the public, we wouldn't have to go to Home Depot.
Yeah.
He said in the community,
As you did.
which is a great choice of words.
Yes, they put them right back out in the community. I believe the Los Angeles area is where they were doing the Home Depot stuff in California, a sanctuary state.
By the way, 2 million illegals have been removed from the United States. That's either through the deportation orders or self-deportation. Or
Yeah, I'm in Portland. Old Beach, man. Well, this one's kind of like Butthead, but this one kind of looks like the original Bart Simpson, like the first drawing. But I had to break this out for you.
I'm gonna kick your ass. Come to Butthead.
Home to Butthead.
Dumbass. Fucks. We're gonna be rich.
One of my cool toys in my collection. Got a lot of cool shit back there. My collection is getting too big though. Got all these plushes now. I can't. I'm running out of space. Guess I shouldn't have got both these Charizards. I should have only got one of them. Charizard-tastic. Yeah, it's this one's Charizard, and then the black one is Shiny Charizard. You look like the teacher. You know who I look like? I'll show you who I look like. Here's me. Do you remember me from Pulp Fiction, man? I was a very famous man. It's one of my best roles, man. I'm thinking about this as a Halloween costume. That might be a pretty good Halloween costume right there. All I gotta get is like a bowl of cereal and a cigarette and a fucking whatever that thing's called, Big Lebowski. No, this one's Pulp Fiction, Lance, but it does look like the dude. It does look pretty similar to the dude. I have a Pikachu that talks and his cheeks light up. Actually, two that's never been opened. Wow, that's cool. I'm not even sure if I've seen that before. Let me look it up on eBay. A Pikachu with light up cheeks. Damn. I sort of see it. Show me the teacher on Beavis and Butthead. Let's compare. The teacher on Beavis and Butthead. Hold up. Is this the one you have? This Pikachu? From the 90s? Oh, a bunch of different ones. This one is about 10 inches tall, I guess. The peace sign shirt. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. The teacher from Beavis and Butthead. Beavis and Butthead teacher. Yeah, I guess he looks pretty similar to me too. I'm gonna save all these pictures. I'm gonna save all of these so I can, especially with my glasses on. Yeah, he looks really similar to me with my glasses on. I'm glad you mentioned that, bro. Oh my god, that's fucking hilarious. Now I gotta get a poncho. Dude, if I got a poncho. Oh my god. Dude, I totally see it. I never noticed until now. I always considered like that I look kind of like Beavis, but yeah, now I think I look more like this dude than I do Beavis. That's crazy. Wish I could share a pic. Oh, so yours is from the 90s. Alright. Oh, it's probably this one, huh? In the box like this. This one looks pretty vintage. They want like $80 for this one, so yeah, this is probably it. I choose you, Pikachu, with light up cheeks. This one's $90. Damn. Yeah, they want hella money for that. It's pretty cool. It's pretty dope. You know what I'm gonna buy pretty soon? I'll show it to you. Actually I forgot. Let's think. Before I bought that Charizard plush, I was gonna buy this Charizard backpack. Let my boys play with the other two. You have to get the talk that's like spiritual healer, mellow voice. Yeah, I don't really got that. Isn't this a dope backpack? It's a fucking Charizard backpack. So cute. Well, y'all, almost 2 a.m. here. Good night. Stay safe. Plus, I'm out of smokes. Hope you have a good night, bro. Yeah, I'm out of smoke, too. I'm out of dabs, I mean. I'm out of dabs, and I don't think there's much reclaim in here either. Oh, it always sucks. Yep. Good night, Cam. But I guess I'm good.
We refer to it a happy side effect.
Yeah, I love that. I love the self-deportation.
So do I.
Here's a few dollars.
Yeah.
Get out. Thank you very much. Not have to tackle anybody.
2 million? That's a good start because 12 to 20 million came here illegally just in the years under Biden. 12 to 20 million. 2 million is a good start. Let's pump up those numbers. Let's go back to, since it's not what you voted for, Donald Trump. Then on crime, right? And this is one thing that's really important because I was doing this, changed my mind. People saying, well, you have to acknowledge the rhetoric of Donald Trump. That's the reason for all this unrest. No. Donald Trump was elected the first time on Law and Order. Do you remember that? Remember that escalator ride? The people were furious because he said they're not sending their best and their brightest. He was talking about MS-13. He was talking about gang members. You remember that?
Yeah. Sometimes it sucks without weed, but it's kind of nice to take a day off at least, or whatever, for me. Plus, I'm just trying to save a little bit of money, because, so I can buy some other stuff, or whatever. I gotta check my Amazon. Crashing. Hope you have a good night, Kim.
Trump was elected. After that escalator ride, he delivered a speech discussing law and order because we'd already had Mike Brown. We'd already had Trayvon Martin, hands up, don't shoot. We already had the Black Lives Matter riots starting. We'd already had, by the way, the assassination of Dallas police officers. Americans were getting tired of the lawlessness from the left, and that started under Barack Obama, you know, the great uniter. So this is Donald Trump then on crime.
Mothers will no longer be losing their children because of weak liberal policies and politicians that have given up on securing a crime-free America. We want a crime-free America. We're going to stop violent crime in the United States.
Okay, so if he turned out to be very soft on crime, that wouldn't be what you voted for. I'd be furious. But that brings us to President Trump now taking every action humanly possible to stop the violent crime waves in leftist cities.
This is an executive order that contains a number of additional measures relating to crime and law enforcement in Washington, D.C.
One day after President Trump announced his plan, National Guard troops were deployed to D.C. streets Tuesday night.
President Trump is basically saying mission accomplished and signaling that his takeover of law enforcement in D.C. will soon spread to other cities. An executive order signed today directs the Pentagon to create specialized guard units in every state to deal with, quote, public order issues.
President Donald Trump has ordered 2,000 National Guard troops to disperse protesters who are rioting on the streets of Los Angeles.
Portland is unbelievable what's going on in Portland. The destruction of the city.
Night after night, this is the scene just outside the ICE facility in Portland. Hundreds of residents live in apartments just feet away. They routinely call police about the noise and crime.
We're going to do that in Chicago. We're going to do that in Portland. Now, Portland's different. That's a bunch of paid insurrectionists. But you have a lot of paid people in Chicago, too. There's no city in the world like that. We're going to straighten it out.
Yep. That's what I voted for.
Sounds tough on crime to me.
He actually sent the National Guard to, now we have a tally, D.C., L.A., Memphis, Portland, and Chicago.
Ah.
A good start. Let's go back to President Trump then on wars, right? You talked about ending, and this is something that's not new with President Trump. You guys, the only thing that we know about Donald Trump for decades now, on which he's been remarkably consistent, is that he's largely a non-interventionist. He's very anti-war. He's very anti-people dying, I would say. And he has always maintained that Iran should not get a nuke. This is going back to the early 2000s. We usually don't have this kind of a track record of our presidents because they became public figures once they were elected to public office. Donald Trump was a celebrity before that. So you can see where he lined up. So President Trump then on ending international conflicts and needless foreign wars.
I will end every single international crisis that the current administration has created.
Okay, so if he decided to engage in more wars and international conflict, I'd say, well, that's not what I voted for, which brings us to Donald Trump now brokering a record number of peace deals in record time, also ceasefires.
But it's a big, beautiful honor to welcome everyone to the White House for this very historic peace summit between Armenia and Azerbaijan.
Top military leaders from Pakistan and India will meet later today to discuss the next steps after reaching a ceasefire this weekend. The U.S. brokered ceasefire seems to be holding for now.
The signing of a historic peace agreement between the Democratic Republic of the Congo and the Republic of Rwanda.
We have some major breaking news right now. President Donald Trump says Israel and Iran have agreed to a ceasefire set to start in 6 hours.
I'm pretty happy with that. I would say because that's what I voted for, and I got mostly what. No, nothing's perfect, but let's look at the record number of peace deals or ceasefires or overall reduction in hostilities. I know because people try and sort of nickel and dime me on this. You can check the references. These come from Washington. Inside, these come from the New York Times. These come from Reuters, AP, Axios, Wall Street Journal, ABC. Not bastions of right-wing conservatism. So the ceasefires or the peace deals that have been brokered: Israel, Iran, India, Pakistan, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Cambodia, Thailand, Egypt, Ethiopia, Serbia, Kosovo, Congo, Rwanda, and possibly coming soon to a Jew theater near you, Israel and Gaza. Which brings us to sort of a bonus here, is that, President Trump is doing Israel's bidding, is what we just heard from people like, I guess, Theo Vaughn and a few others. Here's the truth. No, he's really not. He's actually been, I would say, significantly harsher on Israel than even Democrat administrations, because what they say publicly is very different from, their rhetoric has been different from how they deal with Israel as a nation. So let's look at how Donald Trump has been dealing with Israel.
I'm not happy that Israel's going out now. It's not what we want, I'll tell you. And I'm telling you, I'm not happy about that, Israel, either. We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Best quotes of all time.
Kids that are starving. And they are starving. They got to get them food, and we're going to get them food.
We had a phone call today just to make it clear. I said to the Prime Minister of Qatar, Israel was targeting terrorists, wasn't targeting Qatar. And of course, we regretted the loss of the Qatari citizen.
I love the context of that because Donald Trump was the one who basically told him to apologize.
Yes.
He's like, call Qatar, say you're sorry.
No.
And mean it. I have to believe it, baby. This also comes from Axios. I don't know if this is true because Axios reports all kinds of crap that's not true. But allegedly, Donald Trump told Netanyahu during some recent negotiations, I don't know why you're always so fucking negative. This is a win. Take it. Take it, baby. Take the win. Stop being so fucking negative.
Learn to smile, man.
Yeah, I love it. Can you...
Life's a party. Dig it, brother.
I don't think we ever heard anything from Barack Obama that was close to that. Like, no, the Jews are fucking worrywurts.
Well, no, he did tell Netanyahu not to get so wee-weed up.
Yeah, don't get all wee-weed up. No. Listen, and this is one of the reasons that I think it's important to have the conversation that we have on like claims like Theo Vaughn made that we are working for Israel. Listen, you can think like we do that AIPAC shouldn't be buying both sides of our politicians. Of course, we shouldn't do stuff that is not in the interest of the United States at the behest of Israel. But you also would have to then say, well, if we're working for Israel, then we're not acting in our own interest at all. That's just not true. Right. And you can point that out historically, both in some of the wars that we've gotten in, even in the Middle East and Iraq. That was not at the behest of Israel. You can go back and fact check.
What are you doing down there? Make a message. Wait there. What's up, Gray Man? How's it going? What you up to tonight on this Tuesday?
That if you would like, they were actually against us doing that because they wanted us to go to Iran. We can do that. But it matters because then people go, this is left to be an American. We're just working for Israel. That's a real problem because you're not dealing with reality. You're kind of straw manning. Well, there is a problem, but not that.
Well, it is also odd to me when you have people saying like Israel and the way they're just awful and the violation of human rights and a genocide. And then you have so many comedians who are happy to go and perform.
Oh, hey, they found the guy. They found the guy who broke Tommy's camera. Got his ass.
Or the Saudi Arabian government.
Yes.
Where there's now a comedy festival. It used to be like in Montreal. Oh, yeah, sorry, you had a clip.
Well, yeah, they did remind me that they wanted to show the sense in.
Yeah, so CNN just released a poll that kind of buttresses the point on whether Donald Trump is doing what he promised or not.
Okay.
Is Trump doing what he promised in the 2024 campaign? Yes, 52%, the majority of Americans say Donald Trump is doing what he promised compared to 48% who said no. So what essentially is going on here is the voters expected all of this from Donald Trump. The majority did, and that is why his favorable rating simply put has not really moved all that much compared to where it was a year ago. Trump is basically doing what the American people
This is a terrible video. At Corn Stall X. Let's see.
I wouldn't actually do that. I'd be able to fuck up. ain't trying to touch me. Fight!
All that he was going to do. Indeed, if you look at the numbers, Trump has basically the steadiest favorable rating this much through a presidency of any president on record, and it's basically where he was a year ago, good enough to get him reelected.
Yeah. Jeez. And I will say this, the people who hate Donald Trump, they hate him because he's doing exactly what he said he would do. The people who voted for him are by and large happy because, again, according to the polls, he's doing what he said he would do. It just feels kind of astroturfed. It just feels pretty fake when the only people who are claiming, I'm not getting what I voted for are people who are podcast hosts who were mostly liberal up until recently, which just happens to coincide with more clicks during this election time because Kamala Harris was like web traffic cancer.
Yeah. It's going to go down, by the way, as one of, if not the worst, one of the worst picks for a presidential candidate.
Yeah, absolutely. Did you see her there at Howard University, I believe? I didn't see that she was sloshed out of her mind. We'll do that in Rumble Premium. We'll go over.
She handled it like Hanny before.
She's clearly drunk.
She's staying true to herself. Right. The game didn't change her.
Hey, thanks for watching. If you like what you saw, you can click around and watch one of these videos on YouTube, or head on over to Rumble and subscribe, where I am live every weekday at 11 a.m. Eastern. Live on Rumble. YouTube is dead. Rumble did it. And on Rumble, you can say it.
Again, sort of like they just have this very limited barrel of cards or words that they play, and race is one, and skin color is one, and there's a couple others, and they just keep going back to that. They're not able to give you more range. They should broaden the way they interview people.
I mean, you have to look at Antifa's antics to see how violent, how lawless this group is. And yet you've got CNN saying, oh no, it's hyperbole to describe them as domestic terrorists. It's politically motivated violence. It's pretty much the definition of terrorism.
It is, and there is really this continuum between things that we've seen, way back for the Steve Scalise shooting, Trump twice, the supporter Cory Booker died, of course, at that shooting. There were two other people who were shot and recovered, Charlie Kirk, Justice Kavanaugh, the attempted assassination, and the Antifa, and the attacks on ICE. It is all related, and they try to kind of frame it as these are all isolated events and don't patch them together into some sort of pattern, but as you say, it is a pattern. It's becoming more and more clear that it's coming from only one side. The bullets are flying in only one direction, and I think it's going to get harder and harder for them.
And they seize upon some activist research that has been fully debunked as, oh no, this is a both sides issue. In fact, the right wing is worse, but the figures just don't bear that out. Now, this week, the President and the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, attended the US Navy's 250th birthday celebrations. Both gave rousing speeches, but I think First Lady Melania was the crowd favourite. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth emphasised the importance of unity and love of country.
Your diversity is not your strength. Your strength is your unity of purpose, your shared mission, your love of country.
And President Trump ended his 45-minute address with his iconic dance moves. Kosha, the armed forces, the Navy are seeing healthy recruitment numbers. It's a change from what we've seen in recent years under the Biden administration. And I looked up the data on the voting patterns of military personnel, and 2 in 3 veterans voted for Trump in 2024, to the Washington Post. That's pretty emphatic support for the Republicans.
Indeed, emphatic it is. The numbers are almost back up to where they were right after 9/11, which is when there was this very natural, organic surge in patriotism and people signing up to serve. And then it's been on the steady decline since then, totally plummeting under the Biden years, and it comes back up. I think big picture, it is downstream from leadership and just what it looks like to follow real leaders that you want to follow, right from President Trump all the way down to Pete Hegseth and below. And they're just having fun, and they're aspirational figures, and people like that, young people, and they're looking for purpose in their life and patriotism just move again a little bit. And then secondarily, I also think it is the policy where they understand, as Pete Hegseth said, that the military is about lethality, not diversity. It doesn't matter if you want to take a vaccine or not. It doesn't matter what your diversity credentials are. Like, you coming here for that purpose, serving your country and being a lethal fighting force. They believe in that. And also, I think the fact that he is the peace president, Trump, they do trust that if you sign up for the military and you get sent to war, it will hopefully be for good reason and not these endless adventures that happened in the Bush era.
It is, and it's, again, such a contrast to the media narrative that he was being disrespectful to veterans and the whole suckers and losers line that, again, has been pretty comprehensively debunked, but many people repeat it as if it's gospel. Now to an awkward development for the likely next mayor of New York, Democrat and communist, Zoran Mamdani. What do we call him? Democrat socialist, I think, is technically the term, but he's a communist, who is supposed to be a big ally of the LGBTQ community, but here he is cozying up to Rebecca Kadaga. Now, this is a top Ugandan official who has pushed harsh anti-LGBT policies, including life imprisonment for gay people, Kosha.
I think cognitive dissonance is real, and that's why it won't matter. It's the same thing where you see Hamas supporters draping themselves in rainbow flags, where none of that would be tolerated in that region. It's the same thing here, as well as many other issues that he's trying to publicize or make public, everything from property to grocery stores. Meanwhile, he and his family own huge amounts of private property and wealth. He's cozying up to this person over here. It won't matter because his packaging and the optics of who he is and what he supposedly stands for on the surface is something that the electorate in New York, unfortunately, really, really wants and is aligning with. The only silver lining here is Andrew Cuomo, now that Eric Adams has dropped out of the race, there is a mathematical pathway to him as an independent.
Yeah, I remember Andrew Cuomo during COVID, and he was horrible.
Terrible. And now
the fact that he's now the great white hope,
I know,
just tells you how far New York has fallen.
And he still won't, it is Mamdani's to lose. So he is fighting upstream, but you're so right, how the mighty have fallen and where we are, but that is the silver lining.
Well, let's stick with Democrat mayors, current and emerging. Clayton, that is losing it. Clips of the Seattle and Chicago mayors taking a stand against law and order. The Seattle mayor wants to understand why someone has 7 criminal convictions. He wants to talk to them, while Chicago, they're attempting to ban ICE officers from doing their jobs. Tell me about this modern left permissive attitude to crime, Kosha. We see examples of it through so much of the US, and whenever it's apparent in a city, there's also a sharp rise in crime. The two go hand in hand, and yet this is something that the Democrats really aren't shying away from. And Mamdani is another example. He's talked about wanting to get rid of prisons, ideally.
I have to say, I hate to say it, but I have to say it comes down to a worldview. That is what it is. That's the only explanation for why nobody at any level of the government or street thugs or anything in between shy away from it, no matter what happens. I mean, the stakes get higher, and they double, triple, quadruple down. And it links back to what we talked about in the earlier segment as well, that they are true believers.
It's a
and
mystery.
Everything from funding and that sort of apparatus, which Stephen Miller and others are talking about increasingly, to elected officials like the mayors is completely doubling down, to the soft on crime DAs and policies that they've pushed to decriminalize things that used to be felonies or now misdemeanors. You're sort of encouraging it, and then just the denial by the media, and you put all of that together in this cauldron, and that is what you get. The only saving grace again is I think the mask is off for a lot of people, and the normies, as we say, the ones who don't follow news or pay attention to stuff, are now, I think, paying attention a little bit, but I hope it's not too little too late.
And if you don't make arrests, if you give orders to overlook certain offences, then you can really manipulate the crime stats as well. And again, we've seen that happen, which confuses the issue even more.
So I just stopped saying my name.
You will be remembered
and,
no differently than the officers of the Third Reich.
I know you rehearsed that line.
Oh,
I'm
come
sure you
on,
rehearsed
man.
that line, but it's really pitiful. And I'm a bit insulted that that is what you've come up with against me. Really?
It's not offensive at all. If you want to not be compared to Nazis, stop acting like Nazis. It's very simple.
I think you're consumed
No, you
by
are,
hatred
my
and
friend.
the fact that in
The
the
world has
beginning,
woken
when-
up, my friend. The
when
world has
peers-
woken up.
Congressman Pagano is going to be remembered as a Churchill that saved not only Israel from radical Islam, but also Western civilization.
She's a self-described Zionist fanatic, someone who has a long history of being a pro-Israel ideologue, who just ran a piece saying the starvation in Gaza is fake. That level of bias being brought to 60 Minutes, to CBS, I think there'll be a lot more censorship of Palestinian voices than there already is.
It's now 2 years since Hamas breached the Israeli border and unleashed pure hell. The terrorists inflicted suffering and atrocities which were previously unimaginable on victims who committed no crime. In the 24 bitter months that have followed, few can dispute that Israel's now done the same. War was inevitable. The response, as I've said many times, was justified. The same cannot be said of the starvation and civilian slaughter that have decimated Israel's international standing and brought anger and evil to our streets. A sickening attack on a synagogue in Manchester last week was followed quickly by an attack on the Sussex Mosque. Hate-filled protests have routinely reached cities across the world. Anybody with a heart knows this can't go on. And the 2-year anniversary of October the 7th coincides with the biggest chance yet to finally bring this misery to an end. How close that end really is, and how permanent that end will be, are the subjects we're focusing on for the next hour, as well as a very real possibility, foreshadowed for so long, that an end to the war may be the beginning of the end for Netanyahu too. Well, joining me now is Zateo Editor-in-Chief and CEO Mehdi Hassan. Mehdi, great to have you back on Uncensored. It feels like a historic moment, not just because it's the 2nd anniversary, but because there is a peace plan which is being taken very seriously by all sides, it would seem, and which you yourself have already conceded there are parts of this plan that you approve of. So let's go through this. Tell me what you like and what you don't like about the plan.
This is Buick. Now. Buick. Exceptional.
Piers, appreciate you having me on. It's an important day, it's an important week, and it is an important plan if it can stop the violence. I just want to say one thing about your intro. You said Hamas breached Israel's border on October the 7th. Technically, Israel is the only country I know of that doesn't define its borders. It breached the fence. But Israel has never said whether it accepts that Gaza is not Israeli territory. It is actually Palestinian territory. And that comes to the plan itself, which is a plan that Donald Trump tried to get signed off with Arab governments, as you know, Piers. And then when he released it, Israel had made some edits. So it's not great to have a plan that's written by Tony Blair and Jared Kushner and edited by Benjamin Netanyahu. Clearly it's not great for the Palestinians. But in a situation where there is a genocide going on, people like myself, we want an end to the fighting. I'm not Palestinian. Let me just be very clear. Palestinians get to decide what happens to their future, whether they fight, whether they cease fire, whether they sign a peace deal. That is up to the Palestinian people. But just looking at it from an analytical point of view, there are good things in the plan. An end to the fighting, top of them, a resumption of aid, a release of hostages and detainees on all sides. We all want that, right? An end to starvation, we hope. By the way, the plan says that if the plan is agreed, aid will be fully resumed, which is a concession, Piers, that aid hasn't been fully resumed. Right. Unlike all the Israelis who've been on your show and told you, oh, aid, there's enough aid. Well, why does the plan say that aid has to go up then? Has to be resumed. Anyways, park that for a moment. Those are the good things. End to violence, end to starvation, I hope, would be the good things. The bad things are that it's a very colonial plan. A lot of Palestinians have described it to me as colonial. Tony Blair and Donald Trump should have nothing to do with the running of Gaza. This plan puts them on some
board of peace. I think you and I would agree that Tony Blair has been nothing but a disaster for the Middle East. To bring him back here is insanity. And of course, when you look at the plan itself, Piers, it's not a peace plan, because peace requires a settlement to the conflict. It requires justice for the Palestinian people. It requires an end to the occupation. This plan does not do that, right? Netanyahu himself has told the Israelis there's nothing in this plan that says statehood. There's a vague mention of it, Piers, where it says if the Palestinian Authority reforms itself, if Gaza's redeveloped, if Israel decides there's no resumption of terror, then there will be a pathway to peace and statehood. It's all very vague, it's very conditional, it doesn't deal with the core issue, which I've been telling you on your show for over a year now, is the occupation. Hamas is not the core issue. Hamas is a symptom of the core issue. The core issue is occupation, and this plan does nothing for that. It also leaves Israel in control of at least 20% of the territory, maybe a majority. I mean, Amit Segal, who's a journalist very close to Benjamin Netanyahu, he said over the weekend, this leaves Israel in control of the majority of the Strip as long as we want.
Do you agree with the general consensus that Hamas can play no part in any government going forward in either Gaza or the West Bank?
Hamas agrees to that, Piers. Hamas. So the difference between what Hamas has offered to Biden and Trump and what Trump has come up with, and this is where the big sticking point is, Hamas has always agreed to a hostage release deal, all for all, they call it. We'll release all the hostages if you release all the Palestinian detainees who you've illegally taken, including the ones since October the 7th, which are mentioned in this plan, thankfully. That's one thing they've always offered, and it's in this plan. The other thing they've always offered is, we won't be part of government. Have an independent committee of Palestinian technocrats, independent, non-political folks, not from the PA, not from Hamas, not from Fatah. They agreed to that. Israeli negotiators have admitted they agreed to that. The Americans have admitted. What's different in this deal is the demilitarization point, right? The Israelis added this in at the very late stage, which is you must give up all your weapons at the very beginning of this ceasefire. That's the sticking point, which Hamas in their statement on Friday, Piers, you saw, haven't signed up to. That's what they're going to be arguing about now in the coming days. But in terms of not being part of the government, Hamas already agreed to that, Piers. We could have had this deal under Biden. We could have had this deal in January when Trump came into office with a ceasefire that the Israelis then broke. This deal's been on the table, a version of it, for over a year and a half now. Matthew Miller, the former Biden State Department spokesman, who you know, he said that. You know, that even there, Netanyahu came along and added poison pills. The Israelis have added poison pills throughout. Hostages' families, you've interviewed the families of hostages, I've interviewed the families of hostages. They said it consistently, that we could have had a deal, but Netanyahu and Ben-Gvir Smotrich, they blocked it at every turn.
And it seems to me that one of the pivotal moments in changing the narrative here and speeding things up was the extraordinarily ill-advised attack on Doha by the Israelis when they were trying to take out the Hamas commanders as they were literally meeting to discuss the peace plan. And they failed in that mission. They killed a Qatari security serviceman in the process, along with other people who were not involved at all with Hamas. And the opprobrium that they got, not just from the Middle East, where there was complete outrage, and in particular, obviously, in Qatar, but also from apparently President Trump, who blew up in a fury at Netanyahu. You know, it would be truly ironic if that act of, in my view, just completely indefensible, I mean, illogical, to be honest with you, attack on Doha, if that turns out to be the catalyst for getting the deal done.
Yeah, so let me agree and disagree with you. I agree with you, Piers, that it was indefensible, and it would be ironic if that leads to some kind of end to the fighting. It's not illogical, though, Piers. I just want your viewers to understand. If you are an expansionist Israeli government, you don't want peace with the Palestinians. You don't want peace with the Lebanese. You don't want peace in the region. You want to keep expanding. Piers, you may have seen Benjamin Netanyahu recently said in an interview, he supports the idea of a greater Israel, which is a batshit crazy idea that some people used to say was a conspiracy theory on the Israeli far right. It was only mad people like Smotrich. The Prime Minister of Israel said recently in an interview, he supports the idea of greater Israel, which means taking territory from Syria and Lebanon, maybe Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and creating a greater Israel, even bigger than they already have illegally. So it's not illogical from that point of view that you wouldn't want to do a peace deal. They always kill the negotiators. Piers, I came on your show after they bombed Iran, and I told you about Ali Shamkhani, who was the main nuclear negotiator, who was negotiating with the Americans. Trump had shared a tweet praising his position, and Israel targeted him. They thought they killed him, actually he survived. But they always target negotiators. They killed, last year, they killed Hania in Tehran when he was leading the negotiations. They attacked, as you point out, in Doha, the Hamas negotiating team who were meeting to discuss negotiations. Go back to 2012. They killed a guy called Ahmed Jabari from Hamas who was in the middle of signing off on a permanent truce with Israel. They killed him. There's a long history of Israel undermining negotiations, ceasefires, truces. So it's not illogical because they don't actually want peace. And Netanyahu in DC, Piers, you saw last week when Trump announces this deal, he says it's a great day in history. It'll bring, classic hyperbole and bombast from Trump. Netanyahu goes and does a video in Hebrew and says, hey, we got to win here. We're not leaving the script. And then the guy behind the camera says, what about statehood? He goes, there's nothing for statehood in this plan. Remember what they used to say about Arafat, Piers? That he says one thing in Arabic and another thing in English. Netanyahu's the master of that. He tells the Western media and Trump what they want to hear in English, and then he tells his right-wing base and his cabinet in Hebrew, yeah, we're not going anywhere. This is not a peace deal.
It's Medicare annual enrollment, and people aged 64 and above should prepare to be bombarded with hundreds of phone calls and texts from agents for simply pushing the Medicare plans which pay them the most. This is one message you won't want to skip. Most Medicare plans change every year, and many just disappear. Even if you like your current Medicare plan, it's critical to look at the 2026 plans or you risk losing the coverage you need. That's why you need to know about Chapter. They're independent, they don't work for the government or big insurance, and unlike others, they compare every plan nationwide. Year after year, millions of Americans end up stuck on the wrong Medicare plan for their needs, which means they're overpaying or undercovered. Chapter can review your options in less than 20 minutes. If you're on the right plan, they'll tell you. If you're not, they will help you switch. By doing this, Chapter has helped people to save an average of $1,100 a year. Click the link below to talk to Chapter and take back control of your healthcare. Call Chapter today at 910-708-7584. Let me play devil's advocate with Tony Blair for a moment, because as you know, I opposed the Iraq war very vociferously, and I believe that was the beginning of the end of his tenure and reputation in the UK, certainly. But it's interesting to chart what's happened with him since. He became a Middle East peace envoy. He's put an awful amount of hours and time and effort into trying to resolve a difficulty over there. And all right, it's like putting the fox in the hen coop. I totally get all that. I do remember having a long conversation with him before I went to interview Netanyahu for CNN, where his understanding of the conflict and the difficulties and the problems, everything was extraordinary. There's no doubt about that. And I'm also reminded of what he achieved in Northern Ireland, which was another seemingly intractable problem between the Protestants and the IRA, and no one thought it could ever be resolved. And Blair put the yards in, put the hours in, worked with Clinton, worked with Mitchell and the others, and they finally got a deal done. Sometimes, and in that deal, of course, Martin McGuinness and Jerry Adams, who'd been, senior IRA figures, became, senior politicians. So there's a kind of, there's a background here which I think has to be taken in totality. Is it completely insane that somebody like him can form a group which at least supervise a transition, potentially, hopefully, to a place where Palestine gets a recognizable state of its own?
So, big picture, I think the entire idea of Trump, Blair, anyone else on this board is insane. The whole problem with Palestine is it's a legacy of colonialism. We don't need more Western colonialism, we need more self-determination. If you want to bring in local Arab countries, fine, even that will be problematic. But really it has to be led by people on the ground, not by outsiders. Donald Trump couldn't find Gaza on a map if his life depended on it. And Tony Blair, let me deal with Blair specifically. So obviously you and I opposed the Iraq war. It was a disaster. He lied. It wasn't just a mistake. It was a war crime. Tony Blair should be heading to The Hague, not to Gaza. I wrote a piece for Zeteo laying out the case against Blair being involved in the future of Gaza. People can read it at zeteo.com. I will just be very brief and say this. He has hundreds of thousands of Arabs' blood on his hands. The idea that you would go to Gaza, where Arabs are being killed for the last 2 years, and that Blair, of all people, has any credibility with the Palestinian people. I've not met a single Palestinian who's used him as anything other than a war criminal. And even if you put Iraq to one side, you mentioned his Middle East envoy role for the quartet between 2007 and 2015. It was a complete failure. Everyone agrees it was a failure.
It's been pretty chill. I stayed in tonight and ate. Got myself nice and full tonight. That one guy That one guy, Tommy, got attacked and shit, but they got a good picture of the guy who attacked him, so hopefully they catch that dude, because he broke Tommy's phone and his equipment and stole his helmet. I missed the attack, gonna dip and watch it. Okay, for sure. They got clips, it's all clipped up now. They clipped it pretty quick.
Go back and read the Financial Times editorial the day he resigned. They said it was a complete failure. He got nothing done. He was seen as just a proxy for the Israelis. He would say whatever the Israelis wanted. And that leads me to my last point. You rightly raised Northern Ireland. The reason he succeeded with Mo Mowlam and Clinton and Jonathan Powell and others.
No, I stayed inside and ate some food and tried to work on editing some footage and stuff. Yeah, good call. Yeah, I didn't have a helmet like Tommy has, but yeah, thinking about getting some equipment for when I go back out again. Tommy had his helmet stolen and his phone. Yeah, it's crazy. I'm not sure when his helmet got stolen because I was watching the video back and the dude like attacked him from behind, broke his shit, then jumped in the bushes, and then Tommy still had his helmet on at that point, I think. So I'm not sure if he got his helmet stolen after that or what. But yeah, I saw when they broke his phone. Crazy. I was watching a multi-stream with Tommy and Speed of Truth all at once. Oh, that's what's up. Yeah, I was watching them both earlier, but then I went to the store to get some groceries, and then by the time I got back, Tommy's stream was muted, and everyone was like, "Why is it muted?" And then yeah, the rest is history. I'm posting a video right now. I was playing Skate earlier. And it glitched out on me. So I got some cool footage of that tonight. appeared ops for Christie visit. They had everyone a block away. Maybe the peeps in the apartment got some rest for once. Yeah, I saw that. That's kind of why I didn't go out tonight, because the setting was so different and everyone's more spread out. And yeah, just seems like a wilder setup they had out there. I mean, it's good that they're pushed back further now, but once the battleground changes, nobody knows which spot to be at, I guess. I'm in Seattle, but has this really been going on? Yeah, apparently they did a No Kings protest back in June, and I remember that. There was a big protest back in June where there was a bunch of people out here, like a lot of people showed up for that event. But I didn't have my drone at that time, so I didn't go out for that event. Otherwise, I would have flown my drone and checked out the crowd and shit. But anyways, ever since then, yeah, they've been occupying the ice facility since that point. And they set up a camp over there, and it's been craziness. But most of the people didn't start covering it until very recently, after Trump announced that they were a terrorist organization. So yeah, they've only really been getting like coverage out there for like a month or so, even though like they've been protesting out there for a while. And like Katie Davis Court and Honey Badger Mom were the first couple of people out there like covering it. Okay. Alright, I'm posting a video.
In Northern Ireland is because Britain ended up being a fair broker. Both sides could trust them. Of course, both sides had their criticisms, the Unionists and the Sinn Féin side especially. But ultimately, Britain was trying to bring that conflict to an end in a way that involved talking to everyone.
Well, I just saw a post on X. Today was the anniversary of October 7th. So in Seattle, a bunch of people showed out with Palestinian flags. A bunch of Antifa did. So, Seattle's a big place, but they were gathering at a park in Seattle too. Are you okay to look? Are you okay? You look like you're struggling to breathe. Why would I be struggling to breathe? No, I'm fine, perfectly fine.
Applied that logic to the Middle East. Blair doesn't see Palestinians as equal to Israel. He is self-confessed a pro-Israel guy. This is the problem with all Western interventions when it comes to Palestine. They're never neutral brokers. The United States is not an impartial negotiator. To quote Aaron David Miller, a former Clinton negotiator, we are Israel's lawyer. That is what the US is. That is what the West is. That is certainly what Tony Blair is. So yeah, he doesn't have any credibility. And by the way, don't even get me started on the conflicts of interest. The guy makes money from deals every time he's in the Middle East. Him and Jared Kushner have no credibility. They're both making money on side deals in the Middle East while they're trying to bring supposedly peace and redevelopment to Gaza. Zero credibility.
Are you age 30 and 34? Believe it or not. Believe it or not. Yeah, I'm 34. How about you, Black Rainbow? You know what's crazy? My very first email address was called Black Rainbow at I think it was Hotmail back then. Black Rainbow at Hotmail. Once upon a time.
There's ill-ended tears.
Talking of people making a lot of money, Barry Weiss, formerly of the New York Times, has just sold her free press business of just 4 years standing to Paramount. David Ellison has bought it, the new boss of Paramount, and she's been put in charge of CBS News. Some people on the pro-Palestinian side are very concerned because she has obviously very pro-Israeli history. Are you concerned, or are you also, given that you and I and others have made a similar leap into the brave world of individuals running their own kind of media entities, and she's obviously a massive success story in a very rapid period of time. What do you make of what's happened with Barry Weiss and the Free Press, and are you concerned about maybe whatever influence she may have on CBS News?
AI is transforming customer service, and the leader is Finn. We win in all the benchmarks and the bake-offs, and we're number one.
Yeah. No, I'm very concerned. I'm sorry to do a second plug for Zate. I don't normally do this, but we just ran a big piece last night from my colleague Prem Thacker talking to insiders at CBS News who make the point that some of the stuff that Barry Weiss ran at the Free Press wouldn't even meet CBS editorial standards. They would get fired at CBS for running that stuff. CBS News just have any criticism of CBS News, like you do of all major media. But they just ran a very good investigation last week, Piers, about how Israel bombed the flotilla in Tunisia, even denying it was there. But they spoke to US intelligence and showed that actually Netanyahu signed off on a drone strike on the flotilla. Is that the kind of story that Barry Weiss would publish under her reign at CBS News? She is a self-described, Zionist fanatic, right? The idea that a quote-unquote neutral media organization is led by someone who has a long history of being a pro-Israel ideologue, who has a history of trying to censor Palestinian voices when she was at university, who just ran a piece saying the starvation in Gaza is fake. It's not true. Nobody's starving in Gaza.
Yeah, it is
that
fake.
Level of editorial
what about
standards, that level of bias being brought.
These serious concerns about
people have been increasingly concerned about, and I'm one of these people, is the scale of the response.
Putting Palestinians the barrel of a gun to their head and saying, subject, surrender, or die. First of all, no Palestinians were at the negotiating table. It was Gulf client states speaking on.
Conricus. This guy's still alive? No. Of course not. Of course not.
My underwear inside, my underwear, my underwear, my underwear. It's not so hard. My underwear to die. My underwear inside, my underwear, my underwear, my underwear. It's not so hard. My underwear to die. My underwear inside, my underwear, my underwear, my underwear. It's not so hard. My underwear to die. My underwear inside, my underwear, my underwear, my underwear. It's not so hard. My underwear to die. My underwear inside, my underwear. My underwear, my underwear, it's not so hard. My underwear, God, my underwear, inside. My underwear, my underwear, my underwear, it's not so hard. So I never ever touch my genitals when I urinate. True story.
I use the lines from Full Metal Jacket, a Stanley Kubrick masterpiece, which was the sucky fucking $5, 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 sucky fucking, then we love you long term, sucky fucking $5, 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 sucky fucking, then we love you long term, sucky fucking $5, sucky fucking $5, sucky
On the clip, that's fuck Tommy is returning. Yeah, I saw. They're just jealous fucks, man. I mean, Tommy has been out there getting hella views and hella money, and that's why they're jealous. That's why they're trying to break his phone. But you know, the more they break his shit, the more money he's gonna get. You know what I mean? They're gonna have him with a brand new phone, a brand new everything, and he's gonna keep coming out. So they're just the thing is, if they want to yell, they should accept and yell back at. Yeah, exactly. They want to intimidate you to leave, so they're trying to make it. But Tommy's already made it clear that he's not gonna leave. He's gonna keep coming back out there. So. Ow. Grind the legs. Bitch, I already fucking did this mission and they didn't count it earlier. That's hilarious. They count it now. Just gotta learn to be civil. Yeah, I know, right? Some people never learned when they were young, and it's almost like too late for them now.
At the beverage, the bars at the beverage, right on. The bars at the beverage, at the beverage, the bars at the beverage. I have to say the word. Water just come up. Bang in mic. Water just come up. I picture on his phone. Water just come up. Bang in mic. Water just come up. Bang John. Close up. Walk outside, side. Close up. About to leave. Back comes out of the kitchen. Hey, John. Back comes out of the kitchen. Good eye. Fucking $5. Sucky 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 fucking big stabby long grip. Sucky fucking $5. 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 Sucky fucking big stabby long grip. I'm not making it up, guys. This is reality for me. The Duke has left an impression, starring John Melendez, left an impression on people. Wow. That's right. I make people laugh. Millions of people.
Yeah, laugh. Platforms in.
And I can be humble about it. I am being humble. But if I don't tell you, you're not going to know about it, are you?
We're gonna do something. Let's do it. Let's do it. Don't talk about it. Let's do it. Let's do it. We're gonna do something. Let's do it. Let's do it. Don't talk about it. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Don't put it on me, Lady K. I'm just repeating how you said it. Don't put it on me, Lady K. You're the one with the frosted bits. Don't put it on me, Lady K. I'm just repeating how you said it. Don't put it on me, Lady K. Am I exaggerating? You tell me. Don't shoot the messenger. That's exactly how you said it. Don't shoot the messenger. Don't believe me? I'm just waiting for you. Don't shoot the messenger. That's exactly how you said it. Don't shoot the messenger. That's exactly how you said it. Here we go.
We're gonna do something. Let's do it. Let's do it. Don't talk about it. Let's do it. Let's do it. We're gonna do something. Let's do it. Let's do it. Don't talk about it. Let's do it. Let's do it.
I don't care if you're gay, straight. I don't care if you're trans. I don't care if you're non-binary. I don't care if you're man.
Let's do it.
I don't care if you're non-white. I don't care if you're black. I don't care if you're Jewish, Catholic. I don't care if that's a fact.
Let's do it.
I don't care if you're gay, straight. I don't care if you're trans. I don't care if you're non-binary. white. I don't care if you're big. Let's do it. I don't care if you're dumb, white. I don't care if you're black. I don't care if you're Jewish, Catholic. I don't care. Back to back. Let's do it. We're gonna do something. Let's do it. Do it. Let's do it. Do it. Let's do it. Do it. Don't talk about it. Let's do it. Do it. Let's do it. Do it. Let's do it. Do it. We're gonna do something. Let's do it. Do it. Let's do it. Do it. Let's do it. Do it. Don't talk about it. Let's do it. Do it. Let's do it. Do it. Let's do it. Let's do it.
You don't tell DJ Dabbles what to do.
Can you show me a picture? I told the world. Fucking cowards. I told the world. Fucking cowards. I'm bullied as a child. I'm bullied as a father. But in elementary school, that is an act of violence. They don't hate fucking with my guests. Fucking with my friends, fucking with my family. That is an act of violence. I told the world. Fucking cowards. I told the world. Fucking cowards. I done with what's saying, I done with kids saying, I done with Facebook, I done with Instagram, I done with LinkedIn, I done with phone number having a bit of war. I done with what's saying, I done with kids saying, I done with Facebook, I done with Instagram, I done with LinkedIn, I done with phone number having a bit of war. I told the world. Fucking cowards. I told the world. Cowards. I'm old school. I don't believe in anonymity. Just do it.
Next spot. That's all.
That's it.
I should go to the protest in it? No.
That's not. And I told. Look, it says I want click.
No, I didn't. It was a little too. It was a little weird tonight, so I just stayed home to relax and chill out and play some skate. Grind the ledge. Can I do that? Gotta grind the ledge twice.
Turn heel. So I told Click, you don't have to come on here and reveal anything. You don't have to go on. Good on here though. He's such
into her personality. You guys don't understand.
Yeah.
He's romantic.
That's what he jerks off to, her personality.
Okay, if I bring this person on. And Rob, if you don't believe me, go back to my shows and anybody, Vegas Beer Sales.
Awesome.
The time I've seen him treat somebody like this and not go after him was Bren. And the only difference is he's in love with Bren. He's in love with Kevin. He wants him to be his daddy more than anything. Rob knows something. That's it.
So, while I'm on the show and I have Keanu on, I start getting texts from Ashley Cummings. And I don't even know what I'm doing wrong until she says, I can't believe you would have my arch enemy on, Kiki. Now, Ashley, take yourself out of it for a second. This is my goddamn birthday.
What a bitch. What a bitch.
Goddamn.
Your name should be Ashley the way you're crying over your fucking birthday, bitch. Wow. God damn.
Yeah, wow. You know, they have the filters of him as a baby. You gotta have a filter of him as
I was just thinking, I was like, Mars, you may have to use this portion with the Baby John video AI thing.
Yeah. But it would have to be like a 10-year-old girl.
Pigtails.
Yeah.
And if I can't have on who I want to have on because you got some fucking fight with somebody who used to be a goddamn co-host, and I'm supposed to know? What do I have, a crystal fucking ball?
Hey, it's my sweet 60 this weekend.
That's great. That's really, we should do that.
Where's my G-Wagon, Daddy? My sweet 60. That's brilliant idea, bro.
You think I remember every fucking thing, every feud people fucking have? I don't.
I don't listen to people when they tell me things.
I only know my feuds. And then Ashley texts me, don't ever message me again.
Awesome.
And I said something
Fuck you, cunt.
like,
Right.
I'm calling her again.
Who's alive? Who's alive from your parents? I want their number.
I'm talking to Whitney. What's her
Right.
number? Your dad.
You got
it.
I'm a cotton pig.
I said something.
Now,
hold on. He said
Right.
something like, "You got it." Which he said something.
You have to think about it, Seth.
Right.
And then
What he really said was, "You're a whore,
Right.
coos, cum
Ashley?
receptacle."
Ashley, if you're out there and you'd like to let us know what was discussed, we're more than happy to send you the link.
don't ever message me again.
Yeah, we're gonna have Kiki on with you. I hope that's all.
It's Mortal Enemy Tuesdays here on TSN.
How are we supposed to know you didn't like Kiki?
Ah, shit.
On the show, I'm not gonna trash Rob, and I'm not gonna trash Rob. And if you go through the chronology, big weekend show. And by the way, can we be selfless, all of you, for 1 second? It's not every day that somebody turns 60 years old and still looks as stunning as this. So here I am turning 60, and now I got 3 people who are mad at me because somehow I hurt their feelings. But it's my fucking birthday. I mean, does anyone give a fuck? Dude's pet?
No. Yeah. I've never seen somebody drink unsweetened iced tea like that. Like a shot of rock gut. Well, there's not just iced tea in there. I know.
In my honest opinion.
While I'm on the show and I have Keanu on, I start getting texts from Ashley Cummings. And I don't even know what I'm doing wrong.
As usual.
Until she says, I can't believe you would have my arch enemy on, Kiki. Now, Ashley, take yourself out of it for a second. This is my goddamn birthday. And if I can't have on who I want to have on because you got some fucking fight with somebody who used to be a goddamn co-host, and I'm supposed to know? What do I have, a crystal fucking ball? You think I remember every fucking thing, every feud people fucking have? I don't.
A lot.
Yeah.
Oh, you know that thing he does? Because I knew he was going to do that. He goes, I don't.
Right.
I don't. Like he does that like twice. That's Kevin.
Yeah.
Kevin Brown.
Yeah.
Dude, what the fuck?
Another unoriginal mimicry.
Yeah.
And then Ashley texts me, don't ever message me again. And I said something like,
Clever.
you got it.
Okay. Yeah, really let her have it. Yeah.
His mouth is an octopus.
Nick Sorto video is crazy. What are you listening to now?
Now,
it's the Uncle Rico Show podcast. Nick Sorto video is crazy. They pull him into the dark tent. But anyways, what do you think? Yeah. That was crazy. Yeah, I hope they send the National Guard because it's crazy. Antifa's insane out here. Playing the new skate game.
now I have Rob on. Now this is where all the fireworks happen, and it's not my intention. Now, what I do is I say to Neil and Keanu and Ava, is it okay if I bring Rob on? Why? I don't want to surprise them. Why? Now, well, I'm going to cut to this. Then Rob starts getting mad at me because he says, I never ask him if it's okay. That is not true. Rob, I love you, but that is not true. There have been times I had Rob on, and then somebody comes on, and I do say to Rob, is it okay if I bring this person on? And Rob, if you don't believe me, go back to my shows, and anybody, Vegas Beer Sells Jerry and Dicka, they will know, as a fact, Jack, Rob, that when you've been on and somebody popped on, I've asked you to. Is it okay? So Clay Dowdle,
I was gonna ask you. So is there any of that?
So I guess we can't say with certainty, just because I couldn't find an example. But when I searched the phrase, "Do you mind if?" there was no examples of him saying that other than that night.
Our word, it says he asked and immediately pushed the button. This whole scenario is why the Chinese will eventually overtake us. That is correct, Jad Allen. He's a professor. He knows these things.
Right. Chinese have already overtaken John's face.
yourself. Okay? You are fucking wrong. You are fucking wrong.
Ashley and John have talked a lot. Zero chance she didn't mention Keanu. He purposely invited her in an attempt to make Ashley jealous in revenge for refusing to come on his show the night before.
Yep, makes sense.
Sounds about Johnny. Mm-hmm. Thank you, brother.
And I hate when people accuse me of shit before they know the facts. I have said to Rob, is it okay if I bring this person on? And there are times he goes, yeah, if you want, but, I don't, and there have been times.
I'm just starting the show, but wanted to surprise myself in 2 hours with, hey, Don, Skull.
Oh, hey, stuttering John's camel toe.
Thanks for 2 years, bro. Surprise. Yeah, you made it.
That has been documented. I have the shows. I mean, I don't feel like going through all of them, but I'm sure Dicka will do it for me. I'm sure Vegas Beer Sells Jerry will.
Get to work, bitches. Get to work. Help this grown-ass 60-year-old man with every aspect of his life. Get to work, Jerry. Just like the Jews in Egypt. You're a slave for this fucking... Puh, Jerry. Puh. On the 7th? Go fuck yourself, Jerry. Puh.
This is when I miss Grillo.
Jerry.
If you need that proof, Rob. And Clay, you can go fuck yourself because you made the accusation that I don't do that. Where you're fucking wrong. And I will hold you accountable. And look, I don't give a fuck. You want to go on everybody else's show? I don't care anymore. I don't give a fuck.
Finally, did a nice thing.
Wait a minute, but didn't he say no one can tell him who to book on his show? But now he's saying, you know what? I don't care anymore. Do whatever show you want.
Right. Yeah.
Huh.
It doesn't work both ways.
Those other shows to hate me anyway. What does it matter? Add a few more. What the fuck do I give a shit?
Care.
So then Rob's on the show with Ava and Keanu. Now, I don't know that Keanu and Rob have this beef.
He does.
Well, Ava has
I
a beef.
can't keep track.
Right.
And then Ava and Rob start fighting. Ava's calling him closeted, which really
might be
quite
true.
This girl on Twitter is Kimberly. Is like, oh, John doesn't care when Ava calls you closeted. Call me closeted. For any heterosexual man to really give a shit if somebody calls them gay or closeted or anything else, be secure in your masculinity, be secure in your heterosexuality, and don't give a shit. It really...
What a fact. I mean, this guy...
really doesn't mean anything. I could give a fuck.
It's October 7th. He can get away with it.
Yeah, I'm not an ally of LGBTQ+. I'm on an island over here, dog. I'm on my own.
But then he shouldn't be so upset when Mr. Cumia says that he blew Ralph Cirilla.
Right.
Right.
Right. Love is love. And there's nothing wrong with love, guys.
That's fine. You look happy.
As long as they
John, you're the greatest gay I've ever seen. Ever. You should be on currency. Some gay form of currency. You're a legend.
I gotta say that John's a real hero.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We haven't figured out what, but he's a hero.
Doesn't make
It's something gay, we assume.
a fucking difference. But either way,
Don't matter
it was
either way.
defamatory and you feel that you were slighted, fine. But when they did, I don't know which one it was. Was it Keanu or was it Ava? Was it
can't
Gino?
tell
I don't
them
know. I was about 5 beers in. But at some point,
Oh, yeah, 5. Yeah, okay. 5 kegs, maybe?
somebody accused Rob of having sex with his dogs. And I said, no, that's fucking not true. Stop saying that.
I heard that you have sex with dogs. Is that true?
Yeah, you heard wrong. Yeah.
Oh, whoa.
What are you watching?
All I'm hearing is
It's the Uncle Rico Show podcast.
guy that, no, you heard wrong. Great comeback, though.
No, saying that.
No.
I heard that you have sex with dogs. Is that true?
Yeah, you heard wrong. Yeah.
You have sex with
He
dogs?
doesn't have sex with dogs.
I'm a dog.
It's a weird relationship with the dog. You guys at least have been that.
Oh, we got a tie ball game, the Yankee game. Look out!
Oh, whoa!
Hey, go put your jersey on, Mike.
This is yeah, Mike. Go put your Yankees gear on.
All right, I'll be right back.
This is great. They're gonna lose in the last inning. Oh, it's gonna be just a rip. It ripped the heart out of his chest. Come on!
It's a win-win because we lost Mike.
Yep. Ava is the ultimate shield for John. 100%. It's the only reason he's and Ava, is saying all the right things about his enemies. So, but yeah, that's the shield. That's what she's there for.
This is a white woman with a black friend.
Right, exactly.
Everybody can see how woke I am.
I don't remember how long ago it was when I swore off super chatting John, but I have stuck to it. I needed a 50 to type out all I wanted to say to Aaron. Hit send, block. My money's only for TSN. Thank you, Byron. We appreciate it. Love you, brother. 22 months. Hope you're well. Truthfully, I hope Keanu leaves Gino for John. Okay, here's my question. Is that a better move?
It's a lateral move.
That's what I think, yeah. Stuttering John had a term for his Target spending spree post-birthday streams. He used it once on THSS. Damn, what was it? Something rich. Oh, how's it hanging, Don?
Oh, anyhow, man. To the left, brother.
The Howard Stern show. Okay, yeah, I think I know what you're talking about.
He said, I wish I was...
After sending SJ over 500 cumulative super chats, he mocked my $2 chats. He doesn't think cumulatively. No more chats from me. F that spick. Okay, Johnny T-Bone.
There you go. Your legs come now. Come to it.
John is acting like a Jap bridezilla.
Not on October 7th, but
You're not wrong. What is worse, Whitney Cummings taking the money from Saudi Arabia or Ashley Cummings disrespecting John's birthday? Yeah,
that's a tie.
That's both are really bad.
Yeah, they're really bad for the world.
Yeah, both are very anti-woman. That's for sure. Flashback to 15 years ago. Take yourself out of this, Darkwing Duck. Hey, there's the gay. Okay. Monty Montgomery becoming a member. Thank you, Monty. Tier 2? You son of a bitch. You're beautiful. Has to be the craziest thing John has ever said and perfectly describes who he is. I'm not saying birthdays are special, but it's my birthday. Thank you, Matt Lachey. My lady won't admit it. She likes the Dalverse in the last few days. Anytime you say Jerry, I hear her in the other room go, Q. Oh, Jerry. Oh,
Jerry.
I thought I was thinking Jerry Lewis. I'm like,
yeah.
What did Jerry Lewis say? Yeah. Jay Wolfenstein Steinberg over here on Super Tips. What did Mike go to the Yankee store to get his gift? What is it?
The Yankee Stadium.
You guys should revisit the hilarious Midget Truly video that SJ magically sucked the funny out of it when he goofed on it. Truly Midget video. What was that?
I don't know. Considering that you're kind of...
I was going to say, isn't every video is Truly Midget video? Yeah, refresh my memory there, Jay. Whoops.
Like the Muzzies went after Israel on Oct 7. So HM Dan and Dawn gave me humanitarian aid, canned food from Target.
Thank you. All right, let's get back into this, shall we?
Well, he does. And always love you, you know.
Is true. Mike got beat up by some Red Sox fans on the way back to the computer. This guy. No one.
So I said no.
There you queer.
Well,
No, he doesn't have strength with dogs.
He has a weird relationship with the dog. You guys at least admit that.
No.
well,
Silent. John's silent up there as his buddy Rob gets labeled and painted.
I'm waiting for the right moment to strike, surely.
You can call him a dog fucker twice, but 3 times I will not stand for.
I'm thinking of a witty retort to improv.
does. A dog will always love you, you know.
So I said no. That's fucking not true. Stop saying that.
Well,
No, he doesn't have strength with dogs. And I think anybody, and Rob included, because we text, everybody knows I have been quite outspoken in defense of Rob and have complimented him.
Oh yeah, no, everybody knows you're gonna call Rob a dog fucker. Don't you dare do it around John. He goes crazy when he hears that.
He might
For
laugh
rescue.
a little bit and go, do you? Do you fuck that dog?
Occasionally he'll go, yeah. I'll do one of those.
Yeah. Hey, Rob, do you like how I defended you? Because everybody says you fuck dogs.
Dogs.
I've defended Rob's lifestyle, he said.
Dues payer. And I have defended him ad nauseum, saying that he does not fondle dogs, he does not have sex with dogs. I have been his biggest...
Imagine.
So,
I mean, I was just thinking, if I had to say that about any of you guys, we're done. Like, we're not, I don't need somebody in my life where I have to go, guys, hear me out. And I'm serious about it.
Yeah. Let's not do that again.
Goldfish, all right? You heard it here first.
Supporter and fucking have denounced anybody to make that accusation time and time again. And anybody who has watched this show in the past knows I have come to Rob's defense every single fucking time. So fuck you, Clay Dabbler.
There you go, Clay. All that support, all the shit you take for being his friend, isn't it worth it? Isn't it great?
Yeah, and the best part is you don't even get paid, which is awesome.
Yeah, there he is. Playing this for someone who has no clue about the download. Oh, they either shut it off immediately or never shut it off again. That's it. Nothing in between.
I meet people all the time at shows and stuff, and they're like, "What's this Uncle Rico show thing?" 'Cause it's like one of my credits. And I'm like, "Oh,
Yeah.
go watch it." And I give them the link, and I never hear back.
Yep. Yep. That's part of the court.
What happened here? Ad nauseum in the chat.
Hey, ad nauseum. Look at you.
So,
Look at you.
they start getting at it and start fighting. And now, how many times do I sing, all we are saying is give peace a chance? How many times?
This is a 60-year-old man saying, how many times was I singing Give Peace a Chance, Rob?
Right.
Do I say to all of them? To quote the great Rodney King, can we all just get along?
The great Rodney King. Poet laureate Rodney King once said,
How many times? Clay Dabbler.
I don't know. I'm sorry I can't be a beautiful hairy man like you, but
How many times?
How many times did I
the
sing
one-
Maxwell Silver Hammer, Rob?
What do you want me to do, Rob? Pick up the phone and sing, I'm sorry, so sorry to you? Not gonna happen.
Thing I do not allow is trans bashing.
your fucking balls are short circuiting, you big hairy ugly.
Again, just transphobic stuff. Just trans.
Hey, Laffy McGee up there.
Yeah, that was funny. It was great. And she's got a sense of humor. She's a dabbler. She's in the chat.
Oh, Hava said she doesn't give a shit about the trans jokes.
I stand with transphobia.
But I know someone who does. It's called his son. Right?
My son.
Transpo.
Has nothing to do with my family. It has.
This is why he hates us so much. You know that, right? Because he says it, but we have all the receipts. We have the fraud. We have this database that calls out his bullshit in real time.
Oh yeah, it's also a reminder that because he can just put his kids out of his head. He doesn't have to think about his kids, but when we bring it up, it's that constant reminder that they're not in his life anymore.
Yeah, yeah.
Everything to do with I have been outspoken about my support for the LGBTQ plus community.
LT.
So when Rob started attacking Ava on that, I had to reprimand him for that. Now keep in mind, I came to his defense when they called him saying stuff about him and dogs.
It's a dog fucker. Yeah.
Right. Just say it, John.
But I also would come to Ava's defense if you're going to make transphobic statements.
Your fucking balls are short circuiting, you big hairy ugly.
Again, just transphobic stuff. Just transphobe.
I don't allow it on this show. I don't allow that dwarfy fucking lawyer to do it.
But you did.
I don't allow racial slurs on this show, and I'm not going to allow gay bashing. I'm not.
Didn't the lawyer say the N-word?
Oh yeah, numerous times.
Yeah. Oh, and also, by the way, that's what John's looking like right now watching the Yankees game. I would bet, you guys can ask him in his chat tomorrow, he does not even know who recorded Give Peace a Chance.
Ooh, I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine, bro. I was on the fence about that as well. She said he fucks dogs. Ava is a cunt who deserves any insult anyone throws at him. Well, you know, and that is the thing. It's like if you're going to play ball, then you can't be crying about the game that you wanted to play. You know what I mean? This is what you wanted. People have the right to respond however they choose.
Yeah, I can't help it that I'm fat.
Right. Well, you can, but I mean, whatever. That's
Whatever.
It's
It's
neither
not
here
the
nor
point,
there.
Julie.
Part of the bigger picture there.
So, the fat joke.
Kimberly on Twitter, go fuck yourself, please. Oh, but you didn't come to Rob's defense when she said he was closeted. Oh, come on, closeted. Now I can see if she said what Pocky had said, accusing me of A, raping somebody, and B, performing oral sex on Ralph.
So, yeah, but you're secure in your heterosexuality, so that doesn't bother you.
Yeah, why would it bother you? Why would you even worry about that? It's say, okay, sure. I sucked Ralph's cock.
Yeah. I gave him the best fucking blowjob he's ever had in his life. His goddamn his toes curled and his eyes popped out of his fucking head.
Buried shot cum all over my face.
Yeah. Yeah, you just grab that mic and go, "You're talking to the best cocksucker on earth, motherfucker. That's whose show you're watching."
John is terrified of being labeled as gay.
Oh, big time. Big time.
And he knows as a fact.
Check my
Now
notes.
that's defamatory. But
How is it? How's that defamatory that he had sex with a man? Maybe the first one, but having sex with a guy, that's not defamatory.
No.
No, it shouldn't be.
No,
An ally of the
it's gross, but it's not going to hurt you. Any chicks these days are into that. You know what I mean? So it's not going to help you.
Shows you how much of a man you are.
They like a busted door. It opens either way you pull it and push it. You know what I mean? Let's go.
And I don't agree with the whole statement that Abba said that Rob's closeted. I don't agree with that at all, because we've seen the video of him in a hot tub.
Yeah, he's wide open.
Yeah. He's out.
Wide. He's running like those kids in the weapons. His arms are out. He's running down the street.
Yeah. He had me at I love Stevie Nicks.
Yeah.
The park day doesn't fall far from the tree. You know?
Right, the Stevie Nicks tour T-shirt that he's probably wearing the next day on stream. That doesn't help either.
Positive. I don't give a shit. Call me the rake. I don't care. Call me Uncle Rico. I don't give a shit.
And you're gay.
Yeah. Well, guess what? We don't care what you want to be called. We'll call you what we want to call you, motherfucker.
Yeah,
you
nobody
have
tells
no
us what to call
say.
people.
Right.
Show.
That's why this show is funny, because you have zero input into what we do on this show.
Listen, we've never seen him actually have sex with a woman, so.
Right. And something tells me he does care. A little lawsuit tells me you do kind of care. Striking channels, calling people's parents. I think you care a lot, baby. A lot.
Maybe too much.
Care
too much. I came back because I
Fucking grow a pair, man. Not to sound misogynistic. It's just an expression.
You see what happens, John?
This is your world. This is your world that you created, John. Policing everybody's words. How do you like it?
We did a bit on the Tonight Show called Grow a Pair. It was a medication, and it was my favorite bits that we came up with.
You came up with it?
Yeah, sure you did.
He thinks it's transphobic to say grow a pair of balls. Guess what? Albert didn't grow a pair of balls. I don't think that's how it works.
Right.
Transition.
But either way, I digress.
Oh, you know, on Dabblers, I think I put it in the Rico. There is a fucking thing from Grok. They asked him if John was a writer on the Stern Show. It's pretty cool. If you can find that, Frog, it's in there.
So then Rob and Ava start fighting, and Keanu, they're all fighting. I'm trying to be the peacekeeper.
Again, this guy was giving us shit for apparently not letting the Ava Kumia fight go and take over the entire show.
Right.
Our show. Well, our show has a structure, first of all. I know he doesn't understand that because he just goes on and scrolls Reddit or does whatever his slave labor asks him to do. But here we got structure. So we're not going to turn the whole show over. And he goes, wow, finally something good happens on your show. So finally something good happens on your show. What do? Start singing Give Peace a Chance, you pussy. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah. He doesn't even know who recorded.
Exactly.
Putting that on the record.
By the way, when Shuli says structure, it means made.
Right.
I'm the structure.
Head to toe, it's all me. Oh, there it is. Hold on. Go ahead, Mikey. Knock that out.
No, was Stuttering John ever a writer for the Howard Stern Show? No, Stuttering John was not a writer for the Howard Stern Show. He joined the show in 1988 as an intern and later became a staff member and whack packer. Mainly known for screening calls and doing on-air celebrity interviews with confrontational questions. Those questions were actually written by Howard Stern, Fred Morris, and Jackie Martling, not Melendez. While Melendez has claimed on his website and IMDb that he was a regular writer during his time there from 1988 to 2004, this is disputed by former staff. For example, producer Casey Armstrong has publicly stated that Melendez was not a writer on Howard Stern. Nice. And Howard Stern himself has said Melendez was never a writer on the Stern Show. Wow. Online discussions, including from fans and former insiders, often describe these claims as false or exaggerated, pointing out that Melendez's main contributions were performance-based, not creative writing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. And this was from Blunder today, this quote from Howard.
You make me sick.
Well, there you go.
No about. Then Rob leaves. Now I think, is Rob mad at me? But I didn't know. Apparently, from what I hear, he lost his internet. Or
I lost my internet.
I put up flyers in the neighborhood. I'm waiting to see if anybody finds it.
Lost my internet, but it was in a little baggie under the couch. I found it.
Something, I don't know. His computer went out, I don't know. But I didn't even think about it, because I didn't think I did anything wrong. Now, Rob claimed I ambushed him. How do you ambush somebody when they're on first? Ambushing is if Rob was on, and then I brought in Carmix. That would be ambushing. So I don't agree with the statement. I actually take exception with it. I didn't.
It wasn't an ambush. It was just you were just ganging up with the ladies to bust Rob's ball. You had no problem with anything they were saying, and then you defended. You scolded Rob for defending himself.
Yeah, it's not an ambush. It was more of a dick move.
Dick move. Yeah. Thank you.
Ambush anybody. I sent the link to 10 people. Whoever came on first came on first. And what's on second?
Yeah. Or as we call it in the Devilverse, you Adam Bushed them.
Zing, you fucking suck a big fat bag of dick.
Hello.
That was so quick. You were so quick on the button with that. I barely said it.
I'll be honest with you. That wasn't meant for you. That was meant for him. But you jumped in. It was like you were like Secret Service. Like you shoved him out of the way and took the brunt of the bomb right to the face.
There was a drone attack on me on October 7th.
Yeah, it had nothing to do with you. You're just wrong place, wrong time, wrong joke.
Wrong time.
I gotta add this to the bomb page.
Slap cheers. Everybody knows your name.
And I don't know who's on third. But the point is, so now I have
John's drinking ambush light. Oh, that's funny.
God damn it. Why didn't I think of that?
I know. That fucking Josh pisses me off.
Fucking good. Yeah,
He's
I
always
always
mad at
made him the third night.
Frustrating. Especially kick him out. Block him.
Rob mad at me. And I'm like, oh God, guys, it's my birthday fucking weekend. Can we take our own egos out of this for a second? Just one?
Hey, Mike, right? Unfucking believable.
He is the best. God bless you, John.
Second? Please? 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 Wow. And then I thought about Ashley Cummings.
It came.
And she's saying that I had her arch enemy on. Excuse me, Ashley. Did you not do Kevin Brennan's show last Saturday? I'll wait.
God.
Did you not go on my arch enemy's show this past Saturday?
Who, us?
I'll wait.
Yeah, aren't we his arch enemies? Brennan's his arch enemy now?
Now Brennan's his arch enemy until Brennan sends him the link and gives him $50.
Listen, we have to be the arch enemy.
We are.
Yeah. Well, no, but he has to say it. We either Carl would accept WATP, but Brennan's a distant third.
No, Brennan's his fantasy.
Yeah.
Brennan is his crush. He's not his arch enemy. He wants to arch his back for Brennan. That's what he wants to do.
Go on, Picky's show, help him have content, and help him get super chats.
Colin, soup and sobriety are his arch enemies. Amen.
But he said something. That's funny. But he said something just now that's interesting. She went on his show and helped him get super chats. But she wouldn't come on his show and help him get super chats. Again, it's all about the money.
Right. That's the only reason they were having this back and forth of you come on my show, no, you come on my show. It's not like she has huge viewership, right? It's about the super chats coming in mostly to attack that person.
Right.
Because they're in a place where they can control that. Right?
Yeah. Sure. It's a bunch of fucking whores in this fucking universe.
You know, if Kevin was smart, like every week he would switch and just lambast John one week and the next week praise him.
That's what he does already. It's what he did. Karmic and Felicia and all of them.
But I mean, like go out of his way to say, I think John's funny, and the next week I think he sucks, and just see him explode, both ways.
Well, it's funny.
I'd love to see him explode. Yeah, go ahead.
He would say yeah, John's really funny, and then John would gush on his show the day after and be like, hey, you see that? Brendan thinks I'm funny. And then Brendan would go, hey, fucking John's an idiot. I think he's funny.
He's so in love with Kevin that Kevin was laughing at how stupid he was the other day. Because he says to Mr. Kill Everything, what's your first name? And he goes, MKE, Mr. Kill Everything, that's my name. And he goes, all right, Mr. And Kevin laughs because that's a retarded thing for a grown adult to say. And John watches this and his first reaction is, why doesn't this guy like me? Look how I'm making him laugh.
Right. We are
What a
peers.
retard.
I'll wait. You did. But you...
Yeah, that's what's going to happen. Kiki's going to go on MLC. KB's going to make her shit on John. She's going to fall right in line because there ain't a link this woman doesn't love.
Mm-hmm.
And she will agree with everything Papa Bear says because money's got to come in.
Yeah, she spreads her asshole.
Yeah, those are...
little playing ball is not going to do anything.
Let me tell you something. Those headbands, you think they're cheap?
Get one for every occasion.
You got 365 headbands over there.
Have it both ways. You can't have your cake and eat it too. So if you're mad at me,
and what about my cake? How come nobody got me a cake?
I want cake! For having Keanu on, why the fuck should I be not mad at you for going on Picky's show? I'll wait.
I'll wait. I didn't say that.
Hypocrite? I think though. Thank you, crackhead Bob. You're welcome.
There you are.
And therein lies the hypocrisy. Therein lies the fucking hypocrisy. Okay.
Back to how
let's go.
Right. Back to how Clay ruined all of this.
So Now we cut to Clay Dabbler. Who I thought was one of my closest friends in this Dabbleverse.
The guy I never met or had his phone number.
Right.
That guy.
And what do I get from Clay Dabbler when I get up this morning? DMs. Mad at me, saying I somehow slighted Rob. Come here, Clay Dabbler. Thanks, Dad.
Well, your dad hits like a pussy.
Yeah.
That's fucking A, man.
Thanks.
That's what your dad did. How much of a pussy boy is this guy that he couldn't take back? Couple slabs, please.
I'll save it for a live show. I got something. I won't say it here.
I'm saying,
And
John, in my honest opinion, YouTube's terms of service,
This
if
video
that's what your
appears
dad
right
hit you
before
with, then
you
he didn't
step
beat you. He's just trying to keep you in line, man. Couple
into
of
the
rounds.
rules.
Caps, please.
Please, come on, don't be a pussy.
That looked like he was telling you good game.
Souls
Yeah.
is pretty good vibe.
Blew a fucking gasket. He is going to lecture me that I didn't treat Rob fairly. And I'm not gonna read.
Oh, yeah. Steve S. says, thanks, Dad, is his new victim angle. Right. Good call.
Not my fault.
Right.
I was beat. Eat anything verbatim.
So I'm sorry. Could you just back that up because I want you to notice what he says here about how he's not going to read the text verbatim.
Gasket. He is going to lecture me that I didn't treat Rob fairly. And I'm not gonna read anything verbatim. But I want
something tells me we'll see this clip in about 5 minutes in a flashback.
you to know.
Yankees are up 8-6.
So I'm just gonna just.
It's gonna make the comeback and the loss even better. Just try. What inning is it?
It is fifth.
Oh, please. We got plenty of
Sixth.
time.
Top of the sixth.
Ah, so fucking boring. It'll be done in 4.5 hours.
Start this out.
Like this show.
Okay? So he sends me something at 12:38 this afternoon. To the likes of John, mate, just remember who's loyal to you. Rob's been loyal for a long time. And I'm going, what the fuck?
Oh, Marco.
No.
I remember Marco.
Mm-hmm.
Marco was the guy that called the Carlson, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Hey, tell Marco we said hi.
Did I do?
Oh, must be important.
I'm on air, I'll call you after.
Listen, that internet I got last week, it was terrible. I'll call you back.
We'll see later.
Right. And I'm going, what the fuck did I do?
Why do you put it back in your pocket?
So I write to him, I can read what I write. Yeah, tell me what the fuck I did to him, please. I'll wait, Clay. Tell me what I fucking did to him. Man, you guys are fucking amazing. What did I do to him? Let me fucking know, Clay. I'm so sick of you fucking armchair people trying to pick a side on every fucking issue. You want to be loyal? Be loyal. I invited Rob. I invited everyone for my birthday week. You didn't fucking show, did you, Clay? They did.
Oh, I'm so mad. Oh, Clay.
What a fucking baby.
Mm-hmm.
They did. Now here's his
And
bullshit
here's Clay going,
response.
and all Clay said was, you know, you should be a better friend to Rolf. He's been your friend for a long time. I think.
Right.
Well, that makes absolutely no sense to John. No. What? Friend? What?
Well, he's not even hearing what Clay's saying. He sees Clay as giving him advice, and that's now lit the fuse.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what's worse? He's lecturing John, which is even worse.
Right. And you know what, Don? You're not necessarily wrong. If you don't ever stand up for yourself, it's just going to keep happening.
You hear that, Mike?
You ask Keanu.
No.
You ask Abba. their permission to let him on the show for one.
What?
Okay. Okay, Greg. I've done that for Rob too. Or are you forgetting? Do I stutter? Well, yeah, I do, but do I stutter?
Yeah,
You just watching The Breakfast Club again. You see, usually when I watch movies, I like start quoting the movie.
I'm done with this shit on my own.
Right.
Especially if they're saying fag. I really like quoting those movies.
Great.
Sometimes I say schwing when I watch Wayne's World.
Yeah. Like, those guys are, same thing. That's when I was in the middle of Fast Times. Now I'm in the middle of Breakfast Club, so I might make a few.
The middle of Breakfast Club? How long does it take you to watch a fucking movie? The thing's an hour and a half.
It's more like a brunch club because it was took a long time to watch.
Yeah. And when's the last time you watched a movie from, I don't know, this century?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. He has the one streaming service that has nothing new.
Maybe
or even close to it.
It might be VCR.
Oh my God, him and Marshall tape trading? That'd be awesome.
First of all, John, I wanted to give you one of my Jungle Books.
Yeah, what the fuck? This fucking idiot gave me 3 Jungle Books.
Marshall, I didn't notice. I noticed you didn't rewind Breakfast Club.
Be fucking kind! So
kind.
again, this is yesterday's show, and today he was talking about Breakfast Club again, which means it takes him 2 days to watch a movie, or he's watched it numerous times in 2 days.
Well, he passes out. He'll start watching it.
Agreed.
For 10 minutes and passes out.
Yeah.
He gets drunk, and then it's one of his things that makes him happy.
Right.
Like this other place locked in time that he watches these movies.
But this is a guy who claims he has every channel, every service.
He ain't got shit.
No, of course he doesn't. I mean, he's telling on himself.
Right.
Why would you watch the movies he says he's watching if you have? I just watched oh God, it was a horror movie that just came on HBO. It's good. It's pretty scary. It's pretty graphic.
Sounds great.
Bring Her Back. It's called.
Wow, what a great review.
Bring Her Back. Bring Her Back. Sorry about Lucy Peck.
Bring that story back and don't start it. Bring it to the beginning and don't start it.
Okay, you guys can't watch that. Okay?
The Sinner's good? I haven't watched that yet.
Yeah, that's good too.
That's good? Okay.
References to The Breakfast Club. You see this? This is what I get at my house when you spill paint in the garage. Do I stutter?
What?
F word?
Oh.
It's from The Breakfast Club.
Yeah, I thought he was actually being real for a minute.
At NYU in acting class.
Oh.
Whoa.
Back this motherfucker. Everybody calm down.
You see this? This is what I get at my house when you spill paint in the garage. Do I stutter? I did that monologue at NYU in acting class. The teacher said, "Man, you have a lot of energy."
He didn't just say that. He didn't just say that.
Richard Lewis says, "This is genius. You're brilliant."
What a review.
That's what you want to hear from your acting teacher. Boy, man, you got a lot of energy.
Yeah, you made some choices there.
Teacher told me, "Wow, you're really loud."
Yeah, boy. Maybe too much pro-choice in that scene.
Stutter? I did that monologue at NYU in acting class. The teacher said, "Man, you have a lot of energy, and all of the, like, your whole face just says that you're in the character."
Your whole face says that you're in the character.
Nothing you said.
I mean, unbelievable.
Wow. And that he remembers that as a compliment.
Yeah, no, you don't even know, Mike. My teacher at one point said, "You really smelled up the stage, John." And I was like, thank you. Then everybody clapped. Oh,
She goes, it's amazing. And that was a young Duke at 21 years old, my acting instructor.
Meanwhile, that was a sentence he did, and he goes, I did that monologue for my acting teacher. It wasn't a monologue.
Because you have to act the whole scene. I don't really care. I mean, I do. I've asked Rob before. I let people on when he was on first. I'm respectful like that. And to call me out, I think it's fucking bullshit. Fuck off. I go, yeah, Clay, I'm going to have a guy trash trans people. And then I mentioned something about my family. And I go, man, you're fucking stupid. This is the kind of thing I would tell you. Don't get involved. Just stay the fuck out of it. Because you're pissing me the fuck up. And I was.
So, again, John giving this directive to all his guests, especially Vince, do not bring up my family. And the minute he's in a DM conversation, first thing he brings up is his trans kid.
Right. Serves him well.
Yeah.
Screaming
Shout
at
out
my
to
voice text now.
Yeah, exactly. It's a scene, not a monologue, you halfwit. The monologue would have been the Dear Mr. Vernon letter. Correct.
And then he goes, well, she's saying he fucks his dog. Of course he's going to go there. Really, Clay?
Is this true? You think if his kid was a dog fucker, he'd be on Saul's side? You bring up some interesting points, Anthony.
Did I not defend him when she said that? I'll wait.
Is this true? Back at NYU, he did the "Are you not entertained?" speech from the feature film Gladiator.
Did I not defend him? I did. Have I always defended Rob? Yes. The proof is in the pudding. I have always come. I'm a cum pig. And you can say he's loyal to me. I've been loyal to him. And Clay, up until today, I'll still be loyal. But I've always been loyal to you. It works both ways.
Yeah, but he's pissed off. He's been pissed off at Clay before and punished him.
Oh yeah. He sat there, if you remember, there was a show where he sat there and spent probably 10 minutes trying to dox Clay as he's on as a guest. He's going, do you live in such and such? Because I'm getting messages from people telling me your name is this and you live here. And Clay
I
just
never
sat
told
there.
anybody you lived in Scotland.
Right. And Clay just sat there and took it and did nothing about it.
And what is this loyalty he talks about? What has he done for Clay? Except have him come on his show and not pay him or give him anything. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, Clay has done a million more things for John than John has done for him.
But he hasn't. Well, what has he done to defend Clay Dabbler? What is he? Like Clay has to constantly defend John. He constantly has to. He comes on our show. He calls us names.
Yeah.
He says that you can't even shine the Duke shoes.
Right.
But what has John ever done for Clay? John has done nothing.
Clay can sit here and say that John respects him more than we do. That's a fact.
Oh, totally.
Like we respect you, Clay, more than this guy ever has, ever will.
I love your Clay models.
I have always been loyal to you. Now I'll go back. Well, she just say, folks and dogs, of course he's gonna go there. Yeah, and I fucking defended him. If you watch the show, listen. I said, block me, you motherfucker. Leave me the fuck alone. You always go to fucking the other guy's side without knowing the facts.
Oh. Baby need a baba? Baby need a baba? Is it past your bedtime?
And then I said, what about you, Dad? Fuck you. No, Dad, what about you? Fuck you.
Thanks, Dad. I mean, fuck you, Dad.
And he goes, well, I don't care. I've always been on your side. I said, how many times did I sing, give peace a chance?
Oh my God, he commits that stupid shit to writing.
How many fucking times did I say, can we all just get along?
And it's not about, it has nothing to do with any of this. any of it. He's saying you should have stuck up for Rob. And he's saying, how many times did I try to stop the arguing? You didn't.
No, he didn't.
How many fucking times was I trying to be the peacemaker? Maybe if you watch the show, they'll change your fucking stupid ass opinion. Now go fuck yourself.
I'll see you
Now
Friday.
this is where I blew.
Whoa!
Who did he blow?
Listen, in his defense, anything could be up there.
Yeah, that's right.
This
What
is where
is
blow
the
goes.
key word here?
Keyword.
My lid. This is where I blow my stack. You ready?
They say this is where I blow my lid?
Yeah, blow your Ralph.
This is where I blew my lid. This is where I blow my stack.
Exchange student staying with him. My lid is from Thailand.
My lid, get over here.
I flip my stack and I blow my lid.
Because I'm treading on thin ground.
He writes, I've only seen clips. To be fair. I've only seen clips. So his whole argument is based on clips.
And your whole argument is he needs to watch that entire piece of shit show for him to have an opinion on this. And somehow his opinion's going to be different if he watches the whole thing. The clip was them fighting. That was the clip he watched.
Right.
And the opinion is maybe be better to a guy who likes you, who's your friend.
Who has been there for you, whatever that's worth. Whatever the fuck that, who knows? Alba gives John his cubic zirconia fake diamond as he walks away from the school with, "Don't you forget about me." And he just puts that crooked finger up instead of the fist at the end.
Not the whole show. So he is making these accusations based on clips,
Things he saw.
not on the show.
What is the show?
Now I ask
Right.
him in the court of public opinion.
That's like when he says, my stand-up wasn't recorded with good audio, so that's why it's not funny. Like, oh, okay, yeah. They filmed it from the side, which ruins a lot of jokes. Got it.
Yeah. Everybody laughed at the joke in the beginning of the show, at the end of the show. Doesn't make any sense.
Imagine
He should have
somebody-
been defending him in real time.
Yeah.
On clip.
Yeah, he did, and he's caught, and he gets mad, and Clay is sticking up for Rob, and he's saying, "Hey, man, I feel like you should have, helped your boy out a little."
Yeah. And Rob and Clay doesn't even like Rob that much.
I don't think
That's
so.
the thing.
Yeah,
He doesn't. But he knows about loyalty.
right.
Making an assessment without knowing all the facts. And coming after a loyal friend without knowing the facts. Just going by clips.
Wow, how dare you, Clay? Put in a full watch and then come back with an opinion. Judge hit a home run off the foul pole. Ooh, is that legal? Let's go here, folks. Never have and never will give that clown money. Bravo. Bravo. Good for you, sir. Man again?
My investigation concluded that Drokey's bank hit zero at the same time the barrister stopped interrupting the show. Coincidence? Case closed.
Oh, wow, that was... How do you think about that? So pretentious. Enough with the Q+. Just say LGBT. Yeah, I'm with you on that. I miss the old Bennington show when he would turn to Fez and say, "It's the worst thing you can say about a man, Fezzy, as only Ron can." We'll call him gay. Yeah. That dude's one of the funniest human beings alive. Johnny T-Bone Zen, your weight is fine. More cushion for the pushing, baby. Come on. Ufa Zen. A little bomb photo there. All right, happens to all of us. Colin Madden gifting a membership here at TSN. Thank you, Kyle. John cannot handle women not falling for his shit. He gets ridiculously angry and almost violent because why doesn't this woman coddle me like my mommy? That is one of the greatest things anyone's ever said about him.
Yeah.
And so accurate. Yeah, there's a level of anger he reaches with a woman that he never reaches with a guy.
Live streams from Portland wasn't
Maddie over here gifted a membership. Oh, membering up tier 2.
Yeah, it's one of those nights. It's kind of lame out there tonight. They were just dancing, not much action going on because they're not like next to the ice facility anymore. Since Christy Nome came today, they finally pushed them away from the ice facility, so the closest they can get is like a block away or whatever now. There was still some action tonight, you know. That Tommy guy was out there and he was getting hella views and stuff, and until he got assaulted again and they broke his phone. And then after he went home, I guess everyone else went home, and that's what I heard about tonight's streaming party out there. But yeah, it should be more interesting later, you know. Once they, I'm not sure if they're gonna enforce the new lines because they're not at the ice facility anymore and they're not like causing as big of a ruckus or whatever. But that probably won't last forever.
Thank you, Maddie. About time.
So it should be
Pinky and the Rake, except Pinky is...
Like once they let the protesters come back to the ice facility and stand out where they normally are, then it'll probably get interesting again and more streamers will come back.
The dumb one. Yes, I like that. Thanks, Dad, is his response for to being called out for doing that when talking about Felicia. Oh, so he was mad at Felicia and he did the... everything's a shield. John Bent Finger instead of Bender. Oh, I like that. I got you for 2 months, Bent Finger. 2 months. Boom. All right, got a couple super chats and we are on our way. Woo! Not Chaser, you beautiful monkey. I heard he unblocked you. I wonder how long that lasted.
Truly. I also thought of Beer Can Jerry with suspicion until he told me his grandfather was Sonder Commando and I fell in love with him. He comes from generations of traitors.
I did not know that. Explains a lot. We know John is fake, stupid, and performative, but this act only serves to give the Downverse creators content and he won't make a cent from it.
Right.
I mean, he's making. You know, he's making. But yeah, he has come back and, you know, put wind in everybody's sails that used to be over him. So, anyhow, listen, you guys are the fucking best, man. Like I said, I won't be on tomorrow. I got a family thing that I'm doing. And I don't know if the boys are going to do something, maybe. But for sure, we got Thursday and Friday. Friday, hopefully.
Oh, Friday.
Dostoevsky did not approach these questions.
When stain makers cut loose, when pets run wild, from fresh spills to tough set and stained, you're always ready to...
As an abstract philosopher sitting in an ivory tower. He lived through some of the most traumatic experiences imaginable. He was arrested as a young man for revolutionary activities and sentenced to death by firing squad.
At the last possible moment, as he stood blindfolded before the guns, a messenger arrived with news that his sentence had been commuted to hard labor in Siberia. He spent 4 years in a brutal prison camp where he witnessed the absolute depths of human cruelty and degradation. He suffered from epilepsy his entire adult life. He struggled with gambling addiction. He lost beloved children. He lived in poverty for much of his life. He knew suffering intimately, and this gave his philosophical insights a power and authenticity that purely academic philosophers could never achieve. But Dostoevsky was also a man of extraordinary genius and learning. He read voraciously in philosophy, theology, psychology, and political theory. He engaged with the greatest thinkers of his time and understood the intellectual currents that were shaping the modern world. He saw where these ideas were leading, and he was horrified by what he saw. He witnessed the rise of materialism, atheism, socialism, and scientific rationalism, and he understood that these seemingly progressive ideas contained the seeds of unprecedented human destruction. He dedicated his life to warning humanity about the dangers ahead and pointing toward a different path. The philosophy you are about to explore is not a systematic academic theory. It is a living, breathing exploration of the human soul. It emerges through characters who feel as real as the people in your own life. It is dramatized through stories that will haunt you long after you finish hearing them. It is a philosophy born from suffering, refined through genius, and offered as a gift to anyone willing to grapple with the deepest truths about human existence. Prepare yourself for a journey into the mind of one of the greatest thinkers who ever lived.
Let's go!
Part 1. The Sacred Foundation of Human Freedom. Freedom is not a political concept for Dostoevsky. It is not about voting rights or constitutional protections or economic systems. Freedom is the metaphysical foundation of human existence itself. It is what separates human beings from animals, machines, and even angels. It is the most precious and most terrible gift that humans possess, and it is the source of both our greatest glory and our deepest misery. To understand Dostoevsky's philosophy of freedom, you must first understand what he means by the word. When most people think of freedom, they imagine the ability to do whatever they want without interference. They think of freedom from external constraints. But Dostoevsky is talking about something much more fundamental and much more disturbing. He is talking about the freedom to choose between good and evil, the freedom to act against your own self-interest, the freedom to destroy yourself and others for no rational reason whatsoever, the freedom to say no to God, to happiness, to love, to life itself. This freedom is not optional for human beings. We cannot give it up even if we want to. Even when we try to surrender our freedom to authority figures, political systems, or religious institutions, we are still making a free choice to surrender. Even when we claim that our actions are determined by genetics, social conditioning, or unconscious drives, we are still freely choosing to accept that deterministic explanation. Freedom haunts every human moment. It lurks behind every decision, no matter how small or seemingly automatic. We are condemned to be free, and this condemnation is the source of human anxiety, guilt, and existential terror. Why would anyone want such a terrible burden? Why would a loving God curse human beings with such a frightening responsibility?
A burden.
Because without freedom, goodness would be meaningless. A robot programmed to help people is not morally praiseworthy. An animal acting on instinct to protect its young is not exhibiting virtue. Only a being who could choose evil but freely chooses good deserves moral credit. Only a being who could reject love but freely chooses to love is capable of genuine love. Only a being who could despair but freely chooses hope is exhibiting real courage. But here is where Dostoevsky becomes truly radical. Most human beings, he argues, cannot handle this level of freedom. It is too terrifying, too burdensome, too overwhelming. Most people, when faced with genuine freedom, will do anything to escape it. They will surrender their autonomy to political leaders who promise to take care of them. They will adopt rigid ideologies that tell them exactly what to think and feel. They will lose themselves in addictions, distractions, and mindless pleasures. They will do anything to avoid the terrible responsibility of having to choose who they want to be. This creates a fundamental tragedy in human existence. The very thing that makes us human is the thing that most of us desperately want to escape. We want to be free, but we do not want the responsibility that comes with freedom. We want to make choices, but we do not want to face the consequences of our choices. We want to be good, but we do not want to struggle with the temptation to be evil. We want love, but we do not want to risk the vulnerability that genuine love requires. Dostoevsky illustrates this tragedy through the underground man, one of the most important characters in all of literature. The underground man is a former government clerk who has withdrawn from society and spends his time writing bitter notes about the nature of human existence. He is highly intelligent, deeply self-aware, and completely miserable. He understands exactly what he should do to improve his life, but he refuses to do it. He sabotages his own happiness, destroys his relationships, and wallows in his own suffering. Why does he do this? Because it is the only way he can assert his freedom. By choosing to be miserable, he proves that he is not a machine programmed for happiness. The underground man would rather suffer as a free being than be happy as a slave. This is the essence of human perversity that Dostoevsky discovered.
Perversity.
We will choose suffering over happiness if suffering is the only way to prove our autonomy. We will act against our own interests simply to demonstrate that we are not predictable. We will embrace irrationality as a form of rebellion against any system that tries to reduce us to logical formulas. We are willing to go to hell as long as we can choose hell for ourselves rather than having heaven imposed upon us.
Come on, Hart. We got it on 100. We got it on max spin. Whoa! We need some excitement in our lives, Miss Queenie. Let's go. Oh!
This insight has profound implications for politics, psychology, religion, and every other area of human concern. Any system that tries to perfect human beings by eliminating their capacity for free choice will ultimately fail. Any ideology that promises to create happiness by removing the possibility of choosing unhappiness will produce rebellion and resentment. Any political program that treats people as rational actors who will always choose their own self-interest will be surprised by human perversity. Any psychological theory that tries to explain all human behavior in terms of deterministic causes will miss the irreducible element of freedom that makes us human.
Elemento, my child.
Too broad.
Yeah. What do you mean?
Welcome to Luton. This shit all it is.
No.
I'm a soldier.
I'm
What's this, man? Hold up, no, mate.
Got you.
Show me your building,
I want
man.
to talk.
Show me your building.
No, I was asking these two.
Oh, you're asking them if they're okay?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
No fucking movie children.
There's no money.
Yeah, you can't put. I'm a policeman. This is a form of grooming, actually. That's what it is. Yeah. What? This is a form of grooming. It looks like you're being groomed to become drug dealers.
So you come for the money? I understand. Work or?
I go work. I go back my country.
Before I'm soldier. You think there are some people in there that are like dangerous people?
Soldier people.
No, yeah.
Do I have the right to record you?
You don't have the right to be here.
No, go.
Why are you covering your face?
Yes.
Yeah.
But it's nice. I am Egyptian.
Outside, they take bribes from him so that he can locate the drugs. Agree, half of them are spies for Arab countries who come to find out what is going on in the British Empire so they can deliver it to the Arab army. Hey guys, welcome back. We're in Luton today. Ghettos of Luton. We were here not long ago.
When you've got smoke-free satisfaction, you've got the freedom to do things you're...
Already you've got some welcoming people there. Yeah, Ghettos of Luton on a Wednesday. How's it going, guys? You alright? What's it like around here for town stuff?
What?
What's it like around here? No, I'm just filming Luton today. That's alright. So here's the multi-occupancy, massive free housing for the migrants. Look, we came here last time, but just seeing all that shoebox is there.
You might recognize me from the movies, the big movies. You ever seen Pulp Fiction? You might recognize me. Got a red neck and eyes. There's me. Y'all saw me chilling. That's my biggest role yet.
Yeah, these guys know from last time, I think. Oh, got a car going in with a personalised reg. Hello guys, you alright? Free accommodation. Oh! Ah. Lots of people in here, look. Lots of bikes down there. Oh, we've got some delivery bikes as well. I think they're delivery bikes, scooters. Nice use an iPhone on that one there. Easy life. But look at all the bikes we've got and scooters here. We saw it last time, but to show you again, definitely delivery rider on this one. Lots of them here. Mini one there. They all look fairly new, don't they? All brand new almost.
Nice.
Zero tolerance policy on substances and drugs left there. Yeah, the good life, yeah? The good life, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah? Hmm. Look, prancing off with his brand new headphones on there. And his expensive coat. Yes, brother, you okay? It's okay, we're just doing a documentary. Hello.
Hello, brother.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, look. Friendly, but they don't seem too happy with the camera. I don't think. Quite a lot of people, to be fair, living here. They're coming in and out very quickly. Oh, we've got 3 security guards now. Oh, we're being filmed. It's not allowed. No picture. Brother, he took my picture. Arrest him. It's not allowed. All right. Yeah.
Not allowed.
Make them all come to the front. It's a fucking joke, yeah.
It is, mate. It's bad.
It is a joke, man. They
It's
got
bad.
things everywhere now.
Yeah, there's quite a lot. This is a big place. This one.
Ibis. 2 of the Ibis hotels in Stevens and Letchworth. They're both all like this.
Yeah.
But they're vibrant, that's the difference. These ones don't seem too bad to be fair.
Right. Ah, it's the Terminator. I'll be back. Dun 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 dun. He's got his sunshades on. It's not sunny. It looks pretty cool, you know. Terminator. I'll be back to show people the amount of rubbish which is coming outside this place. Look here. You need to clean up. Got a better fringe than me, mate. Got a better fringe than me.
Thank you, bro.
Got a moustache boy with no bottom half. Wonder why. What are you doing with that? What? I haven't got any money, mate. Sorry. Sorry. What's that? What's that? Hanger. Has he stolen it or not? I don't know. Very random. He didn't have it 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, well, welcome to Luton.
Thanks, man.
This is all it is.
Yeah?
You know what I mean?
Is it that bad?
Well, you know what? This is very multicultural, but like most towns, there's its problems.
Nothing wrong with multicultural, it depends on...
Because some of your streams, I'm on not main stream, not Molly used to, some are oh, we know that guy. But, you know, yeah, I see, I was like, no, it's not that bad. You know what I mean?
Do you think up at the station there's a very large housing place for illegals? Do you think that's having an impact?
I'm not happy about that, mate.
Yeah.
Because, you know, I'm a patriot. I have a dog.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what.
There you go. There you
I
go.
know it's getting in trouble, but
They'll get in trouble.
If they had my daughter, I'd have to go up to kill them.
Yeah, I think most people would, right?
Yeah,
It's your kids, isn't it? It's happening a lot.
Yeah, exactly. And like I said, I'm prepared. I'm pulled up now, mate.
Got you.
But I'm going, brother. Take care, mate.
Thank you, mate. Cheers. You have good money, yeah? Well, these shoes, where did they come from? That's what my question is. People give them to you, or? Oh, right, they give to you and you make better. Ah, okay, I understand. Yeah, the drugs are a big problem, yeah? Guys, give the shoes, he make it look better, and then you sell it on, right? Is that kind of how it goes? Remaining shoe business here. They do look brand new though, don't they? Have a possible deal going on. Very large cargo plane get taken up there.
AI is transforming customer service. It's obvious we know that.
Oh
the leader in the
my
category is our product, Finn. It's best in the bin.
They drive you insane with these fucking ads.
Not really. No. Yeah. Hello. They're beautiful, yeah? They're beautiful. The shoes.
What do you mean?
I said it's beautiful. The shoes.
Yeah, but what do you mean?
Oh, YouTube. YouTube videos. You know, TikTok, YouTube, Facebook.
What is it?
Dan. BJE Media.
With any outsider that comes to you, you never get a real. You won't get a real feel of you won't win it. If I took you for a walk without that camera, I'll show you the room.
Yeah, that'd be good. But then without the camera, it's kind of pointless, right?
Man, that's what you should get rated. If I took you for a true representation of doing would be to try the food, because we have won multiple food awards.
All right.
Yeah. So the takeaways are good for this.
I'll look for that. Yeah, I'll try that.
Yeah. So, say #1 spot is going to be lemon crispy.
Back outside the complex here. Very strange combination there. Joggers and brand news.
Hello.
You right?
Good.
Yeah? Having a good day?
Yeah, good day.
So it's getting busy now here, guys. Very, very busy. Very expensive as well. You can dream it. You must do it. Dream of coming to the UK, guys, and here we are. Welcome, welcome. Free of charge.
What are you doing?
Hello.
Why record?
Sorry?
Why record?
What do you mean?
Why record?
I'm recording, brother.
Why? For what?
For YouTube. Take care, yeah? You thinking about going in, mate? It's home office.
Home office.
Home Office. They're housing the illegals. That's all.
Pardon?
They're housing the illegal immigrants.
Okay.
For free. Yeah.
Okay.
That's all it is. Free housing.
Free housing.
Free housing.
I'm not gonna pay.
And you got to pay.
Yeah, how come?
It's a good question for Mr. Storm, that. You got people on the street, and then you've got a.
Place for free people
It's free?
to come here and get money and
Mr. Storm.
And a lot of the bikes they're doing Deliveroo. You know, they're working as well.
Really?
Yeah. Just up there, there's bikes, delivery bikes. So they're living for free, but they're working. It's not good, no?
No, of course not. The working people have the body strip their buttocks off.
Exactly, man. Exactly. Right? If you come over on the boat, illegally, they'll let you.
Really?
Of course.
Roll that till I come off the boat. Then.
Oh, look at this tracksuit, man. Brother, that's a nice tracksuit, man. Wow, I've not seen a tracksuit like that before. Look at that.
Another one to come off the boat. It's unreal.
It is, look.
Is this real or is this a joke?
I'll show you, yeah. So they go in. They got a security guard there to protect them from us, so we can't go in. There he is. Look, he's inside now. There. Get them there.
So this is a new thing, or what is it now? How long has this ship been going on?
It's been going on quite a long time. They're housing the illegal immigrants, but this particular one here, I'm not too sure. You've got like 5 and...
Are you doing this for the news or what?
No, just a YouTube channel.
You go inside there.
You know, just behind the fence, and it all kicked off.
Bro, what are you recording people? Going around recording people, man. I know what you did, bro.
So,
What are you doing that for?
who's asking?
No, I'm asking you.
Okay, and you are?
Right?
What I'm saying is, do you live here? Are you a member of the public? Or?
I'm a member.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, making YouTube content.
What's your TikTok? YouTube channel?
YouTube, TikTok. Yeah. Yeah. Why, what's wrong with the recording people? Is that okay?
Not yet. Yeah. YouTube channel.
Yes.
Can we see your TikTok? Your TikTok on YouTube?
No, it's okay.
Is that okay?
You can, yeah.
Do you have TikTok?
So if you have a look on the channel, my friend, the Luton video was about a month ago. Have a look on there.
You got a phone in. Well, what's the name? What's the channel?
Why are you asking?
Oh, I want to see videos of that.
It feels hostile. Is it hostile?
Is what?
Hostile.
What's that?
Like aggressive.
No.
Like in a bad way, you know?
No.
Because the first thing you say is, why are you recording people?
Yeah.
We're recording this because are you working or paying tax? But we're all paying for it, you know?
Who? That?
Yeah.
The private property.
Do you know what that place is?
It's a private
What is
property.
it? Private property.
My hotel, bro.
The council house. Which people?
Ain't fucking rocket science.
No, so they're housing illegal immigrants, right?
Illegal immigrants?
Yeah.
Did you know that home care makes a difference in people's lives? It's also a job that takes care of you. With flexible hours, healthcare, and retirement options. Apply now at OregonHomeCareJobs.com.
Les Schwab changed the tire game more than 70 years ago. Today, we still believe you should get more from less. Like more hustle, less hassle. More of the best service around, less of the runaround. Because we include America's best tire warranty in every tire we sell. So you get more unbeatable warranty, less charging you extra. It's why we're more than proud to say, you get more from less.
The what?
Some of them.
Humble boys.
Oh, that was the concert house.
No, not anymore. It's Home Office contract now. So basically, I'm filming that today.
Right,
Take it easy, my friend, yeah?
Right.
Yeah, so today we're filming that.
Why? Why?
Logistics. Well,
यार रोक के ना 2 मिनट गल कर लेंगे ना पूरी ध्यान
you weren't aware of it, right?
हाँ
You weren't aware of it.
ना this guy doesn't have brain
You thought it was cancelled, so I'm filming it to show people what's going on there, you know?
yeah they're coming but you're not allowed inside though
No.
so are you gonna go there
We're not going inside, we're just staying out here, talk to people, you know?
The people live here.
Yeah.
I know a few people who live here.
Get their stories and that, you know? DJE Media's a channel. Yeah, DJE, yeah.
Oh, DGA.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, where's the Moroccan guy? It's a Moroccan guy.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Where is he?
Watford.
What? DG?
DJE, yeah.
DGE.
Okay.
Only DGA. Only DGA. No, man.
He knows the song.
We do it chasing a 15-year-old or something.
Well, the police?
Yeah, like being police and that.
No, they were chasing the woman who hit the police officer.
What?
Was a woman. Yeah, she's not 15, she's an older woman, like.
Alright.
Yeah.
See how you doing, mate?
Take care, mate.
Were you recording me now?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't post it though.
All right.
No, no, yeah.
It's not a weapon, man.
Fuck.
Boss, is it fine if you don't post it or you blow my face?
I don't know if I'll post it. I don't think I'm getting a video at all today from Luton. It's been boring. Yeah, so far it's been boring. Nothing going on.
What the fuck?
I was on my way to the train station. So,
Alright, see you then.
Take care, guys. Take care. You okay?
No.
Why?
We walk around with the CCTV on his chest.
Filming places.
What are you working on?
Filming places.
Yeah.
Filming places.
Yeah, filming, but today.
Yeah, trying to smoke a bowl, but my rig's being a little weird. Trying to get it to spark.
I'm filming this place.
Why? What are you doing with it?
Do you know what they're doing here?
No.
Right. So, I'm filming it.
But you filming everyone else though?
I'm putting it on YouTube so that people like you that don't know what's going on here will know.
Okay. Well, what's your YouTube page then?
What's it called?
What's your YouTube page? Yeah, your channel.
DJE Media.
DJE Media.
Yeah. So, someone's been released, guys.
Margaret O'Dale.
Wasn't happy about being kept in, this one. Hello, brother, right?
What's your problem?
My problem?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
What are you asking?
Well, you're coming out of there.
Yeah, what are you asking?
That's why. It's in the pocket.
Why are you asking this?
You're living here, yes?
It's in the pocket.
Why are you asking this?
Because
Who are you?
I've got a right to ask you.
Who are you?
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 Tell me, who are you?
You're undocumented.
Who are you?
You are undocumented here.
Who are you? Tell me this.
I'm asking who you are.
Who are you? You're police?
No.
Who are you?
No.
You're the king, man?
Maybe.
You're the king?
You're not the king. You're looking your face. You're not the king.
Yeah, I'm not
Who
the
are
king.
you?
Yeah, are you the king?
Yeah, who are you?
Right, okay.
Yeah, who are you?
Where are you from?
Where are you from?
Here. England.
Where are you from?
England.
The Hitler time, where are you from? Your father coming in the water this side.
Stay a distance.
I'm a distance.
Yeah.
You stay in the distance.
Keep a distance.
Your father coming this side is the Hitler time. There's a man with the woman there.
Right.
Your face like a Belgian, a Romani. You look at your name.
Don't get
You're
angry.
Belgian Romani.
Yeah, don't get angry.
You're not from king this country.
Yeah, don't get angry.
No, I'm not angry.
Good.
I was like that.
Good. You look angry.
No,
Yeah.
I was like that. I'm a soldier.
Everybody coming out of here today.
I'm a soldier.
I'm saying hello to them.
No, I'm a soldier.
If I want to
You're a
speak to you-
racist, man.
I'm racist.
Yeah.
I'm a racist.
Hey, you're a racist.
Come out of the way, people. I'm a racist.
This is not your role. You're a racist.
I'm a racist.
You're a racist. You're talking this. Who are you? You're police. You're not police.
How am I racist?
Go at the job.
How am I racist?
You're talking to people. You're talking to people like that. Who are you? What you doing?
I'm talking to people that we're paying
This
for
is not
out
your
here.
right.
It is my
This
right.
is not your right.
It is.
Go, get the money every month, drink alcohol, and sleep. Can you tell me you're working in this country?
Yes.
Show me the paper you're working.
No, thank you.
No,
No.
no, thank you. Show me the paper.
Where's your ID then?
Show me the paper.
Where's your ID
Show me
then?
your paper you work in this country.
Why would I do
How
that?
much money you in your account?
In my account?
Yeah, tell me.
Private, innit?
Not private. This is not
Private.
private. This is my private you're talking about. Go.
If you're going to come
This
to
is the office.
this, if you're going to come to this country,
Go this side. This is the office. Take money.
if you're going to come to this country,
£100 every month.
Yeah.
Drink alcohol.
yeah,
You understand?
yeah, we're paying for you right now. I'm paying for you to be here.
And rape the children people.
Yeah.
Small people,
You're not
children,
painting a good impression at the moment of you guys.
I
Yeah?
asked. This is my right asking.
You're meant to be polite.
You asked me
Respectful.
talking. I asked
You're
this.
supposed to be polite.
Where is your other American?
Who?
Where is your other Moroccan? Is asked everything.
Oh, Moroccan, sorry, Moroccan.
Yeah, where is this motherfucker?
What do you mean, where is he?
Where is this?
When you've got smoke-free satisfaction, you've got the freedom to do things your way. Get $20 off 5
Tell this Moroccan,
Yeah.
you king, kill the people. You king. You asked you king.
What's your problem with him?
Because you're racist people.
I'm not
talking
racist.
You're racist.
I'm not racist.
You're
Tell me.
racist.
How?
You're racist.
How am I racist?
You're talking to people. Who are you?
Yes.
What are you doing there?
Because we're paying for you out of here.
I fucking you pay this
Yes.
place.
Yes.
Just go
Taxpayer.
pay you people.
Taxpayer.
You have whom?
Oh, sorry.
The building.
I'd already have lost in if I was this guy and tell this guy, hey bruh, let's talk over here off camera in the dark alley. Oh, alright, I'm off to work. You two have good shit at work, Brody.
Show me
We are paying for this.
You're not.
So if I want to talk to you, I want to talk.
Show me your building.
Fuck off.
Fuck off you.
Fuck off, man.
No, this talking. Who are you? What are you doing there? Who are you, man?
What are you? What are you doing?
If I want to ask you a question, I will ask you a question. If I want to talk to you, I'll talk to you.
You people
Stay back, stay back.
No, you stay back.
You're in my face. If you get any closer, I'm going to push you back.
I'm gonna push you back.
It won't end very well.
Yeah.
It won't end very well.
No, I'm gonna push you back.
Yeah, don't try it. You're going to fight, are you?
I'm talking.
Yeah?
Go.
Yeah?
I'm still there.
Yeah, I think you should go. Right.
Saida, you didn't listen to what the fuck off you.
You're in this country.
Yeah?
Show respect. Show
This is not
respect.
your country.
Show
Your father
respect.
coming to Belgium.
Show
Romania,
respect.
Your country, this country. The Hitler time.
Show respect.
Go. You have the blood. Can you tell me the blood is?
Show respect.
You show me the respect.
So calm down and talk peacefully. What's the problem? I'm talking to everybody from here today. I can do that.
I'm not going to this man coming. Who are you? What are you doing there? Who are you?
Yeah.
Who are you?
Probably he doesn't take it well. It's fine. Yeah.
Put this in.
I'm not harassing anybody, mate. No, I'm not going to jog on, mate. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. You're right, mate.
Can I get a picture, please?
You can. Just be careful, this guy. Yeah. You okay, brother? Yeah, good.
Come on, calm down, bro. It's okay.
Listen, peaceful man, yeah? Peaceful man, yeah? Listen.
You don't record
Listen.
me.
Listen.
You're not recording
If
me.
I want to speak to people from here, I can.
Yeah,
I'll be polite, I'll be respectful, I'll say hi, how are you?
Yeah, you should be
that's it.
all
That's it.
respectful,
Of course.
but you know,
Of
the
course.
people here, they have a lot of stress.
I understand that.
Yeah. They have a lot of stress, they have reject.
But if you don't want to speak to somebody, just say, I don't want to talk today, sorry.
Yeah.
No problem.
And
No
also
problem.
we should respect all each other, you know, because we're all human beings.
This water coming from Belgium, the Hitler time. When this water will be coming, this water.
You know why I first speak to him? Because he looks a bit different, you know? So I thought maybe an interesting guy to speak to, that's all. You're right.
That's why I'm talking again.
Yeah, I'm not racist.
Yeah, but
I'm not racist, guy.
I know this man, you know, I know this man, and he have for a long time here, for a long time here, he had don't avoid anything.
Oh, right,
And
okay.
he have a lot of problem, you know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's why, please leave it. Yeah,
I'm not going to leave, but I won't speak to him.
No, I think because he don't
It's a
speak,
Los
right?
Figueroa.
Yeah.
People coming there, are the people. Who are you?
You look good, man.
Thank you, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
What's your name?
My name is Joseph.
Good to meet you, Sam, yeah? Thanks.
وعليك انت وانا بقول شو اسناد تو سري او مركن كسمادر ده تو اسناد روخا ركن اسناد روخا what the fuck who are you coming from Morocco there you coming from Romania there you're visiting from Romania show me your black people you from Romania you from Turkish you're not from this country
Come, let's go.
Why?
You go to this section?
No, I'm finished. I'm staying here for a bit and I'm going to go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why this man coming to this country? For what reason?
Yeah, well, the reason, yeah.
No, you don't have the reason. You ask, who are you? Who are you? This is not, this is not the answer.
I can ask.
No, this is not the
If you don't want to answer, you don't have
I know
to.
you're the camera, you know, racist man. I know.
I'm not racist.
I'm not racist. I will talk with it.
What's up, Shumpert Gaming? It's DJE Media. Luton's secret army of Muslim soldiers.
I don't care about any colour.
Yeah,
I don't care.
I know this.
I don't care about colour.
You said this, no?
I'm saying any colour, it doesn't matter. I'm not racist. Trust me. No.
You want no resist, man? You take off your clothes, shoes, many shoes, you have on, back there, for the people, keep for the people. The charity.
You're saying I give back. Give back.
What's up, Tony? What's up, Timothy?
You're coming there, I think, who are you? Why are you coming there?
I didn't say who are you. I asked how are you. I asked how. How is your day? I said.
Who are you?
No, I said how. How. How are you? It's different.
I will tell you a story of the thing.
I want to hear your story if we're calm, you know?
I'm a soldier. I served the NATO for 9 years. For 9 years I served the NATO. I see you're a soldier in my country.
I just want to get people's story.
I think if you're a soldier, you arm this.
I believe you. I believe you.
Run away. You run away. You leave the soldier there for dead.
Who, me? Who, me?
Yeah, you listen.
But you don't know me. Personally, do you?
The people this, no? What is this?
Sorry, guys. Are you going to give me your story?
Why am I giving you a story?
You don't have to. No, no. I'm asking, would you? No.
You're a story man.
Like why you came to the UK?
You have a book?
No, I have a channel. I have a channel.
You have a book? One book? Show me your book. Your story. I will give my story for you.
You gotta apologize, please listen.
It's okay, brother. It's okay. It's fine. You've been respectful. Yeah. Police here for some reason. All you have to say is, hello sir, keep walking.
I'll keep you away. You keep you away. Why won't you keep you away?
You don't have to talk, you just say hello. No problem.
Hello. You're not my friend.
Should I tell you why I asked
You're
you?
my brother.
Should I tell you?
I am this man. I know this man. Is coming? I'll talk with him. This man, I will talk with him.
Do you want the truth why I asked you?
Everything.
Yeah. I'll tell you why I asked you. I'll be honest.
Ask this. Who are you?
You look different.
I'm different. This is my
The shades, the hat is unique, yeah?
This is my car.
Yeah, but...
This is my country.
So I thought, oh,
yeah.
I think maybe this guy is an interesting guy.
Where is this?
I think maybe he has an interesting story. Let me speak to him. That's it.
I respect the woman. I respect the child. I respect the police.
Everything alright?
Yeah.
Everything okay?
Yeah, many racist people coming there talking the racist people.
Yeah, that's fine.
Wait, did you say not me?
People like conversation.
Did you say not me?
No, I was asking these two.
Oh, you're asking them if they're okay?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Are you alright?
What about me?
Are you okay?
I'm fine, but it didn't feel very good that you're asking them and not me. When what's just happened, he's literally been seconds away from being in the fight with me.
What's happening?
No, I'm just saying. No, just saying.
What's going on then?
When you say like, are you okay? No, not you, you.
Yeah.
Feels a little bit
He was
one-sided.
staring directly at you, so I'm trying to get his attention.
Right.
See whether he's okay.
Right.
Alright, and just keep away from you.
If I'm a little bit biased, fair enough.
I
want to get people's story.
Yeah, that's
I wanted to get this man's story, and he's not happy about it, so
yeah.
no worries.
Yeah, whatever. Obviously you can't go fine. But I spoke to them because obviously they've called us that you're here filming.
Why did they call you?
Yeah, people do that, don't they? There's a lot of tension around what's going on.
Yeah, but I've been here before.
Yeah.
And there was
They
no
probably
problem.
recognise it, that's probably why they called us straight away. But there's no offences going on, just saying if you want to speak to people to make sure they're willing, and just, yeah, if you need anything, just give us a call, if there's any issues.
All right.
But just don't, if something's getting too heated, then just disengage if you can and call us, or, you know, just keep yourself safe, yeah? Don't want any issues going on around there. Alright.
Alright guys, cool.
You okay? Yeah. You're staring at me again, what's wrong?
Come on, you go, I'll come over here for one. Yeah, no.
What's your name on TikTok? DJ Udits? No.
No.
That one, DJ.
Yeah. DJ, yeah.
I'm so sorry, I didn't take. I'm so sorry.
Oh, come on, man.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, yeah, thank you.
No worries.
I'm so sorry.
You alright, guys?
अबे चढ़ गया ये बंदी का बच्चा डर गया मुझसे जिसका इतिहास में उसको पता है ये किसका बच्चा है किस मानो की नाम होगा
So the police are leaving. I didn't like how they ignored me and said, "Oh yeah, how are you two?" As if I was harassing them. Brother, we're in a public area.
Is on the floor.
Yeah.
You can't.
I'm not here to record you. I'm just going to be here recording.
Walking.
Yeah.
Hello, sir. What's up?
You okay, my friend?
Go. Pretzels.
So guys, this is what we're letting into the country. These people who
sounds like a good band name.
Clearly very rude and self-entitled, some of them. Very nice shoes there.
Pretzels.
Yeah, this gentleman here, crazy guy from the army, and I can't believe him. I can indeed. Yeah, psychotic, absolutely psychotic, man. Ridiculous. Very aggressive man. Would let me get a word in, would he? Another one is released. Another one going in.
2:30.
When it's your health, Providence is by your side. From world-class primary care to advanced treatments, we're here every step. Because when it's your health, every moment matters.
What's that about? Yeah, you look like you're gonna punch me. Yeah, good man. You alright, guys? Yeah, good man. Good. I'm filming this. Don't worry. Yeah. No, that's fine. No. YouTube. Yeah, so this guy here, very angry with me, saying hi to him.
Why
very angry. You can imagine these people are coming over and they're that on edge to go off like that.
I don't know what's wrong with people. Why does everyone keep obsessing about, like, every person that comes in here is like, you look like this guy, you look like that guy. Why is everyone worried about what people look like? Like, I can't even see what any of y'all look like. Like, you can talk about other things.
Me just standing there filming the place. Who knows what could happen in another situation, you know? His friend there did a good job of calming the situation down, but he seemed to say that this guy has a lot of problems going on, or has had a lot of problems going on. Not sure what he meant by that, but it's definitely somebody that we do not want, in my opinion, in the country. He's not going to contribute, is he? What's he going to contribute, really? Like, what the fuck? Like, he was that close to it going off, and I think very, very close. I made a point of not putting my hand out to keep him at bay because that would have touched him, and I think that would have sent him. I think that would have triggered him enough to you know, more. I just took a step back and said, stop moving forward. But it got to the point where I wasn't going to move back anymore, and then his friend calmed it down, luckily. But I think he keeps reaching in his pocket as well, and you never know what these people are going to have on them, especially when they're dressed like that and they're saying they're from the army. You know, like, who knows what he's got on him? Because for him it's pretty normal to carry around a flipping Rambo, or I don't know, you know, who knows, right? So we're going to hang around a little bit. We're going to try and talk to a few more people, get their story. We want to learn more about these people. We want to learn where they come from, what they're here for, etc., etc., what conditions are like in there. They don't have to talk. Obviously, if they say no, we just move on, talk to the next person, right? That's it. We don't deserve to be that treatment. Yes, mate.
We're watching your stuff.
Oh, thanks, man.
Literally all over.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
good, man.
Thank you.
There's content on there.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, really good stuff.
Yeah, man. Did you watch the Luton video before?
What's all over Luton? Oh, I've watched when you've gone to Manchester and stuff like that. It's pretty good.
Have you seen the Luton video from? Did a Luton video about a month ago, right?
It's strange how you had a Muslim guy with you,
Yes.
right, Moroccan,
Yes.
yeah, and he's come with you to these centres.
Yeah.
Just to bring a point on one side.
Yeah.
I'm Muslim as well.
Yeah,
Like,
basically.
He's saying that himself.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then they've literally, it's just crazy.
Clearly, I've got no issue with Muslims as a whole, because otherwise I wouldn't be with him, would I? I'd be like, you know.
It's like, I don't agree with everything that Tommy Robinson says.
Yes.
But now you've actually gone into depth, and I've gone into depth of watching him and some of the stuff he has said.
Yeah.
And people try and call him a racist, but hang on a sec, he's got 4 Muslim people.
He's not a racist guy, is he?
He's not a racist guy. Not a racist guy at all.
He's got an issue with certain things.
Certain things, I think all of us do.
And people are relating those certain things to, race.
Yeah, race.
Or Muslims.
Bullshit, don't it? Oh, yeah. So I'm going to be on you. You're potentially.
I was just recording and I said to him, because look, he looks kind of unique. He's got a hat on and his shades, right?
I mean, a lot of them do.
I thought you might be an interesting guy to talk to. I said, hi, you okay?
Conversation.
Boom, he just flipped.
Yeah. That's what the majority of the people that come over boats, unfortunately, they feel like there's some sort of guilt there. Almost like, you know, they feel guilty that we're coming over and leaving people behind.
Yeah.
Like, people came over numerous times, another guy who does similar stuff to you.
Right.
And the bloke came out of the hotel and said there's women and children here. And the other bloke said, well, there's no fucking women and children
There's
here.
none here.
No, there's none there, and there's none in the other.
Just men.
No, it's
Just
just
men.
men. They're trying to call them asylum. It's not asylum unless you take your fucking family, innit? You're not seeking asylum, are you?
So I spoke to someone in Nottingham and I said, why are you leaving your family? Oh, it's too dangerous to make the journey. But
No, it's less dangerous while you're leaving.
if it's a war-torn country, then surely it's dangerous to stay.
Exactly.
Without the man of the family is not there anymore. Surely that's more vulnerable, right?
Look, I've never been I've never been prejudiced against them people coming over. Like, I mean, I work with a load of Albanians, yeah?
Yeah.
But they think the same thing.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
you get people coming over here to work and to have a better life, for example. Yeah? You get people like that who want to come over and drink fucking 9% lagers.
Yeah.
And smoke fags all day and then start fights with people who want
Yeah, exactly.
No!
And he's going to be exposed now.
Good. Alright, stand mate.
Thank you. What's your name, mate? What's your name?
My name's Rich, mate.
Good to meet you, Rich, man.
Nice to meet
Dan,
you.
innit? Dan, yeah. Take care, mate.
Take care, fella.
Cheers.
Do very well,
She
mate.
is
Thank
love. She is love.
So guys, we do have the British flag up there. Look, it's nice to see that. The fuck? You think you're a funny guy, yeah?
What happened? I missed it.
Flipping hell, welcome to Luton, man. Okay, mate.
Take care, fella.
Cheers.
Do very well, mate.
Thank you. So guys, we do have the British flag up there. Look, it's nice to see that. The fuck? You think you're a funny guy, yeah? Flipping hell, welcome to Luton, man. This guy. With his gloves on, look. What the hell? Strange. Yeah. You know that. Alright.
At Jones Dairy Farm, we take great pride in crafting products that are produced on our original land in Wisconsin. When you take home Jones products like our all-natural breakfast sausage or naturally smoked Canadian bacon, you're bringing home food you can feel good about because of its high-quality ingredients. Jones, making mealtime better since 1889.
At Grand Canyon University, we believe in equal opportunity, and the American dream starts with purpose. By honoring your sacred vocation in technology, you impact your family, your friends, and your community. GCU's certificates, bachelor's, and master's online programs can accelerate your critical thinking abilities, helping solve complex business challenges with innovative technology solutions. Find your purpose at Grand Canyon University. Private, Christian, affordable. Visit gcu.edu.
Cool. No problem. Don't tell me to shut the fuck up. Cool. Yes.
How are you? It's good?
Hello.
Good?
Yeah? You live here?
Yeah.
Oh. Where are you from?
Egyptian.
Egyptian?
Yeah.
قاعدين في الساحه ال 24 بالساعه.
These Egyptians who come from Egypt requesting asylum, the Syrians here in the country sit here in the square 24 hours a day for the broken girls at Costa Coffee. Their way is to sell drugs in the country. When I informed the police said they don't have any sufficient evidence. Okay, I understand.
ما عندهمش الادله الكافيه.
Seafood? These people are selling drugs 24 hours a day here in Luton Square, halfway between the hotel and the hotel. I consider them drug dealers and the police say they don't have enough evidence. Okay, I understand. I know, I agree. I agree. If you're looking for young men who work in lines, there are more than 50,000 people in here. Egyptians who work in lines, in homes, each one doing more than 100 jobs. I am threatened with death here by more than 50 people because I revealed that they are Egyptian asylum seekers and that they are Syrians because I exposed them and they are threatened.
That's crazy.
With death. Threaten me with death.
Yes.
For you, yeah? I understand.
No, yeah, no photo. Photo.
Yeah, it's on. Yeah.
Photo. One.
In here.
No.
Okay.
Luton.
Okay, I understand.
Two.
Okay. In Luton, yeah? Ooh. Okay.
Yeah. Yes, yeah.
In here.
Yeah.
So this guy inside here.
Yeah.
Deal drugs. Yeah. Ah.
Lids. Yes, that's one.
Wow. In here?
Yes, Luton. Lids.
Oh. That guy on the side, yeah?
Luton.
In Luton.
Yeah. هذا اللي قدرت احصل على صورته.
These are the ones whose pictures I was able to get, but if I had the police with me or anyone to protect me, I would go out with them and show them all the Egyptians who applied here and the Syrians, even though I spoke. Okay, I get it. I understand.
حضرتك انا طالب المخابرات البريطانية.
Sir, I am student of the British intelligence because there are people in the Egyptian army who work with Egyptian intelligence. Okay.
Yeah.
I understand.
رسالة لو بعتها للهام اوفيس.
I can now show you the message if I sent her any evidence other than things that are not understood.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. A complaint to the British Home Office about me or British intelligence about one of the Egyptian people here who we claimed were secret. This is the complaint, yeah? Oh, lots and lots of photos, yeah? Big knowledge. Okay.
Okay.
Very interesting. Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
That's
No
it. Thank you. Take care.
Wow. That dude just exposed these fools.
What are you doing here?
What are you doing here? I'm making a video.
You make a video to who?
For me?
For you?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, talking to people.
Why are you talking to people?
Get their story.
Sorry about what?
Where they came from, why they came.
So are you upset about them?
Oh, you mean am I upset they're here?
Yeah.
No, I'm not upset they're here. I'm upset that people like, you know the guy with the hat on just here?
Yeah.
Yeah? So people like him, very aggressive, he shouldn't be here.
No, it's not. Bro, it's the earth. Everybody should be wherever they want.
What I'm trying to say is, yeah?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
People in there that are nice people, they're polite and respectful, and they need help. I have no problem with that. That's a good thing. They're here. It's good.
Okay, I got your point of view.
But people that are bad, or like aggressive or angry, is not good.
I got your point.
Yeah? Take...
Because you got to don't give a fuck about anyone.
Another smart man coming out of here, look. Very, very smart. In fact, he may even work there, but I don't think he does.
Today, last 2 weeks before, one man has been struck for 4 people.
Really?
Luckily, he was
Where? Here or? Oh, right.
Nearby concert.
He's wearing like.
I'm living there as well.
Oh, you're living there?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, you're in there, but you are now working, yeah?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm allowed to work.
So you're allowed to work?
Of course I am.
No, not just you. I mean, like other people in there, they can work, or
Some
not?
of them, they have skill. if they have some.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I'm
Come on, I went from it.
checking the cars, diagnosing the cars.
Okay.
Right front wheel speed
Like a
sensor.
mechanic.
Right wheel, look, yeah, they're right front wheel speed sensor, okay, sir.
Epping is, yeah.
I come from Epping, of course.
Oh, you were there?
I was.
No way.
Serious.
How long ago? If lots of English people start to come to your country on a boat, let's say, right? And your government, they give them a hotel, they give them a lot of things for free, right? Imagine this, yeah? And imagine, all of a sudden, a lot of crimes are happening to your children, to your females, right?
Okay.
And a lot of the crimes are from the people coming over, the English people. Imagine that.
What does it take to safely transport 1/3 of America's natural gas? To meet the ever-growing energy.
But imagine there's a lot of English people coming to your country,
Okay.
and they commit crimes.
Right.
Afghanistan people are going to think, hold on, these English people, they're committing crimes, yeah? Not all of them, some of them. So then a good English guy comes over, in your head you're going to be just maybe all the same.
There is a tourist going nowadays.
But you're not a tourist. These are not tourists. They're coming here for help or to live here, right?
Yeah, you know, like including me, so many people are suffering. The reason was, okay, fighting. Even right now, which government is in Afghanistan. Like,
Afghanistan is a problem, yeah? I get that.
you know, so many people are passed away. Even my grandfather, okay, he's been beaten with the Taliban. Because he was a little bit money, the government told him, Taliban, we're living in the village side. His idea, I deport myself.
Really?
Yes. I'm telling you the truth.
What?
Because I got refused. I have no crime, okay? I have never go to prison, okay? And they refused me just for two questions.
Oh, they refused you.
Yes, they refused me. It's been last year the same month. Okay,
So now you're not working anymore?
I work.
Oh, you work now? So.
Okay. Like we sang about Afghanistan. Yeah, I'm very thankful from the Home Office, which is they provide me accommodation, quick accommodation, which is we only survive their own life. Today I face Ford Fiesta time and pitch, okay, which is not an easy job.
No.
And that was me. I was making the videos. So if the refugee doesn't work like this, I don't think so it's gonna work.
I like cars. I like to work on cars myself, so.
Me too.
Yeah, man.
Algerian some food if you want to.
Another day.
Yeah.
When I'm back here, another day.
Nice to see you. Pleasure
Good to see you, man. Good to see you, man. What's your name? Latif, yeah? Cool, man. Take it easy, my friend. You too. That's it, guys. Unsavoury sort on the bench there. Got a preacher there. Outside the Wetherspoons. There we go.
Clang, clang, clang.
Beautiful cinematic shot of Luton. Very nice noise in the background, but not such a nice view in the background. Over on the far right there. Not quite as bad as Piccadilly Gardens at all here, is it? It almost looks quite peaceful. But I can imagine later on, certainly wouldn't be. Definitely from the hotel complex and saw them earlier. The fuck is she doing there? Is it a she or a he? I think it's a he actually.
Some kind of a dude. Some wants attention. Looking for attention.
That one there.
Yeah.
Definitely the dealer, isn't he? He went away for the camera. As soon as I walked away, he's come back again. He did that twice now. He had a big scar on his face from a slash as well. You just asked me for money a second ago. You don't want money no more. You're scamming people, yeah? For money, I think. I think you're scamming people for money. Romanian scamming, yeah? Yeah, I know what you're doing. Yeah. I should suggest you move on from here. Yeah. Yeah. Because you're not homeless, are you? No. What do you think of Luton? Is it like?
It's terrible.
You live here, but yeah. It's bad, yeah.
I don't know what the capital street was.
What? Oh right, yeah. Right.
Where you've been left out, pulled to the ground. Oh.
It is. It is. Really?
I'm glad I age I am.
Has it changed from when you were younger? Yeah? What did Luton used to be like? Just like better?
Yeah, it's much better.
What's the main difference then, you think, between now and then? Like,
What's a bit well?
the people or the population? Good answer. Good answer. It's hard to ignore it. It's affectionate, yeah. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm going to see what happens and thank you. Take care, yeah. Right. Hi, it's luxury chocolates, man. Nice, isn't it? Alright, no worries. No worries. You're right, buddy, yeah? Yeah, good, man. Oh, have I met you before?
Yeah, I know.
Did I meet you before? Oh, what? A tenner? Well. Hey, I was looking at them on the chair. Donated it or?
Always.
Always, yeah.
I'll be up for a discount.
Special donation. Nice. Ferrero Rocher is nice as well. It's a nice chocolate, isn't it? It's good.
Maximize the full potential of your electric vehicle. Charge up faster for less. Pacific Power is helping.
Move back.
Wow.
What are you doing, man?
Big
It's my chair. Yeah, I'll prove the shit in a minute, haven't you?
About to fight over a fucking chair.
Oh, right. They got somewhere, yeah.
Yeah, every single one of them will go somewhere apart from me.
Oh, no. Why not you? Are you the rich man then in the gang? Are you the rich man? Like, no, like, you got the cigarette, you got the chocolate, you know. Oh, they're yours? No, you keep it then. No.
You can buy it if you want, take it if you want.
Oh, you're selling it? Ah, okay, I didn't see that. I didn't see it. So I got you. So they're your chocolates, but you're selling them out there. Oh, I'm good, my friend. I've just eaten a big meal. Oh.
What did you want?
But what, for food? Eggs and toast? Oh, well, it was like 7 eggs, so it was quite... 7 eggs?
7 eggs?
Quite a big meal, you know?
What the
and four
fuck?
toasts.
Who would eat 7
4 pieces
eggs?
of toast as well. So quite a lot, yeah. The chocolate.
What the fuck kind of meal is that? 7 eggs and toast? I mean, if that's all you want, shit. Jesus.
The drugs, the cigarettes, so.
7 eggs.
What do I think is a rich man?
You need 7 eggs.
These days, didn't you? You've got to wear a body camera these days.
You need my eggs, mama.
Yeah, home can be dropped in it.
Why you do that is have to cover the like sort of not the pain but the stress. Really? I don't know. Because a lot of people that are homeless, they take the drugs to cover the pain, you know.
Cover the pain.
Oh, okay. Right, sorry. What? What do you want? Hot chocolate, yeah.
I need hot chocolate, yeah.
Hot chocolate, yeah. You're actually one-armed, literally.
Yeah, literally, yeah.
So Tay has joined the gang. Here we are in Luton, very windy Saturday. Going to continue on from our video earlier in the week, and Tay has one arm left. Look, bionic man.
The one-arm bodyguard.
Yeah, yeah. My friend, you speak English or no?
No.
Oh. Like a hat.
Hey.
Yeah, what's Luton like? What's Luton like, buddy?
For me.
We just arrived. No good.
Not good for you.
Ah, why not?
Yes, la la.
Right, okay. Yeah. Wait.
Look, camera. Look, too much money for me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah.
Hey, gangster, UK. Supalula baba. Salam alaikum salam.
Okay.
Hey, camera. Fuck up.
All right, that's not nice.
Yes, I am.
It's not very nice, is it? Play nice.
Good.
I said,
Money.
I like your hat.
Look, hey, Islam. This is Islam. Good dollar.
Okay.
Salam.
Salam, yeah.
Understand?
Where are you from?
Turkish.
Okay. Okay.
Different language.
Yeah, so, yeah, but...
Hey, camera, hey, salam. Say, hey, hey, baba. Ali, salam. Ali. Salam, baba.
Nice.
Yes, I am.
Fascism.
Good dollar. Ali, salam. Ali.
Quite no fine, so...
Don't go any closer to her.
Oh, I just say, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. No, we never said anything to him, you know. We never said anything to him. We said hello to him, and then we asked him what was Luton like, because we've not been here before, and then he just started going sick. What is Luton like? Yeah.
Just watched the Matrix trilogy, now I'm watching the fourth one.
Yeah.
That's what's up. Yeah, I've only watched the fourth one like once. I hardly remember that one. And yeah, the third one, yeah. The Matrix trilogy was kind of weird. I thought the first one was really good, but all the others were like kind of weird. I mean, Reloaded was really good. The third one was, I guess the third one was the weirdest one, but, and then the fourth one kind of like, I'd have to rewatch that one.
Good luck, mate. I'm from Manchester now. Manchester. Yeah, Manchester.
Man, there's so many fucking weird tweakers in this world, man. Doesn't matter if you're in Portland, Oregon, or if you're in Manchester, United Kingdom. There's always some weird tweakers just everywhere you go.
When you've got smoke-free satisfaction, you've got the freedom.
I'll try and do some exercise tomorrow when I wake up. Put that on my to-do list. I gotta get some cat food tomorrow too. Okay. Exercise. Get cat food. Okay, what else should I do tomorrow? I don't know. It's a Wednesday. It's a Wednesday. What's the weather gonna be like? Got it. So, October 7th. No, it's the 8th. Why are they showing the 7th? Go back. 63 degrees. That's right. I'm thinking about buying that shit.
Oh, well done, mate. Yeah, well done. Well done, well done. Yeah, good man. Good man.
Good man.
Don't spit
I
like
didn't
that,
do
mate.
anything, just walk
Good
by.
day. Sit
All
down
I did-
and be quiet.
All I
Thank
did
you.
was walk by and said, good man.
Oh no, mate, we can't talk about United in this time. Yeah. We've got to be United fans have not got a lot to talk about these days.
I didn't even check the score
Today?
Yeah.
I don't want to know.
You like it in the game. Listen, push stop mode. They're good people. Good people. Next person. Just go buy a drink, enjoy yourself, man. No, it's Chibanula. No, enjoy yourself. Have a good day. Tell me for take my dick. No, I'm okay. I don't like. No, it's not. No, listen. Why are you shouting? No, my dick. Why are you shouting? मैं चल आई संगमती इस्लाम जुबानुल्लाह अजीब इस्लाम इस्माइली चाहते लेगा लेगा ना वही fuck up children around Islam making my mates
I don't care.
Islam Islam
I don't care. Behave yourself.
Yeah, I'm talking with him.
YouTubers
Behave yourself.
Islam YouTubers Islam
Take care, my friends. Nice to meet you. We're going to go, but behave yourself, yeah. There's children, look. Kids, man. You can't be swearing like that.
It's funny. It's funny, guys.
What's your name? Oz. Something else.
Cosmo.
Osmo. You shaking? Make friends? Or are you too hungry?
Regarding Vinny, subscription, not for you,
I understand exactly what you said.
not for Islam. Salam.
You saying Islam?
انت ملعب الناس Islam.
Relax, brother, relax.
Not the
Okay, we're gonna go. You do your thing. Have a nice day.
Give for you.
Yeah.
You do Allah.
Yeah. Be a contributing person. Have a nice day. We're gonna go. I like your hat though, yeah?
AI is transforming customer service. It's obvious we know that. The leader in the category is our product, Fin. It's best in the benchmarks, it wins in the bake-offs, and it's #1 on G2. And this is with highly complex queries. We now have customers in the 90% resolution rates.
No, we don't.
Totally possessing. It's absolutely bonkers.
Welcome to Luton, mate.
Telling you. Pretty win. It's not as bad as this.
Right.
Oh look, someone's robbing. Look, down there, look.
What's happened? Okay. He hasn't stolen nothing, no. Okay.
Why you touch me? You're back from me. You're trying to stop. Hey, touch me. I see him 5 times, take him. They see. Yeah, you're trying to steal. That's right. This guy. You're right there. See all receipt for all everything. Are you alright? Slow that down, mate. You're not allowed here anymore. You're up.
What, is he trying to steal or something? Oh, okay. Cool.
No, I see him 5 times. They came. They check. Don't do it. How many people here? How many times I came here? I will bring Brent. I will bring Brent from bank and you will see every week I came 2-3 times.
Looks like a mess.
I don't think you're going back in there, buddy, so...
I need police first. I'm going for everything.
So I've got some items in there which he claims to have a receipt for. And there is a receipt there. There is a receipt.
Because I put the battery for my guy. Come back. I know why
We just got to rust in the metal filming.
Because I put the battery.
Right, recording in, don't worry. Yeah. What happened?
It's okay, no problem. If there's any problem,
I'm trying to find out what's happened. Are you innocent? Hello.
who's this to ask for me?
I'm going inside.
Oh, you're going in? Carry on.
Yeah, you can't put your hand there with camera. Just go
I can film you all day long.
Do like this. And you are touch stay like it.
We're in the UK, madam. We can film here.
Okay.
Are you innocent? Did they grab you for no reason, or what happened, my friend?
You have to give him his stuff back. You have to give him his stuff back.
Just stop recording.
We're outside in public.
Nobody here. It's like Casper, you know? Do what you need. Do what you need.
The difference is I own this video then, don't I? I don't have a copy of that one. So.
Yeah, and close and stop.
I'm here to record him, so just don't...
What time you need, huh?
We're allowed to record, but we're going to record him. Relax.
We're
We're recording him.
We're not inside the store.
We can record you all day long, but we're not here to record you, we're here to record him, really, you know? So because you've got a problem with the camera, that's why. What happened? So, welcome to Luton, guys. Probably, yeah. So this guy here, not sure what happened. He was apparently trying to steal, so you guys dealt with him. Which obviously, if he was stealing, then it's the right thing to do. What's that there? Electric bike company conversions. My friend, is that your stuff? Have you paid for it, yeah? I mean, if he has paid for that stuff, he can take it, right?
I don't know if he paid, that's the problem.
Oh, they're checking, are they?
They're checking everything.
Oh, okay. Okay. But there's a receipt there. Wilkinson, right?
They can call me, they can...
So there's a receipt there for a bike cover. I think that's that, right?
Yeah, that's I'm not sure.
Is that your green box is yours? Yeah? So...
Okay.
Sorry? I can't.
You're recording, so
You're all recording? You're on about?
yeah, but we work here.
Right.
We work here, so we're not... So you don't have to listen to me. And this is actually a private, not a public... That's it.
Exactly, so I'm going to give it back to him rather than he waiting.
All my things there is a receipt for all my things.
But you have to understand, if his property's in the shop, you wouldn't let him in. So yeah, but he wasn't allowed in a second ago. Okay, you asked him, and your colleague, the other guy was not letting him. The guy that was stopping the... Why are you being like cocky like I know what you're talking about? You are. The guy that was standing there that would not let him in, I'm going to make sure he's got his stuff and we're going to go.
You're waiting for the police, you're not going. You have to wait for the police. We're waiting for the police.
I don't care who you're waiting for, I'm just making sure that he's got his stuff that he has paid for. That's it. Yeah?
Yeah. You take it
No, that's your receipt from Hannah.
So that's your receipt for the... Yeah, it's your receipt.
This one.
That's it.
I'm waiting for the police. So
Yeah.
So
Because whoever the guy was with the security outfit, right, okay, he wouldn't let him in, and I checked the receipt through the window, he paid for it, I'm just giving it him back. That's it. Let's go outside rather than the...
No, come.
You'll be okay now, yeah? Yeah?
Come. Because I make it a new bike, you know, that's why everything, yeah. That's why...
So you didn't steal anything here? No.
we
Okay.
didn't steal.
I just presume.
So we
Right.
have to check.
No.
I think that's where it started.
Yeah, of course.
So we're waiting for the police.
But they don't talk like this, you
I
know.
understand.
See?
I mean, if you didn't steal anything, if you checked, nothing stolen.
Everything.
So we're waiting for the incident that happened, obviously.
Or the scuffle. Sorry. Yeah, carry on. We're back then.
Yeah, the police are coming through. We're just waiting for...
Only for, you know why?
Very good.
When they came for me, open your door. I see them 3-4 times.
Yeah, they overreacted.
Every week
Yeah.
I came here.
Bit of a loose cannon, this guy. Oh, this guy is very angry.
When it's your health, Providence is by your side. From world-class primary care to advance treatments.
Very, very angry.
Loose cannon.
Nice watch though. How you doing, Fred? He's blocking the camera with the brolly. You're right, matey.
He's nuts, that guy, man. He's
nuts, isn't he?
He's Polish and he likes to drink. He's gone like that way. He's shouting all the way through the town. He was. I was thinking, bloody hell, man.
Well, why do you think? Is that not Luton normal? It's quite a diverse town, isn't it? Yeah.
No one cares about Luton anymore. They treat it like a
It's getting run down, isn't it?
They chuck papers on the floor.
Yeah.
Chuck bag pots on the floor.
Yeah,
chuck
yeah.
cigarettes onto the floor. We've got bins over there that you need to hit this in because we've got one side where you get a bag to the bin.
So you've been brought up well, yeah?
Yeah, I've been
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
Yeah, I've been there.
But all you can do as a how old are you?
I'm like 14 here.
Yeah, so as a 14, 15-year-old is grow up and preach all these good things to the upcoming people, isn't it?
There's only youth clubs around there. There's only youth clubs.
There's two youth clubs. There's Taco Bell and there's Youth Club, which is the Youth Skate.
I'm a fleece man. I told you I'm a fleece expert.
Definitely your kind of area, mate.
There you go.
There you go. Look, Tay, there's some fleeces, mate. Look, the grin on your face. Hey! And he's just happy to see the fleece.
Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to embarrass you there.
You know, I knew you'd go for that one.
Did you?
I knew you'd look at it and be like, that's me.
Don't you look at it and think that's Tay?
That's what I'm saying. I pointed straight over here, and you ran over as a joke. However, you now have it in your hand.
It was a spiritual attachment.
Fleece man. And he smells it as well.
No, that's good material.
I did that, didn't
Can I get this one then, yeah?
Get whichever one you want, mate.
Cheers, bro. Thank you.
Did you find, mate? I found a nice fleece for you somewhere.
Really?
Do you?
Yes,
Hello.
Nice to meet you. I'm a huge fan of your stuff.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, I watch all your stuff. And Johnny Beach.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
Do you know Tay or you know Tay?
I have seen you in some of the videos.
Yeah.
I'm just like,
Yeah.
am I just picturing it? Okay, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Thanks for that. Yeah.
You better be ready. Because people in Luton.
Your bionic arm's too big for him, mate. So Tay's got his beautiful, I like the colour on you, mate, to be fair, better than the black one.
Thank you very
That
much.
green is good.
Is it green?
Green,
I'm colourblind. I don't know
Green,
what
yeah.
to tell you.
So Tay's got his new
Fleece.
on this very windy day. Flames are still taking off, but that one does not seem to be climbing at all. I wonder what's happened there. The gear is still down. 5 o'clock here in Luton. Police have arrived for the statement, but there's not much to take, I can imagine.
Check the way this guy's looking at you. Check the way this guy's looking at you.
Which one?
Yeah?
Which one, the one in the hat?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Friendly, yeah?
Not really.
No.
Only when you pointed the camera at him, they just smile.
What was he doing?
Just scowling. Like, it's actually disgusting. Like, these illegal immigrants have come over and got hotels warm, food, getting brand new trainers.
Yeah.
And then you've got these lot who are British. Yeah, they've probably made poor life choices and have strongholds over them spiritually. But look at them, man. They're in a corner.
And they need help, don't they?
Forgotten about, in a destitute, broken city with no prosperity, and they need help.
Yeah, they do, man.
Then if you say that's what the establishment want for the vast majority of British people, you're far right. When that's kind of like a microcosm, it's like a snapshot of what they eventually want. But that's happening in every single town, city.
Yeah.
I was saying on my channel the other day that the government have proved twice over that they could end homelessness in a week. The first time during the COVID when they erected all them pop-up hotels, the hospitals.
Did.
And then the second time with this illegal immigration stuff that they're doing.
Yeah.
Disgusting, man. They're a disgrace. They're traitors.
As soon as they come over, they get emergency accommodation.
Yeah.
They take them all around the country to some random hotel just to make sure they're housed for the night. And the site hasn't changed. Look, people looking cold, and although he does have brand new TN trainers on that one. What's going on down there?
I think you GoPro would have caught it.
What's going on there then? Was it a bit of cracky, was it? Was it cracky?
He had something in his hands and he put it on.
He's not too happy about the camera, but unfortunately we are looking at this beautiful Well, it's not actually that beautiful, but it's, for now, it's part of the shop. Got some brothers drinking beer on the bench there. Got some sirens coming. Haram, give us a dance. Give us a dance. No. You're right, guys. Having a good beer, yeah? Nice. It is Saturday after all, right? Not sure what's going on over that direction there. It doesn't look very legal. Yes, brother. Oh, go on. Oh, no.
Can you just pull this thing out?
We don't want to see that. Yeah. Go back here. Yeah, we're just filming, mate. It's Luton today. Yeah. Oh, where's the shouting coming from?
I don't speak your language.
Oh, it's in there.
I don't know what you said. I don't know what you said.
Oh, you alright? Yeah, man.
Watch out.
Sorry? What?
So, camera.
Yes, camera.
Yeah, camera.
Camera's good. Camera make me money.
Huh?
Camera make me money.
This one money?
Yeah.
This one camera. No camera.
Sorry? What do you mean, what I take the video?
This one camera,
Can I take that?
So you have
I can't, it's yours, yeah? No, it's okay.
cameras everywhere. It's not camera. It's look
What camera you don't take it, yeah?
Talk somebody video, you know video, you know talk somebody.
I don't know what you're saying.
Yeah, say okay, brother.
You said you want to talk.
You interview, you ask.
Okay.
No problem.
Yeah, we can interview. But this man, he tried to grab the camera.
That's right. These people, some.
This one no camera.
Yeah.
وبكلم لما
Just keep your distance.
والله العظيم انا وشك دلوقتي.
In English, mate, please.
No English.
Yeah, you speak very well English. Yeah. Don't tell me to fuck off, yeah? You be nice or you fuck off. That's how it goes. Okay? Which country you come over from?
No English. No English.
Yeah. That's karma, that is. Karma. In English, karma means good. What was that called? I think he's got a spliff as well. Yeah. You got a spliffy. No English. Spliffy. Tell me, why you come to this country and be disrespectful to the English people? Tell me why.
So that's phone, so.
Yeah, he heard. Not seen those shoes before though. They're pretty cool to be fair.
Called Solomon's.
Are they?
Yeah, very expensive.
How much are we talking?
£185.
Damn, man. £185 trainers. Tight jeans and yeah. Got another. Oh, we've already seen him already. Already seen that guy.
I wouldn't say friendly. I would just say they were testing.
Okay.
Yeah, they were panic testing. That's why they circled us slowly, you see, to see what the reaction would be.
Yeah. Oh, there's a new one joined, I think, with a half mask up.
Yeah.
I think he's new. So we've got a newcomer, guys. Mask man. Oh. He's not very friendly, is he? So we just had a friendly visit from some of the boys there smoking their spliffs, tried to grab the body camera. Not allowed. The one talking to Tay were relatively civil. Tay said not friendly, but they were okay. Testing. But yeah, it's like literally just getting dark here in Luton, and you can see the time now, like 6 PM. Yeah, and things are already starting to deteriorate a little bit. People are unhappy about being caught doing illegal things. Very windy day for takeoffs today here at Luton, look. Aircraft looks very, very smooth there, but you can imagine on it, bumping away. So that guy coming up in the white hat's a bit rowdy, but I'm pretty sure he's okay.
Oh, white guy, yeah. He is a white guy. I don't think he wants anything to do with us.
No, I don't think he hasn't been hospital so far.
No, not at all.
Hey, I can't be on your podcast again, man. I'm gonna have to start monetizing you.
So don't put yourself on it again. How's it going? You alright? Yeah. Yeah, good. Yeah.
Just don't put me on it, I can't.
How old are you?
Old enough.
No, I'm not talking to you. How old are you?
He's 16.
He's not 16. You're not 16 years old. You're probably 12 years old. Do your parents know you stood there? Do your parents know that you stood here? No, they don't. I was born in the night, but I weren't born last night.
We've noticed in there, it's quite bad at night, isn't it? In the, what do you call it, gardens or...
I mean, just come from his fucking mum's house.
No, he's
Come
not.
back to town. So, I mean, well, I'm walking back to town.
We are Yarders.
This is a form of grooming, actually. That's what it is.
Me?
Yeah.
You say I'm grooming, man.
This is a form of grooming.
Did you say I'm grooming?
Do you know him? Do you know his mum and dad?
I met him today. See my cousin? That's my cousin, man. Don't tell me I'm grooming.
This guy is probably 11 or 12 years old. It's not a good look for you to be stood next to him in the street, considering the activity that's happening in this area. So for your character, for your character, for your preservation,
When you say grooming, you know what he means, right? It doesn't mean like...
Bro, do you know what the maddest thing is? You took that so far out of context because the phone app on the fucking conspiracy shit, bro. Do you know what I just said to my man? Do you know what? If you ever need anybody to about anything, if you can't speak to your mum, your dad, your aunt, your uncle, I said, I'm here.
That's how grooming starts.
What? Just to talk to someone? I don't want nothing from nobody, bro.
Yeah, you should go home. You should go home.
How it looks.
Go to nana's or granddad's or your mum's or somewhere. You should not be in these streets. You're too young, and you're not 16. You're not 15 either. You're not in year 10. What's your date of birth? What's the year that you were born?
Tell me, sir.
So you're 13.
Tell me, sir.
Go home, little bro.
But you know what happens in the... You know how it is, man. Yeah, you see it happening, right?
Do you know what it's like to be...
So then tell him to go home then.
Do you know what it's like to be on the road?
Tell him to go home then.
I can't tell him to home, his mum. I'm not his dad.
Well, I'm neither am I. I just told him to go home to preserve himself.
Preserve himself?
Yes, preserve himself.
Bro, it's like 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock on a Saturday.
Yeah, and he shouldn't be out here without no parental guidance.
Like mum and dad.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't take it there.
Nah, he's taking it too far, bro. He's going on like I'm trying to exploit people.
How again, mate?
Fuck that. I swear, man.
He knows I'm right, that's why.
You actually upset me different, you know?
Well,
in a way of trying to help you, that if that...
How are you helping me?
Let me explain then. You asked me a question, let me explain the question. How I'm helping you, yeah? Yeah. You asked me a question, so let me answer it. The way I'm helping you is that if... Alright then, I'm not helping you, cool.
You're not helping me.
Cool.
You think you're back, just going to shit.
Nah, not at all, mate. Keep walking, man. Take it easy.
What you did for him? What you did for him? Nothing. What you did for him?
What was you doing for him?
What I did for him?
Yeah?
Same as you. Cool.
Grooming him, that's what you were doing. That's what you were doing. You were. You were.
So I'm grooming him.
You were.
Am I grooming him?
Yeah, you were.
I'm not grooming him. Jack, come here, brother.
But are you related to these guys, though?
This is my fucking cousin, you dickhead.
We spoke to him, he's a good lad.
He's a good lad.
Actually, we were saying to him, he's
they
had a
shouldn't be
good
in the
upbringing, because he was saying,
What the fuck?
put litter in the bins.
Grooming, man. Making me sound like something I'm not.
But grooming, yeah, grooming is all different interpretations.
Look, exactly, you're
So-
grooming me right now. You're grooming
No,
me right
no.
now.
Let's
Yeah,
come on, bro.
older than me.
Let's
You're
speak.
grooming me right
He doesn't
now.
mean it
I'm
in that
definitely
way.
not older than
Trying to
you.
monetize my, you know what I mean? You're grooming me for your needs right
So
now.
you got street
I'll
gangs.
turn away, though, I'll turn away.
Yeah, you got street gangs.
I'm grooming.
Yeah, that's what you were doing.
I'm grooming my man.
No, he didn't. He didn't say that, did he? He didn't say that. He
Three
didn't.
times. Check your video.
I'm sure the commenters will comment.
We just asked him, is he okay? Really? That's all he said. That's all he
That's
was.
what I've asked him the whole time.
Okay.
Are you okay?
As long as he's all right. That was his main point. Wasn't it?
You just come from his house.
Is he your cousin? Yeah. That's your cousin. So how come you guys are so young, 13, 14, 12 years old, hanging in the street with people that are doing stuff like this, bro? Drinking, smoking in public. I can't hear you, bro. I can't hear you. No, I'm not saying about height or anything. I'm just saying, you guys are young, you're the next generation. You should not be out in the street. That looks like you're being groomed to become part of a street gang. It looks like you're being groomed to become drug dealers.
I think he was just saying, like, you could get dragged into something long term that wouldn't be good. Well, that's why we spoke to him. Not you, but before. Yeah, before.
Yeah? Sunday, make sure you go to church with mummy.
Sorry, I'll cover you up. Sorry. All right. Sorry.
Sorry, I always start silent, isn't it?
I know.
Just
I
chill.
know.
There's a place where you can find your path, where you can't wait to get started on your future, where your passion becomes your biggest purpose. It's a place to create, inspire, heal, innovate, discover a new way forward, discover what you were meant to do. To make a real difference, you'll need an edge. Get it here.
It's the WNBA Finals, and we all go. Open it up. We got the wave. The Aces, led by their MVP, ready to bring home another trophy to Vegas. The Mercury, ready to shine when the lights are the brightest. Mercury, headed back to the WNBA Finals. Time to lock in. We on to the finals. Only on ESPN and streaming on the all-new ESPN app.
I was right to point that out, because that is grooming. You got some dodgy guy in the street.
He's either not a dealer, but he's involved in all that, right?
So, like, this is how it starts, man. There's so many films that are like, for example, in Top Boy, where you'll have an older guy in the area.
Yeah.
You have a younger kid. The older guy will say, "Anytime you need me, I'll help you." And one time, the older guy helps the younger guy. Now you're in his debt. That's being groomed. That's grooming. That's how it starts.
Yeah. I agree. So when you use that word, it sounds almost like you're accusing the man of like sexually grooming somebody. That's not what you meant. You mean that what you just said.
Yeah, and this is happening in all the towns and all the cities. Even with the Muslim grooming gangs in the north of England, that started because the taxi guys and the kebab guys basically said to them, sorry?
Don't word it like that. I'm not out here to do that. Don't ever take advantage of me, bro. Yeah, I've been on my own, on the streets, on my own.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been through my addictions, I've been through my thing. I'm doing clean business shit now.
But this is how it starts, though. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but that's how it starts with the wrong people.
Yeah, but
that's how you make me feel. Like you've just gone.
Yeah, we didn't mean to make you feel that way.
Yeah, but that's how it come across because you just go screaming.
But from the outset, you've got an older guy who maybe used to be involved in bad stuff on the street, right? Used to.
We walked from the young guy, my cousin Jack there. Yeah, we walked from his house to here. Because he just walked his arm.
So the family know you.
Of course, I was in jail with his fucking cousins and that, bro. It's all my cousins. Yeah.
He was just looking out for the young lad, that was all it was. It wasn't against you.
The way you come across, you can't say things. Words are very powerful, bro.
no, they are. But if I see something the way it is, I will call it out. And if it isn't that, then tell me it isn't that.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
So you said that it wasn't that, so that's okay.
But, yeah, but to a point, bro, you actually made me upset to a point where I can actually cry, bro. Yeah, because
right, okay, you're emotionally you're emotionally sensitive. I get that.
I'm not emotionally sensitive.
Yeah, that's sensitivity, isn't it? I understand that. I get that.
No, it's you're putting me. See that word "grooming" is a big bracket, bro. Yeah.
You know what grooming could be, right? We're not saying you that.
No, well, you think, well, see, I act like before.
Doing a favour for somebody, for example.
Lines and boom, 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 my whole life.
Yeah.
I'm trying to prevent this shit, bro.
Yeah.
That's what I literally, before you come on the corner, I said, look, if you need to talk about, I'm always here. You have to be here, there. It's just for somebody to be able to just to talk to you. I cried in the women's room last night because that's the person I feel comfortable to hire.
Well, look, let me explain it then. So what I'm saying to the young guy is treat as someone who's not got your parental guidance with you. Anything can be suggestive and it can be easily led on by anything. Now me, being an older, someone who's a pastor or leader of a church, if I see something in the street that I don't particularly like the look of, freedom of speech, I can call it out. Now, you're saying that it isn't that, I take you at your word, but nevertheless, I said what I said to the young man. I said, make sure you go to church tomorrow with your mum, because I know that Africans, you go to church and all of that.
That's the cultural appropriation, isn't it?
No, he told me he's going to go to church tomorrow with his mum. Me, Christian warfare.
Yeah.
It's online. It's online. You don't have a job anymore.
Come church tomorrow. I'll go to Hope Church there in the church street opposite St. Mary's.
Okay, that's good, bro. Make sure you stay there.
Alright.
No offense, man. No offense.
Like, for me, I am emotionally sensitive when it comes to things or words like that. You get me? Because...
What, because you've been in that situation, or?
I've been in that situation more than once in my life.
Okay.
I've ever vulnerable person myself.
Okay.
And it happens without you realising, probably, yeah? And then boom, it's happening.
But you see this...
I would with a girl yesterday. She's like, I want to do a line in that. I said, listen, I've never seen you sniff coke, do coke, or whatever in your life.
A girl, sorry, said, yeah.
Yes, so I'd never, like, and obviously she's my age, yeah, but I said, so I'd never give you coke.
But you see the thing is now, yeah?
And, no, but listen, I'd never give you coke. I said, maybe if I see you when I first met you and you're doing coke, whatever, that's different. But that's not you. I don't do that. I never put drugs or shit or anyone's hand to get me like that. Like, I'd rather, listen, my life is a car crash, it is a fucking mess, bro. Yeah? I fucked up more times than I should have.
Well, I hope I change that one.
Listen, I'm changing slowly. We've got to take baby steps.
Yeah.
Slow motion's better than no motion.
So what are you doing out here today then? Because this ain't obviously helping.
You mean?
Yeah, bro.
I live in a hospital that charges £1,300 a month, bro.
Oh, okay.
So even if I go to work, I've got to pay £1,300 a month. But I can look out my window to the back. I see.
In there. That's where we're going now.
Yeah, bro.
And I was just saying to him...
Bro, see my mattress, I'm waking up thinking I've got a lighter in the bed. Do you know what it is? It's the springs.
Oh, right.
Right.
What does smoke-free really mean? It means the freedom to choose your rewards, like the perfect brew, or the rhythm to your workflow, or what to bring on your next adventure. Even choosing to explore the endless possibilities of the open road. Keep finding where your freedom takes you. Find yours in and discover everything Zyn Rewards has to offer. Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
Right. So they get paid £1,300 a month in housing benefit, and then I've got to pay them £70 a month as well.
Okay.
We were just saying the people that live here, probably on the back. Well, no, these here. These are people from here, right?
These are people from here, there and everywhere. But that's the side of
view in the back, you've got a view of that.
But
that's where we're going now to film.
You're lucky to get close to the gate. It's like runs out of town. Straight up to the gate on you, bro.
Oh no, we can get near there, but the guys that are coming out, they're strolling out in brand new tracksuits, not carrying the world, slipping their hand.
I've worked. I was private renting from 16 years old. Yeah, I had 2 kids before I was 21. I was working in restaurants, everything. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Obviously, I had a relationship breakup. I went to prison for the first time a good 3 years now. Yeah. And, you know, like, trying to get back on your feet, there's no funding. There's nothing.
But so if I was to take this off you now and take your bag off you, that's illegal, right?
Yeah.
So where am I going?
Sure, obviously.
But you're illegally coming here and rewarding people.
Yeah. They're coming over illegally and they get.
Yeah, and so what the fuck's that about?
I know, bro. I know.
Do you know what I mean? And it's not even about colour anymore, bro. It's not about nothing like that. Because everybody's had
It's about what's right and what's wrong.
It's like, bruv, you're taking
what you should be getting.
No, it's not what I should.
You should be.
No, fuck me. You're taking money. You're taking money off. You're taking old age pensioners and that, bro. We've got to cut this back. We've got to cut this back. But then you're giving these more money for coming here illegally. That's where I don't see.
Yeah.
They're getting rewarded, aren't they, for doing things the wrong way?
And who are they?
And they're not native, so it's like.
Is it not a national security threat, bro? Try to do this in the USA by railroad strike the waste down already, bro.
Yeah.
It's a national security threat.
It is. 100%.
Have you heard things about them why you say it's a national security threat?
Bro, remember, wars these days are more economical than anything.
Yeah.
You're buying your nice shoes off Timu, cheap, innit? Do you know why? They're gonna fuck up your feet. You know, soldiers are running down the road.
Seen him before from there?
Absolute cunt.
You've seen him before, yeah?
Well, one of them knocked me out in tiles for no reason.
Really? What sneak manager?
Safe behind. That's why the other young lad, who's not there now, he was on a bike, because his cousin lives here, who I know through school. He just stuck his bike in the back of the van, so went to go home, yeah? But he said, I know he banged you, innit? I said, what to do is just, next time you see him, I said, just point it out.
No, leave it out, man.
I said, just point it out, no, just so I know who it was.
No, I don't know.
Do you know how anxious I was?
Oh, right, okay, yeah.
But yeah, brother, I don't mean to come across.
Clean your life up properly, bro. Do it properly, man. Come on, bro.
Trying, bro. It's fucking hard. I'm stuck, bro.
Come on, bro.
I'm stuck. This is a fucking.
Do you pray? Do you call out to the Lord? Call out to Jesus, man. He'll do it for you, bro. Come on, man.
Listen, bro, like, I'm stuck. I just want to go back to work.
Do it,
but
bro.
I can't. Because these people have put me stuck in a cycle. I can't even afford to go to work. So
this video sucks.
Are you ready? I talked to my healthcare provider about Lybalvi. That's Lybalvi. Ask your healthcare provider about Lybalvi by name. Find out more at Lybalvi.com.
Gear made for the challenge.
Jaws, a novel by Peter Benchley. This audiobook was created by Patrick Predator with text-to-speech software. Please keep in mind that it can contain pronunciation mistakes. Part 1. Chapter 1. The great fish moved silently through the night water, propelled by short sweeps of its crescent tail. The mouth was open just enough to permit a rush of water over the gills. There was little other motion, an occasional correction of the apparently aimless course by the slight raising or lowering of a pectoral fin as a bird changes direction by dipping one wing and lifting the other. The eyes were sightless in the black, and the other senses transmitted nothing extraordinary to the small, primitive brain. The fish might have been asleep, save for the movement dictated by countless millions of years of instinctive continuity. Lacking the flotation bladder common to other fish and the fluttering flaps to push oxygen-bearing water through its gills, it survived only by moving. Once stopped.
I think you must have been the one who recommended this, so yeah. Thought it would be a good book to sleep to.
It would sink to the bottom and die of anoxia. The land seemed almost as dark as the water, for there was no moon. All that separated sea from shore was a long, straight stretch of beach so white that it shone. From a house behind the grass-splotched dunes, lights cast yellow glimmers on the sand. The front door to the house opened, and a man and a woman stepped out onto the wooden porch. They stood for a moment staring at the sea, embraced quickly, and scampered down the few steps onto the sand. The man was drunk, and he stumbled on the bottom step. The woman laughed and took his hand, and together they ran to the beach. "First a swim," said the woman, "to clear your head." "Forget my head," said the man. Giggling, he fell backward onto the sand, pulling the woman down with him. They fumbled with each other's clothing, twined limbs around limbs, and thrashed with urgent order on the cold sand. Afterward, the man lay back and closed his eyes. The woman looked at him and smiled. "Now, how about that swim?" she said. "You go ahead. I'll wait for you here." The woman rose and walked to where the gentle surf washed over her ankles. The water was colder than the night air, for it was only mid-June. The woman called back, "You're sure you don't want to come?" But there was no answer from the sleeping man. She backed up a few steps, then ran at the water. At first her strides were long and graceful, but then a small wave crashed into her knees. She faltered, regained her footing, and flung herself over the next waist-high wave. The water was only up to her hips, so she stood, pushed the hair out of her eyes, and continued walking until the water covered her shoulders. There she began to swim with the jerky, head-above-water stroke of the untutored. 100 yards offshore, the fish sensed a change in the sea's rhythm. It did not see the woman, nor yet did it smell her. Running within the length of its body were a series of thin canals, filled with mucus and dotted with nerve endings, and these nerves detected vibrations and signaled the brain. The fish turned toward shore. The woman continued to swim away from the beach, stopping now and then to check her position by the lights shining from the house. The tide was slack, so she had not moved up or down the beach. But she was tiring, so she rested for a moment, treading water, and then started for shore. The vibrations were stronger now, and the fish recognized prey. The sweeps of its tail quickened, thrusting the giant body forward with a speed that agitated the tiny phosphorescent animals in the water and caused them to glow, casting a mantle of sparks over the fish. The fish closed on the woman and hurtled past, a dozen feet to the side and 6 feet below the surface. The woman felt only a wave of pressure that seemed to lift her up in the water and ease her down again. She stopped swimming and held her breath. Feeling nothing further, she resumed her lurching stroke. The fish smelled her now, and the vibrations, erratic and sharp, signaled distress. The fish began to circle close to the surface. Its dorsal fin broke water, and its tail, thrashing back and forth, cut the glassy surface with a hiss. A series of tremors shook its body. For the first time, the woman felt fear, though she did not know why. Adrenaline shot through her trunk and her limbs, generating a tingling heat and urging her to swim faster. She guessed that she was 50 yards from shore. She could see the line of white foam where the waves broke on the beach. She saw the lights in the house, and for a comforting moment she thought she saw someone pass by one of the windows. The fish was about 40 feet from the woman, off to the side, when it turned suddenly to the left, dropped entirely below the surface, and, with 2 quick thrusts of its tail, was upon her. At first, the woman thought she had snagged her leg on a rock or a piece of floating wood. There was no initial pain, only one violent tug on her right leg. She reached down to touch her foot, treading water with her left leg to keep her head up, feeling in the blackness with her left hand. She could not find her foot. She reached higher on her leg, and then she was overcome by a rush of nausea and dizziness. Her groping fingers had found a nub of bone and tattered flesh. She knew that the warm, pulsing flow over her fingers in the chill water was her own blood. Pain and panic struck together. The woman threw her head back and screamed a guttural cry of terror. The fish had moved away. It swallowed the woman's limb without chewing. Bones and meat passed down the massive gullet in a single spasm. Now the fish turned again, homing on the stream of blood flushing from the woman's femoral artery, a beacon as clear and true as a lighthouse on a cloudless night. This time the fish attacked from below. It hurtled up under the woman, jaws agape. The great conical head struck her like a locomotive, knocking her up out of the water. The jaws snapped shut around her torso, crushing bones and flesh and organs into a jelly. The fish, with the woman's body in its mouth, smashed down on the water with a thunderous splash, spewing foam and blood and phosphorescence in a gaudy shower. Below the surface, the fish shook its head from side to side, its serrated triangular teeth soaring through what little sinew still resisted. The corpse fell apart. The fish swallowed, then turned to continue feeding. Its brain still registered the signals of nearby prey. The water was laced with blood and shreds of flesh, and the fish could not sort signal from substance. It cut back and forth through the dissipating cloud of blood, opening and closing its mouth, seining for a random morsel. But by now, most of the pieces of the corpse had dispersed. A few sank slowly, coming to rest on the sandy bottom, where they moved lazily in the current. A few drifted away just below the surface, floating in the surge that ended in the surf. The man awoke, shivering in the early morning cold. His mouth was sticky and dry, and his wakening belch tasted of bourbon and corn. The sun had not yet risen, but a line of pink on the eastern horizon told him that daybreak was near. The stars still hung faintly in the lightening sky. The man stood and began to dress. He was annoyed that the woman had not woken him when she went back to the house, and he found it curious that she had left her clothes on the beach. He picked them up and walked to the house. He tiptoed across the porch and gently opened the screen door, remembering that it screeched when yanked. The living room was dark and empty, littered with half-empty glasses, ashtrays, and dirty plates. He walked across the living room, turned right down a hall, past 2 closed doors. The door to the room he shared with the woman was open, and a bedside light was on. Both beds were made. He tossed the woman's clothes on one of the beds, then returned to the living room and switched on a light. Both couches were empty. There were 2 more bedrooms in the house. The owners slept in one. 2 other house guests occupied the other. As quietly as possible, the man opened the door to the first bedroom. There were 2 beds, each obviously containing only one person. He closed the door and moved to the next room. The host and hostess were asleep on each side of a king-size bed. The man closed the door and went back to his room to find his watch. It was nearly 5. He sat on one bed and stared at the bundle of clothes on the other. He was certain the woman wasn't in the house. There had been no other guests for dinner, so unless she had met someone on the beach while he slept, she couldn't have gone off with anyone. And even if she had, he thought, she probably would have taken at least some of her clothes. Only then did he permit his mind to consider the possibility of an accident. Very quickly the possibility became a certainty. He returned to the host's bedroom, hesitated for a moment beside the bed, and then softly placed his hand on a shoulder. "Jack," he said, patting the shoulder. "Hey, Jack." The man sighed and opened his eyes. "What?" "It's me, Tom. I hate like hell to wake you up, but I think we may have a problem." "What problem?" "Have you seen Chrissy?" "What do you mean? Have I seen Chrissy?" "She's with you." "No, she isn't. I mean, I can't find her." Jack sat up and turned on a light. His wife stirred and covered her head with a sheet. Jack looked at his watch. "Jesus Christ. It's 5 in the morning, and you can't find your date." "I know," said Tom. "I'm sorry. Do you remember when you saw her last?" "Sure, I remember." "She said you were going for a swim, and you both went out on the porch. When did you see her last?" "On the beach." "Then I fell asleep." "You mean she didn't come back?" "Not that I saw. At least not before we went to bed, and that was around 1. I found her clothes." "Where?" "On the beach." "Yes." "You looked in the living room?" Tom nodded. "And in the Henkel's room?" "The Henkel's room." Tom blushed. "I haven't known her that long. For all I know, she could be a little weird." "So could the Henkels. I mean, I'm not suggesting anything. I just wanted to check the whole house before I woke you up." "So what do you think?" "What I'm beginning to think," said Tom, "is that maybe she had an accident. Maybe she drowned." Jack looked at him for a moment, then glanced again at his watch. "I don't know what time the police in this town go to work," he said, "but I guess this is as good a time as any to find out." Chapter 2. Patrolman Len Hendricks sat at his desk in the Amity police station, reading a detective novel called Deadly, I'm Yours. At the moment the phone rang, the heroine, a girl named Whistling Dixie, was about to be raped by a motorcycle club. Hendricks let the phone ring until Miss Dixie castrated the first of her attackers with a linoleum knife she had secreted in her hair. He picked up the phone. "Amity Police, Patrolman Hendricks," he said. "Can I help you?" "This is Jack Foote, over on Old Mill Road. I want to report a missing person. Or at least I think she's missing. Say again, sir. Hendricks had served in Vietnam as a radio man, and he was fond of military terminology. One of my house guests went for a swim at about 1 this morning, said Foote. She hasn't come back yet. Her date found her clothes on the beach. Hendricks began to scribble on a pad. What was the person's name? Christine Watkins. Age? I don't know. Just a second. Say around 25. Her date says that's about right. Height and weight. Wait a minute. There was a pause. We think probably about 5'7", between 120 and 130. Color of hair and eyes. Listen, officer, why do you need all this? If the woman's drowned, she's probably going to be the only one you have at least tonight, right? You don't average more than 1 drowning around here each night, do you? Who said she drowned, Mr. Foote? Maybe she went for a walk. Stark naked at 1 in the morning? Have you had any reports about a woman walking around naked? Hendricks relished the chance to be insufferably cool. No, Mr. Foote, not yet. But once the summer season starts, you never know what to expect. Last August, a bunch of faggots staged a dance out by the club, a nude dance. Color of hair and eyes. Her hair is, oh, dirty blonde, I guess. Sandy. I don't know what color her eyes are. I'll have to ask her date. No, he says he doesn't know either. Let's say hazel. Okay, Mr. Foote. We'll get on it. As soon as we find out anything, we'll contact you. Hendricks hung up the phone and looked at his watch. It was 5:10. The chief wouldn't be up for an hour, and Hendricks wasn't anxious to wake him up for something as vague as a missing person report. For all anybody knew, the Broad was off humping in the bushes with some guy she met on the beach. On the other hand, if she was washed up somewhere, Chief Brodie would want the whole thing taken care of before the body was found by some nanny with a couple of young kids and it became a public nuisance. Judgment, that's what the chief kept telling him he needed. That's what makes a good cop. And the cerebral challenge of police work had played a part in Hendricks' decision to join the Amity force after he returned from Vietnam. The pay was fair, $9,000 to start, $15,000 after 15 years, plus fringes. Police work offered security, regular hours, and the chance for some fun, not just thumping unruly kids or collaring drunks, but solving burglaries, trying to catch the occasional rapist. The summer before, a black gardener had raped 7 rich white women, not one of whom would appear in court to testify against him, and on a slightly more elevated plane the opportunity to become a respected, contributing member of the community. And being an Amity cop was not very dangerous, certainly nothing like working for a metropolitan force. The last duty-related fatality of an Amity policeman occurred in 1957 when an officer had tried to stop a drunk speeding along the Montauk Highway and had been run off the road into a stone wall. Hendricks was convinced that as soon as he could get sprung from this godforsaken midnight to 8 shift, he would start to enjoy his work. For the time being, though, it was a drag. He knew perfectly well why he had the late shift. Chief Brodie liked to break in his young men slowly, letting them develop the fundamentals of police work: good sense, sound judgment, tolerance, and politeness at a time of day when they wouldn't be overtaxed. The business shift was 8 a.m. to 4 p.m, and it called for experience and diplomacy. 6 men worked that shift. 1 handled the summertime traffic at the intersection of Main and Water Streets. 2 patrolled in squad cars. 1 manned the phones at the station house. 1 handled the clerical work. And the chief handled the public, the ladies who complained that they were unable to sleep because of the din coming from the Randy Bear or Saxons, the town's 2 gin mills, the homeowners who complained that bums were littering the beaches or disturbing the peace, and the vacationing bankers and brokers and lawyers who stopped in to discuss their various plans for keeping Amity a pristine and exclusive summer colony. 4 to midnight was the trouble shift, when the young studs from the Hamptons would flock to the Randy Bear and get involved in a fight or simply get so drunk that they became a menace on the roads. When, very rarely, a couple of predators from Queens would lurk in the dark side streets and mug passers-by. And when, about twice a month in the summer, enough evidence having accumulated, the police would feel obliged to stage a pot bust at one of the huge waterfront homes. There were 6 men on 4 to midnight, the 6 largest men on the force, all between 30 and 50 years old. Midnight to 8 was usually quiet. For 9 months of the year, peace was virtually guaranteed. The biggest event of the previous winter had been an electrical storm that had set off all the alarms linking the police station to 48 of Amity's biggest and most expensive homes. Normally, during the summer, the midnight to 8 shift was manned by 3 officers. One, however, a young fellow named Dick Angelo, was now taking his 2-week leave before the season began to swing. The other was a 30-year veteran named Henry Kimball, who had chosen the midnight to 8 shift because it permitted him to catch up on his sleep. He held a daytime job as a bartender at Saxon's. Hendricks tried to raise Kimball on the radio to get him to take a walk along the beach by Old Mill Road, but he knew the attempt was hopeless. As usual, Kimball was sound asleep in a squad car parked behind the Amity Pharmacy. And so Hendricks picked up the phone and dialed Chief Brody's home number. Brody was asleep, in that fitful state before waking when dreams rapidly change and there are moments of bleary semi-consciousness. The first ring of the phone was assimilated into his dream of vision that he was back in high school groping a girl on a stairwell. The second ring snapped the vision. He rolled over and picked up the receiver. "Yeah. Chief, this is Hendricks. I hate to bother you this early, but what time is it? 5:20. Leonard, this better be good. I think we've got a floater on our hands, Chief." A floater? What in Christ's name is a floater? It was a word Hendricks had picked up from his night reading. "A drowning," he said, embarrassed. He told Brody about the phone call from Foot. "I didn't know if you'd want to check it out before people start swimming. I mean, it looks like it's going to be a nice day." Brody heaved an exaggerated sigh. "Where's Kimball?" he said, and then added quickly, "Oh, never mind. It was a stupid question. One of these days I'm going to fix that radio of his so he can't turn it off." Hendricks waited a moment, then said, "Like I said, Chief, I hate to bother." "Yeah, I know, Leonard. You were right to call. As long as I'm awake, I might as well get up. I'll shave and shower and grab some coffee, and on my way in I'll take a look along the beach in front of Old Mill Scotch, just to make sure your floater isn't cluttering up somebody's beach. Then when the day boys come on, I'll go out and talk to Foot and the girls' date. I'll see you later." Brody hung up the phone and stretched. He looked at his wife, lying next to him in the double bed. She had stirred when the phone rang, but as soon as she determined that there was no emergency, she lapsed back into sleep. Ellen Brody was 36, 5 years younger than her husband, and the fact that she looked barely 30 was a sort of pride and annoyance to Brody. Pride because, since she looked handsome and young and was married to him, she made him seem a man of excellent taste and substantial attraction. Annoyance because she had been able to keep her good looks despite the strains of bearing 3 children. Whereas Brody, though hardly fat at 6'1" and 200 pounds, was beginning to be concerned about his blood pressure and his thickening middle. Sometimes during the summer, Brody would catch himself gazing with idle lust at one of the young, long-legged girls who pranced around town, their untethered breasts bouncing beneath the thinnest of cotton jerseys. But he never enjoyed the sensation, for it always made him wonder whether Ellen felt the same stirring when she looked at the tanned, slim young men who so perfectly complemented the long-legged girls. And as soon as that thought occurred to him, he felt still worse, for he recognized it as a sign that he was on the unfortunate side of 40 and had already lived more than half his life. Summers were bad times for Ellen Brody, for in summer she was tortured by thoughts she didn't want to think, thoughts of chances missed and lives that could have been. She saw people she had grown up with, prep school classmates now married to bankers and brokers, summering in Amity and wintering in New York, graceful women who stroked tennis balls and enlivened conversations with equal ease, women who, Ellen was convinced, joked among themselves about Ellen Shepard marrying the policeman because he got her pregnant in the back seat of his 1948 Ford, which had not been the case. Ellen was 21 when she met Brody. She had just finished her junior year at Wellesley and was spending the summer in Amity with her parents as she had done for the previous 11 summers, ever since her father's advertising agency transferred him from Los Angeles to New York. Although, unlike several of her friends, Ellen Shepard was hardly obsessed by marriage. She assumed that within a year or two after finishing college she would wed someone from approximately her own social and financial station. The thought neither distressed nor delighted her. She enjoyed the modest wealth her father had earned, and she knew her mother did too. But she was not eager to live a life that was a repetition of her parents'. She was familiar with the petty social problems, and they bored her. She considered herself a simple girl, proud of the fact that in the yearbook for the class of 1953 at Miss Porter's school she was voted most sincere. Her first contact with Brody was professional. She was arrested, or, rather, her date was. It was late at night, and she was being driven home by an extremely drunk young man intent on driving very fast down very narrow streets. The car was intercepted and stopped by a policeman who impressed Ellen with his youth, his looks, and his civility. After issuing a summons, he confiscated the keys to Ellen's date's car and drove them both to their respective homes. The next morning, Ellen was shopping when she found herself next to the police station. As a lark, she walked in and asked the name of the young officer who had been working at about midnight the night before. Then she went home and wrote Brody a thank you note for being so nice, and she also wrote a note to the chief of police commending young Martin Brody. Brody telephoned to thank her for her thank you note. When he asked her out to dinner and the movies on his night off, she accepted out of curiosity. She had scarcely ever talked to a policeman, let alone gone out with one. Brody was nervous, but Ellen seemed so genuinely interested in him and his work that he eventually calmed down enough to have a good time. Ellen found him delightful, strong, simple, kind, sincere. He had been a policeman for 6 years. He said his ambition was to be chief of the Amity Force, to have sons to take duck shooting in the fall, to save enough money to take a real vacation every second or third year. They were married that November. Ellen's parents had wanted her to finish college, and Brody had been willing to wait until the following summer. But Ellen couldn't imagine that one more year of college could make any difference in the life she had chosen to lead. There were some awkward moments during the first few years. Ellen's friends would ask them to dinner or lunch or for a swim, and they would go, but Brody would feel ill at ease and patronized. When they got together with Brody's friends, Ellen's past seemed to stifle fun. People behaved as if they were fearful of committing a faux pas. Gradually, as friendships developed, the awkwardness disappeared, but they never saw any of Ellen's old friends anymore. Although the shedding of the summer people stigma earned her the affection of the year-round residents of Amity, it cost her much that was pleasant and familiar from the first 21 years of her life. It was as if she had moved to another country. Until about 4 years ago, the estrangement hadn't bothered her. She was too busy, and too happy, raising children to let her mind linger on alternatives long past. But when her last child started school, she found herself adrift, and she began to dwell on memories of how her mother had lived her life once her children had begun to detach from her. Shopping excursions, fun because there was enough money to buy all but the most outrageously expensive items. Long lunches with friends, tennis, cocktail parties, weekend trips. What had once seemed shallow and tedious now loomed in memory like paradise. At first she tried to re-establish bonds with friends she hadn't seen in 10 years, but all commonality of interest and experience had long since vanished. Ellen talked gaily about the community, about local politics, about her job as a volunteer at the Southampton Hospital, all subjects about which her old friends, many of whom had been coming to Amity every summer for more than 30 years, knew little and cared less. They talked about New York politics, about art galleries and painters and writers they knew. Most conversations ended with feeble reminiscences and speculations about where old friends were now. Always there were pledges about calling each other and getting together again. Once in a while she would try to make new friends among the summer people she hadn't known, but the associations were forced and brief. They might have endured if Ellen had been less self-conscious about her house, about her husband's job and how poorly it paid. She made sure that everyone she met knew she had started her Amity life on an entirely different plane. She was aware of what she was doing, and she hated herself for it, because in fact she loved her husband deeply, adored her children, and for most of the year was quite content with her lot. By now, she had largely given up active forays into the summer community, but the resentments and the longings lingered. She was unhappy, and she took out most of her unhappiness on her husband, a fact that both of them understood but only he could tolerate. She wished she could go into suspended animation for that quarter of every year. Brody rolled over toward Ellen, raising himself up on one elbow and resting his head on his hand. With his other hand, he flicked away a strand of hair that was tickling Ellen's nose and making it twitch. He still had an erection from the remnants of his last dream, and he debated rousing her for a quick bit of sex. He knew she was a slow waker and her early morning moods were more cantankerous than romantic. Still, it would be fun. There had not been much sex in the Brody household recently. There seldom was, when Ellen was in her summer moods. Just then, Ellen's mouth fell open and she began to snore.
This is Buick, now. Buick, exceptional by design.
Get 0.9% APR on these 2025 Buick models. Plus, current eligible non-GM owners get up to $3,000 allowance on Encore GX.
No. Brody felt himself turn off as quickly as if someone had poured ice water on his loins. He got up and went into the bathroom. It was nearly 6:30 when Brody turned onto Old Mill Road. The sun was well up. It had lost its daybreak red and was turning from orange to bright yellow. The sky was cloudless. Theoretically, there was a statutory right-of-way between each house to permit public access to the beach, which could be privately owned only to the mean high water mark. But the rights-of-way between most houses were filled with garages or privet hedges. From the road, there was no view of the beach. All Brody could see was the tops of the dunes. So every 100 yards or so, he had to stop the squad car and walk up a driveway to reach a point from which he could survey the beach. There was no sign of a body. All he saw on the broad, white expanse was a few pieces of driftwood, a can or two, and a yard-wide belt of seaweed and kelp pushed ashore by the southerly breeze. There was practically no surf, so if a body was floating on the surface, it would have been visible. If there is a floater out there, Brody thought, it's floating beneath the surface, and I'll never see it till it washes up. By 7 o'clock Brody had covered the whole beach along Old Mill and Scotch Roads. The only thing he had seen that struck him as even remotely odd was a paper plate on which sat 3 scalloped orange rinds, a sign that the summer's beach picnics were going to be more elegant than ever. He drove back along Scotch Road, turned north toward town on Bayberry Lane, and arrived at the station house at 7:10. Hendricks was finishing up his paperwork when Brody walked in, and he looked disappointed that Brody wasn't dragging a corpse behind him. "No luck, Chief," he said. "That depends on what you mean by luck, Leonard. If you mean did I find a body, and if I didn't isn't it too bad, the answer to both questions is no. Is Kimball in yet?" "No." "Well, I hope he isn't asleep. That'd look just dandy, having him snoring away in a cop car when people start to do their shopping." "He'll be here by 8, said Hendricks. "He always is." Brody poured himself a cup of coffee, walked into his office, and began to flip through the morning papers, the early edition of the New York Daily News and the local paper, the Amity Leader, which came out weekly in the winter and daily in the summer. Kimball arrived a little before 8, looking, aptly enough, as if he had been sleeping in his uniform, and he had a cup of coffee with Hendricks while they waited for the day shift to appear. Hendricks' replacement came in at 8 sharp, and Hendricks was putting on his leather flight jacket and getting ready to leave when Brody came out of his office. "I'm going out to see Foot, Leonard," Brody said. "You want to come along?" "You don't have to, but I thought you might want to follow up on your floater." Brody smiled. "Sure, I guess so," said Hendricks. "I got nothing else going today, so I can sleep all afternoon." They drove out in Brody's car. As they pulled into Foot's driveway, Hendricks said, "What do you bet they're all asleep? I remember last summer a woman called at 1 in the morning and asked if I could come out as early as possible the next morning because she thought some of her jewelry was missing. I offered to go right then, but she said no, she was going to bed. Anyway, I showed up at 10 o'clock the next morning and she threw me out. I didn't mean this early," she says. "We'll see," said Brody. "If they're really worried about this dame, they'll be awake." The door opened almost before Brody had finished knocking. "We've been waiting to hear from you," said a young man. "I'm Tom Cassidy. Did you find her?" "I'm Chief Brody. This is Officer Hendricks." "No, Mr. Cassidy, we didn't find her. Can we come in?" "Oh, sure. I'm sorry. Go on in the living room. I'll get the Foots." It took less than 5 minutes for Brody to learn everything he felt he needed to know. Then, as much to seem thorough as from any hope of learning anything useful, he asked to see the missing woman's clothes. He was shown into the bedroom, and he looked through the clothing on the bed. She didn't have a bathing suit with her. No, said Cassidy. It's in the top drawer over there. I looked. Brody paused for a moment, taking care with his words, then said, Mr. Cassidy, I don't mean to sound flip or anything, but has this Miss Watkins got a habit of doing strange things? I mean, like taking off in the middle of the night, or walking around naked? Not that I know of, said Cassidy, but I really don't know her too well. I see, said Brody. Then I guess we'd better go down to the beach again. You don't have to come. Hendrix and I can handle it. I'd like to come, if you don't mind. I don't mind. I just thought you might not want to. The three men walked down to the beach. Cassidy showed the policeman where he had fallen asleep. The indentation his body had made in the sand had not been disturbed, and he pointed out where he had found the woman's clothes. Brody looked up and down the beach. For as far as he could see, more than a mile in both directions, the beach was empty. Clumps of seaweed were the only dark spots on the white sand. Let's take a walk, he said. Leonard, you go east as far as the point. Mr. Cassidy, let's you and I go west. You got your whistle, Leonard? Just in case. I've got it, said Hendrix. You care if I take my shoes off? It's easier walking on the hard sand. I don't want to get them wet. I don't care, said Brody. Technically, you're off duty. You can take your pants off if you want. Of course, then I'll arrest you for indecent exposure. Hendrix started eastward. The wet sand felt crisp and cool on his feet. He walked with his head down and his hands in his pockets, looking at the tiny shells and tangles of seaweed. A few bugs, they looked like little black beetles, skittered out of his path, and when the wave wash receded, he saw minute bubbles pop above the holes made by sandworms. He enjoyed the walk. It was a funny thing, he thought, that when you live all your life in a place, you almost never do the things that tourists go there to do, like walk on the beach or go swimming in the ocean. He couldn't remember the last time he went swimming. He wasn't even sure he still owned a bathing suit. It was like something he had heard about New York, that half the people who live in the city never go to the top of the Empire State Building or visit the Statue of Liberty. Every now and then, Hendrix looked up to see how much closer he was to the point. Once he turned back to see if Brody and Cassidy had found anything. He guessed that they were nearly half a mile away. As he turned back and started walking again, Hendrix saw something ahead of him, a clump of weed and kelp that seemed unusually large. He was about 30 yards away from the clump when he began to think the weed might be clinging to something. When he reached the clump, Hendrix bent down to pull some of the weed away. Suddenly, he stopped. For a few seconds he stared, frozen rigid. He fumbled in his pants pocket for his whistle, put it to his lips, and tried to blow. Instead, he vomited, staggered back, and fell to his knees. Snarled within the clump of weed was a woman's head, still attached to shoulders, part of an arm, and about a third of a trunk. The mass of tattered flesh was a mottled blue-grey, and as Hendrix spilled his guts into the sand, he thought, and the thought made him retch again, that the woman's remaining breasts looked as flat as a flower pressed in a memory book. Wait, said Brody, stopping and touching Cassidy's arm. I think that was a whistle. He listened, squinting into the morning sun. He saw a black spot on the sand, which he assumed was Hendrix, and then he heard the whistle more clearly. Come on, he said, and the two men began to trot along the sand. Hendrix was still on his knees when they got to him. He had stopped puking, but his head still hung, mouth open, and his breathing rattled with phlegm. Brody was several steps ahead of Cassidy, and he said, Mr. Cassidy, stay back there a second, will you? He pulled apart some of the weeds, and when he saw what was inside, he felt bile rise in his throat. He swallowed and closed his eyes. After a moment he said, You might as well look now, Mr. Cassidy, and tell me if it's her or not. Cassidy was terrified. His eyes shifted between the exhausted Hendrix and the mass of weed. That, he said, pointing at the weed. Reflexively, he stepped backward. That thing? What do you mean it's her? Brody was still fighting to control his stomach. I think, he said, that it may be part of her. Reluctantly, Cassidy shuffled forward. Brody held back a piece of weed so Cassidy could get a clear look at the grey and gaping face. Oh, my God, said Cassidy. and he put a hand to his mouth. Is it her? Cassidy nodded, still staring at the face. Then he turned away and said, What happened to her? I can't be sure, said Brody. Offhand, I'd say she was attacked by a shark. Cassidy's knees buckled, and as he sank to the sand, he said, I think I'm going to be sick. He put his head down and retched. The stink of vomit reached Brody almost instantly, and he knew he had lost his struggle. Join the crowd, he said, and he vomited too. Chapter 3. Several minutes passed before Brody felt well enough to stand, walk back to his car, and call for an ambulance from the Southampton hospital. And it was almost an hour before the ambulance arrived and the truncated corpse was stuffed into a rubber bag and hauled away. By 11 o'clock, Brody was back in his office, filling out forms about the accident. He had completed everything but cause of death when the phone rang.
Carl Santos Martin, said the voice of the coroner. Yeah, Carl. What have you got for me?
Unless you have any reason to suspect a murder, I'd have to say shark. Murder, said Brody. I'm not. All I mean is that it's conceivable just barely that some nut could have done this job on the girl with an axe and a saw. I don't think it's a murder, Carl. I've got no motive, no murder weapons, and unless I want to go off into left field, no suspect. Then it's a shark. And a big bastard, too. Even the screw on an ocean liner wouldn't have done this. It might have cut her in two, but... Okay, Carl, said Brody.
Spare me the gore.
My stomach's none too hot already.
Sorry, Martin.
Anyway, I'm going to put down shark attack. I'd say that makes the most sense for you, too, unless there are, other considerations.
No, said Brody.
Not this time. Thanks for calling, Carl. He hung up, typed shark attack in the cause of death space on the forms, and leaned back in his chair. The possibility that other considerations might be involved in this case hadn't occurred to Brody. Those considerations were the touchiest part of Brody's job, forcing him constantly to assess the best means of protecting the Commonweal without compromising either himself or the law. It was the beginning of the summer season, and Brody knew that on the success or failure of those 12 brief weeks rested the fortunes of Amity for a whole year. A rich season meant prosperity enough to carry the town through the lean winter. The winter population of Amity was about 1,000. In a good summer, the population jumped to nearly 10,000. And those 9,000 summer visitors kept the 1,000 permanent residents alive for the whole year. Merchants from the owners of the hardware store and the sporting goods store and the 2 gas stations to the local pharmacist needed a boom summer to support them through the winter, during which they never broke even. The wives of carpenters, electricians, and plumbers worked during the summer as waitresses or real estate agents to help keep their families going over the winter. There were only 2 year-round liquor licenses in Amity, so the 12 weeks of summer were critical to most of the restaurants and pubs. Charter fishermen needed every break they could get. Good weather, good fishing, and, above all, crowds. Even after the best of summers, Amity winters were rough. 3 of every 10 families went on relief. Dozens of men were forced to move for the winter to the north shore of Long Island, where they scratched for work shucking scallops for a few dollars a day. Brody knew that one bad summer would nearly double the relief rolls. If every house was not rented, there wouldn't be enough work for Amity's blacks, most of whom were gardeners, butlers, bartenders, and maids. And 2 or 3 summers in a row, a circumstance that, fortunately, hadn't occurred in more than 2 decades, could create a cycle that could wreck the town. If people didn't have enough money to buy clothes or gas or ample food supplies, if they couldn't afford to have their houses or their appliances repaired, then the merchants and service firms would fail to make enough to tide them over until the next summer. They would close down, and Amity citizens would start shopping elsewhere. The town would lose tax revenue. Municipal services would deteriorate, and people would begin to move away. So there was a common, though tacit, understanding in Amity, born of the need to survive. Everyone was expected to do his bit to make sure that Amity remained a desirable summer community. A few years ago, Brody remembered, a young man and his brother had moved into town and set themselves up as carpenters. They came in the spring, when there was enough work preparing houses for summer residents to keep everyone busy, so they were welcomed. They seemed competent enough, and several established carpenters began to refer work to them. But by midsummer, there were disquieting reports about the Felix brothers. Albert Morris, the owner of Amity Hardware, let it be known that they were buying cheap steel nails instead of galvanized nails and were charging their customers for galvanized. In a seaside climate, steel nails begin to rust in a few months. Dick Spitzer, who ran the lumberyard, told somebody that the Felixes had ordered a load of low-grade green wood to use in some cabinets in a house on Scotch Road. The cabinet doors began to warp soon after they were installed. In a bar one night, the elder Felix, Armando, boasted to a drinking buddy that on his current job he was being paid to set supporting studs every 16 inches, but was actually placing them 24 inches apart. And the younger Felix, a 21-year-old named Danny with a stubborn case of acne, liked to show his friends erotic books which he bragged he had stolen from the houses he worked in. Other carpenters stopped referring work to the Felixes, but by then they had built enough of a business to keep them going through the winter. Very quietly, the Amity understanding began to work. At first, there were just a few hints to the Felixes that they had outworn their welcome. Armando reacted arrogantly. Soon, annoying little mishaps began to bother him. All the tires on his truck would mysteriously empty themselves of air, and when he called for help from the Amity Gulf Station, he was told that the air pump was broken. When he ran out of propane gas in his kitchen, the local gas company took 8 days to deliver a new tank. His orders for lumber and other supplies were inexplicably mislaid or delayed. In stores where once he had been able to obtain credit, he was now forced to pay cash. By the end of October, the Felix brothers were unable to function as a business, and they
Olay Hyaluronic Body Wash with 10 times more vitamin B3 complex.
I'm an angel. See the wings?
You've been let go.
I'm fired?
You've never eaten anything before.
There you go. You're a big boy. No, I'm a big boy.
So how old are you? 1,000?
Older now.
Damn, you look good. Good fortune, rated R.
and they moved away. Generally, Brody's contribution to the Amity understanding, in addition to maintaining the rule of law and sound judgment in the town, consisted of suppressing rumors and, in consultation with Harry Meadows, the editor of the Amity Leader, keeping a certain perspective on the rare unfortunate occurrences that qualified as news. The previous summer's rapes had been reported in the Leader, but just barely, as molestations, because Brody and Meadows agreed that the spectre of a black rapist stalking every female in Amity wouldn't do much for the tourist trade. In that case, there was the added problem that none of the women who had told the police they had been raped would repeat their stories to anyone else. If one of the wealthier summer residents of Amity was arrested for drunken driving, Brody was willing, on a first offence, to book him for driving without a licence, and that charge would be duly reported in the Leader. But Brody made sure to warn the driver that the second time he was caught driving under the influence, he would be charged, booked, and prosecuted for drunk driving. Brody's relationship with Meadows was based on a delicate balance. When groups of youngsters came to town from the Hamptons and caused trouble, Meadows was handed every fact, names, ages, and charges lodged. When Amity's own youth made too much noise at a party, the Leader usually ran a one-paragraph story without names or addresses, informing the public that the police had been called to quell a minor disturbance on, say, Old Mill Road. Because several summer residents found it fun to subscribe to the Leader year-round, the matter of wintertime vandalism of summer houses was particularly sensitive. For years, Meadows had ignored it, leaving it to Brody to make sure that the homeowner was notified, the offenders punished, and the appropriate repairmen dispatched to the house. But in the winter of 1968, 16 houses were vandalized within a few weeks. Brody and Meadows agreed that the time had come for a full campaign in the Leader against wintertime vandals. The result was the wiring of 48 homes to the police station, which, since the public didn't know which houses were wired and which weren't, all but eliminated vandalism, made Brody's job much easier, and gave Meadows the image of a crusading editor. Once in a while, Brody and Meadows collided. Meadows was a zealot against the use of narcotics. He was also a man with unusually keen repertorial antennae, and when he sensed a story one not susceptible to other considerations, he would go after it like a pig after truffles. In the summer of 1971, the daughter of one of Amity's richest families had died off the Scotch Road beach. To Brody, there was no evidence of foul play, and since the family opposed an autopsy, the death was officially listed as drowning. But Meadows had reason to believe that the girl was on drugs and that she was being supplied by the son of a Polish potato farmer. It took Meadows almost 2 months to get the story. but in the end he forced an autopsy which proved that at the time she drowned the girl had been unconscious from an overdose of heroin. He also tracked down the pusher and exposed a fairly large drug ring operating in the Amity area. The story reflected badly on Amity and worse on Brody, who, because several federal violations were involved in the case, wasn't even able to redeem his earlier insouciance by making an arrest or two. And it won Meadows 2 regional journalism prizes. Now it was Brody's turn to press for full disclosure. He intended to close the beaches for a couple of days, to give the shark time to travel far from the Amity shoreline. He didn't know whether or not sharks could acquire a taste for human flesh, as he had heard tigers do, but he was determined to deprive the fish of any more people. This time he wanted publicity, to make people fear the water and stay away from it. Brody knew there would be a strong argument against publicizing the attack. Like the rest of the country, Amity was still feeling the effects of the recession. So far, the summer was shaping up as a mediocre one. Rentals were up from last year, but they were not good rentals. Many were groupers, bands of 10 or 15 young people who came from the city and split the rent on a big house. At least a dozen of the $7,000, $10,000 a season shorefront houses had not yet been rented, and many more in the $5,000 class were still without leases. Sensational reports of a shark attack might turn mediocrity into disaster. Still, Brody thought, one death in mid-June, before the crowds come, would probably be quickly forgotten. Certainly, it would have less effect than 2 or 3 more deaths would. The fish might well have disappeared already, but Brody wasn't willing to gamble lives on the possibility. The odds might be good, but the stakes were prohibitively high. He dialed Meadows' number. "Hey, Harry," he said. "Free for lunch?" "I've been wondering when you'd call," said Meadows. "Sure. My place or yours?" Suddenly Brody wished he hadn't called at mealtime. His stomach was still groaning, and the thought of food nauseated him. He glanced up at the wall calendar. It was a Thursday. Like all their friends on fixed, tight incomes, the Broders shopped according to the supermarket specials. Monday's special was chicken, Tuesday's lamb, and so forth through the week. As each item was consumed, Ellen would note it on her list and replace it the next week. The only variables were bluefish and bass, which were inserted in the menu when a friendly fisherman dropped his overage by the house. Thursday's special was hamburger, and Brody had seen enough chopped meat for one day. "Yours," he said. "Why don't we order out from Size? We can eat in your office." "Fine with me," said Meadows. "What do you want? I'll order now." "Egg salad, I guess, and a glass of milk." "I'll be right there." Brody called Ellen to tell her he wouldn't be home for lunch. Harry Meadows was an immense man, for whom the act of drawing breath was exertion enough to cause perspiration to dot his forehead. He was in his late 40s, ate too much, chain-smoked cheap cigars, drank bonded bourbon, and was, in the words of his doctor, the Western world's leading candidate for a huge coronary infarction. When Brody arrived, Meadows was standing beside his desk, waving a towel at the open window. "In deference to what your lunch order tells me is a tender stomach," he said, "I'm trying to clear the air of essence of white owl." "I appreciate that," said Brody. He glanced around the small, cluttered room, searching for a place to sit. "Just throw that crap off the chair there," Meadows said. "They're just government reports. Reports from the county, reports from the state, reports from the Highway Commission and the Water Commission. They probably cost about $1 million, and from an informational point of view they don't amount to a cup of spit." Brody picked up the heap of papers and piled them atop a radiator. He pulled the chair next to Meadows' desk and sat down. Meadows rooted around in a large brown paper bag, pulled out a plastic cup and a cellophane-wrapped sandwich, and slid them across the desk to Brody. Then he began to unwrap his own lunch, for separate packages which he opened and spread before himself with the loving care of a jeweler showing off rare gems. A meatball hero, oozing tomato sauce, a plastic carton filled with oily fried potatoes, a dill pickle the size of a small squash, and a quarter of a lemon meringue pie. He reached behind his chair and from a small refrigerator withdrew a 16-ounce can of beer. "Delightful," he said with a smile as he surveyed the feast before him. "Amazing," said Brody, stifling an acid belch. "Abso-fucking-lutely amazing. I must have had about 1,000 meals with you, Harry, but I still can't get used to it." Everyone has his little quirks, my friend, Meadows said as he lifted his sandwich. Some people chase other people's wives. Some lose themselves in whiskey. I find my solace in nature's own nourishment. That'll be some solace to Dorothy when your heart says, "That's enough, Buster, adios." We've discussed that, Dorothy and I, said Meadows, filtering the words through a mouthful of bread and meat. And we agree that one of the few advantages man has over other animals is the ability to choose the way to bring on his own death. Food may well kill me, but it's also what has made life such a pleasure. Besides, I'd rather go my way than end up in the belly of a shark. After this morning, I'm sure you'll agree. Brody was in the midst of swallowing a bite of egg salad sandwich, and he had to force it past a rising gag. "Don't do that to me," he said. They ate in silence for a few moments. Brody finished his sandwich and milk, wadded the sandwich wrapper and stuffed it into the plastic cup. He leaned back and lit a cigarette. Meadows was still eating, but Brody knew his appetite wouldn't be diminished by any discussion. He recalled a time when Meadows had visited the scene of a bloody automobile accident and proceeded to interview police and survivors while sucking on a coconut popsicle. "About the Watkins thing," Brody said. "I have a couple of thoughts, if you want to hear them." Meadows nodded. "First, it seems to me that the cause of death is cut and dried. I've already talked to Santos, and I did, too. So you know what he thinks. It was a shark attack, clear and simple. And if you'd seen the body, you'd agree. There's just no. I did see it." Brody was astonished, mostly because he couldn't imagine how anyone who had seen that mess could be sitting there now, licking lemon pie filling off his fingers. "So you agree?" "Yes, I agree that's what killed her. But there are a few things I'm not so sure of." "Like what?" "Like why she was swimming at that time of night. Do you know what the temperature was at around midnight? 60. Do you know what the water temperature was? About 50. You'd have to be out of your mind to go swimming under those conditions." "Or drunk," said Brody, "which she probably was." "Maybe. No, you're right probably. I've checked around a little, and the foots don't mess with grass or mescaline or any of that stuff. There's one other thing that bothers me, though." Brody was annoyed. "For Christ's sake, Harry, stop chasing shadows. Once in a while, people do die by accident." "It's not that. It's just that it's damn funny that we've got a shark here when the water's still this cold." "Is it? Maybe there are sharks who like cold water. Who knows about sharks?" "There are some. There's the Greenland shark, but they never come down this far, and even if they did, they don't usually bother people. Who knows about sharks? I'll tell you this, at the moment I know a hell of a lot more about them than I did this morning. After I saw what was left of Miss Watkins, I called a young guy I know up at the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institute. I described the body to him, and he said it's likely that only one kind of shark would do a job like that." "What kind?" "A great white. There are others that attack people, like tigers and hammerheads and maybe even Marcos and blues. But this fellow Hooper, Matt Hooper, told me that to cut a woman in half like that you'd have to have a fish with a mouth like this." He spread his hands about 3 feet apart. "And the only shark that grows that big and attacks people is the great white. There's another name for them." "Oh." Brody was beginning to lose interest. "What's that?" "Man-eater. Other sharks kill people once in a while, for all sorts of reasons, hunger, maybe, or confusion, or because they smell blood in the water. By the way, did the Watkins girl have her period last night?" "How the hell would I know?" "Just curious." Hooper said that's one way to guarantee yourself an attack if there's a shark around. "What did he say about the cold water?" "That it's quite common for a great white to come into water this cold. Some years ago, a boy was killed by one near San Francisco. The water temperature was 57. Brody sucked a long drag from his cigarette and said, "You've really done a lot of checking into this, Harry." It seemed to me a matter of, shall we say, common sense and public interest to determine exactly what happened and the chances of it happening again. "And did you determine those chances?" "I did. They're almost non-existent. From what I can gather, this was a real freak accident. According to Hooper, The only thing good about great whites is that they're scarce. There's every reason to believe that the shark that attacked the Watkins girl is long gone. There are no reefs around here. There's no fish processing plant or slaughterhouse that dumps blood or guts into the water. So there's nothing at all to keep the shark interested. Meadows paused and looked at Brody, who returned his gaze silently. So it seems to me, Martin, that there's no reason to get the public all upset over something that's almost sure not to happen again. That's one way to look at it, Harry. Another is that since it's not likely to happen again, there's no harm in telling people that it did happen this once. Meadows sighed. Journalistically, you may be right. But I think this is one of those times, Martin, when we have to forget the book and think of what's best for the people. I don't think it would be in the public interest to spread this around. I'm not thinking about the townspeople. They'll know about it soon enough, the ones that don't know already. But what about the people who read the leader in New York or Philadelphia or Cleveland? You flatter yourself. Balls. You know what I mean. And you know what the real estate situation is like around here this summer. We're right on the edge, and other places are, too, like Nantucket and the Vineyard in East Hampton. There are people who still haven't made their summer plans. They know they've got their pick of places this year. There's no shortage of houses for rent. Anywhere. If I run a story saying that a young woman was bitten in two by a monster shark off Amity, there won't be another house rented in this town. Sharks are like axe murderers. Martin, people react to them with their guts. There's something crazy and evil and uncontrollable about them. If we tell people there's a killer shark around here, we can kiss the summer goodbye. Brody nodded. I can't argue with that, Harry, and I don't want to tell the people that there is a killer shark around here. Look at it from my point of view, just for a second. I won't dispute your odds or anything. You're probably right. That shark has probably gone 100 miles from here and won't ever show up again. The most dangerous thing out there in the water is probably the undertow. But, Harry, there's a chance you're wrong, and I don't think we can take that chance. Suppose, just suppose we don't say a word, and somebody else gets hit by that fish. What then? My ass is in a sling. I'm supposed to protect people around here, and if I can't protect them from something, the least I can do is warn them that there is a danger. Your ass is in a sling, too. You're supposed to report the news, and there's just no question but that someone killed by a shark is news. I want you to run the story, Harry. I want to close the beaches, just for a couple of days, and just for insurance's sake. It won't be a great inconvenience to anybody. There aren't that many people here yet, and the water's cold. If we tell it straight, tell people what happened and why we're doing what we're doing, I think we'll be way ahead. Meadows sat back in his chair and thought for a moment. I can't speak for your job, Martin, but as far as mine is concerned, the decision has already been made. What?
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words, create your brand, your opportunity, your breakthrough. Feeling a vibe? Run with it. From can't look away to gotta have it. Make every detail yours. Bring out what's hot. Remove what's not. Crystallize it. Instantly set a tone that speaks in your voice to your audience. Keep moving. Your site grows with you. Add solutions that meet you where you are and take you where you want to go. Smooth to make, easy to love.
Whenever heartburn strikes, get fast relief with Tums. Tums.
What does that mean? There won't be any story about the attack in the leader. Just like that. Well, not exactly. It wasn't entirely my decision, though I think that generally I agree with it. I'm the editor of this paper, Martin, and I own a piece of it, but not a big enough piece to buck certain pressures. Such as, I've gotten 6 phone calls already this morning. 5 were from advertisers, 1 restaurant, 1 hotel, 2 real estate firms, and an ice cream shop. They were most anxious to know whether or not I planned to run a story on the Watkins thing. and most anxious to let me know they felt Amity would best be served by letting the whole thing fade quietly away. The sixth call was from Mr. Coleman in New York. Mr. Coleman, who owns 55% of the Leader. It seems Mr. Coleman had received a few phone calls himself. He told me there would be no story in the Leader. I don't suppose he said whether the fact that his wife is a real estate broker had anything to do with his decision.
No, said Meadows. The subject never came up.
Figures. Well, Harry, where does that leave us? You're not going to run a story, so as far as the good readers of the Leader are concerned, nothing ever happened. I'm going to close the beaches and put up a few signs saying why. Okay, Martin, that's your decision. But let me remind you of something. You're an elected official, right? Just like the president. 4 thrill-filled years. Elected officials can be impeached. Is that a threat, Harry? Meadows smiled.
You know better than that.
Besides, who am I to be making threats? I just want you to be aware of what you're doing before you tinker with the lifeblood of all those sage and discriminating souls who elected you. Brody rose to go. Thanks, Harry. I've always heard it's lonely here at the top. What do I owe you for lunch? Forget it. I couldn't take money from a man whose family will soon be begging for food stamps.
Brody laughed.
No way.
Haven't you heard?
The great thing about police work is the security. 10 minutes after Brody returned to his office, the intercom buzzer sounded and a voice announced, "The mayor's here to see you, Chief." Brody smiled. The mayor. Not Larry Vaughan, just calling to check in. Not Lawrence Vaughan of Vaughan and Penrose Real Estate, stopping by to complain about some noisy tenants. But Mayor Lawrence P. Vaughan, the people's choice by 71 votes in the last election. Send his honor in, Brody said. Larry Vaughan was a handsome man, in his early 50s, with a full head of salt and pepper hair and a body kept trim by exercise. Though he was a native of Amity, over the years he had developed an air of understated chic. He had made a great deal of money in post-war real estate speculation in Amity, and he was the senior partner, some thought the only partner, since no one had ever met or spoken to anyone named Penrose in Vaughan's office, in the most successful agency in town. He dressed with elegant simplicity, in timeless British jackets, button-down shirts, and Weejun loafers. Unlike Ellen Brody, who had descended from summerfolk to winterfolk and was unable to make the adjustment, Vaughan had ascended smoothly from winterfolk to summerfolk, adjusting each step of the way with grace. He was not one of them, for he was technically a local merchant, so he was never asked to visit them in New York or Palm Beach. But in Amity he moved freely among all but the most aloof members of the summer community, which, of course, did an immense amount of good for his business. He was asked to most of the important summer parties, and he always arrived alone. Very few of his friends knew that he had a wife at home, a simple, adoring woman who spent much of her time doing needlepoint in front of her television set. Brody liked Vaughan. He didn't see much of him during the summer, but after Labor Day, when things calmed down, Vaughan felt free to shed some of his social scales, and every few weeks he and his wife would ask Brody and Ellen out to dinner at one of the better restaurants in the Hamptons. The evenings were special treats for Ellen, and that in itself was enough to make Brody happy. Vaughan seemed to understand Ellen. He always acted most graciously, treating Ellen as a clubmate and comrade. Vaughan walked into Brady's office and sat down. "I just talked to Harry Meadows," he said. Vaughan was obviously upset, which interested Brody. He hadn't expected this reaction. "I see," he said. "Harry doesn't waste any time. Where are you going to get the authority to close the beaches? Are you asking me as the mayor, or as a real estate broker, or out of friendly interest, or what, Larry?" Vaughan pressed, and Brody could see he was having trouble controlling his temper. "I want to know where you're going to get the authority."
I want to know now.
"Officially, I'm not sure I have it," Brody said. "There's something in the code that says I can take whatever actions I deem necessary in the event of an emergency, but I think the selectmen have to declare a state of emergency."
I don't imagine you want to go through all that rigmarole. Not a chance.
"Well, then, unofficially I figure it's my responsibility to keep the people who live here as safe as I can, and at the moment it's my judgment that that means closing the beaches for a couple of days. If it ever came down to cases, I'm not sure I could arrest anyone for going swimming. Unless, Brody smiled, I could make a case of criminal stupidity. Vaughan ignored the remark. I don't want you to close the beaches, he said. So I see. You know why. The 4th of July isn't far off, and that's the make or break weekend. We'd be cutting our own throats. I know the argument, and I'm sure you know my reasons for wanting to close the beaches. It's not as if I have anything to gain. No, I'd say quite the opposite is true. Look, Martin, this town doesn't need that kind of publicity. It doesn't need any more people killed, either. Nobody else is going to get killed, for God's sake. All you'd be doing by closing the beaches is inviting a lot of reporters to come snooping around where they don't have any business. So, they'd come out here, and when they didn't find anything worth reporting, they'd go home again. I don't imagine the New York Times has much interest in covering a lodge picnic or a garden club supper. We just don't need it. Suppose they did find something. There'd be a big to-do that couldn't do anybody any good. Like what, Larry? What could they find out? I don't have anything to hide. Do you? No, of course not. I was just thinking about maybe the rapes. Something unsavory. Crap, said Brody. That's all past history. Damn it, Martin. Vaughan paused for a moment, struggling to calm himself. Look, if you won't listen to reason, will you listen to me as a friend? I'm under a lot of pressure from my partners. Something like this could be very bad for us. I heard you admit you had partners, Larry. I thought you ran that shop like an emperor. Vaughan was embarrassed, as if he felt he had said too much. My business is very complicated, he said. There are times I'm not sure I understand what's going on. Do me this favor. This once. Brody looked at Vaughan, trying to fathom his motives. I'm sorry, Larry. I can't. I wouldn't be doing my job. If you don't listen to me, said Vaughan, you may not have your job much longer. You haven't got any control over me. You can't fire any cop in this town. Not off the force, no. But believe it or not, I do have discretion over the job of Chief of Police. I don't believe it. From his jacket pocket, Vaughan took a copy of the corporate charter of the town of Amity. You can read it yourself, he said, flipping through until he found the page he sought. It's right here. He handed the pamphlet across the desk to Brody. What it says, in effect, is that even though you were elected to the chief's job by the people, the selectmen have the power to remove you. Brody read the paragraph Vaughan had indicated. I guess you're right, he said, but I'd love to see what you put down for good and sufficient cause. I dearly hope it doesn't come to that, Martin. I had hoped this conversation wouldn't even get this far. I had hoped that you would go along, once you knew how I and the selectmen felt. All the selectmen? A majority. Like who? I'm not going to sit here and name names for you. I don't have to. All you have to know is that I have the board behind me, and if you won't do what's right, we'll put someone in your job who will. Brody had never seen Vaughan in a mood so aggressively ugly. He was fascinated, but he was also slightly shaken. You really want this, don't you, Larry? I do. Sensing victory, Vaughan said evenly, Trust me, Martin. You won't be sorry. Brody sighed. Shit, he said. I don't like it. It doesn't smell good, but okay, if it's that important. It's that important. For the first time since he had arrived, Vaughan smiled. Thanks, Martin, he said, and he stood up. Now I have the rather unpleasant task of visiting the Foots. How are you going to keep them from shooting off their mouths to the Times or the news? I hope to be able to appeal to their public spiritedness, Vaughan said, just as I appeal to yours. Bull. We do have one thing going for us. Miss Watkins was a nobody. She was a drifter. No family, no close friends. She said she had hitchhiked east from Idaho, so she won't be missed. Brody arrived home a little before 5. His stomach had settled down enough to permit him a beer or two before dinner. Ellen was in the kitchen, still dressed in the pink uniform of a hospital volunteer. Her hands were immersed in chopped meat, kneading it into a meat loaf. "Hello," she said, turning her head so Brody could plant a kiss on her cheek. "What was the crisis?" "You were at the hospital. You didn't hear." "No. Today was Bathe the Old Lady's Day. I never got off the Ferguson wing. A girl got killed off Old Mill." "By what?" "A shark." Brody reached into the refrigerator and found a beer. Ellen stopped kneading meat and looked at him. "A shark? I've never heard of that around here. You see one once in a while, but they never do anything." "Yeah, I know. It's a first for me, too." "So what are you going to do?" "Nothing." "Really? Is that sensible? I mean, isn't there anything you can do?" "Sure, there are some things I could do, technically, but there's nothing I can actually do. What you and I think doesn't carry much weight around here. The powers that be are worried that it won't look nice if we get all excited just because one stranger got killed by a fish. They're willing to take the chance that it was just a freak accident that won't happen again. Or, rather, they're willing to let me take the chance, since it's my responsibility." "What do you mean, the powers that be?" "Larry Vaughn, for one." "Oh, I didn't realize you had talked to Larry." "He came to see me as soon as he heard I planned to close the beaches. He wasn't what you'd call subtle about telling me he didn't want the beaches closed. He said he'd have my job if I did close them." "I can't believe that, Martin." "Larry isn't like that." "I didn't think so, either. Hey, by the way, what do you know about his partners?" "In the business?" "I didn't think there were any. I thought Penrose was his middle name, or something like that. Anyway, I thought he owned the whole thing." "So did I. But apparently not." "Well, it makes me feel better to know you talked to Larry before you made any decision. He tends to take a wider, more overall view of things than most people. He probably does know what's best." Brody felt the blood rise in his neck. He said simply, "Crap." Then he tore the metal tab off his beer can, flipped it into the garbage can, and walked into the living room to turn on the evening news. From the kitchen, Ellen called, "I forgot to tell you, you had a call a little while ago." "Who from?" "He didn't say. He just said to tell you you're doing a terrific job. It was nice of him to call, don't you think?" Chapter 4. For the next few days, the weather remained clear and unusually calm. The wind came softly, steadily from the southwest, a gentle breeze that rippled the surface of the sea but made no whitecaps. There was a crispness to the air only at night, and after days of constant sun, the earth and sand had warmed. Sunday was the 20th of June. Public schools still had a week or more to run before breaking for the summer, but the private schools in New York had already released their charges. Families who owned summer homes in Amity had been coming out for weekends since the beginning of May. Summer tenants whose leases ran from June 15th to September 15th had unpacked and, familiar now with where linen closets were, which cabinets contained good china and which the everyday stuff, and which beds were softer than others, were already beginning to feel at home. By noon, the beach in front of Scotch and Old Mill Roads was speckled with people. Husbands lay semi-comatose on beach towels, trying to gain strength from the sun before an afternoon of tennis and the trip back to New York on the Long Island Railroad's Cannonball. Wives leaned against aluminum backrests, reading Helen McInnes and John Cheever and Taylor Caldwell, interrupting themselves now and then to pour a cup of dry vermouth from the Scotch cooler. Teenagers lay serried in tight, symmetrical rows, the boys enjoying the sensation of grinding their pelvises into the sand, thinking of pudenda and occasionally stretching their neck to catch a brief glimpse of some, exposed, wittingly or not, by girls who lay on their backs with their legs spread. These were not Aquarians. They uttered none of the platitudes of peace or pollution, or justice or revolt. Privilege had been bred into them with genetic certainty. As their eyes were blue or brown, so their tastes and consciences were determined by other generations. They had no vitamin deficiencies, no sickle cell anemia. Their teeth, thanks either to breeding or to orthodontia, were straight and white and even. Their bodies were lean, their muscles toned by boxing lessons at age 9, riding lessons at 12, and tennis lessons ever since. They had no body odor. When they sweated, the girls smelled faintly of perfume, the boys smelled simply clean. None of which is to say that they were either stupid or evil. If their IQs could have been tested en masse, they would have shown native ability well within the top 10% of all mankind. And they were being educated at schools that provided every discipline, including exposure to minority groups.
When too much work bogs you down, Asana helps you handle it. That's because Asana is where humans and AI coordinate work together. AI makes it easy to hand off routine tasks, streamline workflows, and keep everyone focused on the work that matters most. That's how work gets handled. That's Asana. Visit us at asana.com. That's ASANA.com.
To group sensibilities, revolutionary philosophies, ecological hypotheses, political power tactics, drugs, and sex. Intellectually, they knew a great deal. Practically, they chose to know almost nothing. They had been conditioned to believe, or, if not to believe, to sense, that the world was really quite irrelevant to them. And they were right. Nothing touched them, not race riots in places like Trenton, New Jersey, or Gary, Indiana. Not the fact that parts of the Missouri River were so foul that the water sometimes caught fire spontaneously. Not police corruption in New York, or the rising number of murders in San Francisco, or revelations that hot dogs contained insect filth and hexachlorophene caused brain damage. They were inured even to the economic spasms that racked the rest of America. Undulations in the stock markets were nuisances noticed, if at all, as occasions for fathers to bemoan real or fancied extravagances. Those were the ones who returned to Amity every summer. The others, and there were some, mavericks marched and bleated and joined and signed and spent their summers working for acronymic social action groups. But because they had rejected Amity and, at most, showed up for an occasional Labor Day weekend, they, too, were irrelevant. The little children played in the sand at the water's edge, digging holes and flinging muck at each other, unconscious and uncaring of what they were and what they would become. A boy of 6 stopped skimming flat stones out into the water. He walked up the beach to where his mother lay dozing, and he flopped down next to her towel. "Hey, Mom," he said, limning aimless doodles with his finger in the sand. His mother turned to look at him, shielding her eyes from the sun. "What?" "I'm bored." "How can you be bored? It isn't even July." "I don't care." "I'm bored. I don't have anything to do." "You've got a whole beach to play on." "I know, but there's nothing to do on it." "Boy, am I bored. Why don't you go throw a ball?" "With who?" "There's nobody here." "I see a lot of people." "Have you looked for the Harrises?" "What about Tommy Converse?" "They're not here." "Nobody's here." "I sure am bored." "Oh, for God's sake, Alex." "Can I go swimming?" "No, it's too cold." "How do you know?" "I know, that's all." "Besides, you know you can't go alone. Will you come with me? Into the water?" "Certainly not." "No, I mean just to watch me." "Alex, Mom is pooped, absolutely exhausted. Can't you find anything else to do?" "Can I go out on my raft?" "Out where?" "Just out there a little ways." "I won't go swimming. I'll just lie on my raft." His mother sat up and put on her sunglasses. She looked up and down the beach. A few dozen yards away, a man stood in waist-deep water with a child on his shoulders. The woman looked at him, indulging herself in a quick moment of regret and self-pity that she could no longer shift to her husband the responsibility of amusing their child. Before she could turn her head, the boy guessed what she was feeling. "I bet Dad would let me," he said. "Alex, you should know by now that that's the wrong way to get me to do anything." She looked down the beach in the other direction. Except for a few couples in the dim distance, it was empty. "Oh, all right," she said. "Go ahead. But don't go too far out. And don't go swimming." She looked at the boy and, to show she was serious, lowered her glasses so he could see her eyes. "Okay," he said. He stood up, grabbed his rubber raft, and dragged it down to the water. He picked up the raft, held it in front of him, and walked seaward. When the water reached his waist, he leaned forward. A swell caught the raft and lifted it, with the boy aboard. He centered himself so the raft lay flat. He paddled with both arms, stroking smoothly. His feet and ankles hung over the rear of the raft. He moved out a few yards, then turned and began to paddle up and down the beach. Though he didn't notice it, a gentle current carried him slowly offshore. 50 yards farther out, the ocean floor dropped precipitously, not with the sheerness of a canyon wall, but from a slope of perhaps 10 degrees to more than 45 degrees. The water was 15 feet deep where the slope began to change. Soon it was 25, then 40, then 50 feet deep. It leveled off at 100 feet for about half a mile, then rose in a shoal that neared the surface a mile from shore. Seaward of the shoal, the floor dropped quickly to 200 feet, and then, still farther out, the true ocean depths began. In 35 feet of water, the great fish swam slowly, its tail waving just enough to maintain motion. It saw nothing, for the water was murky with motes of vegetation. The fish had been moving parallel to the shoreline. Now it turned, banking slightly, and followed the bottom gradually upward. The fish perceived more light in the water, but still it saw nothing. The boy was resting, his arms dangling down, his feet and ankles dipping in and out of the water with each small swell. His head was turned towards shore, and he noticed that he had been carried out beyond what his mother would consider safe. He could see her lying on her towel, and the man and child playing in the wave wash. He was not afraid, for the water was calm and he wasn't really very far from shore, only 40 yards or so. But he wanted to get closer, otherwise his mother might sit up, spy him, and order him out of the water. He eased himself back a little bit so he could use his feet to help propel himself. He began to kick and paddle toward shore. His arms displaced water almost silently, but his kicking feet made erratic splashes and left swirls of bubbles in his wake. The fish did not hear the sound, but rather registered the sharp and jerky impulses emitted by the kicks. They were signals, faint but true, and the fish locked on them, homing. It rose, slowly at first, then gaining speed as the signals grew stronger. The boy stopped for a moment to rest. The signals ceased. The fish slowed, turning its head from side to side, trying to recover them. The boy lay perfectly still, and the fish passed beneath him, skimming the sandy bottom. Again it turned. The boy resumed paddling. He kicked only every third or fourth stroke. Kicking was more exertion than steady paddling. But the occasional kicks sent new signals to the fish. This time it needed to lock on them only an instant, for it was almost directly below the boy. The fish rose. Nearly vertical, it now saw the commotion on the surface. There was no conviction that what thrashed above was food, but food was not a concept of significance. The fish was impelled to attack. If what it swallowed was digestible, that was food. If not, it would later be regurgitated. The mouth opened, and with a final sweep of the sickle tail the fish struck. The boy's last only thought was that he had been punched in the stomach. The breath was driven from him in a sudden rush. He had no time to cry out, nor, had he had the time, would he have known what to cry, for he could not see the fish. The fish's head drove the raft out of the water. The jaws smashed together, engulfing head, arms, shoulders, trunk, pelvis, and most of the raft. Nearly half the fish had come clear of the water, and it slid forward and down in a belly-flopping motion, grinding the mass of flesh and bone and rubber. The boy's legs were severed at the hips, and they sank, spinning slowly, to the bottom. On the beach the man with the child shouted, "Hey!" He was not sure what he had seen. He had been looking toward the sea, then started to turn his head when an uproar caught his eye. He jerked his head back seaward again, but by then there was nothing to see but the waves made by the splash, spreading outward in a circle. "Did you see that?" he cried. "Did you see that?" "What, Daddy, what?" His child stared up at him, excited. "Out there, a shark or a whale or something. Something huge." The boy's mother, half asleep on her towel, opened her eyes and squinted at the man. She saw him point toward the water and heard him say something to the child, who ran up the beach and stood by a pile of clothing. The man began to run toward the boy's mother, and she sat up. She didn't understand what he was saying, but he was pointing at the water, so she shaded her eyes and looked out at sea. At first, the fact that she saw nothing didn't strike her as odd. Then she remembered, and she said, Alex. Brody was having lunch, baked chicken, mashed potatoes, and peas. Mashed potatoes, he said as Ellen served him. What are you trying to do to me? I don't want you to waste away. Besides, you look good chunky. The phone rang. Ellen said, I'll get it, but Brody stood up. That was the way it usually happened. She would say, I'll get it, but he was the one who got it. It was the same when she had forgotten something in the kitchen. She would say, I forgot the napkins. I'll get them. But they both knew he would get up and fetch the napkins. No, that's okay, he said. It's probably for me anyway. He knew the call was probably for her, but the words came reflexively. Bixby, Chief, said the voice from the station house.
What is it, Bixby?
I think you'd better come down here.
Why's that?
Well, it's like this, Chief. Bixby obviously didn't want to go into details. Brody heard him say something to someone else, then returned to the phone. I've got this hysterical woman on my hands, Chief. What's she hysterical about? Her kid.
Out by the beach.
A twinge of unease shot through Brody's stomach. What happened? It's... Bixby faltered, then said quickly, Thursday. Listen, arsehole. Brody stopped. For now he understood.
I'll be right there.
He hung up the phone. He felt flushed, almost feverish. Fear and guilt and fury blended in a thrust of gut-wrenching pain. He felt at once betrayed and betrayer, deceived and deceiver. He was a criminal forced into crime, an unwilling whore. He had to take the blame, but it was not rightly his. It belonged to Larry Vaughan and his partners, whoever they might be. He had wanted to do the right thing. They had forced him not to. But who were they to force him? If he couldn't stand up to Vaughan, what kind of cop was he? He should have closed the beaches. Suppose he had. The fish would have gone down the beach, say, to East Hampton and killed someone there. But that wasn't how it had worked. The beaches had stayed open, and a child had been killed because of it. It was as simple as that. Cause and effect.
Brody suddenly loathed himself.
And just as suddenly, he felt great pity for himself. What is it? Asked Ellen.
A kid just got killed.
How? By a goddamn sonophabich of a shark. Oh no, if you had closed the beaches. She stopped, embarrassed.
Yeah, I know.
Harry Meadows was waiting in the parking lot at the rear of the station house when Brody drove up. He opened the passenger side door of Brody's car and eased his bulk down onto the seat. So much for the odds, he said. Yeah. Who's in there, Harry? A man from the Times, 2 from Newsday, and one of my people.
And the woman.
And the man who says he saw it happen. How did the Times get hold of it? Bad luck. He was on the beach. So was one of the Newsday guys. They're both staying with people for the weekend. They were onto it within 2 minutes. What time did it happen? Meadows looked at his watch. 20 minutes ago. No more. Do they know about the Watkins thing?
I don't know.
My man does, but he knows enough not to talk. As for the others, it depends on who they've been talking to. I doubt they're onto it. They haven't had any digging time. They'll get onto it, sooner or later. I know, said Meadows. It puts me in a rather difficult position. You.
Don't make me laugh. Seriously, Martin.
If somebody from the Times gets that story and files it, it'll appear in tomorrow's paper, along with today's attack, and the leader will look like hell. I'm going to have to use it, to cover myself, even if the others don't. Use it how, Harry? What are you going to say? I don't know, yet. As I said, I'm in a rather difficult position. Who are you going to say ordered it hushed up?
Larry Vaughan.
Hardly. Me.
No.
I'm not going to say anybody ordered it hushed up. There was no conspiracy. I'm going to talk to Carl Santos. If I can put the right words in his mouth, we may all be spared a lot of grief. What about the truth? What about it? What about telling it the way it happened? Say that I wanted to close the beaches and warn people, but the selectmen disagreed. And say that because I was too much of a chicken to fight and put my job on the line, I went along with them. Say that all the honchos in Amity agreed there was no point in alarming people just because there was a shark around that liked to eat children. Come on, Martin. It wasn't your fault. It wasn't anybody's. We came to a decision, took a gamble, and lost. That's all there is to it. Terrific. Now I'll just go tell the kid's mother that we're terribly sorry we had to use her son for chips. Brody got out of the car and started for the back door of the station house. Meadows, slower to extract himself, followed a few paces behind. Brody stopped. You know what I'd like to know, Harry? Who really made the decision? You went along with it. I went along with it. I don't think Larry Vaughan was even the actual guy who made the decision. I think he went along with it, too. What makes you think so? I'm not sure. Do you know anything about his partners in the business? He doesn't have any real partners, does he? I'm beginning to wonder. Anyway, fuck it. For now. Brody took another step, and when Meadows still followed him, he said, "You better go around front, Harry, for appearance's sake." Brody entered his office through a side door. The boy's mother was sitting in front of the desk, clutching a handkerchief. She was wearing a short robe over her bathing suit. Her feet were bare. Brody looked at her nervously, once again feeling the rush of guilt. He couldn't tell if she was crying, for her eyes were masked by large, round sunglasses. A man was standing by the back wall. Brody assumed he was the one who claimed to have witnessed the accident. He was gazing absently at Brody's collection of memorabilia, citations from community service groups, pictures of Brody with visiting dignitaries. Not exactly the stuff to command much attention from an adult, but staring at it was preferable to risking conversation with the woman. Brody had never been adept at consoling people, so he simply introduced himself and started asking questions. The woman said she had seen nothing. One moment the boy was there, the next he was gone, and all I saw were pieces of his raft. Her voice was weak but steady. The man described what he had seen, or what he thought he had seen. So no one actually saw this shark, Brody said, courting a faint hope in the back of his mind. No, said the man. I guess not. But what else could it have been? Any number of things. Brody was lying to himself as well as to them, testing to see if he could believe his own lies, wondering if any alternative to reality could be made credible. The raft could have gone flat and the boy could have drowned. Alex is a good swimmer, the woman protested. Or was. And what about the splash? Said the man. The boy could have been thrashing around. He never cried out. Not a word. Brody realized that the exercise was futile. Okay, he said. We'll probably know soon enough, anyway. What do you mean? Said the man. One way or another, people who die in the water usually wash up somewhere. If it was a shark, there'll be no mistaking it. The woman's shoulders hunched forward, and Brody cursed himself for being a clumsy fool. I'm sorry, he said. The woman shook her head and wept. Brody told the woman and the man to wait in his office, and he walked out into the front of the station house. Meadows was standing by the outer door, leaning against the wall. A young man, the reporter from the Times, Brody guessed, was gesturing at Meadows and seemed to be asking questions. The young man was tall and slim. He wore sandals and a bathing suit and a short-sleeved shirt with an alligator emblem stitched to the left breast, which caused Brody to take an instant, instinctive dislike to the man. In his adolescence, Brody had thought of those shirts as badges of wealth and position. All the summer people wore them. Brody badgered his mother until she bought him a $2 shirt with a $6 lizard on it, she said, and when he didn't find himself suddenly wooed by gaggles of summer people, he was humiliated. He tore the alligator off the pocket and used the shirt as a rag to clean the lawnmower with which he earned his summer income. More recently, Ellen had insisted on buying several shifts made by the same manufacturer, paying a premium they could ill afford for the alligator emblem to help her regain her entree to her old milieu. To Brody's dismay, one evening he found himself nagging Ellen for buying a $10 dress with a $20 lizard on it. Two men were sitting on a bench, the Newsday reporters. One wore a bathing suit, the other a blazer and slacks. Meadows reporter Brody knew him as Nat something or other was leaning against the desk, chatting with Bixby. They stopped talking as soon as they saw Brody enter. "What can I do for you?" Brody said. The young man next to Meadows took a step forward and said, "I'm Bill Whitman, from the New York Times." "And what am I supposed to do?" Brody thought. "Fall on my ass? I was on the beach." "What did you see?" One of the Newsday reporters interrupted. "Nothing. I was there, too. Nobody saw anything. Except maybe the guy in your office. He says he saw something." "I know," said Brody, but he's not sure just what it was he saw. The Times man said, "Are you prepared to list this as a shark attack?" "I'm not prepared to list this as anything, and I'd suggest you don't go listing it as anything, either, until you know a hell of a lot more about it than you do now." The Times man smiled. "Come on, Chief. What do you want us to do? Call it a mysterious disappearance? Boy lost at sea." It was difficult for Brody to resist the temptation to trade angry ironies with the Times reporter. He said, "Listen, Mr. Whitman, is it?" "Whitman. We have no witnesses who saw anything but a splash. The man inside thinks he saw a big silver-colored thing that he thinks may have been a shark. He says he has never seen a live shark in his life, so that's not what you'd call expert testimony. We have no body, no real evidence that anything violent happened to the boy. I mean, except that he's missing. It is conceivable that he drowned. It is conceivable that he had a fit or a seizure of some kind and then drowned. And it is conceivable that he was attacked by some kind of fish or animal or even person, for that matter. All of those things are possible, and until we get..." The sound of tires grinding over gravel in the public parking lot out front stopped Brody. A car door slammed, and Len Hendricks charged into the station house, wearing nothing but a bathing suit. His body had the mottled grey whiteness of a styrofoam coffee cup. He stopped in the middle of the floor. "Chief." Brody was startled by the unlikely sight of Hendricks in a bathing suit, thighs flecked with pimples, genitals bulging in the tight fabric. "You've been swimming, Leonard?" "There's been another attack," said Hendricks. The Times man quickly asked, "When was the first one?" Before Hendricks could answer, Brody said, "We were just discussing it, Leonard. I don't want you or anyone else jumping to conclusions until you know what you're talking about." "For God's sake, the boy could have drowned." "Boy," said Hendricks. "What boy?" "This was a man, an old man. 5 minutes ago. He was just beyond the surf, and suddenly he screamed bloody murder, and his head went under water, and it came up again, and he screamed something else, and then he went down again. There was all this splashing around, and blood was flying all over the place. The fish kept coming back and hitting him again and again and again. That's the biggest fucking fish I ever saw in my whole life. Big as a fucking station wagon. I went in up to my waist and tried to get to the guy, but the fish kept hitting him." Hendricks paused, staring at the floor. His breath squeezed out of his chest in short bursts. "Then the fish quit. Maybe he went away. I don't know. I waded out to where the guy was floating. His face was in the water. I took hold of one of his arms and pulled." Brody said, "And it came off in my hand. The fish must have chewed right through it, all but a little bit of skin." Hendricks looked up, his eyes red and filling with tears of exhaustion and fright. "Are you going to be sick?" said Brody. "I don't think so." "Did you call the ambulance?" Hendricks shook his head no. "Ambulance," said the Times reporter. "Isn't that rather like shutting the barn door after the horse has left?" "Shut your mouth, smartass," said Brody. "Bixby, call the hospital." "Leonard, are you up to doing some work?" Hendricks nodded. "Then go put on some clothes and find some notices that close the beaches." "Do we have any?" "I don't know. We must. Maybe back in the stockroom with those signs that say, 'This property protected by police.' If we don't, we'll have to make some that'll do until we can have some made up." "I don't care. One way or another, let's get the goddamn beaches closed." Monday morning, Brody arrived at the office a little after 7. "Did you get it?" he said to Hendricks. "It's on your desk." "Good or bad?" "Never mind. I'll go see for myself." "You won't have to look too hard." The city edition of the New York Times lay in the center of Brody's desk. About 3/4 of the way down the right-hand column on page 1, he saw the headline, "Shark Kills 2 on Long Island." Brody said, "Shit," and began to read. By William F. Whitman. Special to the New York Times. Amity, LI June 20th, a 6-year-old boy and a 65-year-old man were killed today in separate shark attacks that occurred within an hour of each other near the beaches of this resort community. Although the body of the boy, Alexander Kintner, was not found, officials said there was no question that he was killed by a shark. A witness, Thomas Dager, of New York, said he saw a large silver-colored object rise out of the water and seize the boy in his rubber raft and disappear into the water with a splash. Amity coroner Carl Santos reported that traces of blood found on shreds of rubber recovered later left no doubt that the boy had died a violent death. At least 15 persons witnessed the attack on Morris Cater, 65, which took place at approximately 2 p.m. a quarter of a mile down the beach from where young Kintner was attacked. Apparently, Mr. Cater was swimming just beyond the surf line when he was suddenly struck from behind. He called out for help, but all attempts to rescue him were in vain. "I went in up to my waist and tried to get to him," said Amity Police Officer Leonard Hendricks, who was on the beach at the time, "but the fish kept hitting him." Mr. Cater, a jewelry wholesaler with offices at 1224 Avenue of the Americas, was pronounced dead on arrival at Southampton Hospital. These incidents are the first documented cases of shark attacks on bathers on the eastern seaboard in more than 2 decades. According to Dr. David Dieter, an ichthyologist at the New York Aquarium at Coney Island, it is logical to assume, but by no means a certainty, that both attacks were the work of one shark. "At this time of year in these waters," said Dr. Dieter, "there are very few sharks. It's rare at any time of year for sharks to come so close to the beach. So the chances that 2 sharks would be off the same beach at virtually the same time and would each attack someone are infinitesimal." When informed that one witness described a shark that attacked Mr. Cater as being as large as a station wagon, Dr. Dieter said the shark was probably a great white, Carcharodon carcharias, a species known throughout the world for its voraciousness and aggressiveness. In 1916, he said, a great white killed 4 bathers in New Jersey on one day, the only other recorded instance of multiple shark attack fatalities in the United States in this century. Dr. Dieter attributed the attacks to bad luck, like a flash of lightning that hits a house. The shark was probably just passing by. It happened to be a nice day, and there happened to be people swimming, and he happened to come along. It was pure chance. Amity is a summer community on the south shore of Long Island, approximately midway between Bridgehampton and East Hampton, with a wintertime population of 1,000. In the summer, the population increases to 10,000. Brody finished reading the article and set the paper on the desk. Chance, that doctor said. Pure chance. What would he say if he knew about the first attack? Still pure chance? Or would it be negligence, gross and unforgivable? There were 3 people dead now, and 2 of them could still be alive, if only Brody had. "You've seen the Times," said Meadows. He was standing in the doorway. "Yeah, I've seen it." They didn't pick up the Watkins thing. "I know. Kind of curious, especially after Len's little slip of the tongue. But you did use it." "I did. I had to. Here." Meadows handed Brody a copy of the Amity Leader. The banner headline ran across all 6 columns of page 1. 2 killed by monster shark off Amity Beach. Below that, in smaller type, a subhead, number of victims of killer fish rises to 3. "You sure get your news up high, Harry. Read on." Brody read, 2 summer visitors to Amity were brutally slain yesterday by man-eating shark that attacked them as they frolicked in the chill waters off the Scotch Road beach. Alexander Kintner, age 6, who lived with his mother in the Gooseneck Lane house owned by Mr. and Mrs. Richard Packer, was the first to die attacked from below as he lay on a rubber raft. His body has not been found. Less than half an hour later, Morris Cater, 65, who was spending the weekend at the Abelard Arms Inn, was attacked from behind as he swam in the gentle surf off the public beach. The giant fish struck again and again, savaging Mr. Cater as he cried for help. Patrolman Len Hendricks, who by sheer coincidence was taking his first swim in 5 years, made a valiant attempt to rescue the struggling victim, but the fish gave no quarter. Mr. Cater was dead by the time he was pulled clear of the water. The deaths were the second and third to be caused by shark attack off Amity in the past 5 days. Last Wednesday night, Miss Christine Watkins, a guest of Mr. and Mrs. John Foote of Old Mill Road, went for a swim and vanished. Thursday morning, Police Chief Martin Brody and Officer Hendricks recovered her body. According to Coroner Carl Santos, the cause of death was definitely and incontrovertibly shark attack. Asked why the cause of death was not made public, Mr. Santos declined to comment. Brody looked up from the paper and said, "Did Santos really decline to comment?" "No. He said nobody but you and I had asked him about the cause of death, so he didn't feel compelled to tell anybody. As you can see, I couldn't print that response. It would have pinned everything on you and me. I had hoped I could get him to say something like, her family requested that the cause of death be kept private, and since there was obviously no crime involved, I agreed, but he wouldn't. I can't say I blame him. So what did you do?" "I tried to get hold of Larry Vaughan, but he was away for the weekend. I thought he'd be the best official spokesman." "And when you couldn't reach him?" "Read." It was understood, however, that Amity police and government officials had decided to withhold the information in the public interest. "People tend to overreact when they hear about a shark attack," said one member of the Board of Selectmen. "We didn't want to start a panic, and we had an expert's opinion that the odds against another attack were astronomical." "Who was your talkative selectman?" asked Brody. "All of them and none of them," said Meadows. "It's basically what they all said, but none of them would be quoted." "What about the beaches not being closed? Did you go into that?" "You did." "I did." Asked why he had not ordered the beaches closed until the marauding shark was apprehended, Chief Brody said, "The Atlantic Ocean is huge. Fish swim in it and move from place to place. They don't always stay in one area, especially an area like this where there is no food source. What were we going to do? Close the Amity beaches, and people would just drive up to East Hampton and go swimming there. And there's just as good a chance that they'd get killed in East Hampton as in Amity." After yesterday's attacks, however, Chief Brody did order the beaches closed until further notice. "Jesus, Harry," said Brody, "you really put it to me. You've got me arguing a case I don't believe, then being proved wrong and forced to do what I wanted to do all along. That's a pretty shitty trick." "It wasn't a trick. I had to have someone give the official line, and with Vaughan away, you were the logical one. You admit that you agreed to go along with the decision, so reluctantly or not you supported it. I didn't see any point in airing all the dirty laundry of private disputes." "I suppose. Anyway, it's done. Is there anything else I should read in this?" "No. I just quote Matt Hooper, that fellow from Woods Hole. He says it would be remarkable if we ever have another attack, but he's a little less sure than he was last time." "Does he think one fish is doing all this?" "He doesn't know, of course, but offhand, yes. He thinks it's a big white." "I do, too. I mean, I don't know from whites or greens or blues, but I think it's one shark." "Why?" "I'm not sure, exactly. Yesterday afternoon, I called the Coast Guard out on Montauk. I asked them if they'd noticed a lot of sharks around here recently, and they said they hadn't seen a one. Not one so far this spring. It's still early, so that isn't too strange. They said they'd send a boat down this way later on and give me a call if they saw anything. I finally called them back. They said they had cruised up and down this area for 2 hours and hadn't seen a thing. So there sure aren't many sharks around. They also said that when there are sharks around, they're mostly medium-sized blue sharks about 5 to 10 feet and sand sharks that don't generally bother people. From what Leonard said he saw yesterday, this is no medium-sized blue." "Hooper said there was one thing we could do," Meadows said. "Now that you've got the beaches closed down, we could chum. You know, spread fish guts and goodies like that around in the water. If there's a shark around," he said, "that will bring him running." "Oh, great. That's what we need, to attract sharks. And what if he shows up? What do we do then?" "Catch him." "With what?" "My trusty spinning rod." No, a harpoon. A harpoon. Harry, I don't even have a police boat, let alone a boat with harpoons on it. There are fishermen around. They have boats. Yeah, for 150 a day, or whatever it is. True, but still it seems to me. A commotion out in the hall stopped Meadows in mid-sentence. He and Brody heard Bixby say, I told you, he's in conference. Then a woman's voice said, bullshit. I don't care what he's doing. I'm going in there. The sound of running feet, first one pair, then two. The door to Brody's office flew open, and standing in the doorway, clutching a newspaper, tears streaming down her face, was Alexander Kintner's mother. Bixby came up behind her and said, I'm sorry, Chief. I tried to stop her. That's okay, Bixby, said Brody. Come in, Mrs. Kintner. Meadows stood and offered her his chair, which was the closest one to Brody's desk. She ignored him and walked up to Brody, who was standing behind his desk. What can I do? The woman slapped the newspaper across his face. It didn't hurt Brody so much as startle him, especially the noise, a sharp report that rang deep into his left ear. The paper fell to the floor. What about this? Mrs. Kintner screamed. What about it? What about what? Said Brody. What they say here. That you knew it was dangerous to swim. That somebody had already been killed by that shark. That you kept it a secret. Brody didn't know what to say. Of course it was true, all of it, at least technically. He couldn't deny it. And yet he couldn't admit it, either, because it wasn't the whole truth. Sort of, he said. I mean, yes, it's true, but it's look, Mrs. Kintner. He was pleading with her to control herself until he could explain. You killed Alex. She shrieked the words, and Brody was sure they were heard in the parking lot, on the street, in the center of town, on the beaches, all over Amity. He was sure his wife heard them, and his children. He thought to himself, stop her before she says anything else. But all he could say was, Sage, you did. You killed him. Her fists were clenched at her sides, and her head snapped forward as she screamed, as if she were trying to inject the words into Brody. You won't get away with it. Please, Mrs. Kintner, said Brody. Calm down. Just for a minute. Let me explain. He reached to touch her shoulder and help her to a chair, but she jerked away. Keep your fucking hands off me, she cried. You knew. You knew all along, but you wouldn't say. And now a 6-year-old boy, a beautiful 6-year-old boy, my boy. Tears seemed to pulse from her eyes, and as she quivered in her rage, droplets were cast from her face. You knew. Why didn't you tell? Why? She clutched herself, wrapping her arms around her body and wrapped in a straitjacket, and she looked into Brody's eyes. Why? It's... Brody fumbled for words. It's a long story. He felt wounded, incapacitated as surely as if he had been shot. He didn't know if he could explain now. He wasn't even sure he could speak. I bet it is, said the woman. Oh, you evil man. You evil, evil man. You. Stop it. Brody's shout was both plea and command. It stopped her. Now look, Mrs. Kintner, you've got it wrong, all wrong. Ask Mr. Meadows. Meadows, transfixed by the scene, nodded dumbly. Of course he'd say that. Why shouldn't he? He's your pal, isn't he? He probably told you you were doing the right thing. Her rage was mounting again, flooding, resuscitated by a new burst of emotional amperage. You probably decided together. That makes it easier, doesn't it? Did you make money? What? Did you make money from my son's blood? Did someone pay you not to tell what you knew? Brody was horrified. No. Christ, of course not. Then why? Tell me. Tell me why. I'll pay you. Just tell me why. Because we didn't think it could happen again. Brody was surprised by his brevity. That was it, really, wasn't it? The woman was silent for a moment, letting the words register in her muddled mind. She seemed to repeat them to herself. She said, "Oh," then, a second later, "Jesus." All of a sudden, as if a switch had been turned somewhere inside her, shutting off power, she had no more self-control. She slumped into the chair next to Meadows and began to weep in gasping, choking sobs. Meadows tried to calm her, but she didn't hear him. She didn't hear Brody when he told Bixby to call a doctor. And she saw, heard, and felt nothing when the doctor came into the office, listened to Brody's description of what had happened, tried to talk to her, gave her a shot of Librium, led her with the help of one of Brody's men to his car, and drove her to the hospital. When she had left, Brody looked at his watch and said, "It's not even 9 o'clock yet. If ever I felt like I could use a drink. Wow." "If you're serious," said Meadows, "I have some bourbon back in my office." "No. If this was any indication of how the rest of the day's going to go, I'd better not fuck up my head. It's hard, but you've got to try not to take what she said too seriously. I mean, the woman was in shock, for one thing." "I know, Harry. Any doctor would say she didn't know what she was saying. The trouble is, I'd already thought a lot of the things she was saying. Not in those words, maybe, but the thoughts were the same." "Come on, Martin. You know you can't blame yourself." "I know. I could blame Larry Vaughan. Or maybe even you. But the point is, the 2 deaths yesterday could have been prevented. I could have prevented them, and I didn't. Period." The phone rang. It was answered in the other room, and a voice on the intercom said, "It's Mr. Vaughan." Brody pushed the lighted button, picked up the receiver, and said, "Hi, Larry.
Did you have a nice weekend?"
"Until about 11 o'clock last night," said Vaughan, "when I turned on my car radio driving home. I was tempted to call you last night, but I figured you had had a rough enough day without being bothered at that hour." "That's one decision I agree with."
"Don't rub it in, Martin. I feel bad enough." Brody wanted to say, "Do you, Larry?"
He wanted to scrape the wound raw, to unload some of the anguish onto someone else. But he knew it was both unfair to attempt and impossible to accomplish, so all he said was, "Sure." "I had 2 cancellations already this morning. Big leases. Good people. They had already signed, and I told them I could take them to court. They said, 'Go ahead, we're going somewhere else.' I'm scared to answer the phone. I still have 20 houses that aren't rented for August. I wish I could tell you different, Larry, but it's going to get worse."
"What do you mean?"
"With the beaches closed." "How long do you think you'll have to keep them closed?"
"I don't know. As long as it takes."
"A few days. Maybe more. You know that the end of next week is the 4th of July weekend." "Sure, I know. It's already too late to hope for a good summer, but we may be able to salvage something for August. At least if the 4th is good." Brody couldn't read the tone in Vaughan's voice.
"Are you arguing with me, Larry?"
"No. I guess I was thinking out loud. Or praying out loud. Anyway, you plan to keep the beaches closed until what? Indefinitely? How will you know when that thing's gone away?" "I haven't had time to think that far ahead. I don't even know why it's here."
"Let me ask you something, Larry. Just out of curiosity."
"What?" "Who are your partners?" It was a long moment before Vaughan said, "Why do you want to know? What does that have to do with anything?" "Like I said, just curiosity."
"You keep your curiosity for your job, Martin. Let me worry about my business."
"Sure, Larry. No offense. So what are you going to do? We can't just sit around and hope it will go away. We could starve to death while we waited." "I know. Meadows and I were just talking about our options. A fish expert friend of Harry's says we could try to catch the fish. What would you think about getting up a couple of $100 to charter Ben Gardner's boat for a day or 2? I don't know that he's ever caught any sharks, but it might be worth a try. Anything's worth a try, just so we get rid of that thing and go back to making a living. Go ahead. Tell him I'll get the money from somewhere." Brody hung up the phone and said to Meadows, "I don't know why I care, but I'd give my ass to know more about Mr. Vaughan's business affairs." "Why?" He's a very rich man. No matter how long this shark thing goes on, he won't be badly hurt. Sure, he'll lose a little dough, but he's taking all this as if it was life and death, and I don't mean just the town's. His. Maybe he's just a conscientious fellow. That wasn't conscience talking on the phone just then.
Believe me, Harry, I know what conscience is.
10 miles south of the eastern tip of Long Island, a chartered fishing boat drifted slowly in the tide. 2 wire lines trailed limply aft in an oily slick.
The captain of the boat, a tall, spare man, sat on a bench on the flying bridge, staring at the water.
Below, in the cockpit, the 2 men who had chartered the boat sat reading. One was reading a novel, the other the New York Times. "Hey, Kint," said the man with the newspaper. "Did you see this about the shark that killed those people?" "I seen it," said the captain. "You think we'll run into that shark?" "Nope."
How do you know?
"I know." "Suppose we went looking for him?" "We won't." "Why not?"
We got a slick going.
"We'll stay put." The man shook his head and smiled. "Boy, wouldn't that be some sport?" "Fish like that ain't sport," said the captain. "How far is Amity from here?"
Down the coast a ways.
"Well, if he's around here somewhere, you might run into him one of these days." "We'll find one another, all right, but not today." Chapter 5. Thursday morning was foggy, a wet ground fog so thick that it had a taste, sharp and salty. People drove under the speed limit, with their lights on. Around midday, the fog lifted, and puffy cumulus clouds meandered across the sky beneath a high blanket of cirrus. By 5 in the afternoon, the cloud cover had begun to disintegrate, like pieces fallen from a jigsaw puzzle. Sunlight streaked through the gaps, stabbing shining patches of blue onto the grey-green surface of the sea. Brody sat on the public beach, his elbow resting on his knees to steady the binoculars in his hands. When he lowered the glasses, he could barely see the boat, a white speck that disappeared and reappeared in the ocean swells. The strong lenses drew it into plain, though jiggly, view. Brody had been sitting there for nearly an hour. He tried to push his eyes, to extend his vision from within to delineate more clearly the outline of what he saw. He cursed and let the glasses drop and hang by the strap around his neck. "Hey, Chief," Hendricks said, walking up to Brody. "Hey, Leonard, what are you doing here?" "I was just passing by and I saw your car. What are you doing?" "Trying to figure out what the hell Ben Gardner's doing."
Fishing, don't you think?
"That's what he's being paid to do, but it's the damnedest fishing I ever saw. I've been here an hour, and I haven't seen anything move on that boat. Can I take a look?" Brody handed him the glasses. Hendricks raised them and looked out at sea.
"Nope, you're right."
"How long has he been out there?" "All day, I think. I talked to him last night, and he said he'd be taking off at 6 this morning." "Did he go alone?"
"I don't know."
"He said he was going to try to get hold of his mate Danny, what's his name, but there was something about a dentist appointment. I hope to hell he didn't go alone." "You want to go see? We've got at least 2 more hours of daylight. How do you plan to get out there?"
"I'll borrow Chickering's boat."
"He's got an Aquasport with an 80-horse Evinrude on it. That'll get us out there." Brody felt a shimmy of fear skitter up his back. He was a very poor swimmer, and the prospect of being on top of, let alone in water above his head, gave him what his mother used to call the wimwams. Sweaty palms, a persistent need to swallow, and an ache in his stomach, essentially the sensation some people feel about flying. In Brody's dreams, deep water was populated by slimy, savage things that rose from below and shredded his flesh, by demons that cackled and moaned. "Okay," he said. "I don't guess we've got much choice. Maybe by the time we get to the dock, he'll already have started in."
"You go get the boat ready."
"I'll stop off at headquarters and give his wife a call. See if he's called in on the radio." Amity's town dock was small, with only 20 slips, a fuel dock, and a wooden shack where hot dogs and fried clams were sold in cardboard sleeves. The slips were in a little inlet protected from the open sea by a stone jetty that ran across half the width of the inlet's mouth. Hendricks was standing in the Aquasport, the engine running, and he was chatting with a man in a 25-foot cabin cruiser tied up in the neighboring slip. Brody walked along the wooden pier and climbed down the short ladder into the boat. "What did she say?" asked Hendricks. "Not a word. She's been trying to raise him for half an hour, but she figures he must have turned off the radio." "Is he alone?" "As far as she knows. His mate had an impacted wisdom tooth that had to be taken out today." The man in the cabin cruiser said, "If you don't mind my saying so, that's pretty strange." "What is?" said Brody. "To turn off your radio when you're out alone. People don't do that." "I don't know. Ben always bitches about all the chatter that goes on between boats when he's out fishing. Maybe he got bored and turned it off." "Maybe." "Let's go, Leonard," said Brody. "Do you know how to drive this thing?" Hendricks cast off the bow line, walked to the stern, cleated the stern line, and tossed it onto the deck. He moved to the control console and pushed a knobbed handle forward. The boat lurched ahead, chugging. Hendricks pushed the handle farther forward, and the engine fired more regularly. The stern settled back, the bow rose. As they made the turn around the jetty, Hendricks pushed the lever all the way forward, and the bow dropped down. "Planing," said Hendricks. Brody grabbed a steel handle on the side of the console. "Are there any life jackets?" he asked. "Just the cushions," said Hendricks. "They'd hold you up all right, if you were an 8-year-old boy." "Thanks." What breeze there had been had died, and there was little chop to the sea. But there were small swells, and the boat took them roughly, smacking its prow into each one, recovering with a shudder that unnerved Brody. "This thing's gonna break apart if you don't slow down," he said. Hendricks smiled, relishing his moment of command. "No worry, Chief. If I slow down, we'll wallow. It'll take us a week to get out there, and your stomach will feel like it's full of squirrels." Gardner's boat was about 3/4 of a mile from shore. As they drew nearer, Brody could see it bobbing gently in the swells. He could even make out the black letters on the transom. "Flicker." "He's anchored," said Hendricks. "Boy, that's some lot of water to anchor a boat in. We must have more than 100 feet out here." "Swell," Brody said. "That's just what I wanted to hear." When they were about 50 yards from the flicker, Hendricks throttled down, and the boat settled into a slow side-to-side roll. They closed quickly. Brody walked forward and mounted a platform in the bow. He saw no signs of life. There were no rods in the rod holders. "Hey, Ben," he called. There was no reply. "Maybe he's below," said Hendricks. Brody called again. "Hey, Ben." The bow of the Aquasport was only a few feet from the port quarter of the flicker. Hendricks pushed the handle into neutral, then gave it a quick burst of reverse. The Aquasport stopped and, on the next swell, nestled up against the flicker's gunnel. Brody grabbed the gunnel. "Hey, Ben." Hendricks took a line from the lazarette, walked forward, and made it fast to a cleat on the bow of the Aquasport. He looped the line over the railing of the other boat and tied a crude knot. "You want to go on board?" he said. "Yeah." Brody climbed aboard the flicker. Hendricks followed, and they stood in the cockpit. Hendricks poked his head through the forward hatch. "You in there, Ben?" He looked around, withdrew his head, and said, "Not there." "He's not on board," said Brody. "No two ways about it." "What's that stuff?" said Hendricks, pointing to a bucket in the corner of the stern. Brody walked to the bucket and bent down. A stench of fish and oil filled his nose. The bucket was full of guts and blood. "Must be chum," he said. "Fish guts and other shit. You spread it around in the water and it's supposed to attract sharks." He didn't use much of it. The bucket's almost full. A sudden noise made Brody jump. "Whiskey, Zebra, Echo, 259er, said a voice crackling over the radio. "This is the Pretty Belle. You there, Jake?" "So much for that theory," said Brody. He never turned off his radio. "I don't get it, Chief. There are no rods. He didn't carry a dinghy, so he couldn't have rowed away. He swam like a fish, so if he fell overboard he would have just climbed back on." "You see a harpoon anywhere?"
What's it look like? I don't know. Like a harpoon.
And barrels. Supposedly, you use them as floats.
I don't see anything like that.
Brody stood at the starboard gunwale, gazing into the middle distance. The boat moved slightly, and he steadied himself with his right hand. He felt something strange and looked down. There were 4 ragged screw holes where a cleat had been. The screws had obviously not been removed by a screwdriver. The wood around the holes was torn. Look at this, Leonard. Hendricks ran his hand over the holes. He looked to the port side, where a 10-inch steel cleat still sat securely on the wood. You imagine that what was here was as big as the one over there, he said. Jesus, what would it take to pull that mother out?
Look here, Leonard.
Brody ran his index finger over the outer edge of the gunwale. There was a scar about 8 inches long, where the paint had been scraped away and the wood abraded. It looks like someone took a file to this wood, or else rubbed the hell out of it with an awful tight piece of heavy rope. Brody walked over to the port side of the cockpit and, aimlessly, began to feel his way along the outer edge of the gunwale. That's the only place, he said. When he reached the stern, he leaned on the gunwale and gazed down into the water. For a moment, he stared dumbly at the transom, unseeing. Then a pattern began to take shape, a pattern of holes, deep gouges in the wooden transom, forming a rough semicircle more than 3 feet across. Next to it was another, similar pattern, and at the bottom of the transom, just at the waterline, 3 short smears of blood.
Please God, thought Brody, not another one.
Come here, Leonard, he said. Hendricks walked to the stern and looked over. What? If I hold your legs, you think you can lean over and take a look at those holes down there and try to figure out what made them? What do you think made them?
I don't know.
But something. I want to find out what. Come on. If you can't dope it out in a minute or 2, we'll forget about it and go home. Okay.
I guess so. Hendricks lay on the top of the transom. Hold me tight, Chief.
Please. Brody leaned down and grabbed Hendricks' feet. Don't worry, he said. He took one of Hendricks' legs under each arm and lifted.
Hendricks rose, then bent over the transom.
Okay, said Brody.
A little more, not too much. Jesus, you just dipped my head in the water.
Sorry, how's that? Okay, that's it. Hendricks began to examine the holes. What if some shark came along right now, he grunted. He could grab me right out of your hands. Don't think about it. Just look. I'm looking. In a few moments he said, Sonofabich, look at that thing.
Hey, pull me up. I need my knife. What is it?
Brody asked when Hendricks was back aboard. Hendricks unfolded the main blade from the body of his pocket knife. I don't know, he replied. Some kind of white chip or something, stuck into one of the holes. Knife in hand, he allowed Brody to lower him over the rail again. He worked briefly, his body twisting from the effort. Then he called, Okay,
I've got it.
Pull. Brody stepped backward, hoisting Hendricks over the transom, then lowered Hendricks' feet to the deck. Let's see, he said, holding out his hand. Into Brody's palm Hendricks dropped a triangle of glistening white denticle. It was nearly 2 inches long. The sides were tiny saws. Brody scraped the tooth against the gunwale, and it cut the wood. He looked out over the water and shook his head. My God, he said. It's a tooth, isn't it? Said Hendricks.
Jesus Christ Almighty, you think the shark got Ben?
I don't know what else to think, said Brody. He looked at the tooth again, then dropped it into his pocket. We might as well go. There's nothing we can do here. What do you want to do with Ben's boat?
We'll leave it here till tomorrow.
Then we'll have someone come get it.
I'll drive it back if you want. And leave me to drive the other one?
Forget it. We could tow one of them in.
No.
It's getting dark, and I don't want to have to fool around trying to dock 2 boats in the dark.
This boat will be all right overnight.
Just go check the anchor up front and make sure it's secure. Then let's go. No one's going to need this boat before tomorrow. Especially not Ben Gardner. They arrived at the dock in late twilight. Harry Meadows and another man, unknown to Brody, were waiting for them. You sure have good antenna, Harry, Brody said as he climbed the ladder onto the dock.
Meadows smiled, flattered. That's my trade, Martin.
He gestured toward the man beside him.
This is Matt Hooper, Chief Brody. The two men shook hands.
You're the fellow from Woods Hole, Brody said, trying to get a good look at him in the fading light. He was young mid-20s, Brody thought, and handsome, tanned, hair bleached by the sun. He was about as tall as Brody, an inch over 6 feet, but leaner. Brody guessed 170 pounds, compared to his own 200. A mental reflex scanned Hooper for possible threat. Then, with what Brody recognized as juvenile pride, he determined that if it ever came to a face-off, he could take Hooper. Experience would make the difference. That's right, said Hooper. Harry's been tapping your brain long distance, Brody said.
How come you're here?
Meadows said. I called him. I thought he might be able to figure out what's going on. Shit, Harry, all you had to do was ask me, said Brody. I could have told you. You see, there's this fish out there, and...
You know what I mean.
Brody sensed his own resentment at the intrusion, the complication that Hooper's expertise was bound to add, the implicit division of authority that Hooper's arrival had created. And he recognized the resentment as stupid. Sure, Harry, he said. No problem. It's just been a long day. What did you find out there? Meadows asked. Brody started to reach in his pocket for the tooth, but he stopped. He didn't want to go through it all, standing on a dock in near darkness. I'm not sure, he said. Come on back to the station and I'll fill you in. Is Ben going to stay out there all night? It looks that way, Harry. Brody turned to Hendricks, who had finished tying up the boat.
You going home, Leonard?
Yeah. I want to clean up before I go to work. Brody arrived at police headquarters before Meadows and Hooper. It was almost 8 o'clock. He had 2 phone calls to make to Ellen, to see if the dinner leftovers could be reheated or if he should pick up something on the way home, and the call he dreaded to Sally Gardner. He called Ellen first. Pot roast. It could be reheated. It might taste like a sneaker, but it would be warm. He hung up, checked the phone book for the Gardner number, and dialed it.
Sally, this is Martin Brody.
Suddenly, he regretted having called without thinking the call through. How much should he tell her? Not much, he decided. At least not until he had had a chance to check with Hooper to see if his theory was plausible or absurd.
Where's Ben, Martin?
The voice was calm, but pitched slightly higher than Brody remembered as normal. I don't know, Sally.
What do you mean, you don't know?
You went out there, didn't you? Yes. He wasn't on the boat. But the boat was there. The boat was there. You went on board? You looked all over it? Even below? Yes. Then a tiny hope. Ben didn't carry a dinghy, did he?
No.
How could he not be there?
The voice was shriller now.
Where is he?
Brody caught the tone of incipient hysteria.
He wished he had gone to the house in person. Are you alone, Sally?
No. The kids are here.
She seemed calmer, but Brody was sure the calm was a lull before the burst of grief that would come when she realized that the fears with which she had lived every day for the 16 years Ben had been fishing professionally, closet fears shoved into mental recesses and never uttered because they would seem ridiculous, had come true. Brody dug at his memory for the ages of the Gardner children. 12, maybe, then 9, then about 6. What kind of kid was the 12-year-old? He didn't know. Who was the nearest neighbor? Shit. Why didn't he think of this before?
The Finleys. Just a second, Sally.
He called to the officer at the front desk. Clements, call Grace Finley and tell her to get us over to Sally Gardner's house right now. Suppose she asks why. Just tell her I said to go. Tell her I'll explain later. He turned back to the phone.
I'm sorry, Sally.
All I can tell you for sure is that we went out to where Ben's boat is anchored. We went on board and Ben wasn't there. We looked around, downstairs and everything. Meadows and Hooper walked into Brody's office. He motioned them to chairs. But where could he be? Said Sally Gardner. You don't just get off a boat in the middle of the ocean. No. And he couldn't have fallen overboard. I mean, he could have, but he'd get right back in again. Yes. Maybe someone came and took him off in another boat. Maybe the engine wouldn't start and he had to ride with someone else. Did you check the engine? No, Brody said, embarrassed. That's probably it, then. The voice was subtly lighter, almost girlish, coated with a veneer of hope that, when it broke, would shatter like iced crystal. And if the battery was dead, that would explain why he couldn't call on the radio.
The radio was working, Sally. Wait a minute. Who's there? Oh, it's you.
There was a pause.
Brody heard Sally talking to Grace Finley.
Then Sally came back on the line. Grace says you told her to come over here. Why? I thought. You think he's dead, don't you? You think he drowned. The veneer shattered, and she began to sob.
I'm afraid so, Sally.
That's all we can think at the moment. Let me talk to Grace for a minute, will you please? A couple of seconds later, the voice of Grace Finley said, Yes, Martin. I'm sorry to do this to you, but I couldn't think of anything else. Can you stay with her for a while?
All night.
I will. That might be a good idea. I'll try to get over later on. Thanks.
What happened, Martin?
We don't know for sure. Is it that
thing again?
Maybe. That's what we're trying to figure out. But do me a favor, Grace.
Don't say anything about a shark to Sally.
It's bad enough as it is.
All right, Martin.
Wait.
Wait a minute.
She covered the mouthpiece of the phone with her hand, and Brody heard some muffled conversation.
Then Sally Gardner came on the line.
Why did you do it, Martin?
Do what?
Apparently, Grace Finley tried to take the phone from her hand, for Brody heard Sally say, Let me speak, damn you. Then she said to him, Why did you send him? Why Ben? Her voice wasn't particularly loud, but she spoke with an intensity that struck Brody as hard as if she were yelling.
Sally,
This didn't have to happen, she said. You could have stopped it. Brody wanted to hang up. He didn't want a repetition of the scene with the Kintner boy's mother. But he had to defend himself. She had to know that it wasn't his fault. How could she blame him? He said, Crap. Ben was a fisherman, a good one. He knew the risks. If you hadn't.
Stop it, Sally.
Brody let himself stamp on her words. Try to get some rest. He hung up the phone. He was furious, but his fury was confused. He was angry at Sally Gardner for accusing him, and angry at himself for being angry at her. If, she had said. If what? If he had not sent Ben. Sure. And if pigs had wings they'd be eagles. If he had gone himself. But that wasn't his trade. He had sent the expert. He looked up at Meadows. You heard. Not all of it, but enough to gather that Ben Gardner has become victim number 4. Brody nodded. I think so. He told Meadows and Hooper about his trip with Hendricks. Once or twice, Meadows interrupted with a question. Hooper listened, his angular face placid and his eyes alight, powder blue fixed on Brody. At the end of his tale, Brody reached into his pants pocket. We found this, he said.
Leonard dug it out of the wood.
He flipped the tooth to Hooper, who turned it over in his hand. What do you think, Matt? Said Meadows.
It's a white.
How big? I can't be sure, but big. 15, 20 feet. That's some fantastic fish. He looked at Meadows. Thanks for calling me, he said. I could spend a whole lifetime around sharks and never see a fish like that. Brody asked, how much would a fish like that weigh? 5,000 or 6,000 pounds. Brody whistled.
3 tons.
Do you have any thoughts about what happened? Meadows asked. From what the chief says, it sounds like the fish killed Mr. Gardner. How? Said Brody. Any number of ways. Gardner might have fallen overboard. More likely, he was pulled over. His leg may have gotten tangled in a harpoon line. He could even have been taken while he was leaning over the stern. How do you account for the teeth in the stern?
The fish attacked the boat.
What the hell for? Sharks aren't very bright, Chief. They exist on instinct and impulse. The impulse to feed is powerful. But a 30-foot boat.
A shark doesn't think.
To him, it wasn't a boat. It was just something large.
And inedible.
Not till he tried it. You have to understand. There's nothing in the sea this fish would fear.
Other fish run from bigger things.
That's their instinct. But this fish doesn't run from anything. He doesn't know fear. He might be cautious, say, around an even bigger white. But fear no way. What else do they attack? Anything.
Just like that.
Anything. Pretty much, yes. Do you have any idea he's hung around here so long? Said Brody. I don't know how much you know about the water here, but I grew up here. You did? In Amity?
No, Southampton.
I spent every summer there, from grade school through grad school.
Every summer.
So you didn't really grow up there. Brody was groping for something with which to re-establish his parity with, if not superiority to, the younger man, and what he settled for was reverse snobism, an attitude not uncommon to year-round residents of resort communities. It gave them armor against the contempt they sensed radiating from the rich summer folk. It was an I'm all right, Jack attitude, a social machismo that equated wealth with effeteness, simplicity with goodness, and poverty, up to a point, with honesty. And it was an attitude that, in general, Brody found both repugnant and silly. But he had felt threatened by the younger man, he wasn't really sure why, and the sensation was so alien that he had reached for the most convenient carapace, the one Hooper had handed him. You're picking nits, Hooper said testily. Okay, so I wasn't born here. But I've spent a lot of time in these waters, and I wrote a paper on this coastline. Anyway, I know what you're getting at, and you're right. This shoreline isn't an environment that would normally support a long stay by a shark. So why is this one staying?
It's impossible to say.
It's definitely uncharacteristic, but sharks do so many uncharacteristic things that the erratic becomes the normal. Anyone who'd risk money, not to mention his life, on a prediction about what one big shark will do in a given situation is a fool. This shark could be sick. The patterns of his life are so beyond his control that damage to one small mechanism could cause him to disorient and behave strangely. If this is how he acts when he's sick, said Brody, I'd hate to see what he does when he's feeling fine.
No.
Personally, I don't think he's sick. There are other things that could cause him to stay here, many of them things we'll never understand. Natural factors, caprices. Like what? Changes in water temperature, or current flow, or feeding patterns. As food supplies move, so do the predators. A few summers ago, for example, a completely inexplicable phenomenon took place off the shore of parts of Connecticut and Rhode Island. The whole coastline was suddenly inundated with menhaden fishermen, call them bunker. Huge schools. Millions of fish. They coated the water like an oil slick. There were so many that you could throw a bare hook in the water and reel it in, and more often than not you'd catch a menhaden by foul hooking it. Bluefish and bass feed on menhaden, so all of a sudden there were masses of bluefish feeding in schools right off the beaches. In Watch Hill, Rhode Island, people were wading into the surf and catching bluefish with rakes.
Garden rakes. Just shoveling the fish out of the water.
Then the big predators came, big tuna, 4, 5, 600 pounds. Deep-sea fishing boats were catching bluefin tuna within 100 yards of the shore. In harbors sometimes. Then suddenly it stopped. The menhaden went away, and so did the other fish. I spent 3 weeks down there trying to figure out what was going on.
I still don't know.
It's all part of the ecological balance.
When something tips too far one way or the other, peculiar things happen.
But this is even weirder, said Brody. This fish has stayed in one place, in one chunk of water only a mile or two square, for over a week. He hasn't moved up or down the beach. He hasn't touched anybody in East Hampton or Southampton. What is it about Amity? I don't know. I doubt that anyone could give you a good answer. Meadows said, Minnie Eldridge has the answer. Balls, said Brody. Who's Minnie Eldridge? Asked Hooper. The postmistress, said Brody. She says it's God's will, or something like that. We're being punished for our sins. Hooper smiled. Right now, anyway, that's as good an answer as I've got. That's encouraging, said Brody. Is there anything you plan to do to get an answer? There are a few things. I'll take water samples here and in East Hampton. I'll try to find out how other fish are behaving if anything extraordinary is around, or if anything that should be here isn't. And I'll try to find that shark. Which reminds me, is there a boat available? Yes, I'm sorry to say, said Brody. Ben Gardner's. We'll get you out to it tomorrow, and you can use it at least until we work something out with his wife. Do you really think you can catch that fish, after what happened to Ben Gardner? I didn't say I was going to try to catch it. I don't think I'd want to try that. Not alone, anyway. Then what the hell are you going to do? I don't know. I'll have to play it by ear. Brody looked into Hooper's eyes and said, I want that fish killed. If you can't do it, we'll find someone who can. Hooper laughed. You sound like a mobster. I want that fish killed. So go get a contract out on him. Who are you going to get to do the job? I don't know. What about it, Harry? You're supposed to know everything that goes on around here. Isn't there any fisherman on this whole damn island equipped to catch big sharks? Meadows thought for a moment before he spoke. There may be one. I don't know much about him, but I think his name is Kint, and I think he operates out of a private pier somewhere around Promised Land. I can find out a little more about him if you like. Why not? Said Brody. He sounds like a possible. Hooper said, Look, Chief, you can't go off half-cocked looking for vengeance against a fish. That shark isn't evil. It's not a murderer. It's just obeying its own instincts. Trying to get retribution against a fish is crazy. Listen, you. Brody was growing angry, an anger born of frustration and humiliation. He knew Hooper was right, but he felt that right and wrong were irrelevant to the situation. The fish was an enemy. It had come upon the community and killed 2 men, a woman, and a child. The people of Amity would demand the death of the fish. They would need to see it dead before they could feel secure enough to resume their normal lives. Most of all, Brody needed it dead, for the death of the fish would be a catharsis for him. Hooper had touched that nerve, and that infuriated Brody further. But he swallowed his rage and said, Forget it. The phone rang. It's for you, Chief, said Clements. Mr. Vaughan. Oh, swell. That's just what I need. He punched the flashing button on the phone and picked up the receiver. Yeah, Larry. Hello, Martin. How are you? Vaughan's voice was friendly, almost effusively so. Brody thought, he's probably had a couple of belts. As well as could be expected, Larry. You're working pretty late. I tried to get you at home. Yeah. Well, when you're the chief of police and your constituents are getting themselves killed every 20 minutes, that kind of keeps you busy. I heard about Ben Gardner. What did you hear? That he was missing. News travels pretty fast. Are you sure it was the shark again? Sure. Yeah, I guess so. Nothing else seems to make any sense. Martin, what are you going to do? There was a pathetic urgency in Vaughan's voice. That's a good question, Larry. We're doing everything we can right now. We've got the beaches closed down. I'm aware of that, to say the very least. What's that supposed to mean? Have you ever tried to sell healthy people real estate in a leper colony? No, Larry, Brody said wearily. I'm getting cancellations every day. People are walking out on leases. I haven't had a new customer in here since Sunday. So what do you want me to do? Well, I thought. I mean, what I'm wondering is, maybe we're overreacting to this whole thing. You're kidding. Tell me you're kidding. Hardly. Martin. Now calm down. Let's discuss this rationally. I'm rational. I'm not sure about you, though. There was a moment of silence, and then Vaughan said, "What would you say to opening the beaches, just for the 4th of July weekend?" Not a chance. Not a fucking chance. Now listen. No, you listen, Larry. The last time I listened to you, we had 2 people killed. If we catch that fish, if we kill the sonophabich, then we'll open the beaches. Until then, forget it. What about nets? What about them? Why couldn't we put steel nets out to protect the beaches? Someone told me that's what they do in Australia. He must be drunk, Brody thought. Larry, this is a straight coastline. Are you going to put nets out along 2.5 miles of beaches? Fine. You get the money. I'd say about $1 million for openers. What about patrols? We could hire people to patrol up and down the beaches in boats. That's not good enough, Larry. What is it with you, anyway? Are your partners on your ass again? That's none of your damn business, Martin. For God's sake, man, this town is dying. I know it, Larry, Brody said softly. And as far as I know, there's not a damn thing we can do about it. Good night. He hung up the phone. Meadows and Hooper rose to leave. Brody walked them to the front door of the station house. As they started out the door, Brody said to Meadows, "Hey, Harry, you left your lighter inside." Meadows started to say something, but Brody stepped on his words. "Come on back inside and I'll give it to you. If you leave it around here overnight, it's likely to disappear." He waved to Hooper. "See you." When they were back in Brody's office, Meadows took his lighter from his pocket and said, "I trust you had something to say to me." Brody shut the door to his office. "You think you can find out something about Larry's partners?" "I guess so." "Why?" "Ever since this thing began, Larry has been on my ass to keep the beaches open. And now, after all that's just happened, he says he wants them open for the 4th. The other day, he said he was under pressure from his partners. I told you about it. And I think we should know who it is who has enough clout to drive Larry bullshit. I wouldn't care if he wasn't the mayor of this town. But if there are people telling him what to do, I think we ought to know who they are." Meadows sighed. "Okay, Martin. I'll do what I can. But digging around in Larry Vaughan's affairs isn't my idea of fun. There's not a whole hell of a lot that is fun these days, is there?" Brody walked Meadows to the door, then went back to his desk and sat down. Vaughan had been right about one thing, he thought. Amity was showing all the signs of imminent death. It wasn't just the real estate market, though its sickness was as contagious as smallpox. Evelyn Bixby, the wife of one of Brody's officers, had lost her job as a real estate agent and was working as a waitress in a hash house on Route 27. 2 new boutiques that were scheduled to open the next day had put off their debuts until July 3rd, and the proprietors of both made a point of calling on Brody to tell him that if the beaches weren't open by then, they wouldn't open their stores at all. One of them was already looking at a site for rent in East Hampton. The sporting goods store had posted signs announcing a clearance sale, a sale that normally took place over the Labor Day weekend. The only good thing about the Amity economy, as far as Brody was concerned, was that Saxon's was doing so badly that it laid off Henry Kimball. Now that he didn't have his bartending job, he slept during the day and could occasionally survive through a shift of police work without a nap. Beginning on Monday morning, the first day the beaches were closed, Brody had posted 2 officers on the beaches. Together, they had had 17 confrontations with people who insisted on swimming. One was with a man named Robert Dexter, who claimed a constitutional right to swim off his own beach and who allowed his dog to terrorize the officer on duty until the cop pulled his pistol and threatened to shoot the dog. Another dust-up took place on the public beach when a New York lawyer started reading the United States Constitution to a policeman and a multitude of cheering youths. Still, Brody was convinced that so far, at least no one had gone swimming. On Wednesday, 2 kids had rented a skiff and rowed about 300 yards offshore, where they spent an hour ladling blood, chicken guts, and duck heads overboard. A passing fishing boat spotted them and called Brody via the marine operator. Brody called Hooper, and together they went in Flicker and towed the boys to shore. In the skiff, the boys had a flying gaff attached to 200 yards of clothesline, secured to the prow by a square knot. They said they planned to hook the shark with the gaff and go for a Nantucket sleigh ride. Brody told them that if they ever tried the stunt again, he'd arrest them for attempted suicide. There had been 4 reports of shark sightings. 1 had turned out to be a floating log. 2, according to the fishermen who followed up the reports, were schools of jumping bait fish. And 1, as far as anyone could tell, was a flat nothing. On Tuesday evening, just at dusk, Brody had received an anonymous phone call telling him that a man was dumping shark bait into the water off the public beach. It turned out to be not a man, but a woman dressed in a man's raincoat, Jessie Parker, one of the clerks at Walden's stationery store. At first she denied throwing anything into the water, but then she admitted that she had tossed a paper bag into the surf. It contained 3 empty vermouth bottles. Why didn't you throw them in the garbage? Brody had asked. I didn't want the garbage man to think I'm a heavy drinker. Then why didn't you throw them in someone else's garbage? That wouldn't be nice, she said. Garbage is sort of private, don't you think? Brody told her that from now on, she should take her empty bottles, put them in a plastic bag, put that bag in a brown paper bag, then smash the bottles with a hammer until they were ground up. Nobody would ever know they had been bottles. Brody looked at his watch. It was after 9, too late to pay a visit to Sally Gardner. He hoped she was asleep. Maybe Grace Finley had given her a pill or a glass of whiskey to help her rest. Before he left the office, he called the Coast Guard station at Montauk and told the duty officer about Ben Gardner. The officer said he would dispatch a patrol boat at first light to search for the body. Thanks, said Brody. I hope you find it before it washes up. Brody was suddenly appalled at himself. It was Ben Gardner, a friend. What would Sally say if she heard Brody refer to her husband as it? 15 years of friendship wiped out, forgotten. There was no more Ben Gardner. There was only an it that should be found before it became a gory nuisance. We'll try, said the officer. Boy, I feel for you guys. You must be having a hell of a summer. I only hope it isn't our last, said Brody. He hung up, turned out the light in his office, and walked out to his car. As he turned into his driveway, Brody saw the familiar blue-grey light shining from the living room windows. The boys were watching television. He walked through the front door, flipped off the outside light, and poked his head into the dark living room. The oldest boy, Billy, lay on the couch, leaning on an elbow. Martin, the middle son, aged 12, lounged in an easy chair, his shoeless feet propped up on the coffee table. 8-year-old Sean sat on the floor, his back against the couch, stroking a cat in his lap. How goes it? Said Brody. Good, Dad, said Bill, without shifting his gaze from the television. Where's your mom? Upstairs. She said to tell you your dinner's in the kitchen. Okay. Not too late, Sean, huh? It's almost 9:30. Okay, Dad, said Sean. Brody went into the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and took out a beer. The remains of the pot roast sat on the kitchen table in a roasting pan, surrounded by a scum of congealed gravy. The meat was brownish grey and stringy. Dinner, said Brody to himself. He checked the icebox for sandwich makings. There was some hamburger, a package of chicken legs, a dozen eggs, a jar of pickles, and 12 cans of soda pop. He found a piece of American cheese, dried and curled with age, and he folded it and popped it into his mouth. He debated heating up the pot roast, then said aloud, "The hell with it." He found 2 pieces of bread, spread mustard on them, took a carving knife from a magnetic board on the wall, and sliced a thick slab of roast. He dropped the meat on one of the pieces of bread, scattered a few pickles on top of it, covered it with the other piece of bread, and mashed the sandwich down with the heel of his hand. He put it on a plate, picked up his beer, and climbed the stairs to his bedroom. Ellen was sitting up in bed, reading Cosmopolitan. "Hello," she said. "A tough day." "You didn't say anything on the phone." "A tough day." "That's about all we're having these days." "You heard about Ben Gardner?" "I wasn't really positive when I talked to you." He put the plate and the beer on the dresser and sat on the edge of the bed to remove his shoes. Yes. I got a call from Grace Finley asking if I knew where Dr. Craig was. His service wouldn't say, and Grace wanted to give Sally a sedative. Did you find him? No, but I had one of the boys take some Seconal over to her. What's Seconal? Sleeping pills. I didn't know you were taking sleeping pills. I don't, often. Just every now and then. Where did you get them? From Dr. Craig, when I went to him last time about my nerves. I told you. Oh. Brody tossed his shoes into a corner, stood up, and took off his trousers, which he folded neatly over the back of a chair. He took off his shirt, put it on a hanger, and hung it in the closet. In t-shirt and undershorts, he sat down on the bed and began to eat his sandwich. The meat was dry and flaky. All he could taste was mustard. Didn't you find the roast? Said Ellen. Brody's mouth was full, so he nodded. What's that you're eating, then? He swallowed. The roast. Did you heat it up? No, I don't mind it like this. Ellen made a face and said, Yek. Brody ate in silence, as Ellen aimlessly turned the pages of her magazine. After a few moments, she closed the magazine, put it in her lap, and said, Oh, dear. What's the matter? I was just thinking about Ben Gardner. It's so horrible. What do you think Sally will do? I don't know, said Brody. I worry about her. Have you ever talked money with her? Never, but there can't be much. I don't think her children have had new clothes in a year, and she's always saying that she'd give anything to be able to afford meat more than once a week, instead of having to eat the fish Ben catches. Will she get Social Security? I'd think so, but it won't amount to much. There's welfare. Oh, she couldn't, said Ellen. You wait. Pride is something she won't be able to afford. Now there won't even be fish anymore. Is there anything we can do? Personally, I don't see how. We're not exactly in Fat City ourselves, but there may be something the town can do. I'll talk to Vaughan about it. Have you made any progress? You mean about catching that damn thing? No. Meadows called the oceanographer friend of his down from Woods Hole, so he's here. Not that I see what good he's going to do. What's he like? He's all right, I guess. He's young, a decent-looking guy. He's a bit of a know-it-all, but that's not surprising. He seems to know the area pretty well. Oh, how so? He said he was a summer kid in Southampton, spent all his summers there. Working? I don't know, living with the parents probably. He looks to be the type. What type? Rich, good family, the Southampton summer type. You ought to know it, for God's sake. Don't get angry. I was just asking. I'm not angry. I just said you ought to know the type, that's all. I mean, you're the type yourself. Ellen smiled. I used to be, but now I'm just an old lady. That's a crock, Brody said. 9 out of 10 of the summer broads in this town can't do what you can for a bathing suit. He was happy to see her fishing for compliments, and happy to give them to her. This was one of their ritual preludes to sex, and the sight of Ellen in bed made Brody yearn for sex. Her hair hung down to her shoulders on both sides of her head, then tucked inward in a curl. Her nightgown was cut so deeply in front that both her breasts were visible, all but the nipples, and was so diaphanous that Brody was sure he could actually see the dark flesh of the nipples. I'm going to brush my teeth, he said. I'll be right back. When he returned from the bathroom, he was tumescent. He walked to the dresser to turn out the light. You know, Ellen said, I think we should give the boys tennis lessons. What for? Have they said they want to play tennis? No, not in so many words. But it's a good sport for them to know. It will help them when they're grown up. It's an entree. To what? To the people they should know. If you play tennis well, you can walk into a club anywhere and get to know people. Now's the time they should be learning. Where are they going to get lessons? I was thinking of the field club. As far as I know, we're not members of the field club. I think we could get in. I still know a few people who are members. If I ask them, I'll bet they'd propose us. Forget it. Why? Number one, we can't afford it. I bet it costs $1,000 to join, and then it's at least a few hundred a year. We haven't got that kind of money. We have savings.
Not for tennis lessons, for Christ's sake. Come on, let's drop it.
He reached for the light. It would be good for the boys. Brody let his hand fall to the top of the dresser. Look, we're not tennis people. We wouldn't feel right there. I wouldn't feel right there. They don't want us there.
How do you know?
We've never tried.
Just forget it.
He switched off the light, walked over to the bed, pulled back the covers, and slid in beside Ellen. Besides, he said, nuzzling her neck, there's another sport I'm better at. The boys are awake. They're watching television. They wouldn't know it if a bomb went off up here. He kissed her neck and began to rub his hand in circles on her stomach, moving higher with each rotation. Ellen yawned. I'm so sleepy, she said. I took a pill before you came home. Brody stopped rubbing.
What the hell for?
I didn't sleep well last night, and I didn't want to wake up if you came home late. So I took a pill. I'm going to throw those goddamn pills away. He kissed her cheek, then tried to kiss her mouth, but caught her in mid-yawn. I'm sorry, she said. I'm afraid it won't work. It'll work. All you have to do is help a little.
I'm so tired.
But you go ahead if you want. I'll try to stay awake. Shit, said Brody. He rolled back to his side of the bed. I'm not very big on screwing corpses. That was uncalled for. Brody didn't reply. He lay on his back, staring at the ceiling and feeling his erection dwindle. But the pressure inside him was still there, a dull ache in his groin. A moment later, Ellen said, What's Harry Meadows' friend's name?
Hooper. Not David Hooper.
No, I think his name is Matt. Oh, I went out with a David Hooper a long, long time ago.
I remember.
Before she could finish the sentence, her eyes shut, and soon she slipped into the deep breathing of sleep. A few blocks away, in a small clapboard house, a black man sat at the foot of his son's bed. What story do you want to read? He said. I don't want to read a story, said the boy, who was 7.
I want to tell a story.
Okay, what'll we tell one about? A shark. Let's tell one about a shark. The man winced.
No, let's tell one about
a bear.
No, a shark.
I want to know about sharks.
You mean a once upon a time story?
Sure. Like, once upon a time there was a shark that ate people. That's not a very nice story. Why do sharks eat people? I guess they get hungry.
I don't know. Do you bleed if a shark eats you?
Yes, said the man. Come on. Let's tell a story about another kind of animal. You'll have nightmares if we tell about a shark.
No, I won't.
If a shark tried to eat me, I'd punch him in the nose. No shark is going to try to eat you. Why not? If I go swimming, I bet one would.
Don't sharks eat black people?
Now stop it. I don't want to hear any more about sharks. The man lifted a pile of books from the bedside table. Here,
let's read Peter Pan.
Part 2, Chapter 6. On her way home Friday noon, after a morning of volunteer work at the Southampton Hospital, Ellen stopped at the post office to buy a roll of stamps and get the mail. There was no home mail delivery in Amity. In theory, only special delivery mail was brought to the door any door within a mile radius of the post office. In fact, even special delivery mail, except that clearly labelled as sent by the federal government, was kept at the post office until someone called for it. The post office was a small, square building on Teal Street, just off Main. It had 500 mailboxes, 340 of which were rented to Amity's permanent residents. The other 160 were allotted to summer people, according to the whims of the postmistress, Minnie Eldridge. Those people she liked were permitted to rent boxes for the summer. Those she didn't like had to wait in line at the counter. Since she refused to rent a box to any summer person on a year-round basis, summer people never knew from one year to the next whether or not they would have a mailbox when they arrived in June. It was generally assumed that Minnie Eldridge was in her early 70s, and that she had somehow convinced the authorities in Washington that she was well under compulsory retirement age. She was small and frail-looking, but deceptively strong, able to hustle packages and cartons nearly as quickly as the two young men who worked in the post office with her. She never spoke about her past or her private life. The only common knowledge about her was that she had been born on Nantucket Island and had left sometime soon after World War I. She had been in Amity for as long as anyone living could remember, and she considered herself not only a native, but also the resident expert on the history of the town. She needed no prodding at all to embark on a discourse about Amity's eponym, a 17th century woman named Amity Hopewell who had been convicted of witchcraft, and she took pleasure in reciting the list of major events in the town's past. The landing of some British troops during the Revolution in an ill-fated attempt to outflank a colonial force. The Britons lost their way and wandered aimlessly back and forth across Long Island. The fire in 1823 that destroyed every building except the town's only church. The wreck of a rum-running ship in 1921. The ship was eventually refloated, but by then all the cargo offloaded to make the ship lighter had vanished. The hurricane of 1938, and the widely reported, though never fully ascertained, landing of 3 German spies on the Scotch Road beach in 1942. Ellen and Minnie made each other nervous. Ellen sensed that Minnie didn't like her, and she was right. Minnie felt uneasy with Ellen because she couldn't catalogue her. Ellen was neither summer folk nor winter folk. She hadn't earned her year-round mailbox. She had married it. Minnie was alone in the post office, sorting mail, when Ellen arrived.
"Morning, Minnie," Ellen said.
Minnie looked up at the clock over the counter and said, "Afternoon. Could I have a roll of 8s, please?" Ellen put a $5 bill and 3 ones on the counter. Minnie pushed a few more letters into boxes, set down her bundle, and walked to the counter. She gave Ellen a roll of stamps and dropped the bills into a drawer. "What's Martin think he's going to do about that shark?" she said.
"I don't know."
"I guess they'll try to catch it. Canst thou draw out Leviathan with a hook?"
"I beg your pardon?"
"Book of Job," said Minnie. "No mortal man's going to catch that fish." "Why do you say that?" "We're not meant to catch it, that's why. We're being readied." "For what?"
"We'll know when the time comes."
"I see." Ellen put the stamps in her purse. "Well, maybe you're right. Thanks, Minnie." She turned and walked toward the door. "There'll be no mistaking it," Minnie said to Ellen's back. Ellen walked to Main Street and turned right, past a boutique and an antique shop. She stopped at Amity Hardware and went inside. There was no immediate response to the tinkle of the bell that the door struck as she opened it. She waited for a few seconds, then called, "Albert." She walked to the back of the store, to an open door that led to the basement. She heard 2 men talking below.
"I'll be right up," called the voice of Albert Morris.
"Here's a whole box of them," Morris said to the other man. "Look through and see if you find what you want." Morris came to the bottom of the stairs and started up slowly and deliberately, 1 step at a time, holding on to the banister. He was in his early 60s, and he had had a heart attack 2 years earlier. "Cleats," he said when he reached the top of the stairs. "What?" said Ellen. "Cleats.
Fella wants cleats for a boat."
"Size he's looking for. He must be the captain of a battleship."
"Anyway, what can I do for you?"
"The rubber nozzle in my kitchen sink is all cracked. You know, the kind with the switch for spraying. I want to get a new one." "No problem. They're up this way." Morris led Ellen to a cabinet in the middle of the store. "This what you had in mind?" He held up a rubber nozzle. "Perfect. 80 cents. Charge or cash?" "I'll pay you for it. I don't want you to have to write up a slip just for 80 cents. Written 'em a lot smaller than that," said Morris. "I could tell you stories that'd set your ears to ringing." They walked across the narrow store to the cash register, and as he rang up the sale on the register, Morris said, "Lots of people upset about this shark thing." "I know. You can't blame them." They think the beaches ought to be opened up again. Well, you ask me, I think they're full of, pardon the expression, bull. I think Martin's doing right. I'm glad to know that, Albert. Maybe this new fella can help us out.
Who's that?
This fish expert from up Massachusetts. Oh yes, I heard he was in town. He's right here. Ellen looked around and saw no one.
What do you mean? Down cellar?
He's the one wants the cleats. Just then, Ellen heard footsteps on the stairs. She turned and saw Hooper coming through the door, and she suddenly felt a surge of girlish nervousness, as if she was seeing a beau she hadn't seen in years. The man was a stranger, yet there was something familiar about him. Large stainless steel cleats. He walked over to the counter, smiled politely at Ellen. Then to Morris, "These'll do fine." He put the cleats on the counter and handed Morris a $20 bill. Ellen looked at Hooper, trying to define her reminiscence. She hoped Albert Morris would introduce them, but he seemed to have no intention of doing so. "Excuse me," she said to Hooper, "but I have to ask you something." Hooper looked at her and smiled again, a pleasant, friendly smile that softened the sharpness of his features and made his light blue eyes shine. "Sure," he said. "Ask away. You aren't by any chance related to David Hooper, are you?" "He's my older brother."
Do you know David?
"Yes," said Ellen. "Or rather, I used to. I went out with him a long time ago."
I'm Ellen Brody. I used to be Ellen Shepherd.
"Back then, I mean." "Oh, sure.
I remember you.
You don't."
I do.
"No kidding."
I'll prove it to you. Let me see.
"You wore your hair shorter then, sort of a page boy. You always wore a charm bracelet. I remember that because it had a big charm that looked like the Eiffel Tower. And you always used to sing that song, what was it called?"
"Sage Boom," or something like that.
"Right."
Ellen laughed.
"My heavens, you have quite a memory. I'd forgotten that song. It's screwy, the things that impress kids. You went out with David for what, 2 years?" "2 summers," Ellen said. "They were fun. I hadn't thought about them much in the past few years."
Do you remember me?
"Vaguely. I'm not sure. I remember David had a younger brother. You must have been about 9 or 10 then." "About that. David's 10 years older than I am."
Another thing I remember, everybody called me Matt.
"I thought it sounded grown up. But you called me Matthew. You said it sounded more dignified. I was probably in love with you."
"Oh." Ellen reddened, and Albert Morris laughed.
"At one time or another," said Hooper, "I fell in love with all the girls David went out with."
"Oh."
Morris handed Hooper his change, and Hooper said to Ellen, "I'm going down to the dock."
"Can I drop you anywhere?"
"Thank you. I have a car." She thanked Morris, and, with Hooper behind her, walked out of the store. "So now you're a scientist," she said when they were outside. "Kind of by accident. I started out as an English major, but then I took a course in marine biology to satisfy my science requirement, and bingo, I was hooked." "On what?" "The ocean."
"No."
"I mean, yes and no. I was always crazy about the ocean. When I was 12 or 13, my idea of a big time was to take a sleeping bag down to the beach and spend the night lying in the sand listening to the waves, wondering where they had come from and what fantastic things they had passed on the way. What I got hooked on in college was fish, or, to be really specific, sharks."
Ellen laughed. "What an awful thing to fall in love with."
"It's like having a passion for rats." "That's what most people think," said Hooper. "But they're wrong. Sharks have everything a scientist dreams of. They're beautiful, God. How beautiful they are. They're like an impossibly perfect piece of machinery. They're as graceful as any bird. They're as mysterious as any animal on Earth. No one knows for sure how long they live or what impulses except for hunger they respond to. There are more than 250 species of shark, and every one is different from every other one. Scientists spend their lives trying to find answers about sharks, and as soon as they come up with a nice, pat generalization, something shoots it down. People have been trying to find an effective shark repellent for over 2,000 years. They've never found one that really works. He stopped, looked at Ellen, and smiled. I'm sorry. I don't mean to lecture. As you can see, I'm an addict. And as you can see, said Ellen, I don't know what I'm talking about. I imagine you went to Yale. Of course. Where else? For 4 generations, the only male in our family who didn't go to Yale was an uncle of mine who got thrown out of Andover and ended up at Miami of Ohio. After Yale, I went to graduate school at the University of Florida. And after that, I spent a couple of years chasing sharks around the world. That must have been interesting. For me, it was paradise. It was like giving an alcoholic the keys to a distillery. I tagged sharks in the Red Sea and dove with them off Australia. The more I learned about them, the more I knew I didn't know. You dove with them? Hooper nodded. In a cage mostly, but sometimes not. I know what you must think. A lot of people think I've got a death wish, my mother in particular. But if you know what you're doing, you can reduce the danger to almost nil. You must be the world's greatest living shark expert. Hardly, Hooper said with a laugh. But I'm trying. The one trip I missed out on, the one I would have given anything to go on, was Peter Gimbel's trip. It was made into a movie. I dream about that trip. They were in the water with 2 great whites, the same kind of shark that's here now. I'm just as glad you didn't go on that trip, said Ellen. You probably would have tried to see what the view was like from inside one of the sharks. But tell me about David. How is he? He's okay, all things considered. He's a broker in San Francisco. What do you mean, all things considered? Well, he's on his 2nd wife. His first wife was, maybe you know this Patty Fremont. Sure. I used to play tennis with her. She sort of inherited David from me. That's a nice way of putting it. That lasted 3 years, until she latched onto someone with a family business and a house in Antibes. So David went and found himself a girl whose father is the majority stockholder in an oil company. She's nice enough, but she's got the IQ of an artichoke. If David had any sense, he would have known when he had it good and he would have held on to you. Ellen blushed and said softly, You're nice to say it. I'm serious. That's what I'd have done if I'd been him. What did you do? What lucky girl finally got you? None, so far. I guess there are girls around who just don't know how lucky they could be. Hooper laughed. Tell me about yourself. No, don't. Let me guess. 3 children. Right. Right. I didn't realize it showed that much. No, I don't mean that. It doesn't show at all. Not at all. Your husband is, let's see, a lawyer. You have an apartment in town and a house on the beach in Amity. You couldn't be happier. And that's exactly what I'd wish for you. Ellen shook her head, smiling. Not quite. I don't mean the happiness part. The rest. My husband is the police chief in Amity. Hooper let the surprise show in his eyes for only an instant. Then he smacked himself on the forehead and said, What a dummy I am. Of course. Brody. I never made the connection. That's great. I met your husband last night. He seems like quite a guy. Ellen thought she detected a flicker of irony in Hooper's voice, but then she told herself, Don't be stupid, you're making things up. How long will you be here? She said. I don't know. That depends on what happens with this fish. As soon as he leaves, I'll leave. Do you live in Woods Hole? No, but not far away. In Hyannisport. I have a little house on the water. I have a thing about being near the water. If I get more than 10 miles inland, I begin to feel claustrophobic. You live all alone? All alone. It's just me and about $100 million worth of stereo equipment and 1 million books. Hey, do you still dance? Dance? Yeah, I just remembered. One of the things David used to say was that you were the best dancer he ever went out with. You won a contest, didn't you? The past, like a bird long locked in a cage and suddenly released, was flying at her, swirling around her head, showering her with longing. A samba contest, she said.
At the beach club. I'd forgotten. No, I don't dance anymore.
Martin doesn't dance, and even if he did, I don't think anyone plays that kind of music anymore. That's too bad. David said you were terrific. That was a wonderful night, Ellen said, letting her mind float back, picking out the tiny memories. It was a Lester Lannin band. The beach club was covered with crepe paper and balloons. David wore his favorite jacket, red silk. I have it now, said Hooper. I inherited that from him. They played all those wonderful songs. Mountain Greenery was one. He could two-step so well. I could barely keep up with him. The only thing he wouldn't do was waltz. He said waltzes made him dizzy. Everybody was so tan. I don't think there was any rain all summer long. I remember I chose a yellow dress for that night because it went with my tan. There were 2 contests, a Charleston that Susie Kendall and Chip Fogarty won.
And the samba contest.
They played Brazil in the finals, and we danced as if our lives depended on it, bending sideways and backward like crazy people. I thought I was going to collapse when it was over. You know what we won for first prize?
A canned chicken.
I kept it in my room until it got so old it began to swell and Daddy made me throw it away. Ellen smiled. Those were fun times. I try not to think about them too much. Why? The past always seems better when you look back on it than it did at the time, and the present never looks as good as it will in the future. It's depressing if you spend too much time reliving the old joys.
You think you'll never have anything as good again?
It's easy for me to keep my mind off the past. Really? Why? It just wasn't too great, that's all. David was the firstborn. I was pretty much of an afterthought. I think my purpose in life was to keep the parents' marriage together. And I failed. That's pretty crummy when you fail at the first thing you're supposed to accomplish. David was 20 when the parents got divorced. I wasn't even 11. And the divorce wasn't exactly amiable. The few years before it weren't too amiable, either. It's the old story, nothing special, but it wasn't a lot of fun. I probably make too much of it. Anyway, I look forward to a lot of things.
I don't look back a lot.
I suppose that's healthier.
I don't know.
Maybe if I had a terrific past, I'd spend all my time living in it. But, enough of that.
I should get down to the dock. You're sure I can't drop you anywhere?
Positive. Thank you. My car's just across the street. Okay. Well. Hooper held out his hand. It's been really great to see you again, and I hope I'll see you before I go. I'd like that, said Ellen, shaking his hand. I don't suppose I could get you out on a tennis court late some afternoon.
Ellen laughed.
Oh my. I haven't held a tennis racket in my hand since I can't remember when. But thanks for asking. Okay. Well, see you. Hooper turned and trotted the few yards down to his car, a green Ford Pinto. Ellen stood and watched as Hooper started the car, maneuvered out of the parking space, and pulled out into the street. As he drove past her, she raised her hand to her shoulder and waved, tentatively, shyly. Hooper stuck his left hand out of the car window and waved. Then he turned the corner and was gone.
A terrible, painful sadness clutched at Ellen.
More than ever before, she felt that her life, the best part of it, at least, the part that was fresh and fun, was behind her. Recognizing the sensation made her feel guilty, for she read it as proof that she was an unsatisfactory mother, an unsatisfied wife. She hated her life, and hated herself for hating it. She thought of a line from a song Billy played on the stereo. I'd trade all my tomorrows for a single yesterday. Would she make a deal like that? She wondered. But what good was there in wondering? Yesterdays were gone, spinning ever farther away down a shaft that had no bottom. None of the richness, none of the delight, could ever be retrieved. A vision of Hooper's smiling face flashed across her mind. Forget it, she told herself.
That's stupid.
Worse. It's self-defeating. She walked across the street and climbed into her car.
As she pulled out into the traffic, she saw Larry Vaughan standing on the corner.
God, she thought, he looks as sad as I feel. Chapter 7. The weekend was as quiet as the weekends in the late fall. With the beaches closed, and with the police patrolling them during the daylight hours, Amity was practically deserted. Hooper cruised up and down the shore in Ben Gardner's boat, but the only signs of life he saw in the water were a few schools of baitfish and one small school of bluefish. By Sunday night, after spending the day off East Hampton, the beaches there were crowded, and he thought there might be a chance the shark would appear where people were swimming. He told Brody he was ready to conclude that the fish had gone back to the deep. What makes you think so? Brody had asked. There's not a sign of him, said Hooper, and there are other fish around. If there was a big white in the neighborhood, everything else would vanish. That's one of the things divers say about whites. When they're around, there's an awful stillness in the water. I'm not convinced, said Brody. At least not enough to open the beaches. Not yet. He knew that after an uneventful weekend there would be pressure from Vaughan, from other real estate agents, from merchants to open the beaches. He almost wished Hooper had seen the fish. That would have been a certainty. Now there was nothing but negative evidence, and to his policeman's mind that was not enough. On Monday afternoon, Brody was sitting in his office when Bixby announced a phone call from Ellen. I'm sorry to bother you, she said, but I wanted to check something with you. What would you think about giving a dinner party? What for? Just to have a dinner party. We haven't had one in years. I can't even remember when our last one was.
No, said Brody.
Neither can I. But it was a lie. He remembered all too well their last dinner party, 3 years ago, when Ellen was in the midst of her crusade to re-establish her ties with the summer community. She had asked 3 summer couples. They were nice enough people, Brody recalled, but the conversations had been stiff, forced, and uncomfortable. Brody and his guests had searched each other for any common interest or experience, and they had failed. So after a while, the guests had fallen back on talking among themselves, self-consciously polite about including Ellen whenever she said something like, "Oh, I remember him." She had been nervous and flighty, and after the guests had left, after she had done the dishes and said twice to Brody, "Wasn't that a nice evening?" she had shut herself in the bathroom and wept. "Well, what do you think?" said Ellen.
I don't know.
"I guess it's all right, if you want to do it. Who are you going to invite?" "First of all, I think we should have Matt Hooper." "What for? He eats over at the Ablard, doesn't he? It's all included in the price of the room." "That's not the point, Martin. You know that. He's alone in town, and besides, he's very nice."
"How do you know?"
"I didn't think you knew him." "Didn't I tell you? I ran into him in Albert Morris on Friday. I'm sure I mentioned it to you." "No, but never mind. It doesn't make any difference. It turns out he's the brother of the Hooper I used to know. He remembered a lot more about me than I did about him, but he is a lot younger." "Aha. When are you planning this shindig for?" "I was thinking about tomorrow night, and it's not going to be a shindig. I simply thought we could have a nice, small party with a few couples, maybe 6 or 8 people all together." "Do you think you can get people to come on that short notice?" "Oh yes. Nobody does anything during the week. There are a few bridge parties, but that's about all." "Oh," said Brody. "You mean summer people?" "That's what I had in mind. Matt would certainly feel at ease with them." "What about the Baxters? Would they be fun?" "I don't think I know them."
"Yes, you do, silly. Clem and Cece Baxter."
"She was Cece Davenport. They live out on Scotch. He's taking some vacation now. I know because I saw him on the street this morning." "Okay, try them if you want." "Who else?"
"Somebody I can talk to."
"How about the Meadows?" "But he already knows Harry." "He doesn't know Dorothy."
"She's chatty enough."
"All right," said Ellen.
"I guess a little local colour won't hurt."
"And Harry does know everything that goes on around here." "I wasn't thinking about local colour," Brody said sharply. They're our friends. I know. I didn't mean anything. If you want local color, all you have to do is look in the other side of your bed. I know. I said I was sorry.
What about a girl? Said Brody. I think you should try to find some nice young thing for Hooper. There was a pause before Ellen said, if you think so. I don't really care. I just thought he might enjoy himself more if he had someone his own age to talk to. He's not that young, Martin, and we're not that old. But all right. I'll see if I can think of somebody who'd be fun for him. I'll see you later, Brody said, and he hung up the phone. He was depressed, for he saw something ominous in this dinner party. He couldn't be sure, but he believed, and the more he thought about it, the stronger the belief became that Ellen was launching another campaign to re-enter the world he had taken her from, and this time she had a lever with which to jimmy her way in, Hooper. The next evening, Brody arrived home a little after 5. Ellen was setting the dinner table in the dining room. Brody kissed her on the cheek and said, "Boy, it's been a long time since I've seen that silver." It was Ellen's wedding silver, a gift from her parents. I know. It took me hours to polish it. And will you look at this? Brody picked up a tulip wine glass. Where did you get these? I bought them at the Law. How much? Brody set the glass down on the table.
Not much, she said, folding a napkin and placing it neatly beneath a dinner fork and salad fork. How much?
$20.
But that was for a whole dozen.
You don't kid around when you throw a party.
We didn't have any decent wine glasses, she said defensively. The last of our old ones broke months ago, when Sean tipped over the sideboard. Brody counted the places set around the table. Only 6, he said. What happened? The Baxters couldn't make it. Cece called. Clem had to go into town on some business, and she thought she'd go with him. They're spending the night. There was a fragile lift to her voice, a false insouciance. Oh, said Brody. Too bad. He dared not show that he was pleased.
Who'd you get for Hooper? Some nice young chick? Daisy Wicker.
She works for Gibby at the Biblo.
She's a nice girl.
What time are people coming?
The Meadows and Daisy at 7:30.
I asked Matthew for 7. I thought his name was Matt. Oh, that's just an old joke he reminded me of. Apparently, I used to call him Matthew when he was young. The reason I wanted him to come early was so the kids would have a chance to get to know him. I think they'll be fascinated. Brody looked at his watch. If people aren't coming till 7:30, that means we won't be eating till 8:30 or 9. I'll probably starve to death before then. I think I'll grab a sandwich. He started for the kitchen. Don't stuff yourself, said Ellen.
I've got a delicious dinner coming.
Brody sniffed the kitchen aromas, eyed the clutter of pots and packages, and said, What are you cooking? It's called butterfly lamb, she said. I hope I don't do something stupid and botch it. Smells good, said Brody. What's this stuff by the sink? Should I throw it out and wash the pot? From the living room, Ellen said, What stuff? This stuff in the pot. What, oh my God, she said, and she hurried into the kitchen.
Don't you dare throw it out. She saw the smile on Brody's face.
Oh, you rat. She slapped him on the rear. That's gazpacho. Soup. Are you sure it's still okay? He teased. It looks all slimy. That's what it's supposed to look like, you clot.
Brody shook his head.
Old Hooper's going to wish he ate at the Ablard. You're a beast, she said.
Wait till you taste it. You'll change your tune.
Maybe.
If I live long enough.
He laughed and went to the refrigerator. He rummaged around and found some bologna and cheese for a sandwich. He opened a beer and started for the living room. I think I'll watch the news for a while and then go shower and change, he said. I put clean clothes out for you on the bed.
You might shave too. You have a hideous 5 o'clock shadow. Good God, who's coming to dinner, Prince Philip and Jackie Onassis?
I just want you to look nice, that's all. At 7:05, The doorbell rang, and Brody answered it. He was wearing a blue madras shirt, blue uniform slacks, and black cordovans. He felt crisp and clean. Spiffy, Ellen had said, but when he opened the door for Hooper, he felt, if not rumpled, at least outclassed. Hooper wore bell-bottom blue jeans, Ouija loafers with no socks, and a red low-cost shirt with an alligator on the breast. It was the uniform of the young and rich in Amity. "Hi," said Brody. "Come in." "Hi," said Hooper. He extended his hand, and Brody shook it. Ellen came out of the kitchen. She was wearing a long batik skirt, slippers, and a blue silk blouse. She wore the string of cultured pearls Brody had given her as a wedding present. "Matthew," she said, "I'm glad you could come." "I'm glad you asked me," Hooper said, shaking Ellen's hand. "I'm sorry I don't look more respectable, but I didn't bring anything down with me but working clothes. All I can say for them is that they're clean." "Don't be silly," said Ellen. "You look wonderful. The red goes beautifully with your tan and your hair." Hooper laughed. He turned and said to Brody, "Do you mind if I give Ellen something?" "What do you mean?" Brody said. He thought to himself, "Give her what? A kiss? A box of chocolates? A punch in the nose? A present? It's nothing, really. Just something I picked up." "No, I don't mind," said Brody, still perplexed that the question should have been asked. Hooper dug into the pocket of his jeans and pulled out a small package wrapped in tissue. He handed it to Ellen. "For the hostess," he said, "to make up for my grubby clothes." Ellen tittered and carefully unwrapped the paper. Inside was what seemed to be a charm, or perhaps a necklace pendant, an inch or so across. "It's lovely," she said. "What is it?" "It's a shark tooth," said Hooper. "A tiger shark tooth, to be more specific. The casing's silver. Where did you get it?" "In Macau. I passed through there a couple of years ago on a project. There was a little backstreet store where an even littler Chinese man spent his whole life polishing shark teeth and molding the silver caps to hold the rings. I couldn't resist them." "Macau," said Ellen. "I don't think I could place Macau on a map if I had to. It must have been fascinating." Brody said, "It's near Hong Kong." "Right," said Hooper. "In any event, there's supposed to be a superstition about these things, that if you keep it with you, you'll be safe from shark bite. Under the present circumstances, I thought it would be appropriate." "Completely," said Ellen. "Do you have one?" "I have one," said Hooper, "but I don't know how to carry it. I don't like to wear things around my neck, and if you carry a shark tooth in your pants pocket, I found you run two real risks. One is that you'll get stabbed in the leg, and the other is that you'll end up with a gash in your pants. It's like carrying an open blade knife around in your pocket. So in my case, practicality takes precedence over superstition, at least while I'm on dry land." Ellen laughed and said to Brody, "Martin, could I ask a huge favor? Would you run upstairs and get that thin silver chain out of my jewelry box? I'll put Matthew's shark tooth on right now." She turned to Hooper and said, "You never know when you might meet a shark at dinner." Brody started up the stairs, and Ellen said, "Oh, and Martin, tell the boys to come down." As he rounded the corner at the top of the stairs, Brody heard Ellen say, "It is such fun to see you again." Brody walked into the bedroom and sat down on the edge of the bed. He took a deep breath and clenched and unclenched his right fist. He was fighting anger and confusion, and he was losing. He felt threatened, as if an intruder had come into his home, possessing subtle, intangible weapons he could not cope with. Looks and youth and sophistication and, above all, a communion with Ellen born in a time which, Brody knew, Ellen wished had never ended. Where previously he had felt Ellen was trying to use Hooper to impress other summer people, now he felt she was trying to impress Hooper herself. He didn't know why. Maybe he was wrong. After all, Ellen and Hooper had known each other long ago. Perhaps he was making too much of two friends, simply trying to get to know one another again. Friends? Christ, Hooper had to be 10 years younger than Ellen, or almost. What kind of friends could they have been? Acquaintances. Barely. So why was she putting on her super sophisticated act? It demeaned her, Brody thought. and it demeaned Brody that she should try, by posturing, to deny her life with him. "Fuck it," he said aloud. He stood up, opened a dresser drawer, and rooted through it until he found Ellen's jewelry box. He took out the silver chain, closed the drawer, and walked into the hall. He poked his head into the boys' rooms and said, "Let's go, troops," and then he walked downstairs. Ellen and Hooper were sitting at opposite ends of the couch, and as Brody walked into the living room, he heard Ellen say, "Would you rather that I not call you Matthew?" Hooper laughed and said, "I don't mind. It does sort of bring back memories, and despite what I said the other day, there's nothing wrong with that." The other day, Brody thought, in the hardware store, that must have been some conversation. "Here," he said to Ellen, handing her the chain. "Thank you," she said. She unclasped the pearls and tossed them onto the coffee table. "Now, Matthew, show me how this should go." Brody picked the string of pearls off the table and put them in his pocket. The boys came downstairs single file, all dressed neatly in sport shirts and slacks. Ellen snapped the silver chain around her neck, smiled at Hooper, and said, "Come here, boys. Come meet Mr. Hooper. This is Billy Brody. Billy's 14. Billy shook hands with Hooper. And this is Martin Jr. He's 12. And this is Sean. He's 9. Almost 9. Mr. Hooper is an oceanographer." "An ichthyologist, actually," said Hooper. "What's that?" said Martin Jr. "A zoologist who specializes in fish life." "What's a zoologist?" asked Sean. "I know that," said Billy. "That's a guy who studies animals." "Right," said Hooper. "Good for you. Are you going to catch the shark?" asked Martin. "I'm going to try to find him," said Hooper. "But I don't know. He may have gone away already." "Have you ever caught a shark?" "Yes, but not one as big as this." Sean said, "Do sharks lay eggs?" "That, young man," said Hooper, "is a good question, and a very complicated one. Not like a chicken, if that's what you mean. But yes, some sharks do have eggs." Ellen said, "Give Mr. Hooper a chance, boys." She turned to Brody. "Martin, could you make us a drink?" "Sure," said Brody. "What'll it be?" "A gin and tonic would be fine for me," said Hooper. "What about you, Ellen?" "Let's see. What would be good? I think I'll just have some vermouth on the rocks." "Hey, Mom," said Billy, "what's that around your neck?" "A shark tooth, dear. Mr. Hooper gave it to me." "Hey, that's really cool. Can I look?" Brody went into the kitchen. The liquor was kept in a cabinet over the sink. The door was stuck. He tugged at the metal handle, and it came off in his hand. Without thinking, he pegged it into the garbage pail. From a drawer, he took a screwdriver and pried open the cabinet door. Vermouth. What the hell was the color of the bottle? Nobody ever drank vermouth on the rocks. Ellen's drink when she drank, and that was rarely, was rye and ginger. Green. There it was, way in the back. Brody grabbed the bottle, twisted off the cap, and sniffed. It smelled like one of those cheap, fruity wines the winos bought for 6 to 9 a pint. Brody made the 2 drinks, then fashioned a rye and ginger for himself. By habit, he began to measure the rye with a shot glass, but then he changed his mind and poured until the glass was a third full. He topped it off with ginger ale, dropped in a few ice cubes, and reached for the 2 other glasses. The only convenient way to carry them in one hand was to grip one with the thumb and last 3 fingers of his hand, and then support the other against the first by sticking his index finger down the inside of the glass. He took a slug of his own drink and went back into the living room. Billy and Martin had crowded onto the couch with Ellen and Hooper. Sean was sitting on the floor. Brody heard Hooper say something about a pig, and Martin said, "Wow." "Here," said Brody, handing the forward glass, the one with his finger in it, to Ellen. "No tip for you, my man," she said. "It's a good thing you decided against a career as a waiter." Brody looked at her, considered a series of rude remarks, and settled for, "Forgive me, Duchess." He handed the other glass to Hooper and said, "I guess this is what you had in mind." "That's great. Thanks." Matt was just telling us about a shark he caught, said Ellen. It had almost a whole pig in it. No kidding, said Brody, sitting in a chair opposite the couch. And that's not all, Dad, said Martin. There was a roll of tar paper, too. And a human bone, said Sean. I said it looked like a human bone, said Hooper. There was no way to be sure at the time. It might have been a beef rib. Brody said, I thought you scientists could tell those things right on the spot. Not always, said Hooper, especially when it's only a piece of a bone like a rib. Brody took a long swallow of his drink and said, Oh. Hey, Dad, said Billy. You know how a porpoise kills a shark? With a gun. No, man. It butts him to death. That's what Mr. Hooper says. Terrific, said Brody, and he drained his glass. I'm going to have another drink. Anybody else ready? On a weeknight, said Ellen. My. Why not? It's not every night we throw a no-kidding, go-to-hell dinner party. Brody started for the kitchen, but was stopped by the ringing of the doorbell. He opened the door and saw Dorothy Meadows, short and slight, dressed, as usual, in a dark blue dress and a single strand of pearls. Behind her was a girl Brody assumed was Daisy Wicker, a tall, slim girl with long, straight hair. She wore slacks and sandals and no makeup. Behind her was the unmistakable bulk of Harry Meadows. Hello, there, said Brody. Come on in. Good evening, Martin, said Dorothy Meadows. We met Miss Wicker as we came into the driveway. I walked, said Daisy Wicker. It was nice. Good, good. Come on in. I'm Martin Brody. I know. I've seen you driving your car. You must have an interesting job. Brody laughed. I'd tell you all about it, except it would probably put you to sleep. Brody led them into the living room and turned them over to Ellen for introduction to Hooper. He took drink orders: bourbon on the rocks for Harry, club soda with a twist of lemon for Dorothy, and a gin and tonic for Daisy Wicker. But before he fixed their drinks, he made a fresh one for himself, and he sipped it as he prepared the others. By the time he was ready to return to the living room, he had finished about half his drink, so he poured in a generous splash of rye and a dash more ginger ale. He took Dorothy's and Daisy's drinks first, and returned to the kitchen for Meadows and his own. He was taking one last swallow before rejoining the company, when Ellen came into the kitchen. Don't you think you'd better slow down? She said. I'm fine, he said. Don't worry about me. You're not being exactly gracious. I'm not. I thought I was being charming. Hardly. He smiled at her and said, tough shit, and as he spoke, he realized she was right. He had better slow down. He walked into the living room. The children had gone upstairs. Dorothy Meadows sat on the couch next to Hooper and was chatting with him about his work at Woods Hole. Meadows, in the chair opposite the couch, listened quietly. Daisy Wicker was standing alone, on the other side of the room, by the fireplace, gazing about with a subdued smile on her face. Brody handed Meadows his drink and strolled over next to Daisy. You're smiling, he said. Am I? I didn't notice. Thinking of something funny? No. I guess I was just interested. I've never been in a policeman's house before. What did you expect? Bars on the windows? A guard at the door? No, nothing. I was just curious. And what have you decided? It looks just like a normal person's house, doesn't it? I guess so. Sort of. What does that mean? Nothing. Oh. She took a sip of her drink and said, Do you like being a policeman? Brody couldn't tell whether or not there was hostility in the question. Yes, he said. It's a good job, and it has a purpose to it. What's the purpose? What do you think? He said, slightly irritated. To uphold the law. Don't you feel alienated? Why the hell should I feel alienated? Alienated from what? From the people. I mean, the only thing that justifies your existence is telling people what not to do. Doesn't that make you feel freaky? For a moment, Brody thought he was being put on, but the girl never smiled or smirked or shifted her eyes from his. No, I don't feel freaky, he said. I don't see why I should feel any more freaky than you do, working at the Watchamamaclet. The Bibelo. Yeah. What do you sell there anyway? We sell people their past. It gives them comfort. What do you mean, their past? Antiques. They're bought by people who hate their present and need the security of their past. Or if not theirs, someone else's. Once they buy it, it becomes theirs. I bet that's important to you, too. What, the past? No, security. Isn't that supposed to be one of the heavy things about being a cop? Brody glanced across the room and noticed that Meadows' glass was empty. Excuse me, he said. I have to tend to the other guests. Sure. Nice talking to you. Brody took Meadows' glass and his own into the kitchen. Ellen was filling a bowl with tortilla chips. Where the hell did you find that girl? He said. Under a rock. Who? Daisy. I told you, she works at the Biblo. Have you ever talked to her? A little. She seems very nice and bright. She's a spook. She's just like some of the kids we bust who start smart-mouthing us in the station. He made a drink for Meadows, then poured another for himself. He looked up and saw Ellen staring at him. What's the matter with you? She said. I guess I don't like strange people coming into my house and insulting me. Honestly, Martin, I'm sure there was no insult intended. She was probably just being frank. Frankness is in these days, you know. Well, if she gets any franker with me, she's going to be out, I'll tell you that. He picked up the 2 drinks and started for the door. Ellen said, Martin, and he stopped. For my sake, please. Don't worry about a thing. Everything will be fine. Like they say in the commercials, calm down. He refilled Hooper's drink and Daisy Wicker's without refilling his own. Then he sat down and nursed his drink through a long story Meadows was telling Daisy. Brody felt all right, pretty good. In fact, and he knew that if he didn't have anything more to drink before dinner, he'd be fine. At 8:30, Ellen brought the soup plates out from the kitchen and set them around the table. Martin, she said, would you open the wine for me while I get everyone seated? Wine. There are 3 bottles in the kitchen, a white in the icebox and 2 reds on the counter. You may as well open them all. The reds will need time to breathe. Of course they will, Brody said as he stood up. Who doesn't? Oh, and the tire bouchan is on the counter next to the red. The what? Daisy Wicker said, it's tire bouchan. The corkscrew. Brody took vengeful pleasure in seeing Ellen blush, for it relieved him of some of his own embarrassment. He found the corkscrew and went to work on the 2 bottles of red wine. He pulled one cork cleanly, but the other crumbled as he was withdrawing it, and pieces slipped into the bottle. He took the bottle of white out of the refrigerator, and as he uncorked it, he tangled his tongue trying to pronounce the name of the wine, Montrachet. He arrived at what seemed to him an acceptable pronunciation, wiped the bottle dry with a dish towel, and took it into the dining room. Ellen was seated at the end of the table nearest the kitchen. Hooper was at her left, Meadows at her right. Next to Meadows, Daisy Wicker, then an empty space for Brody at the far end of the table, and opposite Daisy, Dorothy Meadows. Brody put his left hand behind his back and, standing over Ellen's right shoulder, poured her a glass of wine. A glass of Mount Ratchet, he said. Very good year, 1970. I remember it well. Enough, said Ellen, tipping the mouth of the bottle up. Don't fill the glass all the way. Sorry, said Brody, and he filled Meadows' glass next. When he had finished pouring the wine, Brody sat down. He looked at the soup in front of him. Then he glanced furtively around the table and saw that the others were actually eating it. It wasn't a joke. So he took a spoonful. It was cold, and it didn't taste anything like soup, but it wasn't bad. I love gazpacho, said Daisy, but it's such a pain to make that I don't have it very often. Said Brody, spooning another mouthful of soup. Do you have it very often? No, he said. Not too often. Have you ever tried a G&G? Can't say as I have. You ought to try one. Of course, You might not enjoy it since it's breaking the law. You mean eating this thing is breaking the law? How? What is it? Grass and gazpacho. Instead of herbs, you sprinkle a little grass over the top. Then you smoke a little, eat a little, smoke a little, eat a little. It's really wild. It was a moment before Brody realized what she was saying, and even when he understood, he didn't answer right away. He tipped his soup bowl toward himself, scooped out the last little bit of soup, drained his wine glass in one draught, and wiped his mouth with his napkin. He looked at Daisy, who was smiling sweetly at him, and at Ellen, who was smiling at something Hooper was saying. It really is, said Daisy. Brody decided to be low-keyed avuncular and nonetheless annoyed, but low-keyed, so as not to upset Ellen. You know, he said, I don't find. I bet Matt's tried one. Maybe he has. I don't see what that. Daisy raised her voice and said, Matt, excuse me. The conversation at the other end of the table stopped. I was just curious. Have you ever tried a G&G? By the way, Mrs. Brody, this is terrific gazpacho. Thank you, said Ellen. But what's a G&G? I tried one once, said Hooper, but I was never really into that. You must tell me, Ellen said. What is it? Matt'll tell you, said Daisy, and just as Brody turned to say something to her, she leaned over to Meadows and said, Tell me more about the water table. Brody stood up and began to clear away the soup bowls. As he walked into the kitchen, he felt a slight rush of nausea and dizziness, and his forehead was sweating. But by the time he put the bowls into the sink, the feeling had passed. Ellen followed him into the kitchen and tied an apron around her waist. I'll need some help carving, she said. Okie doke, said Brody, and he searched through a drawer for a carving knife and fork. What did you think of that? Of what? That G&G business. Did Hooper tell you what it is? Yes. That was pretty funny, wasn't it? I must say, it sounds tasty. How would you know? You never know what we ladies do when we get together over at the hospital. Here, carve. With a 2-tine serving fork, she hefted the lamb onto the carving board. Slices about 3/4 of an inch thick, if you can, the way you'd slice a steak. That wicker bitch was right about one thing, Brody thought as he slashed the meat. I sure as shit feel alienated right now. A slab of meat fell away, and Brody said, Hey, I thought you said this was lamb. It is. It isn't even done. Look at that. He held up the piece he had sliced. It was pink and, toward the middle, almost red. That's the way it's supposed to be. Not if it's lamb, it isn't. Lamb's supposed to be cooked through. Well done. Martin, believe me, it's all right to cook a butterfly lamb sort of medium. I promise you. Brody raised his voice. I'm not gonna eat raw lamb. SSSHHH. For God's sake, can't you keep your voice down? Brody said in a hoarse whisper, then put the goddamn thing back till it's done. It's done, said Ellen. If you don't want to eat it, don't eat it, but that's the way I'm going to serve it. Then cut it yourself. Brody dropped the knife and fork on the carving board, picked up the 2 bottles of red wine, and left the kitchen. There'll be a slight delay, he said as he approached the table, while the cook kills our dinner. She tried to serve it as it was, but it bit her on the leg. He raised a bottle of wine over one of the clean glasses and said, I wonder why you're not allowed to serve red wine in the same glass the white wine was. The tastes, said Meadows, don't complement each other. What you're saying is, it'll give you gas. Brody filled the 6 glasses and sat down. He took a sip of wine, said, good, then took another sip and another. He refilled his glass. Ellen came in from the kitchen carrying the carving board. She set it on the sideboard next to a stack of plates. She returned to the kitchen and came back, carrying 2 vegetable dishes. I hope it's good, she said. I haven't tried it before. What is it? Asked Dorothy Meadows. It smells delicious. Butterfly lamb. Marinated. Really? What's in the marinade? Ginger, soy sauce, a whole bunch of things. She put a thick slice of lamb, some asparagus and summer squash on each plate, and passed the plates to Meadows, who sent them down and around the table. When everyone had been served and Ellen had sat down, Hooper raised his glass and said, "A toast to the chef." The others raised their glasses, and Brody said, "Good luck." Meadows took a bite of meat, chewed it, savoured it, and said, "Fantastic. It's like the tenderest of sirloins, only better. What a splendid flavour." "Coming from you, Harry," said Ellen, "that's a special compliment." "It's delicious," said Dorothy. "Will you promise to give me the recipe? Harry will never forgive me if I don't give this to him at least once a week." "He better rob a bank," said Brody. "But it is delicious, Martin, don't you think?" Brody didn't answer. He had started to chew a piece of meat when another wave of nausea hit him. Once again, sweat popped out on his forehead. He felt detached, as if his body were controlled by someone else. He sensed panic at the loss of motor control. His fork felt heavy, and for a moment he feared it might slip from his fingers and clatter onto the table. He gripped it with his fist and held on. He was sure his tongue wouldn't behave if he tried to speak. It was the wine. It had to be the wine. With greatly exaggerated precision, he reached forward to push his wine glass away from him. He slid his fingers along the tablecloth to minimize the chances of knocking over the glass. He sat back and took a deep breath. His vision blurred. He tried to focus his eyes on a painting above Ellen's head, but he was distracted by the image of Ellen talking to Hooper. Every time she spoke, she touched Hooper's arm lightly, but, Brody thought, intimately, as if they were sharing secrets. He didn't hear what anyone was saying. The last thing he remembered hearing was, "Don't you think?" How long ago was that? Who had said it? He didn't know. He looked at Meadows, who was talking to Daisy. Then he looked at Dorothy and said thickly, "Yes." "What did you say, Martin?" She looked up at him. "Did you say something?" He couldn't speak. He wanted to stand and walk out to the kitchen, but he didn't trust his legs. He'd never make it without holding on to something. "Just sit still," he told himself. "It'll pass." And it did. His head began to clear. Ellen was touching Hooper again. "Talk and touch, talk and touch." "Boy, it's hot," he said. He stood up and walked, carefully but steadily, to a window and tugged it open. He leaned on the sill and pressed his face against the screen. "Nice night," he said. He straightened up. "I think I'll get a glass of water." He walked into the kitchen and shook his head. He turned on the cold water tap and rubbed some water on his brow. He filled a glass and drank it down, then refilled it and drank that down. He took a few deep breaths, went back into the dining room, and sat down. He looked at the food on his plate. Then he suppressed a shiver and smiled at Dorothy. "Any more, anybody?" said Ellen. "There's plenty here." "Indeed," said Meadows, "but you'd better serve the others first." "Left to my own devices, I'd eat the whole thing." "And you know what you'd be saying tomorrow," said Brody. "What's that?" Brody lowered his voice and said gravely, "I can't believe I ate the whole thing." Meadows and Dorothy laughed, and Hooper said, in a high falsetto whine, "No, Ralph, I ate it." Then even Ellen laughed. It was going to be all right. By the time dessert was served coffee ice cream in a pool of creme de cacao, Brody was feeling well. He had 2 helpings of ice cream, and he chatted amiably with Dorothy. He smiled when Daisy told him a story about lacing the stuffing at last Thanksgiving's turkey with marijuana. "My only worry," said Daisy, "was that my maiden aunt called Thanksgiving morning and asked if she could come for dinner. The turkey was already made and stuffed." "So what happened?" said Brody. "I tried to sneak her some turkey without stuffing, but she made a point of asking for it, so I said what the heck and gave her a big spoonful. And by the end of the meal, she was giggling like a little girl. She even wanted to dance. To hair yet. It's a good thing I wasn't there," said Brody. "I would have arrested you for corrupting the morals of a maiden." They had coffee in the living room, and Brody offered drinks, but only Meadows accepted. "A tiny brandy, if you have it," he said. Brody looked at Ellen, as if to ask, "Do we have any?" "In the cupboard, I think," she said. Brody poured Meadows' drink and thought briefly of pouring one for himself. But he resisted, telling himself, "Don't press your luck." At a little after 10, Meadows yawned and said, "Dorothy, I think we had best take our leave. I find it hard to fulfill the public trust if I stay up too late." "I should go, too," said Daisy. "I have to be at work at 8. Not that we're selling very much these days." "You're not alone, my dear," said Meadows. "I know, but when you work on commission, you really feel it." "Well, let's hope the worst is over. From what I gather from our expert here, there's a good chance the Leviathan has left." Meadows stood up. "A chance," said Hooper. "I hope so." He rose to go. "I should be on my way, too." "Oh, don't go," Ellen said to Hooper. The words came out much stronger than she had intended. Instead of a pleasant request, they sounded a shrill plea. She was embarrassed, and she added quickly, "I mean, the night is young." "It's only 10. "I know," said Hooper. "But if the weather's any good tomorrow, I want to get up early and get into the water. Besides, I have a car and I can drop Daisy off on my way home." Daisy said, "That would be fun." Her voice, as usual, was without tone or color, suggesting nothing. "The Meadows can drop her," Ellen said. "True," said Hooper, "but I really should go so I can get up early. But thanks for the thought." They said their goodbyes at the front door, perfunctory compliments, redundant thanks. Hooper was the last to leave, and when he extended his hand to Ellen, she took it in both of hers and said, "Thank you so much for my sharp tooth." "You're welcome. I'm glad you like it. And thank you for being so nice to the children. They were fascinated to meet you." "So was I. It was a little weird, though. I must have been about Sean's age when I knew you before. You haven't changed much at all." "Well, you've certainly changed." "I hope so. I'd hate to be 9 all of my life." "We'll see you again before you go." "Count on it." "Wonderful." She released his hand. He said a quick good night to Brody and walked to his car. Ellen waited at the door until the last of the cars had pulled out of the driveway. Then she turned off the outside light. Without a word, she began to pick up the glasses, coffee cups, and ashtrays from the living room. Brody carried a stack of dessert dishes into the kitchen, set them on the sink, and said, "Well, that was all right." He meant nothing by the remark, and sought nothing more than rote agreement. "No thanks to you," said Ellen. "What?" "You were awful." "I was." He was genuinely surprised at the ferocity of her attack. "I know I got a little queasy there for a minute, but I didn't think. All evening, from start to finish, you were awful." "That's a lot of crap." "You'll wake the children. I don't give a damn." "I'm not going to let you stand there and work out your own hang-ups by telling me I'm a shit." Ellen smiled bitterly. "You see? There you go again." "Where do I go again?" "What are you talking about?" "I don't want to talk about it." "Just like that." "You don't want to talk about it." "Look. Okay, I was wrong about the goddamn meat. I shouldn't have blown my stack. I'm sorry. Now. I said I don't want to talk about it." Brody was ready for a fight, but he backed off, sober enough to realize that his only weapons were cruelty and innuendo, and that Ellen was close to tears. And tears, whether shed in orgasm or in anger, disconcerted him. So he said only, "Well, I'm sorry about that." He walked out of the kitchen and climbed the stairs. In the bedroom, as he was undressing, the thought occurred to him that the cause of all the unpleasantness, the source of the whole mess, was a fish, a mindless beast that he had never seen. The ludicrousness of the thought made him smile. He crawled into bed and, almost simultaneous with the touch of his head to the pillow, fell into a dreamless sleep. A boy and his date sat drinking beer at one end of the long mahogany bar in the Randy Bear. The boy was 18, the son of the pharmacist at the Amity Pharmacy. "You'll have to tell him sometime," said the girl. "I know. And when I do, he's gonna go bullshit. It wasn't your fault. You know what he'll say. It must have been my fault. I must have done something, or else they would have kept me and can somebody else." But they fired a lot of kids. They kept a lot, too. How did they decide who to keep? They didn't say. They just said they weren't getting enough guests to justify a big staff, so they were letting some of us go.
Boy, my old man is going to go right through the roof.
Can't he call them?
He must know somebody there.
I mean, if he says you really need the money for college. He wouldn't do it. That'd be begging. The boy finished his... There's only one thing I can do. Deal.
Oh, Michael, don't do that. It's too dangerous.
You could jail. That's quite a choice, isn't it? The boy said acidly. College or jail? What would you tell your father?
I don't know.
Maybe I'll tell him I'm selling belts. Chapter 8. Brody awoke with a start, jolted by a sig told him something was wrong. He threw his arm across the bed to touch Ellen. She wasn't there. He sat and saw her sitting in the chair by the window. Rain splashed against the window panes, and he heard the wind whipping through the trees. Lousy day, he said. She didn't answer, continuing to stare fixedly at the drops sliding down the glass.
How come you're up so early?
I couldn't sleep. Brody yawned. I sure didn't have any trouble. I'm not surprised. Oh boy, are we starting in again?
Ellen shook her head.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean anything. She seemed subdued, sad.
What's the matter?
Nothing.
Whatever you say.
Brody got out of bed and went into the bathroom. When he had shaved and dressed, he went down to the kitchen. The boys were finishing their breakfast, and Ellen was frying an egg for him. What are you guys going to do on this crummy day? He said. Clean lawnmowers, said Billy, who worked during the summer for a local gardener.
Boy, do I hate rainy days. And what about you two?
Brody said to Martin and Sean. Martin's going to the boys' club, said Ellen, and Sean's spending the day at the Santos's. And you? I've got a full day at the hospital. Which reminds me, I won't be home for lunch. Can you get something downtown? Sure. I didn't know you worked a full day Wednesdays. I don't, usually, but one of the other girls is sick, and I said I'd fill in. Oh. I'll be back by supper time.
Fine.
Do you think you could drop Sean and Martin off on your way to work? I want to do a little shopping on my way to the hospital. No problem. I'll pick them up on my way home. Brody and the two younger children left first. Then Billy, wrapped from head to foot in foul weather gear, bicycled off to work. Ellen looked at the clock on the kitchen wall. It was a few minutes to 8. Too early? Maybe. But better to catch him now, before he went off somewhere and the chance was lost. She held her right hand out in front of her and tried to steady her fingers, but they quivered uncontrollably. She smiled at her nervousness and whispered to herself, "Some swinger you'd make." She went upstairs to the bedroom, sat on the bed, and picked up the green phone book. She found the number for the Ablard Arms Inn, put her hand on the phone, hesitated for a moment, then picked up the receiver and dialed the number.
Abelard Arms. Mr. Hooper's room, please. Matt Hooper. Just a minute, please. Hooper.
Here it is. 405.
I'll ring it for you.
Ellen heard the phone ring once, then again. She could hear her heart beating, and she saw the pulse throb in her right wrist. Hang up, she told herself. Hang up. There's time. Hello, said Hooper's voice. Oh. She thought, good God, suppose he's got Daisy Wicker in the room with him. Hello. Ellen swallowed and said, Hi, it's me. I mean it's Ellen. Oh, hi. I hope I didn't wake you. No. I was just getting ready to go downstairs and have some breakfast. Good. It's not a very nice day, is it? No, but I don't really mind. It's a luxury for me to be able to sleep this late. Can you? Will you be able to work today?
I don't know.
I was just trying to figure that out. I sure can't go out in the boat and hope to get anything done. Oh. She paused, fighting the dizziness that was creeping up on her. Go ahead, she told herself. Ask the question. I was wondering. No, be careful. Ease into it. I wanted to thank you for the beautiful charm. You're welcome. I'm glad you like it. But I should be thanking you. I had a good time last night. I did. We did, too. I'm glad you came. Yes. It was like old times. Yes. Now, she said to herself, do it. The words spilled from her mouth. I was wondering, if you can't do any work today, I mean if you can't go out in the boat or anything, I was wondering if there was any chance you'd like to, if you're free for lunch. Lunch? Yes. You know, if you have nothing else to do, I thought we might have some lunch. We? You mean you and the chief and me? No, just you and I. Martin usually has lunch at his desk. I don't want to interfere with your plans or anything. I mean, if you've got a lot of work to do. No. That's okay. Heck, why not? Sure. What did you have in mind? There's a wonderful place up in Sag Harbor. Banners. Do you know it? She hoped he didn't. She didn't know it either, which meant that no one there would know her. But she had heard that it was good and quiet and dark. No, I've never been there, said Hooper. But Sag Harbor. That's quite a hike for lunch. It's not bad, really. Only about 15 or 20 minutes. I could meet you there whenever you like. Any time's all right with me. Around 12:30, then? 12:30 it is. See you then. Ellen hung up the phone. Her hands were still shaking, but she felt elated, excited. Her senses seemed alive and incredibly keen. Every time she drew a breath, she savored the smells around her. Her ears jingled with a symphony of tiny house sounds, creaks and rustles and thumps. She felt more intensely feminine than she had in years of warm, wet feeling both delicious and uncomfortable. She went into the bathroom and took a shower. She shaved her legs and under her arms. She wished she had bought one of those feminine hygiene deodorants she had seen advertised. But, lacking that, she powdered herself and daubed cologne behind her ears, inside her elbows, behind her knees, on her nipples, and on her genitals. There was a full-length mirror in the bedroom, and she stood before it, examining herself. Were the goods good enough? Would the offer be accepted? She had worked to keep in shape, to preserve the smoothness and sinuousness of youth. She could not bear the thought of rejection. The goods were good. The lines in her neck were few and barely noticeable. Her face was unblemished and unscarred. There were no droops or sags or pouches. She stood straight and admired the contours of her breasts. Her waist was slim, her belly flat, the reward for endless hours of exercise after each child. The only problem, as she assessed her body critically, was her hips. By no stretch of anyone's imagination were they girlish. They signaled motherhood. They were, as Brody once said, breeders' hips. The recollection brought a quick flash of remorse, but excitement quickly nudged it aside. Her legs were long and below the pad of fat on her rear slender. Her ankles were delicate, and her feet with the toenails neatly pruned were perfect enough to suit any pedophile. She dressed in her hospital clothes. From the back of her closet she took a plastic shopping bag into which she put a pair of bikini underpants, a bra, a neatly folded lavender summer dress, a pair of low-heeled pumps, a can of spray deodorant, a plastic bottle of bath powder, a toothbrush and a tube of toothpaste. She carried the bag to the garage, tossed it into the back seat of her Volkswagen Beetle, backed out of the driveway, and drove to the Southampton hospital. The dull drive increased the fatigue she had been feeling for hours. She had not slept all night. She had first lain in bed, then sat by the window, struggling with all the twistings of emotion and conscience, desire and regret, longing and recrimination. She didn't know exactly when she had decided on this manifestly rash, dangerous plan. She had been thinking about it and trying not to think about it since the day she first met Hooper. She had weighed the risks and, somehow, calculated that they were worth taking, though she was not entirely sure what she could gain from the adventure. She knew she wanted change, almost any change. She wanted to be assured and reassured that she was desirable not just to her husband, for she had grown complacent about that, but to the people she saw as her real peers, the people among whom she still numbered herself. She felt that without some remedy, the part of herself that she most cherished would die. Perhaps the past could never be revived, but perhaps it could be recalled physically as well as mentally. She wanted an injection, a transfusion of the essence of her past, and she saw Matt Hooper as the only possible donor. The thought of love never entered her mind, nor did she want or anticipate a relationship either profound or enduring. She sought only to be serviced, restored. She was grateful that the work assigned her when she arrived at the hospital demanded concentration and conversation, for it prevented her from thinking. She and another volunteer changed the bedding of the elderly patients for whom the hospital community was a surrogate and, in some cases, final home. She had to remember the names of children in distant cities, had to fashion new excuses for why they hadn't. She had to feign recollection of the plots of television shows and speculate on why such and such a character had left his wife for a woman who was patently an adventuress. At 11:45, Ellen told the supervisor of volunteers that she didn't feel well. Her thyroid was acting up again, she said, and she was getting her period. She thought she'd go lie down for a while in the staff lounge, and if a nap didn't help, she said, she'd probably go home. In fact, if she wasn't back on the job by 1:30 or so, the supervisor could assume she had gone home. It was an explanation that she hoped was vague enough to discourage anyone from actively looking for her. She went into the lounge, counted to 20, and opened the door a crack to see if the corridor was empty. It was. Most of the staff were in, or on their way to, the cafeteria on the other side of the building. She stepped into the corridor, closed the door softly behind her, and hurried around a corner and out a side door of the hospital that led to the staff parking lot. She drove most of the way to Sag Harbor, then stopped at a gas station. When the tank was full and the gas paid for, she asked to use the ladies' room. The attendant gave her the key, and she pulled her car around the station, next to the ladies' room door. She opened the door, but before going into the ladies' room, she returned the key to the attendant. She walked to her car, removed the plastic bag from the back seat, entered the ladies' room, and pushed the button that locked the door. She stripped, and standing on the cold floor in her bare feet, looking at her reflection in the mirror above the sink, she felt a thrill of risk. She sprayed deodorant under her arms and on her feet. She took the clean underpants from the plastic bag and stepped into them. She shook a little powder into each cup of the bra and put it on. She took the dress from the bag, unfolded it, checked it for wrinkles, and slipped it over her head. She poured powder into each of her shoes, brushed off the bottom of each foot with a paper towel, and put on the shoes. Then she brushed her teeth and combed her hair, stuffed her hospital clothes into the plastic bag, and opened the door. She looked both ways, saw that no one was watching her, then stepped out of the ladies' room, tossed the bag into the car, and got in. As she drove out of the gas station, she hunched down in her seat so the attendant, if he should chance to notice her, would not see that she had changed clothes. It was 12:20 when she arrived at Banner's, a small steak and seafood restaurant on the water in Sag Harbor. The parking lot was in the rear, for which she was grateful. On the off chance that someone she knew might drive down the street in Sag Harbor, she didn't want her car in plain view. One reason she had picked Banner's was that it was known as a favorite nighttime restaurant for yachtsmen and summer people, which meant that it probably had little luncheon trade. And it was expensive, which made it almost certain that no year-round residents, no local tradesmen, would go there for lunch. Ellen checked her wallet. She had nearly $50, all the emergency cash she and Brody kept in the house. She made a mental note of the bills, a 20, 2 10s, a 5, and 3 1s. She wanted to replace exactly what she had taken from the coffee can in the kitchen closet. There were 2 other cars in the parking lot, a Chevrolet Vega and a bigger car, tan. She remembered that Hooper's car was green and that it was named after some animal. She left her car and walked into the restaurant, holding her hands over her head to protect her hair from the light rain. The restaurant was dark, but because the day was gloomy it took her eyes only a few seconds to adjust. There was only one room, with a bar on the right as she walked in and about 20 tables in the center. The left-hand wall was lined with 8 booths. The walls were dark wood, decorated with bullfight and movie posters. A couple in their late 20s, Ellen guessed, was having a drink at a table by the window. The bartender, a young man with a Van Dyke beard and a button-down shirt, sat by the cash register reading the New York Daily News. They were the only people in the room. Ellen looked at her watch. Almost 12:30. The bartender looked up and said, "Hi, can I help you?" Ellen stepped to the bar. Yes, in a minute. But first I'd like, can you tell me where the ladies' room is? End of the bar, turn right. First door on your left. Thank you. Ellen walked quickly down the length of the bar, turned right, and went into the ladies' room. She stood in front of the mirror and held out her right hand. It trembled, and she clenched it into a fist. Calm down, she said to herself. You have to calm down, or it's no use. It's lost. She felt that she was sweating, but when she put a hand inside her dress and felt her armpit, it was dry. She combed her hair and surveyed her teeth. She remembered something a boy she had once gone out with had said. Nothing turns my stomach faster than seeing a girl with a big piece of crud between her teeth. She looked at her watch. 12:35. She went back into the restaurant and looked around. Just the same people, the bartender, and a waitress standing at the bar, folding napkins. The waitress saw Ellen come around the corner of the bar and she said, "Hello. May I help you?" "Yes. I'd like a table, please. For lunch." "For one." "No. 2. "Fine," said the waitress. She put down a napkin, picked up a pad, and walked Ellen to a table in the middle of the room. "Is this all right?" "No. I mean, yes. It's fine. I'd like to have that table in the corner booth, if you don't mind." "Sure," said the waitress. "Any table you like. We're not exactly full." She led Ellen to the table, and Ellen slipped into the booth with her back to the door. Hooper would be able to find her, if he came. "Can I get you a drink?" "Yes. A gin and tonic, please." When the waitress left the table, Ellen smiled. It was the first time since her wedding that she had had a drink during the day. The waitress brought the drink, and Ellen drank half of it immediately, eager to feel the relaxing warmth of alcohol. Every few seconds, she checked the door and looked at her watch. He's not going to come, she thought. It was almost 12:45. He got cold feet. He's scared of Martin. Maybe he's scared of me. What will I do if he doesn't come? I guess I'll have some lunch and go back to work. He's got to come. He can't do this to me. Hello. The word startled Ellen. She hopped in her seat and said, "Oh." Hooper slid into the seat opposite her and said, "I didn't mean to scare you. And I'm sorry I'm late. I had to stop for gas, and the station was jammed. The traffic was terrible. And so much for my excuses. I should have left more time. I am sorry." He looked into her eyes and smiled. She looked down at her glass. "You don't have to apologize. I was late myself." The waitress came to the table. "Can I get you a drink?" she said to Hooper. He noticed Ellen's glass and said, "Oh, sure, I guess so. If you are, I'll have a gin and tonic." "I'll have another one," said Ellen. "This one's almost finished." The waitress left, and Hooper said, "I don't normally drink at lunch." "Neither do I. After about 3 drinks I say stupid things. I never did hold my liquor very well." Ellen nodded. "I know the feeling. I tend to get sort of impetuous. So do I." "Really? I can't imagine you getting impetuous. I thought scientists weren't ever impetuous." Hooper smiled and said histrionically, "It may seem, madam, that we are wed to our test tubes, but beneath the icy exteriors there beat the hearts of some of the most brazen, raunchy people in the world." Ellen laughed. The waitress brought the drinks and left 2 menus on the edge of the table. They chatted, really about old times, about people they had known and what those people were doing now, about Hooper's ambitions in ichthyology. They never mentioned the shark or Brody or Ellen's children. It was an easy, rambling conversation, which suited Ellen. Her second drink loosened her up, and she felt happy and in command of herself. She wanted Hooper to have another drink, and she knew he was not likely to take the initiative and order one. She picked up one of the menus, hoping that the waitress would notice the movement, and said, "Let me see." What looks good? Hooper picked up the other menu and began to read, and after a minute or two, the waitress strolled over to the table. Are you ready to order? Not quite yet, said Ellen. It all looks good. Are you ready, Matthew? Not quite, said Hooper. Why don't we have one more drink while we're looking? Both, said the waitress. Hooper seemed to ponder for a moment. Then he nodded his head and said, Sure, a special occasion. They sat in silence, reading the menus. Ellen tried to assess how she felt. 3 drinks would be a fairly heavy load for her to carry, and she wanted to make sure she didn't get fuzzer-headed or fuzzer-tongued. What was that saying about alcohol increasing the desire but taking away from the performance? But that's just with men, she thought. I'm glad I don't have to worry about that. But what about him? Suppose he can't. Is there anything I can do? But that's silly. Not on 2 drinks. It must take 5 or 6 or 7. A man has to be incapacitated. But not if he's scared. Does he look scared? She peeked over the top of her menu and looked at Hooper. He didn't look nervous. If anything, he looked slightly perplexed. What's the matter? She said. He looked up. What do you mean? Your eyebrows were all scrunched up. You looked confused. Oh, nothing. I was just looking at the scallops, or what they claim are scallops. The chances are they're flounder, cut up with a cookie cutter. The waitress brought their drinks and said, Ready? Yes, said Ellen. I'll have the shrimp cocktail and the chicken. What kind of dressing would you like on your salad? We have French, Roquefort, Thousand Island, and oil and vinegar. Roquefort, please. Hooper said, Are these really bay scallops? I guess so, said the waitress. If that's what it says. All right. I'll have the scallops and French dressing on the salad. Anything to start? No, said Hooper, raising his glass. This'll be fine. In a few minutes, the waitress brought Ellen's shrimp cocktail. When she had left, Ellen said, Do you know what I'd love? Some wine. That's a very interesting idea, Hooper said, looking at her. But remember what I said about impetuousness. I may become irresponsible. I'm not worried. As Ellen spoke, she felt a blush crawl up her cheeks. Okay, but first I'd better check the treasury. He reached in his back pocket for his wallet. Oh no. This is my treat. Don't be silly. No, really. I asked you to lunch. She began to panic. It had never occurred to her that he might insist on paying. She didn't want to annoy him by sticking him with a big bill. On the other hand, she didn't want to seem patronizing, to offend his virility. I know, he said, but I'd like to take you to lunch. Was this a gambit? She couldn't tell. If it was, she didn't want to refuse it, but if he was just being polite. You're sweet, she said, but... I'm serious. Please. She looked down and toyed with the one shrimp remaining on her plate. Well, I know you're only being thoughtful, Hooper said, but don't be. Didn't David ever tell you about our grandfather? Not that I remember. What about him? Old Matt was known very affectionately as the Bandit. If he was alive today, I'd probably be at the head of the pack calling for his scalp. But he isn't, so all I had to worry about was whether to keep the bundle of money he left me or give it away. It wasn't a very difficult moral dilemma. I figure I can spend it as well as anyone I'd give it to. Does David have a lot of money, too? Yes. That's one of the things about him that's always baffled me. He's got enough to support himself and any number of wives for life. So why did he settle on a meatball for a second wife? Because she has more money than he does. I don't know. Maybe money doesn't feel comfortable unless it's married to money. What did your grandfather do? Railroads and mining. Technically, that is. Basically, he was a robber baron. At one point, he owned most of Denver. He was the landlord of the whole red light district. That must have been profitable. Not as much as you'd think, Hooper said with a laugh. From what I hear, he liked to collect his rent in trade. That might be a gambit, Ellen thought. What should she say? That's supposed to be every schoolgirl's fantasy, she ventured playfully. What is? To be a prostitute. To sleep with a whole lot of different men. Was it yours? Ellen laughed, hoping to cover her blush. I don't remember if it was exactly that, she said, but I guess we all have fantasies of one kind or another. Hooper smiled and leaned back in his chair. He called the waitress over and said, "Bring us a bottle of cold Chablis, would you please?" Something's happened, Ellen thought. She wondered if he could sense smell, like an animal. The invitation she had extended. Whatever it was, he had taken the offensive. All she had to do was avoid discouraging him. The food came, followed a moment later by the wine. Hooper's scallops were the size of marshmallows. "Flounder," he said after the waitress had left. "I should have known." "How can you tell?" Ellen asked. Immediately she wished she hadn't said anything. She didn't want to let the conversation drift. They're too big, for one thing, and the edges are too perfect. They were obviously cut. I suppose you could send them back. She hoped he wouldn't. A quarrel with the waitress could spoil their mood. "I might," said Hooper, and he grinned at Ellen. "Under different circumstances." He poured Ellen a glass of wine, then filled his own and raised it for a toast. "To fantasies," he said. "Tell me about yours." His eyes were a bright, liquid blue, and his lips were parted in a half smile. Ellen laughed. "Oh, mine aren't very interesting. I imagine they're just your old run-of-the-mill fantasies." "There's no such thing," said Hooper. "Tell me." He was asking, not demanding, but Ellen felt that the game she had started demanded that she answer. "Oh, she said. Her stomach felt warm, and the back of her neck was hot. "Just the standard things. Rape, I guess, is one." "How does it happen?" She tried to think, and she remembered the times when, alone, she would let her mind wander and conjure the carnal images. Usually she was in bed, often with her husband asleep beside her. Sometimes she found that, without knowing it, she had been rubbing her hand over her vagina, caressing herself. "Different ways," she said. "Name one." "Sometimes I'm in the kitchen in the morning, after everybody has left, and a workman from one of the houses next door comes to my back door. He wants to use the phone or have a glass of water." She stopped. "And then?" "I let him in the door, and he threatens to kill me if I don't do what he wants." "Does he hurt you?" "Oh no. I mean, he doesn't stab me or anything." "Does he hit you?" "No. He just rapes me." "Is it fun?" "Not at first. It's scary. But then, after a while, when he's got you all ready." Ellen's eyes moved to his, reading the remark for humor, irony, or cruelty. She saw none. Hooper ran his tongue over his lips and leaned forward until his face was only a foot or so from hers. Ellen thought, "The door's open now. All you have to do is walk through it." She said, "Yes." "Then it's fun." "Yes." She shifted in her seat, for the recollection was becoming physical. "Do you ever have an orgasm?" "Sometimes," she said. "Not always." "Is he big?" "Tall?" "Not." They had been speaking very softly, and now Hooper lowered his voice to a whisper. "I don't mean tall. Is he, big?" "Usually," said Ellen, and she chuckled. "Huge." "Is he black?" "No. I've heard that some women have fantasies about being raped by black men, but I never have." "Tell me another one." "Oh no," she said, laughing. "Now it's your turn." They heard footsteps and turned to see the waitress approaching their table. "Is everything all right?" she said. "Fine," Hooper said curtly. "Everything's fine." The waitress left. Ellen whispered, "Do you think she heard?" Hooper leaned forward. "Not a chance. Now tell me another one." It's going to happen, Ellen thought, and she felt suddenly nervous. She wanted to tell him why she was behaving this way, to explain that she didn't do this all the time. He probably thinks I'm a whore. Forget it. Don't get sappy, or you'll ruin it. No, she said with a smile. It's your turn. Mine are usually orgies, he said. Or at least threeses. What are threeses? 3 people. Me and 2 girls. Greedy. What do you do? It varies. Everything imaginable. Are you big? She said. Bigger every minute. What about you? I don't know. Compared to what? To other women. Some women have really tight ones. Ellen giggled. You sound like a comparison shopper. Just a conscientious consumer. I don't know how I am, she said. I haven't anything to compare it to. She looked down at her half-eaten chicken, and she laughed. What's funny? He asked. I was just wondering, she said, and her laughter built. I was just wondering if, oh, Lord, I'm getting a pain in my side if chickens have. Of course, said Hooper, but talk about a tighty. They laughed together, and when the laughter faded, Ellen impulsively said, let's make a fantasy. Okay, how do you want to start? What would you do to me if we were going to? You know. That's a very interesting question, he said with mock gravity. Before considering the what, however, we'd have to consider the where. I suppose there's always my room. Too dangerous. Everybody knows me at the Abelard. Anywhere in Amity would be too dangerous. What about your house? Lord, no. Suppose one of my children came home. Besides, I know. No desecrating the conjugal sheets. Okay, where else? There must be motels between here and Montauk. Or even better, between here and Orient Point. Fair enough. Even if there's not, there's always the car. In broad daylight, you do have wild fantasies. In fantasies, anything is possible. All right, that's settled. So what would you do? I think we should proceed chronologically. First of all, we'd leave here in one car, probably mine, because it's least known, and we'd come back later to pick up yours. Okay. Then while we were driving along, no, even before that, before we left here, I'd send you into the ladies' room and tell you to take off your panties. Why? So I could explore you while we're on the road, just to keep the motors running. I see, she said, trying to seem matter-of-fact. She felt hot, flushed, and sensed that her mind was floating somewhere apart from her body. She was a third person listening to the conversation. She had to fight to keep from shifting on the leatherette bench. She wanted to squirm back and forth, to move her thighs up and down, but she was afraid of leaving a stain on the seat. Then, said Hooper, while we were driving along, you might be sitting on my right hand and I'd be giving you a massage. Maybe I'd have my fly open. Maybe not, though, because you might get ideas, which would undoubtedly cause me to lose control, and that would probably cause a massive accident that would leave us both dead. Ellen started to giggle again, imagining the sight of Hooper lying by the side of the road, stiff as a flagpole, and herself lying next to him, her dress bunched up around her waist and her vagina yawning open, glistening wet, for the world to see. We'd try to find a motel, said Hooper, where the rooms are either in separate cabins or at least not butted right up against each other, wall to wall. Why? Noise. The walls are usually made of Kleenex and spit, and we wouldn't want to be inhibited by the thought of a shoe salesman in the next room pressing his ear to the wall and getting his kicks listening to us. Suppose you couldn't find a motel like that. We would, said Hooper. As I said, in a fantasy anything is possible. Why does he keep saying that? Ellen thought. He can't really be playing a word game, working up a fantasy he has no intention of fulfilling. Her mind scrambled for a question to keep the conversation alive. What name would you register us under? Ah yes, I'd forgotten. These days I can't conceive of anyone getting uptight about something like this. But you're right, we should have a name, just in case we ran into an old-fashioned innkeeper. How about Mr. and Mrs. Ull Kinsey? We could say we were on an extended field trip for research. And we'd tell him we'd send him an autographed copy of our report. We dedicate it to him. They both laughed, and Ellen said, "What about after we registered?" Well, we'd drive to wherever our room was, scout around to see if anyone seemed to be in the rooms nearby unless we had a cabin to ourselves, and then go inside. And then, that's when our options broaden. I'd probably be so turned on that I'd grab you, let you have it maybe on the bed, maybe not. That time would be my time. Your time would come later. What do you mean? The first time would be out of control, a slam bam thank you ma'am deal. After that, I'd have more control, and the second time I could prepare you. How would you do that? With delicacy and finesse. The waitress was approaching the table, so they sat back and stopped talking. Will there be anything else? No, said Hooper. Just the check. Ellen assumed that the waitress would return to the bar to total the bill, but she stood at the table, scribbling and carrying her ones. Ellen slid to the edge of the seat and said as she stood up, "Excuse me, I want to powder my nose before we go." "I know," said Hooper, smiling. "You do," said the waitress as Ellen passed her. "Boy, that's what marriage will do for you. I hope nobody ever knows me that well." Ellen arrived home a little before 4:30. She went upstairs, into the bathroom, and turned on the water in the tub. She took off all her clothes and stuffed them into the laundry hamper, mixing them with the clothes already in the hamper. She looked in the mirror and examined her face and neck. No marks. After her bath, she powdered herself, brushed her teeth, and gargled with mouthwash. She went into the bedroom, put on a fresh pair of underpants and a nightgown, pulled back the bedclothes and climbed into bed. She closed her eyes, hoping that sleep would pounce upon her. But sleep could not overpower a memory that kept sliding into her mind. It was a vision of Hooper, eyes wide and staring but unseeing at the wall as he approached climax. The eyes seemed to bulge until, just before release, Ellen had feared they might actually pop out of their sockets. Hooper's teeth were clenched, and he ground them the way people do during sleep. From his voice there came a gurgling whine, whose tone rose higher and higher with each frenzied thrust. Even after his obvious, violent climax, Hooper's countenance had not changed. His teeth were still clenched, his eyes still fixed on the wall, and he continued to pump madly. He was oblivious of the being beneath him, and when, perhaps a full minute after his climax, Hooper still did not relax, Ellen had become afraid of what, she wasn't sure, but the ferocity and intensity of his assault seemed to her a pursuit in which she was only a vehicle. After a while, she had tapped him on the back and said softly, "Hey, I'm here too," and in a moment his eyelids closed and his head dropped to her shoulder. Later, during their subsequent coupling, Hooper had been more gentle, more controlled, less detached. But the fury of the first encounter still lingered disturbingly in Ellen's mind. Finally, her mind gave in to fatigue, and she fell asleep. Almost instantly, it seemed, she was awakened by a voice that said, "Hey there, are you okay?" She opened her eyes and saw Brody sitting on the end of the bed. She yawned. "What time is it?" "Almost 6. Oh, I've got to pick up Sean. Phyllis Santos must be having a fit." "I got him," said Brody. "I figured I'd better, once I couldn't reach you." "You tried to reach me?" "A couple of times. I tried you at the hospital at around 2. They said they thought you'd come home." "That's right. I did. I felt awful. My thyroid pills aren't doing what they should. So I came home. Then I tried to reach you here. It must have been important." "No, it was nothing important. If you must know, I was calling to apologize for whatever I did that got you upset last night." A twinge of shame struck Ellen, but it passed, and she said, "You're sweet, but don't worry. I'd already forgotten about it." "Oh," said Brody. He waited a moment to see if she was going to say anything else, and when it was clear she wasn't, he said, "So where were you?" "I told you, here." The words came out more harshly than she had intended. "I came home and went to bed, and that's where you found me." "And you didn't hear the phone? It's right there." Brody pointed to the bed table near the other side of the bed. "No, She started to say she had turned the phone off, but then she remembered that this particular phone couldn't be turned off all the way. The moaning of the damned won't wake me after I've taken one of those pills. Brody shook his head. I really am going to throw those damn things down the John. You're turning into a junkie. He stood and went into the bathroom. Ellen heard him flip up the toilet seat and begin to urinate a loud, powerful, steady stream that went on and on and on. She smiled. Until today, she had assumed Brody was some kind of urinary freak. He could go for almost a day without urinating. Then, when he did pee, he seemed to pee forever. Long ago, she had concluded that his bladder was the size of a watermelon. Now she knew that huge bladder capacity was simply a male trait. Now, she said to herself, I am a woman of the world. Have you heard from Hooper? Brody called over the noise of the endless stream. Ellen thought for a moment about her response, then said, he called this morning, just to say thank you. Why? I tried to get hold of him today, too. Around midday and a couple of times during the afternoon. The hotel said they didn't know where he was. What time did he call here? Just after you left for work. Did he say what he was going to be doing? He said he might try to work on the boat, I think. I really don't remember. Oh, that's funny. What is? I stopped by the dock on my way home. The harbour master said he hadn't seen Hooper all day. Maybe he changed his mind. He was probably shagging Daisy Wicker in some hotel room. Ellen heard the stream slow, then dwindle into droplets. Then she heard the toilet flush. Chapter 9. On Thursday morning, Brody got a call summoning him to Vaughan's office for a noon meeting of the Board of Selectmen. He knew what the subject of the meeting was, opening the beaches for the 4th of July weekend that would begin the day after tomorrow. By the time he left his office for the town hall, he had marshalled and examined every argument he could think of. He knew his arguments were subjective, negative, based on intuition, caution, and an abiding, gnawing guilt. But Brody was convinced he was right. Opening the beaches would not be a solution or a conclusion. It would be a gamble that Amity and Brody really win. They would never know for certain that the shark had gone away. They would be living from day to day, hoping for a continuing draw. And one day, Brody was sure they would lose. The town hall stood at the head of Main Street, where Main dead-ended and was crossed by Water Street. The building was a crown at the top of the T formed by Main and Water Streets. It was an imposing, pseudo-Georgian affair, red brick with white trim and 2 white columns framing the entrance. A World War II howitzer sat on the lawn in front of the town hall, a memorial to the citizens of Amity who had served in the war. The building had been given to the town in the late 1920s by an investment banker who had somehow convinced himself that Amity would one day be the hub of commerce on eastern Long Island. He felt that the town's public officials should work in a building befitting their destiny, not, as had been the case until then, conducting the town's business in a tiny suite of airless rooms above a saloon called the Mill. In February 1930, the distraught banker, who had proved no more adept at predicting his own destiny than Amity's, tried, unsuccessfully, to reclaim the building, insisting he had intended only to loan it to the town. The rooms inside the town hall were as preposterously grandiose as the exterior. They were huge and high-ceilinged, each with its own elaborate chandelier. Rather than pay to remodel the interior into small cubicles, successive Amity administrations had simply jammed more and more people into each room. Only the mayor was still permitted to perform his part-time duties in solitary splendor. Vaughan's office was on the southeast corner of the 2nd floor, overlooking most of the town and, in the distance, the Atlantic Ocean. Vaughan's secretary, a wholesome, pretty woman named Janet Sumner, sat at a desk outside the mayor's office. Though he seldom saw her, Brody was paternally fond of Janet, and he was idly mystified that aged about 26 she was still unmarried. He usually made a point of inquiring about her love life before he entered Vaughan's office. Today he said simply, "Are they all inside?" "All that's coming." Brody started into the office, and Janet said, "Don't you want to know who I'm going out with?" He stopped, smiled, and said, "Sure. I'm sorry. My mind's a mess today." "So who is it?" "Nobody. I'm in temporary retirement. But I'll tell you one thing." She lowered her voice and leaned forward. I wouldn't mind playing footsie with that Mr. Hooper. Is he in there? Janet nodded. I wonder when he was elected selectman. I don't know, she said, but he sure is cute. Sorry, Jan, he's spoken for. By who? Daisy Wicker. Janet laughed. What's funny? I just broke your heart. You don't know about Daisy Wicker? I guess I don't. Again Janet lowered her voice. She's queer. She's got a lady roommate and everything. She's not even AC/DC. She's just plain old DC. I'll be damned, said Brody. You sure do have an interesting job. January. As he entered the office, Brody said to himself, okay, so where the hell was Hooper yesterday? As soon as he was inside the office, Brody knew he would be fighting alone. The only selectmen present were longtime friends and allies of Vaughan's, Tony Katsoulis, a builder who looked like a fire hydrant, Ned Thatcher, a frail old man whose family had owned the Abelard Arms Inn for 3 generations, Paul Conover, owner of Amity Liquors, and Rafe Lopez, pronounced Loops, a dark-skinned Portuguese elected to the board by, and a vocal defender of, the town's black community. The 4 selectmen sat around a coffee table at one end of the immense room. Vaughan sat at his desk at the other end of the room. Hooper stood at a southerly window, staring out at the sea. Where's Albert Morris? Brody said to Vaughan after perfunctorily greeting the others. He couldn't make it, said Vaughan. I don't think he felt well. And Fred Potter? Same thing. There must be a bug going around. Vaughan stood up. Well, I guess we're all here. Grab a chair and pull it over by the coffee table. God, he looks awful, Brody thought as he watched Vaughan drag a straight-back chair across the room. Vaughan's eyes were sunken and dark. His skin looked like mayonnaise. Either he's got some fierce hangover, Brody decided, or else he hasn't slept in a month. When everyone was seated, Vaughan said, you all know why we're here. And I guess it's safe to say that there's only one of us that needs convincing about what we should do. You mean me, said Brody. Vaughan nodded. Look at it from our point of view, Martin. The town is dying. People are out of work. Stores that were going to open aren't. People aren't renting houses, let alone buying them. And every day we keep the beaches closed, we drive another nail into our own coffin. We're saying, officially, this town is unsafe. Stay away from here. And people are listening. Suppose you do open the beaches for the 4th, Larry, said Brody. And suppose someone gets killed. It's a calculated risk, but I think it's worth taking. Why? Vaughan said Hooper. First of all, nobody's seen the fish in a week. Nobody's been in the water, either. That's true. But I've been on the boat looking for him every day but one. I meant to ask you about that. Where were you yesterday? It rained, said Hooper. Remember. So what did you do? I just... He paused momentarily, then said, I studied some water samples. And read. Where? In your hotel room. Part of the time, yeah. What are you driving at? I called your hotel. They said you were out all afternoon. So I was out. Hooper said angrily. I don't have to report in every 5 minutes, do I? No. But you're here to do a job, not go gallivanting around all those country clubs you used to belong to. Listen, mister, you're not paying me. I can do whatever the fuck I want. Vaughan broke in. Come on. This isn't getting anybody anywhere. Anyway, said Hooper, I haven't seen a trace of that fish. Not a sign. Then there's the water. It's getting warmer every day. It's almost 70 now. As a rule I know, rules are made to be broken. Great whites prefer cooler water. So you think he's gone farther north? Or out deeper, into colder water? He could even have gone south. You can't predict what these things are going to do. That's my point, said Brody. You can't predict it. So all you're doing is guessing. Vaughan said, You can't ask for a guarantee, Martin. Tell that to Christine Watkins, or the Kintner boy's mother. I know, Vaughan said impatiently. But we have to do something. We can't sit around waiting for divine revelation. God isn't going to scribble across the sky. The shark is gone. We have to weigh the evidence and make a decision. Brody nodded. I guess. So what else has the boy genius come up with? What's the matter with you? Said Hooper. I was asked for my opinion. Sure, said Brody. Okay, what else? What we've known all along. That there's no reason for that fish to hang around here. I haven't seen him. The Coast Guard hasn't seen him. No new reef has popped up from the bottom. No garbage scows are dumping stuff into the water. No extraordinary fish life is around. There's just no reason for him to be here. But there never has been, has there? And he was here. That's true. I can't explain it. I doubt if anyone can. An act of God, then, if you like. And there's no insurance against acts of God, is there, Larry? I don't know what you're getting at, Martin, said Vaughan. But we've got to make a decision. As far as I'm concerned, there's only one way to go. The decision's been made, said Brody. You could say that, yes. And when someone else gets killed, who's taking the blame this time? Who's going to talk to the husband or the mother or the wife and tell them, we were just playing the odds and we lost? Don't be so negative, Martin. When the time comes, if the time comes, and I'm betting it won't, we'll work that out then. Now, God damn it. I'm sick of taking all the shit for your mistakes. Wait a minute, Martin. I'm serious. If you want the authority for opening the beaches, then you take the responsibility, too. What are you saying? I'm saying that as long as I'm chief of police in this town, as long as I'm supposed to be responsible for public safety, those beaches will not be open. I'll tell you this, Martin, said Vaughan. If those beaches stay closed over the 4th of July weekend, you won't have your job very long. And I'm not threatening. I'm telling you, we can still have a summer. But we have to tell people it's safe to come here. 20 minutes after they hear you won't open the beaches, the people of this town will impeach you, or find a rail and run you out on it. Do you agree, gentlemen? Fucking A, said Katsoulis. I'll give them the rail myself. My people got no work, said Lopez. You don't let them work, you're not gonna work. Brody said flatly, you can have my job anytime you want it. A buzzer sounded on Vaughan's desk. He stood up angrily and crossed the room. He picked up the phone. I told you we didn't want to be disturbed, he snapped. There was a moment's silence, and he said to Brody, there's a call for you. Janet says it's urgent. You can take it here or outside. I'll take it outside, Brody said, wondering what could be urgent enough to call him out of a meeting with the selectmen. Another attack. He left the room and closed the door behind him. Janet handed him the phone on her desk, but before she could depress the flashing button to release it from hold, Brody said, tell me, did Larry ever call Albert Morris and Fred Potter this morning? Janet looked away from him. I was told not to say anything about anything to anybody. Tell me, Janet, I need to know. Will you put in a good word for me with Golden Boy in there? It's a deal. No. The only ones I called were the 4 in there. Push the button. Janet pushed the button, and Brody said, Brody. Inside his office, Vaughan saw the light stop flashing, and he gently eased his finger off the receiver hook and placed his hand over the mouthpiece. He looked around the room, searching each face for a challenge. No one returned his gaze, not even Hooper, who had decided that the less he was involved in the affairs of Amity, the better off he would be. It's Harry, Martin, said Meadows. I know you're in a meeting, and I know you've got to get back to it. So just listen. I'll be brief. Larry Vaughan is up to his tail in hock. I don't believe it. Listen, I said. The fact that he's in debt doesn't mean anything. It's who he's in debt to that matters. A long time ago, maybe 25 years, before Larry had any money, his wife got sick. I don't remember what she had, but it was serious and expensive. My memory's a little hazy on this, but I remember him saying afterward that he had been helped out by a friend, gotten a loan to pull him through. It must have been for several $1,000s. Larry told me the man's name. I wouldn't have thought anything about it, but Larry said something about the man being willing to help out people in trouble. I was young then, and I didn't have any money either, so I made a note of the name and stuck it away in my files. It never occurred to me to look it up again until you asked me to start snooping. The name was Tino Russo.
Get to the point, Harry.
I am.
Now jump to the present.
A couple of months ago, before this shark thing ever began, a company was formed called Cascata Estates.
It's a holding company.
At the beginning, it had no real assets. The first thing it bought was a big potato field just north of Scotch Road. When the summer didn't shape up well, Cascata began to buy a few more properties. It was all perfectly legitimate. The company obviously has cash behind it somewhere, and it was taking advantage of the down market to pick up properties at low prices. But then as soon as the first newspaper reports about the shark thing came out, Cascata really started buying. The lower real estate prices fell, the more they bought. All very quietly. Prices are so low now that it's almost like during the war, and Cascata's still buying.
Very little money down.
All short-term promissory notes. Signed by Larry Vaughan, who is listed as the president of Cascata. The executive vice president of Cascata Estates is Tino Russo, who the Times has been listing for years as a second echelon crumb in one of the 5 mafia families in New York. Brody whistled through his teeth, and the Sonofabich has been moaning about how nobody's been buying anything from him. I still don't understand why he's being pressured to open the beaches. I'm not sure. I'm not even sure he's still being pressured. He may be arguing out of personal desperation. I imagine his way overextended. He couldn't buy anything more no matter how low the prices go. The only way he can get out without being ruined is if the market turns around and the prices go up. Then he can sell what is bought and get the profit. Or Russo can get the profit, however the deal's worked out. If prices keep going down, in other words, if the town is still officially unsafe, his notes are going to come due. He can't possibly meet them. He's probably got over $500,000 out now in cash down payments. He'll lose his cash, and the properties will either revert to the original owners or else get picked up by Russo if he can raise the cash. I don't imagine Russo would want to take the risk. Prices might keep going down, and then he'd take a bath along with Vaughan. My guess is that Russo still has hopes of big profits, but the only way he has a chance of getting them is if Vaughan forces the beaches open. Then, if nothing happens, if the shark doesn't kill anybody else before long, prices will go up and Vaughan can sell out. Russo will take his cut, half the gross or whatever, and Cascata will be dissolved. Vaughan will get what's left, probably enough to keep him from being ruined. If the shark does kill someone else, then the only one who gets screwed is Vaughan. As far as I can tell, Russo doesn't have a nickel in cash in this outfit. It's all.
You're a goddamned liar, Meadows.
Vaughan's voice shrieked into the phone. You print one word of that crap and I'll sue you to death. There was a click as Vaughan slammed down the phone. So much for the integrity of our elected officials, said Meadows. What are you going to do, Harry?
Can you print anything?
No, at least not yet.
I can't document enough.
You know as well as I do that the mob is getting more and more involved in Long Island, the construction business, restaurants, everything. But it's hard as hell to prove an actual illegality. In Vaughan's case, I'm not sure there's anything illegal going on, in the strict sense of the word. In a few days, with a little more digging, I should be able to put together a piece saying that Vaughan has been associating with a known mobster. I mean a piece that will hold up if Vaughan ever did try to sue. It sounds to me like you've got enough now, said Brody. I have the knowledge, but not the proof. I don't have the documents, or even copies of them. I've seen them, but that's all. Do you think any of the selectmen are in on the deal? Larry loaded this meeting against me.
No. You mean Katsoulis and Conover?
They're just old buddies who owe Larry a favor or two. If Thatcher's there, he's too old and too scared to say a word against Larry. And Lopez is straight. He's really concerned about jobs for his people. Does Hooper know any of this? He's making a pretty strong case for opening the beaches. No, I'm pretty sure he doesn't. I only wrapped it up myself a few minutes ago, and there are still a lot of loose threads. What do you think I ought to do? I may have quit already. I offered them my job before I came out to take your call. Christ, don't quit. First of all, we need you. If you quit, Russo will get together with Vaughn and handpick your successor. You may think all your troops are honest, but I'll bet Russo could find one who wouldn't mind exchanging a little integrity for a few dollars, or even just for a shot at the chief's job. So where does that leave me? If I were you, I'd open the beaches. For God's sake, Harry, that's what they want. I might as well go on their payroll. You said yourself that there's a strong argument for opening the beaches. I think Hooper's right. You're going to have to open them sometime, even if we never see that fish again. You might as well do it now. And let the mob take their money and run. What else can you do? You keep them closed, and Vaughn will find a way to get rid of you, and he'll open them himself. Then you'll be no use whatever. To anybody. At least this way, if you open the beaches and nothing happens, the town might have a chance. Then, maybe later, we can find a way to pin something on Vaughn. I don't know what, but maybe there'll be something. Shit, said Brody. All right, Harry, I'll think about it. But if I open them, I'm gonna do it my way. Thanks for the call. He hung up and went into Vaughn's office. Vaughn was standing at the southerly window, his back to the door. When he heard Brody walk in, he said, "The meeting's over." "What do you mean, over?" said Katsoulis. "We ain't decided a fucking thing." Vaughn spun around and said, "It's over, Tony. Don't give me any trouble. It'll work out the way we want. Just give me a chance to have a little chat with the chief. Okay. Now, everybody out." Hooper and the 4 selectmen left the office. Brody watched Vaughn as he ushered them out. He knew he should feel pity for Vaughn, but he couldn't suppress the contempt that flowed over him. Vaughn shut the door, walked over to the couch, and sat down heavily. He rested his elbows on his knees and rubbed his temples with his fingertips. "We were friends, Martin," he said. "I hope we can be again." "How much of what Meadows said is true?" "I won't tell you. I can't. Suffice it to say that a man once did a favor for me, and now he wants me to repay the favor. In other words, all of it." Vaughn looked up, and Brody saw that his eyes were red and wet. "I swear to you, Martin, if I had any idea how far this would go, I'd never have gotten into it." "How much are you into him for?" "The original amount was 10,000. I tried to pay it back twice, a long time ago, but I could never get them to cash my checks. They kept saying it was a gift, not to worry about it, but they never gave me back my marker. When they came to me a couple of months ago, I offered them $100,000 cash. They said it wasn't enough. They didn't want the money. They wanted me to make a few investments. Everybody'd be a winner, they said. "And how much are you out now?" "God knows. Every cent I have. More than every cent, probably close to $1 million. Vaughn took a deep breath. "Can you help me, Martin? The only thing I can do for you is put you in touch with the DA. If you testify, you might be able to slap a loan sharking rap on these guys. I'd be dead before I got home from the DA's office, and Eleanor would be left without anything. That's not the kind of help I meant." "I know." Brody looked down at Vaughn, a huddled, wounded animal, and he did feel compassion for him. He began to doubt his own opposition to opening the beaches. How much of it was the residue of prior guilt? How much fear of another attack? How much was he indulging himself, playing it safe? And how much was prudent concern for the town? "I'll tell you what, Larry. I'll open the beaches. Not to help you, because I'm sure if I didn't open them you'd find a way to get rid of me and open them yourself. I'll open the beaches because I'm not sure I'm right anymore." "Thanks, Martin. I appreciate that. I'm not finished. Like I said, I'll open them, but I'm going to post men on the beaches, and I'm going to have Hooper patrol in the boat.
and I'm going to make sure every person who comes down there knows the danger. You can't do that, Vaughn said. You might as well leave the damn things closed. I can do it, Larry, and I will. What are you going to do? Post signs warning of a killer shark. Put an ad in the newspaper saying beaches open, stay away. Nobody's going to go to the beach if it's crawling with cops. I don't know what I'm going to do, but something. I'm not going to make believe nothing ever happened. All right, Martin. Vaughn rose. You don't leave me much choice. If I got rid of you, you'd probably go down to the beach as a private citizen and run up and down yelling shark. So all right, but be subtle if not for my sake, for the town's. Brody left the office. As he walked down the stairs, he looked at his watch. It was past 1 o'clock, and he was hungry. He went down Water Street to Loeffler's, Amity's only delicatessen. It was owned by Paul Loeffler, a classmate of Brody's in high school. As Brody pulled open the glass door, he heard Loeffler say, "Like a goddamn dictator, if you ask me. I don't know what's his problem." When he saw Brody, Loeffler blushed. He had been a skinny kid in high school, but as soon as he had taken over his father's business, he had succumbed to the terrible temptations that surrounded him for 12 hours of every day of every week, and nowadays he looked like a pear. Brody smiled. "You weren't talking about me, were you, Powley?" "What makes you think that?" said Loeffler, his blush deepening. "Nothing. Never mind. If you'll make me a ham and Swiss on rye with mustard, I'll tell you something that will make you happy." "That I have to hear." Loeffler began to assemble Brody's sandwich. "I'm going to open the beaches for the 4th. That makes me happy." "Business bad. Bad. Business is always bad with you. Not like this. If it doesn't get better soon, I'm going to be the cause of a race riot." "What do you mean?" "I'm supposed to hire 2 delivery boys for the summer. I'm committed, but I can't afford 2. Let alone I don't have enough work for 2, the way things are. So I can only hire 1. One's white and one's black." "Which one are you hiring?" "The black one. I figure he needs the money more. I just thank God the white one isn't Jewish." Brody arrived home at 5:10. As he pulled into the driveway, the back door to the house opened, and Ellen ran toward him. She had been crying, and she was still visibly upset. "What's the matter?" he said. "Thank God you're home. I tried to reach you at work, but you had already left. Come here. Quick." She took him by the hand and led him past the back door to the shed where they kept the garbage cans. "In there," she said, pointing to a can. "Look." Brody removed the lid from the can. Lying in a twisted heap atop a bag of garbage was Sean's cat, a big, husky Tom named Frisky. The cat's head had been twisted completely around, and the yellow eyes overlooked its back. "How the hell did that happen?" said Brody. "A car." "No, I mean..." Ellen's breath came in sobs. "A man did it to him. Sean was right there when it happened. The man got out of a car over by the curb." He picked up the cat and twisted its head until the neck broke. Sean said it made a horrible snap. Then he dropped the cat on the lawn and got back in his car and drove away. "Did he say anything?" "I don't know. Sean's inside. He's hysterical, and I don't blame him." "Martin, what's happening?" Brody slammed the top back on the can. "Goddamn sonofabich," he said. His throat felt tight, and he clenched his teeth, popping the muscles on both sides of his jaw. "Let's go inside." 5 minutes later, Brody marched out the back door. He tore the lid off the garbage can and threw it aside. He reached in and pulled out the cat's corpse. He took it to his car, pitched it through the open window, and climbed in. He backed out of the driveway and screeched away. 100 yards down the road, in a burst of fury, he turned on his siren. It took him only a couple of minutes to reach Vaughn's house, a large, Tudor-style stone mansion on Sprain Drive, just off Scotch Road. He got out of the car, dragging the dead cat by one of its hind legs, mounted the front steps, and rang the bell. He hoped Eleanor Vaughan wouldn't answer the door. The door opened,
and Vaughan said, "Hello, Martin." "Hi." Brody raised the cat and pushed it toward Vaughan's face. "What about this, you cocksucker?" Vaughan's eyes widened. "What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about." "One of your friends did this. Right in my front yard, right in front of my kid. They murdered my fucking cat. Did you tell them to do that?" "Don't be crazy, Martin." Vaughan seemed genuinely shocked. "I'd never do anything like that." "Never?" Brody lowered the cat and said, "Did you call your friends after I left?" "Well, yes, but just to say that the beaches would be open tomorrow." "That's all you said?" "Yes. Why?" "You lying fuck." Brody hit Vaughan in the chest with the cat and let it fall to the floor. "You know what the guy said after he strangled my cat? You know what he told my 8-year-old boy?" "No. Of course I don't know. How would I know?" "He said the same thing you did. He said, 'Tell your old man this, be subtle.'" Brody turned and walked down the steps, leaving Vaughan standing over the gnarled bundle of bone and fur. Chapter 10. Friday was cloudy, with scattered light showers, and the only people who swam were a young couple who took a quick dip early in the morning just as Brody's man arrived at the beach. Hooper patrolled for 6 hours and saw nothing. On Friday night, Brody called the Coast Guard for a weather report. He wasn't sure what he hoped to hear. He knew he should wish for beautiful weather for the 3-day holiday weekend. It would bring people to Amity, and if nothing happened, if nothing was sighted, by Tuesday he might begin to believe the shark had gone. If nothing happened. Privately, he would have welcomed a 3-day blow that would keep the beaches clear over the weekend. Either way, he begged his personal deities not to let anything happen. He wanted Hooper to go back to Woods Hole. It was not just that Hooper was always there, the expert voice to contradict his caution. Brody sensed that somehow Hooper had come into his home. He knew Ellen had talked to Hooper since the party. Young Martin had mentioned something about the possibility of Hooper taking them on a beach picnic to look for shells. Then there was that business on Wednesday. Ellen had said she was sick, and she certainly had looked worn out when he came home. But where had Hooper been that day? Why had he been so evasive when Brody had asked him about it? For the first time in his married life, Brody was wondering, and the wondering filled him with an uncomfortable ambivalent self-reproach for questioning Ellen, and fear that there might actually be something to wonder about. The weather report was for clear and sunny, southwest winds 5 to 10 knots. Well, Brody thought, maybe that's for the best. If we have a good weekend and nobody gets hurt, maybe I can believe. And Hooper's sure to leave. Brody had said he would call Hooper as soon as he talked to the Coast Guard. He was standing at the kitchen phone. Ellen was washing the supper dishes. Brody knew Hooper was staying at the Ablard Arms. He saw the phone book buried beneath a pile of bills, notepads, and comic books on the kitchen counter. He started to reach for it, then stopped. "I have to call Hooper," he said. "You know where the phone book is?" "It's 6543, said Ellen. "What is?" "The Abelard." "That's the number, 6543. "How do you know?" "I have a memory for phone numbers. You know that. I always have." He did know it, and he cursed himself for playing stupid tricks. He dialed the number. Abelard Arms. It was a male voice, young. "The night clerk. Matt Hooper's room, please." "You don't happen to know the room number, sir?" "No." Brody cupped his hand over the mouthpiece and said to Ellen, "You don't happen to know the room number, do you?" She looked at him, and for a second she didn't answer. Then she shook her head. The clerk said, "Here it is. 405. The phone rang twice before Hooper answered. "This is Brody." "Yeah. Hi." Brody faced the wall, trying to imagine what the room looked like. He conjured visions of a small dark garret, a rumpled bed, stains on the sheets, the smells of rut. He felt, briefly, that he was going out of his mind. "I guess we're on for tomorrow," he said. "The weather report is good." "Yeah, I know." "Then I'll see you down at the dock." "What time?" 9:30, I guess. Nobody's going to go swimming before then." "Okay. 9:30. Fine. Oh hey, by the way, Brody said, how did things work out with Daisy Wicker? What? Brody wished he hadn't asked the question. Nothing. I was just curious. You know, about whether you two hit it off. Well, yeah, now that you mention it. Is that part of your job, to check on people's sex lives? Forget it. Forget I ever mentioned it. He hung up the phone. Liar, he thought. What the hell is going on here? He turned to Ellen. I meant to ask you, Martin said something about a beach picnic. When's that? No special time, she said. It was just a thought. Oh. He looked at her, but she didn't return the glance. I think it's time you got some sleep. Why do you say that? You haven't been feeling well, and that's the second time you've washed that glass. He took a beer from the refrigerator. He yanked the metal tab and it broke off in his hand. Fuck, he said, and he threw the full can into the wastebasket and marched out of the room. Saturday noon, Brody stood on a dune overlooking the Scotch Road beach, feeling half secret agent, half fool. He was wearing a polo shirt and a bathing suit. He had had to buy one specially for this assignment. He was chagrined at his white legs, nearly hairless after years of chafing in long pants. He wished Ellen had come with him to make him feel less conspicuous, but she had begged off, claiming that since he wasn't going to be home over the weekend, this would be a good time to catch up on her housework. In a beach bag by Brody's side were a pair of binoculars, a walkie-talkie, 2 beers, and a cellophane-wrapped sandwich. Offshore, between a quarter and half a mile, the flicker moved slowly eastward. Brody watched the boat and said to himself, at least I know where he is today. The Coast Guard had been right. The day was splendid, cloudless and warm, with a light onshore breeze. The beach was not crowded. A dozen teenagers were scattered about in their ritual rows. A few couples lay dozing motionless as corpses, as if to move would disrupt the cosmic rhythms that generated a tan. A family was gathered around a charcoal fire in the sand, and the scent of grilling hamburger drifted into Brody's nose. No one had yet gone swimming. Twice, different sets of parents had led their children to the water's edge and allowed them to wade in the wave wash. But after a few minutes bored or fearful, the parents had ordered the children back up the beach. Brody heard footsteps crackling in the beach grass behind him, and he turned around. A man and a woman in their late 40s, probably, and both grossly overweight, were struggling up the dune, dragging 2 complaining children behind them. The man wore khakis, a t-shirt, and basketball sneakers. The woman wore a print dress that rode up her wrinkled thighs. In her hand she carried a pair of sandals. Behind them Brody saw a Winnebago camper parked on Scotch Road. Can I help you? Brody said when the couple had reached the top of the dune. Is this the beach? Said the woman. What beach are you looking for? The public beach is. This is it, a right, said the man, pulling a map out of his pocket. He spoke with the unmistakable accent of the Queensborough New Yorker. We turned off 27 and followed this road here. This is it, a right. So where's the shark? Said one of the children, a fat boy of about 13. I thought you said we were going to see a shark. Shut up, said his father. He said to Brody, where's this hotshot shark? What shark? The shark that's killed all them people. I seen it on TV on 3 different channels. There's a shark that kills people. Right here. There was a shark here, said Brody. But it isn't here now. And with any luck, it won't come back. The man stared at Brody for a second and then snarled. You mean we drove all the way out here to see this shark and is gone? That's not what the TV said. I can't help that, said Brody. I don't know who told you you were going to see that shark. They don't just come up on the beach and shake hands, you know. Don't smart-mouth me, buddy. Brody stood up. Listen, mister, he said, pulling his wallet from the belt of his bathing suit and opening it so the man could see his badge. I'm the chief of police in this town. I don't know who you are or who you think you are, but you don't march onto a private beach in Amity and start behaving like a bum. Now state your business or beat it. The man stopped posturing. Sorry, he said. It's just after all that goddamn traffic and the kids screaming in my ear. I thought at least we'd get a look at the shark. That's what we come all the way out here for. You drove 2.5 hours to see a shark? Why? Something to do. Last weekend we went to Jungle Habitat. We thought maybe this weekend we'd go to the Jersey Shore. But then we heard about the shark out here. The kids never seen a shark before. Well, I hope they don't see one today, either. Shit, said the man. You said we'd see a shark, whined one of the boys. Shut your mouth, Benny. The man turned back to Brody. Is it okay if we have lunch here? Brody knew he could order the people down to the public beach, but without a residence parking sticker they would have to park their camper more than a mile from the beach. So he said, I guess so. If somebody complains, you'll have to move, but I doubt anyone will complain today. Go ahead, but don't leave anything, not a gum wrapper or a matchstick on the beach, or I'll slap a ticket on you for littering. Okay. The man said to his wife, You got the cooler? I left it in the camper, she said. I didn't know we'd be staying. Shit. The man trudged down the dune, panting. The woman and her 2 children walked 20 or 30 yards away and sat on the sand. Brody looked at his watch, 12:15. He reached into the beach bag and took out the walkie-talkie. He pushed a button and said, You there, Leonard. Then he released the button. In a moment, the reply came back, rasping through the speaker. I read you, Chief. Over. Hendricks had volunteered to spend the weekend on the public beach, as the third point in the triangle of watch. You're getting to be a regular beach bum, Brody had said when Hendricks volunteered. Hendricks had laughed and said, Sure, Chief. If you're going to live in a place like this, you might as well become a beautiful people. What's up? Said Brody. Anything going on? Nothing we can't handle, but there is a little problem. People keep coming up to me and trying to give me tickets. Over. Tickets for what? To get onto the beach. They say they bought special tickets in town that allow them to come onto the Amity Beach. You should see the damn things. I got one right here. It says Shark Beach. Admit 1. $2.50. All I can figure is some sharpie is making a pretty fine killing selling people tickets they don't need. Over. What's their reaction when you turn down their tickets? First, they're mad as hell when I tell them they've been taken, that there's no charge for coming to the beach. Then they get even madder when I tell them that, ticket or no ticket, they can't leave their cars in the parking lot without a parking permit. Over. Did any of them tell you who's selling the tickets? Just some guy, they say. They met him on Main Street, and he told them they couldn't get on the beach without a ticket. Over. I want to find out who the hell is selling those tickets, Leonard, and I want him stopped. Go to the phone booth in the parking lot and call headquarters and tell whoever answers that I want a man to go down to Main Street and arrest that bastard. If he comes from out of town, run him out of town. If he lives here, lock him up. On what charge? Over. I don't care. Think of something. Fraud. Just get him off the streets. Okay, Chief. Any other problems? No. There are some more of those TV guys here with one of those mobile units, but they're not doing anything except interviewing people. Over. About what? Just the standard stuff. You know, are you scared to go swimming? What do you think about the shark? All that crap. Over. How long have they been there? Most of the morning. I don't know how long they'll hang around, especially since no one's going in water. Over. As long as they're not causing any trouble. No. Over. Okay. Hey, Leonard, you don't have to say over all the time. I can tell when you're finished speaking. Just procedure, Chief. Keeps things clear. Over and out. Brody waited a moment, then pushed the button again and said, Hooper, this is Brody. Anything out there? There was no answer. This is Brody calling Hooper. Can you hear me? He was about to call a third time when he heard Hooper's voice. Sorry. I was out on the stern. I thought I saw something. What did you see? Nothing. I'm sure it was nothing. My eyes were playing tricks on me. What did you think you saw? I can't really describe it. A shadow, maybe. Nothing more. The sunlight can fool you. You haven't seen anything else? Not a thing. All morning. Let's keep it that way. I'll check with you later. Fine. I'll be in front of the public beach in a minute or two. Brody put the walkie-talkie back in the bag and took out his sandwich. The bread was cold and stiff from resting against the ice-filled plastic bag that contained the cans of beer. By 2:30, the beach was almost empty. People had gone off to play tennis, to sail, to have their hair done. The only ones left on the beach were half a dozen teenagers and the family from Queens. Brody's legs had begun to sunburn. Faint red blotches were surfacing on his thighs and the tops of his feet, so he covered them with his towel. He took the walkie-talkie out of the bag and called Hendricks. Anything happened, Leonard? Not a thing, Chief. Over. Anybody go swimming? Nope. Wading. But that's about it. Over. Same here. What do you hear about the ticket seller? Nothing, but nobody's giving me tickets anymore, so I guess somebody ran him off. Over. What about the TV people? They're gone. They left a few minutes ago. They wanted to know where you were. Over. What for? Beats me. Over. Did you tell them? Sure. I didn't see why not. Over. Okay. I'll talk to you later. Brody decided to take a walk. He pushed a finger into one of the pink blotches on his thigh. It turned stark white, then flushed angry red when he removed his finger. He stood, wrapped his towel around his waist to keep the sun from his legs, and, carrying the walkie-talkie, strolled toward the water. He heard the sound of a car engine, and he turned and walked to the top of the dune. A white panel truck was parked on Scotch Road. The black lettering on its side said, WNBC-TV News. The driver's door opened, and a man got out and trudged through the sand toward Brody. As the man drew closer, Brody thought he looked vaguely familiar. He was young, with long, curly hair and a handlebar moustache. Chief Brody, he said when he was a few steps away. That's right. They told me you'd be here. I'm Bob Middleton, Channel 4 News. Are you the reporter? Yeah. The crew's in the truck. I thought I'd seen you somewhere. What can I do for you? I'd like to interview you. About what? The whole shark business. How you decided to open the beaches. Brody thought for a moment, then said to himself, what the hell? A little publicity couldn't hurt the town, now that the chances of anything happening today, at least, are pretty slim. All right, he said. Where do you want to do it? Down on the beach. I'll get the crew. It'll take a few minutes to set up, so if you have something to do, feel free. I'll give a yell when we're ready. Middleton trotted away toward the truck. Brody had nothing special to do, but since he had started to take a walk, he thought he might as well take it. He walked down toward the water. As he passed the group of teenagers, he heard a boy say, "What about it? Anybody got the guts?"
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now, and the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional grade supplies for every industry, even hard to find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
$10 is $10. A girl said, "Come on, Limbo, lay off." Brody stopped about 15 feet away, feigning interest in something offshore. "What for?" said the boy. "It's a pretty good offer." "I don't think anybody's got the guts. 5 minutes ago, you were all telling me there's no way that shark's still around here." Another boy said, "If you're such hot shit, why don't you go in?" "I'm the one making the offer," said the first boy. "Nobody's gonna pay me $10 to go in the water." "Well, what do you say?" There was a moment's silence, and then the other boy said, $10? Cash. "It's right here,"
said the first boy, shaking a $10 bill. How far out do I have to go? Let's see. 100 yards. That's a pretty good distance. Okay. How do I know how far 100 yards is? Guess. Just keep swimming for a while and then stop. If it looks like you're 100 yards out, I'll wave you back. You've got a deal.
The boy stood up. The girl said, "You're crazy, Jimmy. Why do you want to go in the water? You don't need $10. You think I'm scared?"
Nobody said anything about being scared, said the girl. It's unnecessary, is all. $10 is never unnecessary, said the boy, especially when your old man cuts off your allowance for blowing a little grass at your aunt's wedding. The boy turned and began to jog toward the water. Brody said, "Hey," and the boy stopped. "What?"
Brody walked over to the boy.
"What are you doing?" "Going swimming."
"Who are you?"
Brody took out his wallet and showed the boy his badge. "Do you want to go swimming?" he said. He saw the boy look past him at his friends. "Sure. Why not? It's legal, isn't it?" Brody nodded. He didn't know whether the others were out of earshot, so he lowered his voice and said, "Do you want me to order you not to?" The boy looked at him, hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. "No, man. I can use the $10. "Don't stay in too long," said Brody. "I won't."
The boy scampered into the water.
He flung himself over a small wave and began to swim. Brody heard footsteps running behind him. Bob Middleton dashed past him and called out to the boy, "Hey, come back." He waved his arms and called again. The boy stopped swimming and stood up.
"What's the matter?"
"Nothing. I want to get some shots of you going into the water." "Okay." "Sure, I guess so," said the boy. He began to wade back toward the shore. Middleton turned to Brody and said, "I'm glad I caught him before he got too far out. At least we'll get somebody swimming out here today." Two men came up beside Brody. One was carrying a 16mm camera and a tripod. He wore combat boots, fatigue trousers, a khaki shirt, and a leather vest. The other man was shorter and older and fatter. He wore a rumpled grey suit and carried a rectangular box covered with dials and knobs. Around his neck was a pair of earphones. "Right there's okay, Walter," said Middleton.
"Let me know when you're ready."
He took a notebook from his pocket and began to ask the boy some questions. The elderly man walked down to Middleton and handed him a microphone. He backed up to the cameraman, feeding wire off a coil in his hand. "Anytime," said the cameraman. "I got to get a level on the kid," said the man with the earphones. "Say something," Middleton told the boy, and he held the microphone a few inches from the boy's mouth.
"What do you want me to say?"
"That's good," said the man with the earphones. "Okay," said Middleton. "We'll start tight. Walter, then go to a two-shot, okay?"
"Give me speed when you're ready."
The cameraman peered into the eyepiece, raised a finger, and pointed it at Middleton. "Speed," he said. Middleton looked at the camera and said, "We have been here on the Amity Beach since early this morning, and as far as we know, no one has yet dared venture into the water. There has been no sign of the shark, but the threat still lingers. I'm standing here with Jim Prescott, a young man who has just decided to take a swim. Tell me, Jim, do you have any worries about what might be swimming out there with you?" "No," said the boy. "I don't think there's anything out there." "So you're not scared?"
"No."
"Are you a good swimmer?"
"Pretty good."
Middleton held out his hand.
"Well, good luck, Jim."
"Thanks for talking to us."
The boy shook Middleton's hand.
"Yeah," he said.
"What do you want me to do now?"
"Cut," said Middleton.
"We'll take it from the top, Walter. Just a sec."
He turned to the boy. "Don't ask that, Jim, okay? After I thank you, just turn around and head for the water." "Okay," said the boy. He was shivering, and he rubbed his arms. "Hey, Bob," said the cameraman. "The kid ought to dry off. He can't look wet if he isn't supposed to have been in the water yet." "Yeah, you're right," said Middleton. "Can you dry off, Jim?" "Sure,"
The boy jogged up to his friends and dried himself with a towel. A voice beside Brody said, "What's going on?" It was the man from Queens. "Television," said Brody. "They want to film somebody swimming." "Oh yeah, I should have brought my suit." The interview was repeated, and after Middleton had thanked the boy ran into the water and began to swim. Middleton walked back to the cameraman and said, "Keep it going, Walter." "Irv, you can kill the sound. We'll probably use this for B-roll." "How much do you want of this?" said the cameraman, tracking the boy as he swam. 100 feet or so, said Middleton. "But let's stay here till he comes out. Be ready, just in case." Brody had become so accustomed to the far-off, barely audible hum of the Flicker's engine that his mind no longer registered it as a sound. It was as integral a part of the beach as the wave sound. Suddenly, the engine's pitch changed from a low murmur to an urgent growl. Brody looked beyond the swimming boy and saw the boat in a tight, fast turn, nothing like the slow, ambling sweeps Hooper made in his normal patrol. He put the walkie-talkie to his mouth and said, "You see something, Hooper?" Brody saw the boat slow, then stop. Middleton heard Brody speak. "Give me sound, Irv," he said. "Get this, Walter." He walked to Brody and said, "Something going on, Chief?" "I don't know," said Brody. "That's what I'm trying to find out." He said into the walkie-talkie, "Hooper." "Yes," said Hooper's voice, "but I still don't know what it is. It was that shadow again. I can't see it now. Maybe my eyes are getting tired." "You get that, Irv," said Middleton. The sound man shook his head. "No." "There's a kid swimming out there," said Brody. "Where?" said Hooper. Middleton shoved the microphone at Brody's face, sliding it between his mouth and the mouthpiece of the walkie-talkie. Brody brushed it aside, but Middleton quickly jammed it back to within an inch of Brody's mouth. 30, maybe 40 yards out. I think I better tell him to come in." Brody tucked the walkie-talkie into the towel at his waist, cupped his hands around his mouth, and called, "Hey out there, come on in." "Jesus," said the sound man. "You damn near blew my ears out." The boy did not hear the call. He was swimming straight away from the beach. The boy who had offered the $10 heard Brody's call, and he walked down to the water's edge. "What's the trouble now?" he said. "Nothing," said Brody. "I just think he'd better come in." "Who are you?" Middleton stood between Brody and the boy, flipping the microphone back and forth between the two. "I'm the police chief," Brody said. "Now get your ass out of here." He turned to Middleton. "And you keep that fucking microphone out of my face, will you?" "Don't worry, Irv," said Middleton. "We can edit that out." Brody said into the walkie-talkie, "Hooper, he doesn't hear me. You want to toot in here and tell him to come ashore." "Sure," said Hooper. "I'll be there in a minute." The fish had sounded now, and was meandering a few feet above the sandy bottom, 80 feet below the Flicker. For hours, its sensory system had been tracking the strange sound above. Twice the fish had risen to within a yard or two of the surface, allowing sight and smell and nerve canals to assess the creature passing noisily overhead. Twice it had sounded, compelled neither to attack nor move away. Brody saw the boat, which had been facing westward, swing towards shore and kick up a shower of spray from the bouncing bow. "Get the boat, Walter," said Middleton. "Below." The fish sensed a change in the noise. It grew louder, then faded as the boat moved away. The fish turned, banking as smoothly as an airplane, and followed the receding sound. The boy stopped swimming, raised his head, and looked towards shore, treading water. Brody waved his arms and yelled, "Come in!" The boy waved back and started for shore. He swam well, rolling his head to the left to catch a breath, kicking in rhythm with his arm strokes. Brody guessed he was 60 yards from shore and that it would take him a minute or more to reach the beach. "What's going on?" said a voice next to Brody. It was the man from Queens. His two sons stood behind him, smiling eagerly. "Nothing," said Brody. "I just don't want the boy to get out too far." "Is it the shark?" asked the father of the two boys. "Hey, neat," said the other boy. "Never mind," said Brody. "Just get back up the beach," Come on, Chief, said the man. We drove all the way out here. Beat it, said Brody. At 15 knots, it took Hooper only 30 seconds to cover the couple of 100 yards and draw near the buoy. He stopped a few yards away, letting the engine idle in neutral. He was just beyond the surf line, and he didn't dare go closer for fear of being caught in the waves. The boy heard the engine, and he raised his head. What's the matter? He said. Nothing, said Hooper. Keep swimming. The boy lowered his head and swam. A swell caught him and moved him faster, and with 2 or 3 more strokes he was able to stand. The water was up to his shoulders, and he began to plod towards shore. Come on, said Brody. I am, said the boy. What's the problem, anyway? A few yards behind Brody, Middleton stood with a microphone in his hand. What are you on, Walter? He said. The kid, said the cameraman, and the cop. Both. A 2-shot. Okay. You running, Irv? The sound man nodded. Middleton spoke into the microphone. Something is going on, ladies and gentlemen, but we don't know exactly what. All we know for sure is that Jim Prescott went swimming, and then suddenly a man on a boat out there saw something. Now Police Chief Brody is trying to get the boy to come ashore as fast as possible. It could be the shark, but we just don't know. Hooper put the boat in reverse, to back away from the waves. As he looked off the stern, he saw a silver streak moving in the grey-blue water. It seemed part of the wave motion, but it moved independently. For a second, Hooper did not realize what he was seeing, and even when the realization struck, he did not see the fish clearly. He cried, "Look out!" "What is it?" yelled Brody. "The fish! Get the kid out! Quick!" The boy heard Hooper, and he tried to run, but in the chest-deep water his movements were slow and laborious. A swell knocked him sideways. He stumbled, then stood and leaned forward. Brody ran into the water and reached out. A wave hit him in the knees and pushed him back. Middleton said into the microphone, "The man on the boat just said something about a fish. I don't know if he means a shark." "Is it the shark?" said the man from Queens, standing next to Middleton. "I don't see it." Middleton said, "Who are you?" "Name's Lester Kraslow. You want to interview me? Go away." The boy was moving faster now, pushing through the water with his chest and arms. He did not see the fin rise behind him, a sharp blade of brownish grey that hovered in the water. "There it is," said Kraslow. "See it, Benny? Davy? It's right there." "I don't see nothing," said one of his sons. "There it is, Walter," said Middleton. "See it?" "I'm zooming," said the cameraman. "Yeah, I've got it." "Hurry," said Brody. He reached for the boy. The boy's eyes were wide and panicked. His nostrils flared, bubbling mucus and water. Brody's hand touched the boy's, and he pulled. He grabbed the boy around the chest, and together they staggered out of the water. The fin dropped beneath the surface, and following the slope of the ocean floor, the fish moved into the deep. Brody stood in the sand with his arm around the boy. "Are you okay?" he said. "I want to go home." The boy shivered. "I bet you do." Brody started to walk the boy to where his friends were standing, but Middleton intercepted them. "Can you repeat that for me?" said Middleton. "Repeat what?" "Whatever you said to the boy." "Can we do that again?" "Get out of my way." Brody snapped. He took the boy to his friends and said to the one who had offered the money, "Take him home and give him his $10. The boy nodded, pale and scared. Brody saw his walkie-talkie wallowing in the wave wash. He retrieved it, wiped it free of water, pushed the talk button, and said, "Leonard, can you hear me?" "I read you, Chief." "Over. The fish has been here. If you've got anybody in the water down there, get them out. Right away. And stay there till we get relief for you. Nobody goes near the water. The beach is officially closed." "Okay, Chief. Was anybody hurt?" "Over." "No, thank God. But almost." "Okay, Chief. Over and out." As Brody walked back to where he had left his beach bag, Middleton called to him, "Hey, Chief, can we do that interview now?" Brody stopped, tempted to tell Middleton to go fuck himself. Instead, he said, "What do you want to know? You saw it as well as I did. Just a couple of questions." Brody sighed and returned to where Middleton stood with his camera crew. "All right," he said, "go ahead." "How much have you got left on your roll, Walter?" said Middleton. "About 50 feet. Make it brief." "Okay. Give me speed." "Speed? Well, Chief Brody," said Middleton, "that was a lucky break, wouldn't you say?" "It was very lucky. The boy might have died." "Would you say that's the same shark that killed the people?" "I don't know," said Brody. "I guess it must be." "So where do you go from here?" "The beaches are closed. For the time being, that's all I can do." "I guess you'd have to say that it isn't yet safe to swim here in Amity." "I'd have to say that, that's right." "What does that mean for Amity?" "Trouble, Mr. Middleton. We are in big trouble." "In retrospect, Chief, how do you feel about having opened the beaches today?" "How do I feel? What kind of question is that?" "Angry, annoyed, confused, thankful that nobody got hurt. Is that enough?" "That's just fine, Chief," Middleton said with a smile. "Thank you, Chief Brody." He paused, then said, "Okay, Walter, that'll wrap it. Let's get home and start editing this mess." "What about a close?" said the cameraman. "I've got about 25 feet left." "Okay," said Middleton. "Wait till I think of something profound to say." Brody gathered up his towel and his beach bag and walked over the dune toward his car. When he got to Scotch Road, he saw the family from Queens standing beside their camper. "Was that the shark that killed the people?" asked the father. "Who knows?" said Brody. "What's the difference?" "Didn't look like much to me. Just a fin." The boys was kind of disappointed. "Listen, you jerk," Brody said. "A boy almost got killed just now. Are you disappointed that didn't happen?" "Don't give me that," said the man. "That thing wasn't even close to him. I bet the whole thing was a put-on for them TV guys." "Mister, get out of here. You and your whole goddamn brood. Get 'em out of here. Now." Brody waited while the man loaded his family and their gear into the camper. As he walked away, he heard the man say to his wife, "I figured all the people would be snot-noses out here. I was right. Even the cops." At 6 o'clock, Brody sat in his office with Hooper and Meadows. He had already talked to Larry Vaughan, who called drunk and in tears and muttered wildly about the ruination of his life. The buzzer on Brody's desk rang, and he picked up the phone. "Fellow named Bill Whitman to see you, Chief," said Bixby. "Says his from the New York Times." "Oh, 4. Okay, what the hell? Send him in." The door opened, and Whitman stood in the doorway. He said, "Am I interrupting something?" "Nothing much," said Brody. "Come on in. You remember Harry Meadows? This is Matt Hooper from Woods Hole." "I remember Harry Meadows, all right," said Whitman. "It was thanks to him that I got my ass chewed from one end of 43rd Street to the other by my boss." "Why was that?" said Brody. "Mr. Meadows conveniently forgot to tell me about the attack on Christine Watkins, but he didn't forget to tell his readers." "Must have slipped my mind," said Meadows. "What can we do for you?" said Brody. "I was wondering," said Whitman, "if you're sure this is the same fish that killed the others." Brody gestured toward Hooper, who said, "I can't be positive. I never saw the fish that killed the others, and I didn't really get a look at the one today. All I saw was a flash, sort of silvery grey. I know what it was, but I couldn't compare it to anything else. All I have to go on is probability, and in all probability it's the same fish. It's too far-fetched for me, anyway, to believe that there are two big man-eating sharks off southern Long Island at the same time." Whitman said to Brody, "What are you going to do, Chief? I mean, beyond closing the beaches, which I gather has already been done." "I don't know," What can we do? Christ, I'd rather have a hurricane. Or even an earthquake. At least after they happen, they're over and done with. You can look around and see what's been done and what has to be done. They're events, something you can handle. They have beginnings and ends. This is crazy. It's as if there was a maniac running around loose, killing people whenever he felt like it. You know who he is, but you can't catch him and you can't stop him. And what makes it worse, you don't know why he's doing it.
Meadows said, "Remember Minnie Eldridge?"
Yeah, said Brody. I'm beginning to think she may have something, after all. Who's that? Said Whitman. Nobody. Just some nut. For a moment there was silence, an exhausted silence, as if everything that needed to be said had been said. Then Whitman said, Well, what? Said Brody. There must be some place to go from here, something to do. I'd be happy to hear any suggestions. Personally, I think we're fucked. We're going to be lucky if there's a town left after this summer. Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? I don't think so.
Do you, Harry?
Not really, said Meadows. The town survives on its summer people, Mr. Whitman. Call it parasitic, if you will, but that's the way it is. The host animal comes every summer, and Amity feeds on it furiously, pulling every bit of sustenance it can before the host leaves again after Labor Day. Take away the host animal, and we're like dog ticks with no dog to feed on. We starve. At the very least next winter is going to be the worst in the history of this town. We're going to have so many people on the dole that Amity will look like Harlem. He chuckled.
Harlem by the sea.
What I'd give my ass to know, said Brody, is why us? Why Amity? Why not East Hampton or Southampton or Quogue? That, said Hooper, is something we'll never know. Why? Said Whitman. I don't want to sound like I'm making excuses for misjudging that fish, said Hooper, but the line between the natural and the preternatural is very cloudy. Natural things occur, and for most of them there's a logical explanation, but for a whole lot of things there's just no good or sensible answer. Say two people are swimming, one in front of the other, and a shark comes up from behind, passes right beside the guy in the rear and attacks the guy in front. Why? Maybe they smelled different. Maybe the one in front was swimming in a more provocative way. Say the guy in back, the one who wasn't attacked, goes to help the one who was attacked. The shark may not touch him, may actually avoid him while he keeps banging away at the guy he did hit. White sharks are supposed to prefer colder water. So why does one turn up off the coast of Mexico, strangled by a human corpse that he couldn't quite swallow? In a way, sharks are like tornadoes. They touch down here, but not there. They wipe out this house, but suddenly veer away and miss the house next door. The guy in the house that's wiped out says, Why me? The guy in the house that's missed says, Thank God.
All right, said Whitman.
But what I still don't get is why the shark can't be caught. Maybe it can be, said Hooper, but I don't think by us. At least not with the equipment we have here.
I suppose we could try chumming again.
Yeah, said Brody.
Ben Gardner can tell us all about chumming.
Do you know anything about some fellow named Kint? Said Whitman. I've heard the name, Brody said.
Did you ever look into the guy, Harry?
I read what little there was. As far as I know, he's never done anything illegal. Well, said Brody, maybe it's worth a call. You're joking, said Hooper. You'd really do business with this guy.
I'll tell you what, Hooper.
At this point, if someone came in here and said he was Superman and he could piss that shark away from here, I'd say fine and dandy. I'd even hold his dick for him.
Yeah, but...
Brody cut him off.
What do you say, Harry?
You think he's in the phone book? You really are serious, said Hooper.
You bet your sweet ass. You got any better ideas?
No, it's just... I don't know. How do we know the guy isn't a phony or a drunk or something?
We'll never know till we try.
Brody took a phone book from the top drawer of his desk and opened it to the QS. He ran his finger down the page. Here it is.
Quint.
That's all it says. No first name. but it's the only one on the page. Must be him. He dialed the number. Kint, said a voice. Mr. Quint, this is Martin Brody. I'm the chief of police over in Amity. We have a problem. I've heard. The shark was around again today. Anybody get it? No, but one boy almost did. Fish that big needs a lot of food, said Kint. Have you seen the fish? No. Looked for him a couple times, but I couldn't spend too much time looking. My people don't spend their money for looking. They want action. How did you know how big it is? I hear tell. Sort of averaged out the estimates and took off about 8 feet. That's still a piece of fish you got there. I know. What I'm wondering is whether you can help us. I know. I thought you might call. Can you? That depends. On what? On how much you're willing to spend, for one thing. We'll pay whatever the going rate is. Whatever you charge by the day. We'll pay you by the day until we kill the thing. I don't think so, said Kint. I think this is a premium job. What does that mean? My everyday rate's 200 a day, but this is special. I think you'll pay double. Not a chance. Goodbye. Wait a minute. Come on, man. Why are you holding me up? You got no place else to go. There are other fishermen. Brody heard Quint laugh a short, derisive bark. Sure there are, said Kint. You already sent one. Send another one. Send half a dozen more. Then when you come back to me again, maybe you'll even pay triple. I got nothing to lose by waiting. I'm not asking for any favors, Brody said. I know you've got a living to make. But this fish is killing people. I want to stop it. I want to save lives. I want your help. Can't you at least treat me the way you treat regular clients? You're breaking my heart, said Kint. You got a fish needs killing. I'll try to kill it for you. No guarantees, but I'll do my best. And my best is worth $400 a day. Brody sighed. I don't know that the selectmen will give me the money. You'll find it somewhere. How long do you think it'll take to catch the fish? A day, a week, a month. Who knows? We may never find him. He may go away. Don't I wish, said Brody. He paused. Okay, he said finally. I guess we don't have any choice. No, you don't. Can you start tomorrow? No. Monday's the earliest. I got a party tomorrow. A party? What do you mean? A dinner party? Kint laughed again, the same piercing bark. A charter party, he said. You don't do much fishing. Brody blushed. No, that's right. Can't you cancel them? If we're paying all that money, it seems to me we deserve a little special service. No, they're regular customers. I couldn't do that to them or I'd lose their business. You're just a one-shot deal. Suppose you run into the big fish tomorrow. Will you try to catch him? That would save you a lot of money, wouldn't it? We won't see your fish. We're going due east. Terrific fishing due east. You ought to try it sometime. You had it all figured out, right? There's one more thing, said Kint. I'm gonna need a man with me. I lost my mate, and I wouldn't feel comfortable taking on that bigger fish without an extra pair of hands. Lost your mate? What, overboard? No, he quit. He got nerves. Happens to most people after a while in this work. They get to thinking too much. But it doesn't happen to you. No, I know I'm smarter than the fish. And that's enough, just being smarter. Has been so far. I'm still alive. What about it? You got a man for me. You can't find another mate. Not this quick, and not for this kind of work. Who are you going to use tomorrow? Some kid, but I won't take him out after a big white. I can understand that, said Brody. beginning to doubt the wisdom of approaching Kint for help. He added casually, "I'll be there, you know." He was shocked by the words as soon as he said them, appalled at what he had committed to do. "You? Ha!" Brody smarted under Quint's derision. "I can handle myself," he said. "Maybe. I don't know you. But you can't handle a big fish if you don't know nothing about fishing. Can you swim?" "Of course. What has that got to do with anything? People fall overboard, and sometimes it takes a while to swing around and get to 'em." "Don't worry about me. Whatever you say. But I still need a man who knows something about fishing, or at least about boats." Brody looked across his desk at Hooper. The last thing he wanted was to spend days on a boat with Hooper, especially in a situation in which Hooper would outrank him in knowledge, if not authority. He could send Hooper alone and stay ashore himself. But that, he felt, would be capitulating, admitting finally and irrevocably his inability to face and conquer the strange enemy that was waging war on his town. Besides, maybe over the course of a long day on a boat, Hooper might make a slip that would reveal what he had been doing last Wednesday, the day it rained. Brody was becoming obsessed with finding out where Hooper was that day, for whenever he allowed himself to consider the various alternatives, the one on which his mind always settled was the one he most dreaded. He wanted to know that Hooper was at the movies, or playing backgammon at the field club, or smoking dope with some hippie, or laying some Girl Scout. He didn't care what it was, as long as he could know that Hooper had not been with Ellen, or that he had been. In that case, the thought was still too wretched to cope with. He cupped his hand over the mouthpiece and said to Hooper, "Do you want to come along? He needs a mate." "He doesn't even have a mate. What a half-assed operation." "Never mind that. Do you want to come or not?" "Yes," said Hooper. "I'll probably live to regret it. But yes, I want to see that fish, and I guess this is my only chance." Brody said to Kint, "Okay, I've got your man. Does he know boats?" "He knows boats." "Monday morning, 6 o'clock. Bring whatever you want to eat. You know how to get here. Route 27 to the turnoff for Promised Land, right?" "Yeah. It's called Cranberry Hole Road. Straight into town. About 100 yards past the last houses. Take a left on a dirt road." "Is there a sign?" "No, but it's the only road around here. Leads right to my dock." "Yours the only boat there?" "Only one. It's called the Orca." "All right. See you Monday." One more